This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Fall by Kristen Callihan, narrated by Maxine Mitchell and Nelson Hobbs. If my eyes could show my soul, everyone would cry when they saw me smile. Kurt Cobain. Chapter 1. Stella. There is a man following me. I'm 99.5% sure of it. Though it should be freaking me out, I'm more intrigued at this point. I slide a glance over the organic apple bin at the stalker in question. Tall, lean, fit, at least judging by the way his coat hugs his broad shoulders. Even features, good jawline, chocolate brown hair, and tan skin. Chocolate and peanut butter. Yum. I bite back a snort. It's never a good idea to shop for food when hungry. Everything starts to look tasty. And, okay, maybe I'm about 80% sure he's following. Examine, if you will, the facts. Mega Hot Dude has appeared in every aisle that I've been in, but he doesn't seem the type to follow anyone around. There's something too self-possessed about him, as if he's actively trying not to be noticed. Good luck with that. The guy has a luster that has nothing to do with looks, but is closer to sheer magnetism. It's so strong that he seems vaguely familiar, which is just ridiculous. If I'd met him before, I'd remember his brand of hotness. Is he following me? The jury is still out. More study is needed. Possible stalker guy glances up, his big hand wrapped around a rosy Honeycrisp. The same type of apple I'd put in my basket a moment earlier. I'm snagged by jade green eyes beneath expressive dark brows before I look away, my heart thudding from being caught in the act. Nope. He definitely can't be stalking me. Guys like him never look at girls like me. They favor tall, thin goddesses with perfect bone structure or diminutive elfin pixies with big eyes and perky smiles. They do not look at girls of average height, average weight, and average looks. I ought to know. I've been overlooked by guys like him my whole life. All the way back to first grade when little Peter Bondi chased all the girls for a kiss. Except me. It's a terrible thing to realize that you're the only girl whose cooties are so repellent, even the class booger eater won't touch you. The memory of watching all the other girls run around screaming while kissing Peter chased after them during recess still stings a bit. Not that I have a right to complain. I have my share of good features. Clear skin, always a bonus, and decent lips. Mom used to call me Bardot. Not because I looked like the 60s movie star, but because she thought I had a mouth like hers. Bee-stung lips, my mom called them, which sounds really painful and hideous. I have also been blessed with silky, red gold, softly curling hair. Now, I love my hair, and it's taken me to the age of 29 to be able to say that without worrying I sound vain. But some men see the hair and expect more from my face. They expect stunning beauty, not average attractiveness. How do I know? I've been told that very thing a few times. Ouch. And of course, the hair comes with the freckles. Men either love them or hate them. Honestly, I am more likely to attract comic book geeks, soft-bodied guys with sharp minds. It works for me. Give me personality over muscles any day. All of which to say, Mr. Smolder is probably wondering why I'm everywhere he is, and is not at all interested. Shaking my head at my paranoia, I head for the cookie aisle. The shelves are sadly bereft. Snowzilla, as the media is calling it, is headed this way. Since it's March, and New Yorkers were just starting to enjoy spring, no one is particularly happy about the surprise storm. In the true spirit of city dwellers faced with the possibility that stores might actually close, panic has ensued. People have been stockpiling necessities such as toilet paper, bread, water, and junk food. I never understood the whole bread thing, because no one ever seems to purchase anything to go with the bread. Peanut butter is still stocked, as is jelly. What do these people do with their bread in the event of an emergency? Huddle down beside their piles of toilet paper and eat plain slices of bread until help arrives? Whatever the case, all that's left are a few chocolate chip bags and one lonely package of double-stuff Oreos. Not to worry, my little double-stuffed delights. I'll find you a good home. I grab the pack and am about to put it in my basket when Mr. Peanut Butter and Chocolate turns the corner. Again? His long stride stutters as he catches sight of me, and his brow lifts a touch as though he too is thinking, "You again." He glances at the Oreos in my hand, and his fine lips flatten. Because they are fine, those lips. Well, shaped. Wide, not too full, not too thin, but just... Jesus, I'm gawking at his mouth. And he's staring. Facing off like gunslingers at the OK Corral, the moment holds a beat, one in which heat flares low in my belly and between my legs. Mortified, I turn and flee, like a wimp, because a blush is coming on. Bad enough to be caught staring twice. Worse, to be caught with my hand in the cookie jar, as it were. I'm all too aware of my ass and its generous proportions as I hurry away past smirking Keebler elves. Pissed at my self-consciousness, I decide to slow down and work it, putting a little extra sway into the motion. Unsettled by the mini showdown, I hustle while getting tampons and some new body wash, then head for the ice cream aisle. I have plans, and they include cookies, fudge sauce, and my favorite mint chocolate chip ice cream. Rounding the corner, I come to a screeching halt. Mr. Tall, Dark, and Accusatory is opening the ice cream freezer and reaching for the last... "You are not going for the mint." It isn't a question. He pauses, and again his dark brow lifts, this time a little higher, a little more outraged as well. God, those eyes. Green sin surrounded by thick, thick lashes. Girl lashes. Nothing else about him is girly. "And if I am?" A little shiver runs over my skin that has nothing to do with the icy air billowing out of the freezer. He has a hint of a British accent, faded in spots, like a pair of well-worn jeans. And his voice... Gah, it is sex and sweaty sheets, hot fudge over crushed cookies. I really need to eat before shopping next time. I should head for the checkout and go home. But mint chip is on the line here. I stomp down the aisle, far too aware of the way my body pushes through the space to get closer to him. Shit, this guy is potent. All irresistible pheromones and irate smolder. I brace myself against the onslaught. I've been looking forward to that ice cream all day, and it is the only one left. Sheesh. What is with this store? Did everyone in the city raid it earlier? Mr. Smolder shifts his weight, bringing his lean body closer. I've been looking forward to it too. His hand wraps around on top of the carton. No freaking way. Oh, it is on, dude. I grab the bottom of the carton. You do not want to get between a woman and her ice cream, bud. His eyes narrow. God, he really looks familiar. Not in an, "Oh, where have you been all my life" way. It's more of a, "Have you been on the news lately? And please don't let it be as a possible murder suspect type situation." Sexy beast murderer? Sure, he's definitely got a bad boy thing going on. His dark hair is short on the sides, but shaggy on top, falling into his eyes to tangle with those crazy long lashes of his. I have the insane urge to brush the locks back. But I don't. I'm frozen by his glare. Great gravy, he's imperious and utterly assured, awash in the kind of arrogance that says he's used to getting his way in all things. My perception of him shifts again, and I wonder if he's a rich boy slumming. His gray sweater is cashmere, and though his pea coat and jeans are worn, their cut is too good to be off-the-rack retail. In my line of work, I've been around enough wealthy men to know fine clothing when I see it. He's either rich or really good at picking up great second-hand bargains. And he's still oddly familiar. I can't pin why, and it's weird not knowing. I'm usually an expert at reading people, but this guy defies basic categories. His voice takes on a hard tone. You got the Oreos, sweetheart. I'm taking the ice cream. I hold my precious stash closer to my side. And they need the mint to be complete. The mint? He laughs shortly. Are you seriously referring to ice cream as though it was some kind of superpower? It certainly has the power to bliss me out. That imperious brow of his lifts high again. And that's supposed to persuade me to let it go. Something darkens in his gaze, something that seeds an unwanted flash of heat over my skin. What if I want some bliss, too? He murmurs, all dark sex and hot chocolate. Oh, he's good. He probably cons lots of women out of their ice cream with that melting voice. Too bad. This ice cream has my name on it, mister. I tug, but his grip tightens and the carton won't budge. He leans closer, bringing with him the scent of soap and a whiff lemon honey. You've stepped on the train to La La Land if you think you're getting this ice cream button. Button? You heard me. He grins then, all teeth, and gestures toward the other flavors with a nod of his head. Give up the ghost and grab the Neapolitan over there, because this ice cream is mine. This is ridiculous. I never bicker with strangers, and certainly not with hot guys. Under my normal MO, I would have made a joke about snowstorm-related ice cream shortages, wished the stranger a nice night, and then been on my way. Conflict solves nothing. Yet here I am, acting like an insane woman. The knowledge doesn't stop me from growling. I want the mint. He's close enough that I see the small scar just under his left eye, half hidden by his girly lashes. Unfair, those lashes. Not a chance in hell, Button. Again, with Button. I have no idea what it means, but I'm not backing down now. My honor is at stake. Neither of us moves. I glare. He glares. In this way, I read him perfectly, as easy as breathing. Go on, Button. I dare you to try. You think I can't take it from you? I know you can't. The arrogance of his little silent rejoinder sets my teeth on edge. Stella Gray might be an average girl, sporting wild hair and possessing a butt that's seen too many cookies, but she is no wuss. Ignoring the fact that I've begun to think of myself in third person, ignoring my sensible side that is screaming, no, don't do it, I pick up the proverbial gauntlet. Rising on my toes, I move in for the kill. And kiss him.
John. I've been poleaxed by a kiss, and it wasn't even a hot and heavy one, just a peck, quick and stealthy. I'd barely had time to react before it was over and she was gone. But during that one point of contact, I'd been totally engaged. In that one strange moment, every muscle in my body tightened, and my heart flipped over within its cage. I felt the soft pillow of her lips, the give and resiliency in them, and the warm burst of her breath as she gasped, just as I had. I'd gasped. What the shit? The strangeness of it settles over me, prickling my skin. It is the end of a shit day, preceded by a shit week, shit month, shit year. Mired in shit, I have become comfortably numb. I exist in a world of neither highs nor lows. It works for me, as does engaging in simple activities that normal people do. For small slices of time, I act like a regular bloke. Tonight I am buying groceries before the storm hits. I like the normality of it. All that is shattered now as I stand, gaping in the direction my kissing bandit has fled, vaguely aware that the ice-cold freezer air is starting to numb my ear and cheek, and that I should move. But there's another sensation holding my attention, one I had thought I'd lost. Of my blood pumping hard and hot through my veins, my breath unsteady and fast, as though I've shifted from an intense sprint to a sudden full stop. My dick is hard, from nothing more than a little peck on the lips by a plain girl. Again, what the shit? Well, she isn't entirely plain. In my mind, I can still see the dip and sway of her ass, that plump, rounded ass, nicely molded in a tight black skirt as she walked away from me. Black skirt, black leggings, black combat boots, red hair. God, that hair. No matter how much of a crazy pill the woman clearly is, her hair is gorgeous. I'd noticed her hair when she first entered the store. A redhead. Crazy girl's hair is brilliant red gold, like a brand new penny. A lush tumble of shiny loose curls, spiraling like a starburst around her plain little face. It had been almost a shock when she'd first turned my way, and I caught full sight of her. Hair like that makes a man expect sex and sin. Not wide eyes and freckles, cute as a button. A sexy goth girl with a Marianne face. Girl next door meets Wednesday Addams. I shake my head slightly, trying to get it together. Doesn't matter what she looks like. The girl is an angry bunny out for the kill. Why did she kiss me? What were we arguing about again? I glance at my freezing, empty hand. Right. The mint. A grin pulls at my cold cheeks. Point to button. Letting the freezer door slam shut, I take off after my ice cream. She's already at the checkout line, trying to tuck a wayward strand of brilliant hair behind one ear. The curve of her cheek sports a nice pink flush, one that grows deeper as I approach. White teeth nibble on a plush bottom lip that I remember all too well. Seeing her now, I also remember that flash of shock in her eyes when she'd kissed me, like she couldn't believe what she'd done. I have never met a more easily readable person. I can almost see those crazy little wheels and cogs spinning in her mind when I saunter up behind her and set my basket down on the end of the belt with a thud. She's totally expecting a fight, and it clearly freaks her out. Interesting, considering she did not back down before. Earlier, I'd started to wonder if she'd been following me, which is a definite turnoff. I don't need a stalker on my hands, except she'd sent me a warning glare in the produce section that had made me reevaluate that theory. No, this girl clearly wants nothing to do with me. Her nose lifts as if smelling something off, yet she doesn't acknowledge me. Oh no. Button gives me her shoulder, a pale hand resting on my mint chocolate chip ice cream, like she thinks I might snatch it away. Ha! My grin returns, and I crowd her space, staring down the back of her neck at the creamy swath of skin just visible over her battered dark blue leather bomber jacket. Her eyes are dark blue too. I have the sudden desire to see them again, glaring up at me in challenge. Come on, Button. Give me those defiant eyes. I've been so fucking bored. So numb. I move in closer. Close enough that if she breathes wrong, her pert ass will brush against my crotch. The idea sends all sorts of less pure but much better ideas into my head. Odd that this strange girl even affects me. That hair certainly does. I took one look at that hair and imagined it sliding over my hard dick. But she's way too baby cute for me. not to mention the fact that she'd be more likely to bite my dick than suck it. With that horrific thought in mind, I shift my weight back a little and glance at the items she's unloading with sharp, snappish movements. Aside from the feminine products, almost everything she's picked is identical to mine, down to the 8 Honeycrisp apples, 2 containers of vanilla Icelandic yogurt, organic granola with the cranberries, buffalo mozzarella, cherry tomatoes, Italian bread, and smoked center-cut bacon. Exactly the same shit. She'd gone for Oreos, I wanted Oreos, and let's not forget the mint. What the hell is that all about? If she's not stalking me, and I can admit I'd usually been one step behind her, how did we both happen to get the same stuff? Bloody weird. I study her again, annoyed, and admittedly baffled by this hyper-awareness of her. Is it attraction? I'm not sure. I'm drawn to confident women, the ones who command a room. Okay, I usually go for sex kittens who eye me like candy. I'm shallow when it comes to sex. Sue me. This woman creeps through a space like she's trying to blend into it, until the moment she squared off against me. And then she changed. All her attention had zeroed in on me like a 1-2 punch. It had been stunning, electrifying. I haven't felt that in so long. I almost didn't recognize the sensation at first. Strange. And she clearly has no idea who I am, which I like, a lot. While not everyone recognizes me, most people around my age do. Not Ms. Mint Thief. I let my gaze slide over her, knowing she feels it, a bonus because it makes her bristle. Her features are quirky, a nose a bit too big, square chin paired with round cheeks. And then there are the freckles. Freckles sprinkled like cinnamon sugar over her nose and cheeks. They are just dark enough to catch the eye and make you want to count them, maybe trace their patterns. I've never liked freckles. Too distracting. She even has 2 on her lips. A definite distraction. It's her eyes I want to see again. The guilt in them. Because she is guilty. She stands there fidgeting and maintaining her vigilant watch over her food, completely ignoring me. Cute. I loom, hovering like a conscience. Her round cheeks flush hot pink, clashing with those cinnamon freckles. I like ruffling her, even though I shouldn't. Why that is, I can't really say. But since I've always gone on instinct, I follow it now. The cashier gives me a dirty look. Rightly so. I am a big man, breathing down a single girl's collar. I smile at the cashier. We know each other. No, we don't, says the little ice cream thief, not bothering to turn around. I lean in, the scent of girly shampoo and flustered woman filling my lungs. Ah, now how can you say that, Button? It's not every day I kiss a woman and give her my cream. Button's whole body seems to vibrate, vacillating between fight or flight mode. I'm betting on flight since she's bolted before. But then that dark blue glare turns on me. I kissed you, and it was my ice cream. Hers? I lift a brow as she pinks. Try again, you little sneaky thief. Her brow lifts in retaliation. Who's holding the mint, chump? It's kind of impressive the way she communicates chump so clearly with one look. The cashier hands Button her change, and she turns to go. The knowledge that she is about to walk out of my life leaves me unnervingly bereft. What's your name? I ask, needing to know. It's probably something cute and perky. She pauses. I'm sorry, I don't talk to strangers. I bark out a laugh. Right, you only kiss them. Kiss me again. I'll get us nice and acquainted. No, I don't want to kiss this chick. She's a cagey muppet, the type who probably closes her eyes during sex and composes her shopping list, dreaming of another mint chip run. Little thief. An evil goody thief, who has left me with nothing to snack on during the blizzard. Shit, I should go back and get the damn Neapolitan ice cream, but I hate the strawberry part. Why do they even bother with that shit? I shake my head and focus on Ms. Mint. She's smirking at me now, knowing full well that I am without any sugary goodness, and I have the sudden childish urge to pull her hair or pinch her ass. It's a toss-up. Kinky and weird, Jax. You're really not going to tell me your name, thief? What's your name? She lobs back, as if I don't have one. John. It's both the truth and a lie. I smile with teeth. And yours? I'll need something to put down on the police report. Head held high, she grabs her bags, but then stops, whips out the Oreos, the last package that she managed to snap up before I could get to them, and slaps them on the conveyor belt. Feed the cops some cookies. They'll probably be hungry after hearing you whine on and on. With that, she stalks off. No sway now, just a militant march that has me wanting to laugh again. Leave the gun? Take the cannoli? Is that it? I call out to her. The cashier looks at me as though I'm crazy. I have to agree, because for one thoughtless moment, I consider running after Button and seeing if I can ruffle her some more, despite my suspicions about her being uptight in bed. Or maybe it's because of them. I do like a challenge. But I can never forget who I am. It's as unchangeable as the color of my eyes. For better or worse, I'm Jax Blackwood, famous for being the lead singer, and sometimes guitarist for Kill John, infamous for trying to kill myself 2 years ago. Any woman I interact with will always know those things about me, and the knowledge will affect everything between us from then on. Fame and infamy are brilliant at keeping relationships on a surface level. I prefer it that way. Sex is sex. Fun, easy, mutual pleasure. Ms. Mint Thief clearly isn't the quick hookup type. That much I know. Though bickering with her has been more fun than I've had in months, I'd rather this moment stay fresh and pure than sully it by fucking her and rolling out of bed as soon as I'm done. I watch her go and rub the familiar hollow spot in my chest. Some things aren't meant to be.
Chapter 2. Stella. For some irritating reason, my grocery bags feel incredibly heavy. The cold, hard lump of that damn mint chip slams into my thigh with every step. I smother thoughts of irate green eyes and taunting smirks as I walk into my building. The lobby is dank and always smells of moldy pipes, but the cracked black and white checkerboard floors and dusty brass fixtures are a familiar comfort. I'm damn lucky to have an affordable place to live in the city. I remind myself of this as I haul my food up 5 flights, my feet echoing on the iron stair treads. There's an elevator, if you want to live dangerously. Having once been trapped in that tiny box for 3 hours, I'm in no hurry to try my luck anytime soon. By the time I get to my floor, I don't want to eat. I just want to curl up in bed and go to sleep. My apartment is at the end of the hall. Up here doesn't smell of mold, but of dust and old plaster. I was 11 when my dad brought me here. I was terrified and missing my mother so much I could barely breathe through the pain of it. But she was dead, and my father, a virtual stranger to me, was the only family I had left. I stuck by his side as he led me down the hall to the small efficiency that would be our home. Back then, my bed had been a small twin behind a curtain, and Dad took the pull-out couch when he was around. He'd leave for days and then show up again as if it were no big deal, as if it were perfectly normal to leave a kid to her own devices. He called it lessons in toughening up. Now he's gone for good, and the small space feels positively palatial. I don't miss my dad. There are days I downright hate him, but that doesn't seem to stop me from wondering where he is, from wanting to see his face just once more, if only to damn him for abandoning me. So here I will wait. In the rent-controlled unit that's under my late great-aunt's name, where the super looks the other way, just as he did for my dad, as long as I give him a couple $100 each month. Which is why the envelope taped to my door, crisp and official-looking, has me halting in my tracks. My heart gives a protracted thud at the sight of it hanging there against the bumpy black paint. I don't open the envelope once inside. Instead, I concentrate on putting away my groceries, changing out of my clothes and into my PJs, brushing my hair, any fucking thing but looking at the envelope. It isn't until I can't take the tension squeezing at my neck that I finally tear it open. My fingers go cold, and my world gets both a little smaller and a whole lot emptier. My building is turning condo. If I were, actually, my late great-aunt Agnes, I would have the option of buying in. However, I am not Agnes, and I do not have the $650,000 required to purchase my little bit of Manhattan. Location, 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 I mutter, crumbling the letter. All the innocent joy of flirting with hot guy is gone. I am soon to be homeless. The last link to my dad will be severed. I don't know why I care. He was a shitty dad. Yet all I can do is sit on the ratty futon he once called his bed, stare at the floor, and feel so damn lonely that my body shakes. The instinctual urge to get up and run to the familiar safety of Hanks Airport is strong. I need space. I want to see the ground far below me and the blue, blue sky soaring above my head. But the sky is leaden and gray with the impending blizzard, and you never fly while emotionally distracted. Grounded and alone, there is no escaping this new reality. I can give up, let life roll me over. Part of me wants to. Instead, I reach for my phone and make some calls.
John. When you live the life of dreams, nothing feels real. That has always been my problem. I never had anything solid to hold on to. Yes, I have my music, the band, the fame, but they don't ground me. They make me high on life. I live for those highs, the moments on stage when I feel invincible, that I can do anything. Nothing on earth beats that feeling. Music is my soul, and when I play, I am immortal. But you can't live your entire life for one moment, and the crash from that impossible height hurts. How to go on when you've fallen as low as you can get, one tiny step at a time. At least that's what my therapist says. Take one step every day. Some days will be mundane, and some will be a downright pain in the ass. Going to the doctor for a checkup falls somewhere between pain in the ass and mundane, but something about nearly dying makes you respect your health a bit more. Here I am, sitting in an uncomfortable chair in my private doctor's living room because I might be doing something as mundane as having a checkup, but I'm still me, and fame calls for complete anonymity when seeing a physician. Dr. Stern doesn't keep me waiting. She enters the room with a blandly pleasant smile that they must teach doctors in medical school. "Hello, Jax. How have you been?" "All right. Bit of a sore throat, but my throat always hurts after a tour. Singing, night after night, takes a toll. I've been drinking so much damn tea with honey and lemon, I swear the stuff is coming out of my pores." She purses her lips, which makes me weary. "Why don't you sit on the couch, and I'll take a look?" I take a seat and let her peer and prod at my throat. "Any other issues? Pain or discomfort in any other areas?" "Other areas?" I frown, my heart rate kicking up a bit, though I don't know why. Something about her careful expression bugs me. "No, why?" She steps back and picks up a folder resting on a side table. "I have your lab work back." Since I've taken up a new lease on being responsible, I also get regular STD checkups. I'm ashamed to admit it wasn't something I did as much in my younger years, but I'd be damned if I'm going to play fast and loose with my health now. Even so, I don't like the look in Stern's eyes. Okay, I say with caution. Dr. Stern stares at me for a long beat. It appears you have chlamydia, Jax. Blood rushes in my ears. What? No. What? She glances at my chart, then back at me. But I use condoms, I insist, a little frantic now, my skin starting to crawl. Every time. I am careful as hell about that. Never even trusted anyone's condom but my own. Aside from the threat of disease, one sneaky pinhole, and I have a baby mama. And that is not happening. Unfortunately, Dr. Stern says, you can contract chlamydia through oral sex as well. I stare at her. Dr. Stern's tone is sympathetic. It's in your throat, Jax, which would make sense if you pick this up via oral sex. The soreness you're feeling is a symptom. Luckily, we've discovered it early on. Oral. I went down on a bird, and she gave me an STD? My stomach rolls. Throat. I can get an STD in my fucking throat? It's less common, but yes. Where the fuck was I during that lesson? Probably ditching class. Talk about misspent youth. I pinch the bridge of my nose and try to calm down. Dr. Stern is still talking. Do you experience any burning sensation during urination? Pain or tenderness in your testicles? What? No. I sit straighter. No, nothing. My dick is fine. She gives me a patient smile that annoys the hell out of me. Even so, it would be best if I did a full examination. Full examination? Alarm spikes up my back. She doesn't even blink. Of your penis and anus to... Oh, hell. I run a cold hand through my hair. This cannot be happening. Dr. Stern puts a hand on my shoulder. The good thing is that this is easily treated. Antibiotics should clear it up quickly. Which is great, but she's about to fondle my dick and put a light on my asshole. I cringe again and rub my face with a shaking hand. Bloody hell. Another thought goes through me, and I nearly hurl. Oh, fuck. I'm going to have to contact my partners, aren't I? A black hole of humiliation opens up before me as she nods. It would be the responsible thing to do, Jax. And a PR nightmare from hell. I've been under the public microscope for 2 years. The guy who tried. Will he try again? What is he thinking now? Always with the questions, always watching my every move. Now I'll be the butt of sex jokes as well. Yes, I'm feeling sorry for myself. I really don't care. Because I know I'll have to tell Scotty and Brenna. Bugger, bugger, bugger. It's going to be all right, Jax. Oh, the irony. Every time someone tells me that, something else comes along to slap me back down. She has that look on her face. You know, the one doctors give you to make you feel like shit about your life choices. When is the last time you had sexual contact with someone? About a month ago. Honestly, it hadn't been that good for either me or my partner, and I'd finally woken up to the fact that maybe I should put the brakes on what had become mindless hookups. Well, the incubation period ranges from anywhere from a few days to a few months. However, symptoms usually show in about 1 to 3 weeks. I'd say you start with your last partner and work from there. I'm not going to bother telling her about the number of partners I had that last week. I run a hand over my face, then pause. A bolt of horror goes through me. Doc, the other day some girl kissed me in a grocery store. Ah, good times. The cute little mint thief's saucy walk flashes through my mind before I blink it away. She visibly fights a smile. Why am I not surprised? Oddly, I still am. I get hit on all the time, but those propositions are a little more straightforward. Would I like to fuck? Yes, please, sure, great. The mint thief kissed me as a diversionary tactic. I still admire her for that. Thing is, I don't know who she was. What if... Oh, hell. I cannot face Mint Thief and tell her to get an STD check. Could I have given her... No, Jax, Dr. Stone cuts in. You cannot spread chlamydia through kissing or even sharing drinks. Only sexual activities, such as penetration or oral. My shoulders slump in relief. Well, that's good. Dr. Stern gives me another gentle pat. I'll give you a moment to change into a gown, and we'll get started. Right, the exam. Awesome. Just fucking awesome.
Stella. Normally, when my phone rings and I'm sleeping, I don't answer it. However, since my phone happens to be pressed under my cheek and its shrill ring just scared the ever-loving stuffin' out of me, I'm a bit more willing. Scrambling to make the damn thing shut up, I end up hitting myself in the face before finding the answer button. Fuck. Hello? There's a protracted silence, the kind that makes it clear someone is on the line but is deliberating whether they should speak. Sighing, I roll over onto my back. You heard me say fuck, didn't you? Not good, since this is my client line, and some potentials are nervous enough as it is. A throat clears, and then a man with a voice like crisp sheets finally speaks. Am I speaking with Ms. Gray? Well, hello, James Bond. I rub my cheek and sit up. Yes, this is Ms. Gray. Most people call me Stella. What can I do you for? Shit, that was classy. Way to talk like Dad and sound like a doof, Stells. Bond guy clearly agrees. He makes a dubious noise. My name is Mr. Scott. I received your contact information from Erin Mullins. The dubious tone is back, and stronger now. He said you were a reliable sort and might be interested in pet sitting. Oh, crap. The plum job. Last night, Erin, an old client, had talked it up as an easy solution to my current problem of being homeless when my sublet expires in 3 weeks. Yes, I blurt out. Cat sitting, right? Erin told me you were looking for someone to do a long-term thing. 2 months, was it? 4, actually. My client will be on an extended trip, and he doesn't want to board the animal. Dude is frosty. I'll say that much. Well, it would be much better for... I'm sorry, what is the cat's name? Another pause, and then he clears his throat. Stevens. The cat's name is Stevens? Sounds like a butler's name. Not surprising. Dude on the phone sounds like the type who would have a butler. He also sounds disgruntled. Yes. Something dances around the edges of my brain, and then I smile. You mean like Cat Stevens? The singer-songwriter? I bite back a snicker. I'm surprised you've heard of the man, Mr. Scott says dryly. I'd assume he was far past your age group. I make it my business to know a lot of factoids, most of which are useless in today's contemporary society. Ugh, seriously, stop talking, Stells. You're going to lose this guy. And what precisely is your business, Ms. Gray? I'm a Jack, or Jill, rather, of all trades. Some might say that made me an aimless layabout, but I've tried the 9-to-5 life. It doesn't work for me. That should be useful. A housekeeper comes by once a week, so you won't be expected to clean. However, there is the matter of the goldfish. Intriguing. I slip out of bed and head to my bathroom to peer in the mirror. Good God. Bedhead has reached epic proportions. What's its name? Han, he says. Like Han Solo? Not Han. Hawn. As in Hawn. I pause, hand in the middle of pushing my hair back from my face. Goldie Hawn. Mr. Scott sighs as I laugh. Holy hell, I say through my laughter. Who's your client? Mr. Scott's voice is like ice now, and I actually feel a chill. The essential requirement of this position is that my client's privacy is to be guarded at all costs. Okay. Then I'll probably have to decline, Mr. Scott. Which is depressing. Aaron had told me it included free room and board in a penthouse in Chelsea. Since I'm about to be without a home, it would have worked out nicely. There is another pause, and I get the feeling he was expecting total compliance. Let me understand this. You have a problem with respecting my client's privacy. No, I wouldn't dream of invading it, but as I said, I have a few side jobs. Sometimes clients visit me. Silence rings between us. Clients. The dubious tone is back. Nothing illegal or seedy. I tell Mr. Scott about my work while the silence on the other end of the phone grows weightier, and I feel more and more like a fool for explaining myself to this virtual stranger. So, you see, I finish up. While I love pets and am happy to watch them for your client, I can't let my other jobs go. Mr. Scott hums, and then his voice is all starch and power once more. Mr. Mullins is an old friend of my wife's. He highly recommended you. As well he should. He was one of my first clients, and I did him a true solid. But I keep my mouth shut. After all, I guard my client's privacy just as much. My wife trusts his judgment, and I trust my wife's. As long as you agree to keep your clients in the common rooms, I am willing to overlook visitors. In addition to room and board, financial compensation is included in the offer. He states an amount that has me sinking to the cold bathroom floor. With that amount, and not having to worry about rent for months, I could save up a huge nest egg. I could finally buy the car I need and not have to rely on the train to get out to Long Island, always having to ask Hank to pick me up at the station. I wouldn't have to hustle for every job that comes my way. I could breathe a little easier. Mr. Scott is still talking. We'll need you to take immediate occupancy, as there is a storm coming and my client is already out of town. Ah, yes, the blizzard. It will be here tonight. I can do that. It won't take me long to pack. I can clean out my apartment next weekend. Very good. An instruction packet will be couriered to your residence within the next hour. Wow. Efficient has been taken to another level. I'll be waiting for it. One last thing. The penthouse shares a wall with another unit. My company owns both. Should you have an issue with your neighbor, I would appreciate it if you would contact me directly before engaging with the occupant. Okay. That's a whole lot of formal oddness. You make it sound like there will be issues, Mr. Scott. Is there something I should know about this new neighbor of mine? Like, is he or she a knife-wielding psycho? And what the hell? Issues? What kind of issues? Starts fires when irritated? Watches porn on full volume? Who are these people? He tends to travel frequently. In all likelihood, you'll never even know he's there, Miss Gray, Scott says smoothly. It is merely a precaution. You have your clients, I have mine. Mine require a great deal of privacy. That is all. I'm beginning to wonder if his clients aren't international criminals. But someone who names his pets after celebrities and does it with puns can't be all bad. As for the neighbor, he who must not be disturbed, I'll have to take Mr. Scott's word. Besides, I have better things to dwell on, such as penthouse living and a cat named Stevens.
Chapter 3. John. I made a mistake staying in the city. At the first word of a blizzard coming, I should have hopped on a plane and left town, gone to my place in London, or hell, gone south where it's warm and sunny. A week or two on some beach drinking beers and fucking a willing woman would have hit the spot. But no, I had to trap myself alone with nothing but silence as company. It is not a good thing for me to be alone for an extended period. Some might call it weakness. For me, it's simply a facet of my personality. If I'm alone for too long, my thoughts can easily take a dark turn. Damn it. I rub my eyes and pace over to the wall of windows. I can't see anything other than a white blur and the snow mounting against the bottom pane. A sudden sensation of being completely lost has me resting a hand on the cold glass. Intellectually, I know where I am, New York City, in a $30 million penthouse that I bought with pocket money. King of the world, right? A king who cannot stand rattling around in silence. With a grunt, I turn away from the window. I'm hungry and should eat something. Staring in my fridge doesn't help. All I can think about is the mint chocolate chip that got away. A smile tugs at my mouth. That sweet, chaste kiss my mint thief planted on me lingers. Libby, Sophie, and Brenna are the only women in my life who don't treat me like a revered god or some sad case who might blow up at any second. But they're basically an unruly bunch of sisters who poke and prod and butt into my business. I'd almost forgotten what it feels like to interact with a woman who doesn't know who I am. That oddball button of an ice cream thief fought for her ice cream like a warrior. Cute as hell, really. And this is where I am in my life, having more fun arguing with a crazy redhead in a grocery store than going to a club or party filled with famous people. I laugh a little, trying to picture how it would have gone if I'd asked her to come hang out. Not to fuck, but to have dinner, watch a movie, share that ice cream. Grammar school stuff. The concept is so far removed from my life, I can't even fully imagine it. I'd never actually do something like that anyway. Not when the possible result would be tabloid fodder. I am who I am, and my life doesn't include random friendships with strange women. Stick with those you know. It's a lesson learned early on, and painfully. Slamming the fridge closed, I pull out my phone. There are at least 50 text messages waiting for me. Hey babe, you in town? Love to see you again. I keep thinking about our night. Need you bad. Jax, you rock my world. I stop scrolling and hit delete instead. My insides suddenly cold, my skin clammy. I don't remember a single one of these women, and that seems tragic. I love women, I do. I love their softness, the way they smell, the sound of their laughter, how they feel when I'm sinking into them. I love sex. Fucking is an essential part of my life, a stress relief, a way to forget. And though I've slowed down lately, the opportunity for quick sex was always there if I needed it. Right now, it's totally gone, stripped away with a few test results. I have never judged others based on their past sexual history. One of my mentors contracted HIV in the late 80s. He survived, and I find that brave as hell. Then why can't I stop from feeling as though I'm coated in sticky dirt? I'm ashamed. It's there on my skin, this dirty, wrong sensation of failure. The sense of loss is there as well. But it isn't as strong. It's been getting harder to lose myself with sex lately. My brain keeps pushing its way into the equation. The last time I was with a girl, I'd barely started when I'd suffered a crisis of conscience. Did she have any hopes, any dreams? Did she think I'd call her the next day? And when I didn't, would it hurt? My dick had deflated with the speed of a dart to a balloon. I ended up going down on her just so she wouldn't ask questions. And I left feeling dirty and cheap and pissed at myself. God, that had to have been the girl in question. I'd avoided sex and gotten chlamydia instead. A laugh huffs out of me, but there is no humor in it. I have to tell this woman, and I can't remember her name. I can't remember anything about her, other than she had hot pink hair and waxed downtown. Shit. So no, I'm not going to go searching for a quick hookup anytime soon. Which leaves me here, alone. And that is never a good thing for me. Picking up the phone again, I call Killian. It rings, and I have no idea what time it is on Killian's end. Doesn't make me hang up, though. He answers and sounds awake. "Sup, Jay? Explain to me again why you and Libby had to move to Sydney for 4 months, because I'm not buying this whole we want to see the toilet flushing backward excuse." Killian laughs. "Libby fell in love with the place when we visited Scotty." Visited being the key word. Hell, Scotty's back in New York, and now you're there. I'm not trying to feel let down by this, but I am. What can I say? Libby and I want to explore the Southern Hemisphere, and I'm trying not to take 24-hour flights back and forth to do it. Makes more sense to just hang out here for a while. Such is our life. The ability to run away for months and have fun without worries. Killjohn just came off a long world tour, and we're not writing anything new at the moment, but recharging, as Whip would say. What this means is that the guys are all fucking around and having fun so we don't kill each other when we finally settle down to do it all over again. It seems petty to brood, yet here I am, brooding. I'm just saying, you finally convinced me to move out of my perfectly good apartment. Granny apartment, he cuts in. I inherited it from my gran. Killian snorts. And you didn't change a damn thing in that place. I swear every time I walked in there, I got flashbacks of the watery tea and bland biscuits your gran forced on us when we paid her a visit. You loved those biscuits. Yeah, good times. He sighs happily. Do you like the place? I glance around as I walk to the couch. Killian will be horrified when he sees that a lot of my grandmother's old furniture made its way here. He's always giving me shit over my decorating style. What can I say? Gran's stuff was comforting and familiar. It's really light. Light? He sounds confused. Lot of windows, high ceilings. I miss my old place with its dark walls and smaller windows. It was a nice, soothing cave instead of all this openness. John? Killian drawls with a long sigh. Light and airy is a good thing. Sure, if you like being exposed. Nothing here grounds me. The acoustics are good, I mutter, because I know he's waiting for some praise. They're great, he adds. Try playing the Gretsch. You won't be disappointed. I snort, half smiling. I can play my guitars all hours of the day. It won't matter if I can come up with new material. Like the Beatles, Killjohn has 2 frontmen, Killian and me. We both sing, we both play guitar. Some songs Killian takes the lead, some songs I do, but we write them together. Whip and Rye usually come up with beats and the overall rhythm, but Kills and I are the cornerstones of the process. Since the incident, as everyone calls it, Killian has been taking the brunt of the job, writing songs with his wife, Libby, and that's fine, but it isn't our sound. I need to man up. 2 years is more than a dry spell. It's an empty well. Maybe I'll play tonight, I tell Killian, and open the fridge again. Go back to whatever you were doing. Who I was doing, he corrects, and I was doing my wife. Ow, Libs, what's with the pinching? I hear Libby squawking in the background, and I laugh. Maybe not put her business out there, brother. Yeah, he mutters. Got that loud and clear. Smiling, I pull out a pot of stew I made yesterday. I'm really fucking disappointed in you if that's what you were doing when you answered the phone. Hey, he protests, I was being a good friend. My smile disappears. He's babysitting me again. What's worse, that I felt the need to call him in the first place? I suppress a sigh. Be a good husband and entertain your wife. I'm going now. Hanging up, I stare at my stew. I can't stay here. Outside, the blizzard blows harder. I'm alone. But I have food, a lot of it, and it's good. Some others aren't likely to be as lucky. Jogging into the laundry room, I grab a small hamper and then put the stew and other supplies into it. I carry it down 2 flights and knock on the door. Maddie answers and breaks into a wide smile. "Well, hello, handsome." "Maddie, looking gorgeous as ever." She laughs and it comes out a bit wheezy. "Sweet talker, what are you doing here?" "Wanted to know if you'd like to have dinner with me. Might I interest you in some beef stew?" She beams as though I've made her weak. Putting that look on her face makes me happy, but there's also a sense of discomfort. All I'm doing is sharing my food. Hardly heroic stuff here. "I would love to have dinner with you, Jax. Come on in." She turns and heads back into her apartment. I slow my pace to match hers. Maddie's place is smaller, the ceiling's lower. It's tastefully done, filled with antiques and fine furniture. In many ways, it's like an English home plunked down in the middle of Manhattan. I don't need a therapist to tell me it reminds me of my childhood, even if Maddie is pure New Yorker sass. I met her when I moved in a few months ago. At the time, she was trying to haul a cart of books up the front stoop. The woman is 5 feet and probably weighs 100 pounds soaking wet, but still she wouldn't give up her struggle until I took the cart from her. I'd soon learned that Maddie had been a stockbroker, one of the only women making it in the field during the 1960s and 70s. I'm fairly certain she could buy the building, but she seems content to live in her small 1-bedroom. I follow her into the kitchen, and she pulls out a big pot to heat up the stew. "What else do you have in that basket, Little Red?" "Cute," I say, setting down my hamper. "I have some salad and a nice baguette." Maddie leans against the counter and pulls an electronic cigarette from a drawer. "Young man, you make it entirely too easy to tease." Shaking my head, I prepare the stew. "And you have a dirty mind, Mrs. Goldman." "It's Mrs. Goldman now, eh?" She draws on the electronic cigarette and peers at me through ridiculously long false eyelashes. "I'm trying to be a gentleman." Maddie takes the bread and starts to cut it. "Honey, I'm 74. I don't have time for gentlemen." I laugh. Noted. We eat dinner at the kitchen table that's tucked in the corner by the window. It's one of those old 40s style Formica and chrome sets better suited in a diner. The snow falls in thick blowing waves. "Not that I don't appreciate the company, kid, but I would have expected you to be far out of town by now," Maddie says between bites of stew. She knows who I am. She recognized me as soon as I'd offered to help her with her bags that long ago day. Apparently, she's a Killjohn fan. I guess I should be. I grab a chunk of bread. Couldn't really think of anywhere I wanted to go. And that's the plain truth. Killian and Scotty are both married now. Third-wheeling it does not appeal. Rye and Whip are off at a health retreat. Not to get healthy, but to score women, which sounds kind of desperate, if you ask me. I could have hung out with Brenna, but we'd just start bickering eventually, given that she thinks I should settle down. I think she should mind her own business. And hanging with people who aren't close friends is no different for me than being alone. Maddie's stare penetrates my thoughts. "You need to find yourself a woman, someone to keep you company on cold nights." Not her, too. I swear to God, you hit 30 and everyone tries to see you married off. It's a fucking epidemic. I have a woman to keep me company on cold nights. I'm here with you. I wink at her. She chuckles, shaking her head. "Shameless flirt. And if I were 40 years younger, you wouldn't know what hit you." I believe that. There are photos of Maddie and her late husband Jerry all over the apartment. She was a total Lorne Bacall. She's beautiful now, frankly. "You ever think about finding someone yourself?" I ask her. Maddie sets her hands in her lap and looks out the window. In profile, the lines of her life's experience are stronger, deeper. My world is dominated by youth. Even gray-haired rock legends with artificial hips try to look as though they're still in their 30s. But old age is something I aspire to. Eventually I'll buy a house with a porch and wave my cane at foul-mouthed youths who dare walk too close to my lawn. Maddie sighs and it rattles in her chest. When she looks back at me, her expression is composed, but her eyes are sad. When you find your person and live 47 years with them, moving on feels more like biding your time. I have my children, grandchildren, and friends. I suppose I could find a man. Maybe one day I will. But I had the one I wanted for a long time. Whoever comes along would have to be something special. Slowly, I nod in understanding. But it's a lie. The idea of giving that much power to another person is unfathomable. Life is hard enough as it is without worrying about someone else in the process. Sure, I see Killian and Scotty happy now, but I've also seen them sink lower than dirt, sick with heartache, and it's all because they'd been on the outs with their women. What's to say that won't happen again? What happens if someone dies? Suppressing a shudder, I shove a heaping spoonful of stew into my mouth. Across from me, Maddie sighs. Dear boy, the face you're making, is old age so distasteful to you? It takes me a moment to respond because I'm still chewing. I wasn't thinking about age. You know me better than that. Her dark eyes gleam, and I realize I've fallen into a trap. Like a sucker. Don't knock love till you try it, kid. Rejecting something out of fear only paints you a fool. My smile is tilted and pained. Ah, Maddie darlin', no one ever accused me of making smart choices in life. Her look is without pity, and I love her better for it. So start.
Stella. By the time I get in a cab, it's snowing. My new place is close enough to my old one that I could have walked, but I'm hauling two big duffels, one with clothes, the other with my pillow and personal supplies, as well as my groceries. I'd wanted to leave the ice cream behind. I still haven't been able to bring myself to open the carton. But we're talking mint chip, and I couldn't in good conscience leave something so tasty behind. If only the ice cream wasn't indelibly linked with him. I've been thinking too much about Mr. Mint outrage and the soft press of my lips to his, wanting to go back to that small moment when life was simple and unexpected. But he's gone, lost to the flow that is Manhattan. I'll never see him again. I allow myself a moment to mourn and then tuck away thoughts of irate green eyes and evil smiles as the cab pulls up in front of my new building. For a long moment, I just stare up, not sure I'm at the right place, but the address is correct. You getting out? The cabbie asks over his shoulder. I'm going. I pay him and grab my bags. Snow falls in heavy, wet flakes that land with icy kisses on my cheeks. I blink rapidly when they cling to my lashes and keep looking up, because this building isn't a regular building at all. It's a massive old church. Made of smooth limestone and rising 5 stories, it's been converted to condos. It doesn't look much like a church midway up. Big grid windows have been cut into the walls, except for the top, where a huge, round, stained glass window remains, with 2 bell towers on each side. I trudge up the wide front steps. The old carved wood church doors are flanked by iron lanterns. Now there is a keypad and a series of door buzzers. Cameras peer down at me as I take out my instruction pack. True to his word, Mr. Scott had a package couriered to me within an hour of accepting his offer. And the contents are extensive. I have a set of keys, an alarm code for the front door, an open code for the condo, and a detailed list of instructions for basically everything I can think of, down to Stevens and Hahn's likes and dislikes. Inside is a small lobby with marble floors and limestone carvings on the walls. There's an elevator, but no main stairs, which seems odd for a building with only 5 floors, but I'm not going to dwell on it. I'm already freezing from gaping outside. Punching in the button for the penthouse floor, I soon find myself in another, smaller lobby. It's a cute, almost homey hall with a large brass mirror and slim mahogany console holding a few magazines, although the selection is kind of odd. Rolling Stone and Guitar World. There's also a stand filled with well-used umbrellas. The penthouse has 2 doors, 5A and 5B. I'm in B. There's no reason for my heart to be pounding hard and fast, but I'm shaky and twitchy as I open the front door to what will be my new home for the next few months. I have died and gone to apartment heaven. If you live in New York long enough, you come to appreciate the little things. A place bigger than a closet, a good dose of natural light through a window, an actual closet. This place? It is air. And light and space and all the things you dream about when crammed in your tiny, dark efficiency walk-up. Perhaps it's fitting that this was once a church. I'm tempted to drop to my knees and give thanks. The penthouse design is intricate. A short set of stairs from the front door up to the main living area. Beamed cathedral ceilings with an open floor plan centered around an industrial kitchen. The back wall is all glass, showing a large terrace beyond where snow is already piling up. The decor looks like something pulled straight out of the furniture catalogs I drool over. Big, oversized furnishings with a casual, industrial flair. I walk through the space with slow steps, taking it all in. A few lamps are on, as are the kitchen lights. From my helpful info packet, I know that it's a lighting system designed to turn on once it gets dark outside. Apparently, there's an iPad in my bedroom with a program to control the entire apartment's electronics. Cool. I set my grocery bags on the wide kitchen island. Most of it can wait, but my mint chip needs to get in the freezer. A twinge of something uncomfortable goes through me as I pull my rapidly softening ice cream out of the little insulated bag I packed it in. Icy cold freezer air puffs around me, and my mind flashes back to the surprising warmth of firm male lips. The sound of his shocked gasp as I kissed him echoes in my ears. I'm not cold anymore, but flushed too hot. Kissing random men is not like me at all. But it had been fun. Hilarious, really. I want to do it again. To John. John. It's not the name I pictured for him. It is subdued for someone with as much charisma and life radiating from him, and yet John is a solid name. I have the feeling no one gets one over on him very often. Smiling a little at the memory of his outraged expression, I leave the rest of my food to sit for a minute and continue with looking around. Toward the front of the building, there are hints of color coming from some far wall. Through a wide doorway that reaches the ceiling, I find a media room with a wall of shelves, a mammoth TV, and various art pieces. On an emerald green rug sits a black leather sectional facing the bookshelf. The big round stained glass window of the old church makes up the other wall. I almost walk out of the room, but stop when I spy a fish tank in the bookcase. Han is a plump little goldfish, happily swimming around what looks like Ariel's grotto. "Hey, little Han," I whisper, coming close to the tank. "Look at you, all by your lonesome. You need a friend, I think, a Kurt Russell rainbow fish or something." Something to mention to Mr. Scott. Han flutters near and blows a few fishy kisses my way. I take a moment to feed her and then move on. A glass and steel staircase goes up to another floor that rims the open living room. There is a home gym, a locked door, a dark bedroom, and a few more locked doors. My info pack tells me that I can access these rooms if needed, but I should leave them alone unless there is an emergency. Fine by me. I have more than enough space. At the end of the open hallway, I find the last bedroom that overlooks the terrace. The lights are on, which is kind of creepy, but also welcoming. The room is bigger than my last apartment, with smooth walnut floors and another jewel-tone carpet. This one ruby red. The bed is ridiculous. It has to be a king with a headboard 6 feet tall and made of reclaimed battered oak. It would look monastic, except for the abundance of lush pillows and the plush duvet cover, all in smoke-colored linens. I run a hand over the cover and find it soft as butter. "Wow," I whisper, setting my bags down. My whisper turns into a little cry of delight when I spot the gift basket sitting on the iron and wood bedside table. It's filled with shampoo, body lotions, bath gels, and bath bombs. A cashmere robe and slippers complete the set. It's all a little freaky, given that there is a welcome note made out to me from Scott Inc. Since Mr. Scott appears to be the uber-efficient type, I shouldn't be surprised. I haven't spied Stevens yet, but he's supposed to be shy. Best way to deal with shy pets is to wait them out. I tour the bathroom. Whirlpool tub for 2, and then toe off my shoes and plop myself on the bed with a sigh. The house is still, and the storm outside the big window blows madly. The massive bed is a cocoon of comfort. Inexplicably, my vision blurs, and I take a shuddery breath and let it out slowly. They say home is where the heart is. I think whoever came up with that little idiom was trying to make themselves feel better. When you don't have a permanent home, you feel it. I've just lost mine, and while I make good money, more than I'd make at any office job I could find, I can't afford to buy or even rent a new place in Manhattan. I could move somewhere else, but New York has been my home for my entire life. I have friends and connections here. And, sadly, this is the city where my dad left me. As pathetic as it is, if I leave, it will feel like a death, like that last small connection between us has been permanently severed. A light pat on the bed has me turning my head. "There you are, Stevens." Stevens is a brown tabby with bright yellow eyes and a sweet expression. He gives a little inquisitive meow and then bumps my hip with his head. I hold out my hand, and after a few sniffs, he's purring and letting me stroke his silky fur. Such a pretty boy. The ache in my chest both intensifies and releases as Stevens purrs and offers me his warmth. I snuggle him closer. He's the main reason I took this job. I might not be able to keep a pet, but I can love others for a short time. Come on, Stevens. Let's raid the kitchen. Changing into my warmest jammies and thick socks, I head downstairs. The snow is falling so thickly now that the view from the wall of windows is a blur of white. I turn on the gas fireplace, feed Stevens his dinner, and settle down at the kitchen island with my ice cream. The silence is profound, the snowfall blotting out the sounds of the city, which has been forced to rest for once. But the peaceful quiet doesn't last for long. From somewhere in the building comes the sound of an acoustic guitar. It's hard to tell exactly where, because the music echoes and amplifies in the snow-induced silence until the sound seems to surround me. Whoever is playing is good. Make that really damn good. The guitarist is playing one of Killjohn's older songs, a slow ballad that speaks of bittersweet love and times past. It adds to my morose mood, and I'm tempted to shout out a request for the unknown guitarist to play Killjohn's Apathy so I can dance around the penthouse and feel empowered instead. But the mournful song is too lovely to stop. Humming along, I take a heaping spoonful of my beloved mint chip right out of the carton and slowly slide it into my mouth. The act doesn't give me as much pleasure as it usually does. The mint chip tastes weak, and my mind fills with the image of John instead. Such a strange thing is life. All these moments of interaction with others followed by a return to normalcy. Usually, we don't give it a second thought, and yet there will be those singular moments that somehow embed themselves in our psyche when we're least prepared. Try as I might, I can't shake the mint showdown I had with John. I might say that it's because he was hot, but that isn't it. Okay, sure, that's part of it. Sparring with a cute guy certainly gives me a high, but no, it's something more. It's like I know the man, I tell Stevens as I take another spoonful of ice cream. I know his face, which is just weird because I don't know him at all. Stevens meows and bunts my foot with his head. I know, right? Maybe it was some sort of bizarre déjà vu. The haunting notes of Kill John's song plays on, distracting me further. John's eyes flash in my mind. That look he gave me from under those dark locks of hair. I'd seen that expression from him before. Realization hits me like a freight train. I halt, spoon crammed in my mouth, and promptly start coughing. Holy shit! I sputter around icy mint chip. Oh my God! It can't be. I'm making things up in my head. No way! I exclaim to a perplexed Stevens. It couldn't have been. My mind races, going over every second of my bizarre encounter with the man I'm beginning to suspect was Jax Blackwood, singer and guitarist for Kill John. Isn't his real name John? Isn't Kill John a weird inside joke among the band? A play on John and bandmate Callihan's names? I shudder. The irony hurts now. Jax Blackwood tried to commit suicide a little over 2 years ago. It had been very public. Ugly pictures of it splashed all over the media, of Jax on the floor, nearly dead of an overdose. Kill John disbanded for a year in the wake of the near tragedy. Everyone had been talking about it, a juicy scandal they couldn't get enough of. Jax's very private life served as fodder for water coolers everywhere. I personally found it sad. The level of pain Jax felt must have been enormous. The public should have left him alone. But the world loved him. They wanted him well. They wanted their fallen star to rise again. And he had. Jax Blackwood had been on tour with Kill John last summer. They sold out the New York City show within 5 minutes. Jax Blackwood, I say, around another spoonful of ice cream. But why would Jax Blackwood, legendary singer and guitarist for the biggest band in the world, be shopping for groceries before a blizzard? Because this is Manhattan, and anything can happen. Even a world-famous rock star shopping for mint chocolate chip ice cream. Right. That's where he'd be, getting ice cream, not sunning it up on a beach somewhere with gorgeous women hanging on his arms. I don't know much about Jax Blackwood, but I do know he's an infamous womanizer. Most of the pictures I've seen of him are with unearthly beautiful women at his side. Famous women. Actresses, models, singers. That much has never changed about him. But God, now that I really think about it, my guy looked exactly like Jax. Same smarmy, I'm going to rock your world and leave your panties wet before walking out on you smile. Same gorgeous, green bedroom eyes. I had a neighbor who used to declare that Jax was the star of her personal diddle dreams. Then again, she'd claimed every member of Kill John for that honor. The last picture I'd seen of Jax, his hair had been past his shoulders and he'd been sporting a beard. The guy in the store, John, had been clean-shaven with shorter hair, a shaggy mess. He could have gotten a haircut, I ponder aloud. Stevens mules in agreement. Rattled, I stare at my ice cream, the memory of his lips against mine making my cheeks flush. Had I really kissed Jax Blackwood? Maybe he just looks a lot like Jax, I tell Stevens. But what about his voice? That hot fudge and cookies voice had been pure sex and sin. Just like Jax's. He'd wanted to know my name, and I'd walked out on him. Pressing my hands to my hot cheeks, I laugh a little. Holy hell. Leave it to me to kiss a rock legend and not even fully appreciate the fact until afterward. Stevens just meows. Maybe, I amend. I think... No, he couldn't have been Jax. Chapter 4. Stella. The sole bonus of a blizzard in spring is that the weather turns warm sooner than later. I hole up in my penthouse of awesome, with Stevens purring away on my lap for a week. If you're going to be trapped inside for a week, being in a kick-ass penthouse is definitely the way to go. I've had enough long soaks in the tub that my skin has a pink tinge to it now. And whoever lives in this condo is a music junkie. The sound system is killer, and I'm pretty sure they have every song ever recorded stored on a computer that appears to be just for that use. The movie collection is fantastic as well. Between that, my e-reader, and my mint chip, I could have happily stayed in for longer. Okay, sure, eating the ice cream hadn't lived up to its usual bliss. Certain feelings had gotten in the way, but I ate those feelings right up, numbing everything with my ill-gotten gains. By the time the world thaws enough to go out, I'm in desperate need of some exercise. Bidding sweet Stevens and bubbly Han adieu, I grab my yoga mat and head for the great outdoors. I'm pretty sure I'm the worst yoga practitioner on the planet, my ability to hold a pose being somewhere between 10 to 30 seconds before I either fall or something pops. But it beats running. I loathe running. Burning lungs and aching shins is a hell I'm not willing to endure. That said, I've always envied runners. They look so free. Plus, they'll have the definite advantage during a zombie apocalypse. Unfortunately, I'll have to resign my fate to being one of the bitten. An hour later, I'm sweating a river, have a face that would make a tomato proud, and am trudging back home. Why I decided to try hot yoga is a mystery for the ages. Heat and my pale ass do not mix. At all. I think I'd rather run. Or be attacked by zombies. God, I stink. Like sweat and dank yoga mats. I pass a woman who gives me a wide berth, probably to save her nose. My smile is grim as I plod on. Rounding the corner, I finally reach my building. Back to my beloved bath I will go. I'm dreaming of it as I walk up the front stairs and right into... You have got to be kidding me, I cry as John halts in his tracks, 1 foot on the first stair of my building. I mean, come on, it was just ice cream. That seals it. This guy can't be Jax Blackwood. A rock star would not hunt down a woman just because she took his ice cream. No, don't look guilty. Play it cool, even if you are sweaty and stinky. Shit on a toothpick. Why now? He's sweaty too, wearing athletic shorts and a long-sleeve t-shirt that clings to his broad chest and flat torso like a hug. It works for him. His body is tight and fit. That perfect ratio of wide, strong shoulders and lean washboard abs. His skin isn't blotchy red, but smooth honey. Of course, his sweat smells like sunshine and sex. Typical. They should make it into a cologne. Hot, sweaty guy. A zing of something purely anticipatory goes through me. Apparently, I'm cheap like that. Happy to see a guy, even though it appears he's some sort of creepy stalker. My priorities are embarrassingly out of whack. Doesn't help that daylight only improves his good looks, making his eyes dark jade. Lucky fucker. He has 2 deep lines that bracket his mouth when he grins. I hadn't noticed that before, but I remember his dry laugh perfectly. Oh, that guilt must be eating you up, Button. I bet there was a veritable telltale ice cream heart beating in your freezer all week. Hardly. There totally had been. His damned outraged face haunted me with every spoonful. I ate the whole carton right up, and it was de-fucking-licious. He moves up a step, bringing himself eye level with me at my perch 2 steps higher. I stiffen as he leans in close, his voice at my ear, mocking.
Thud, 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 thud.
Shut up. I won't crack. Nuh-uh. But I do. I can feel the guilt twisting my features. Damn it. He laughs.
I knew it. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Isn't that what they say?
You're thinking way too much about me and my mint, guy. I plunk a hand on my hip. Do you have any idea how creepy and desperate it is to track down someone over ice cream? He laughs. Again, a husky sound as though he hasn't done it for a while.
As much as I hate to burst your paranoid bubble, Button, I live here. Ball, I shit you not, sweets.
It's Stella, not Sweets, or Button, or whatever inane name you insist on using.
Stella, huh?
He seems closer now, enough to spot that little scar under his eye again. My knees go a twee bit weak. They nearly buckle when his husky voice rolls over me.
And it's John. Remember? Not Guy or Mr. or whatever evil name you're using in your head.
He peers at me, his grin cheeky.
Don't bother denying it. I can practically see them popping up when you look at me.
He's right. I have many names for him bubbling around in my head. John or Jax. God, I don't know, and yet it's killing me. I don't want it to be Jax. Bad enough I have to face this guy right now, looking my worst. I won't be able to bear it if this is the rock star I've sung along with while in the shower. Look, whoever you are, don't be Jax. Hunting down a woman for ice cream is just sad. I'm pretty sure the stores have restocked by now. He snorts.
Trust me, babe. I'm not that hard up for dessert.
All evidence to the contrary.
You're right,
he says with a sarcastic smile that I'm beginning to associate with him.
I thought, hey, why don't I go for a jog and hunt down the little kissing bandit who stole my mint chocolate chip? Why, in a city of 10 million, I'm bound to run into her.
Har. Really. Har. I look around the street where sad lumps of blackened snow are melting away. You're telling me this is a coincidence? That smile grows, curling at the corners like a snake's.
Apparently so.
A set of keys jangled as he lifts them before my nose.
And I so do live here.
Well, fuck me sideways, I mutter without thinking. John grins wide, the look in his eyes positively evil.
Sideways, huh? Is that something you're into?
Trust me, that wasn't a request. Not really. Well, maybe. Gah! Tap it down, Stells. He scans my body with a sort of lazy perusal that is clearly designed to fluster.
You sure? You look a little flushed and overheated.
I just came from hot yoga.
Hot yoga? Is that like a class full of hot chicks doing yoga?
He strokes his chin like a creepy professor.
I'm intrigued. Tell me more.
Wait, did he call me hot? I pause, peering at him, but he simply blinks back with false innocence. I'm going inside, I tell him with a pleasant smile. Doing downward dog has worn me out. Humor flares in his eyes, but then his expression turns downright dirty. I hold up a hand. Whatever you're thinking, just stop.
But it's so good,
he protests, that gleam brightening.
Oh, the wonderful possibilities.
Pig.
Oink, oink.
He dips his head toward mine, and it is not fair how good he smells when sweaty. Not at all fair. Fuck me pheromones at their finest.
How do I know you're not stalking me? That is the more likely scenario.
Everything in me stills. My breath, my heart, my yoga-induced muscle twitches. I feel the pause between us. He clearly thinks he's said too much, and now there is no more mystery. This guy is Jax Blackwood. His eyes widen slightly, as if silently asking me to ignore what he just let slip, go back to thinking he's just a regular guy. But then they narrow, and I get the feeling he's bracing for impact. Honestly, I wish I could let it go, but someone has to address the awkward elephant on the stairs. I clear my throat. While I was eating my ice cream, he snorts, but remains tense. I thought about how you looked familiar to me. It was the guilt haunting you. Or, and I'm just throwing this out there, you're Jax Blackwood. He actually flinches.
Fuck. You recognized me.
It was bound to happen. John? Really? His chin tips in a pugnacious angle.
It's my name. John is me. Jax is who I am on stage.
I picture him performing, all electric energy and raw passion and sheer talent. It's a sight to behold. Hell, a couple of really hot fantasies have been induced by that sight. While I'm lost in a teen fantasy, his eyes dart around like he's expecting someone to pop out from behind a snow mound and take his picture. Then his gaze snags on me. My expression must be slightly punch-drunk because his entire body leans away from mine. Not exactly flattering to realize he's afraid I'll try to lick his face or something. I snap my gaping mouth closed. Oh, calm down. It's not like I'm going to start squealing and try to grab your junk. His expression lightens a little.
I think if you grabbed my junk, I'd be the one squealing.
True. I have surprisingly strong hands. When he stares at me in horror, I hold them up and wiggle my fingers. Yoga. It's highly effective.
My balls just flinched in terror.
Consider yourself warned. He snorts, but then glances at our building.
You really live here?
Do you really think I hunted you down? John, because I can't seem to think of him as Jax, runs his hand through his damp hair, which makes his biceps bunch and twitch.
Yeah, that does sound crazy.
Crazy. This whole situation is. One day, I'm offered a 4-month home in a dream condo. The next, I'm standing on my stoop, talking to a rock star. The biggest legend of my generation. I honestly don't know how I'm not stammering right now. I can't believe we're neighbors, I say, without thinking. His green eyes glint in the afternoon light, but he pauses and looks at me more closely.
You know, not to sound conceited here, but you're kind of leering at me right now.
My chin snaps up like I've been hit, even as my body flushes with embarrassment. Shit. I totally had been leering. No, not leering, but I had been staring at him in awe. Ugh. Well, you do sound conceited. I was simply making polite eye contact. Liar McLiar face. Even though his lips twist, he is kind enough not to point out my perfidy.
You must be new. I haven't seen you around before, and this building isn't that big.
I moved in the night of the blizzard.
You mean the night after the ice cream theft?
You aren't going to let that go, are you? He gives me a long, level look, and I feel myself squirming. I don't want to remember kissing him, but I do, and he knows it. His butter-soft lips stretch into a smug smile. When my cheeks reach maximum heat capacity, he finally talks.
Consider the ice cream a housewarming gift.
Hey, I gave you my cookies. Where's my thanks? John runs the back of his finger along his bottom lip.
I know you're being literal here, but I'm just hearing innuendo.
Might want to get that hearing checked, detective. He hums as if in agreement, but the look in his eyes is calculating.
If you really do live here, what's your apartment number?
I almost don't want to give it to him. It's clear by the amusement in his expression that he's having fun pestering me, but I don't think for a second he's flirting to get somewhere with me. This guy is a revolving sex kitten door. Freckled redheads of average looks aren't going to hold his attention for long. I don't even mind. The idea of hooking up with him is unthinkable. Oh, I know he'd make it worth my time. The way he moves is pure sensual sex and utter confidence. But he lives in my building. There's no way I could look him in the eye day after day knowing he'd had me and moved along, because Jax Blackwood is infamous for that, too. I shake my head and force my thoughts away from sex. I'm in 5B. John blinks, his expression going totally blank.
Fuck me. You're my next-door neighbor.
5A? I say, faintly. God, that music I'd heard the other night. It had been him playing the guitar. He flashes a smile.
That's me.
And then it hits me with a jolt. You're he who must not be disturbed. I should have known.
I'm sorry, who?
It's kind of endearing the way his forehead wrinkles with confusion. My wall neighbor on the penthouse floor. I'm supposed to stay clear of he who must not be disturbed. He blinks down at me, and then the corners of his mouth pinch.
I see Scotty's been managing things again.
Mr. Scott, you mean?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you want to call him.
That's his name. At least, that's the name of the man who hired me to pet sit. Turning as one, we both climb the stairs to the front doors. John punches in his key code and opens the door for me.
The band calls him Scotty. He's our manager.
All the secrecy makes sense now.
He's like an overprotective and annoying dad.
John tosses his empty drink bottle in the recycle bin by the door. One quick lob, and the bastard didn't even look.
But he's definitely our highest wall of protection.
I touch my forehead. Wow, I get it now. You being famous and all. You probably don't like coming in contact with the little people unless they're sorting your M&Ms or something.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I don't even like M&Ms.
Skittles, then. You don't want to taste the whole rainbow, do you? Though I can't really talk. The purple ones are disgusting. I don't know what the hell that flavor is, but it sure as shit isn't grape. Silence rings out as John gapes down at me like I have two heads. I guess he's a purple lover, which explains a lot. He shakes himself out of it.
You know, they make medication to deal with people like you.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Antacid.
I can't help it. I laugh. His pugnacious expression melts away, and then he's laughing too. The sound is rich and warm, and we stand there laughing like two lunatics, until it occurs to us that we're standing there laughing like two goofs, and our hilarity fades like a sad trombone. John clears his throat and straightens.
Scotty warned you off, didn't he?
Actually, he said that if any issues should arise in regard to you, I am to contact him immediately. He scowls at this, but then huffs out a laugh.
Yep, sounds like the bastard.
What did he mean, exactly, by issues? John's expression expands into a wide, slightly evil smile.
Oh, I'm sure you'll figure them out. You know.
He slips into a proper British accent, perfectly mimicking Mr. Scott.
When said issues arise.
Cute. I look him over, slowly. I'm not going to have to go buy a bunch of fire extinguishers, am I? Wide, innocent eyes of grass green stare back at me.
Of course not. The apartment already has plenty.
He winks. With that, he strolls past, heading toward the elevators. Unfortunately, I'm going upstairs too. John glances over his shoulder and his brows lift.
You following me, Button?
Only because you're going to the elevator, and stop calling me that. The elevator doors open and we step into the space. I should have taken the next car. The space is too small, and John Blackwood takes up too much space with his enormous ego. He leans against the wall opposite me, casually crossing one long leg over the other. The stance has the unfortunate side effect of plumping up the thick bulge between his legs. I keep my eyes on his face as he gives me a lazy look.
Can't help it. You're cute as a button, with those round cheeks and all those little freckles. I swear, my first-year crush used to have a doll that looked like you. I think she called it Chucky.
Must not kick Rockstar. His body is probably insured. Wow, I've never heard the Chucky joke before. He laughs.
I've been told I'm an original.
Original what? I mutter before giving him a benign smile. You know how Chucky dealt with people he didn't like, right? John tilts his head, considering me.
Maybe I'm the one who should be worried about possible issues arising.
Sleeping with one eye open might be the safest option. I mimic his stance, which sadly isn't as sexy when you're vertically challenged. You clearly know the mysterious owner of the penthouse I'm staying in.
Clearly,
he agrees, cheeky smile still in place. Which means you know Stevens and Hahn. John's mouth twitches.
Yes.
Then why aren't you pet-sitting? His smile drops a bit.
Stevens doesn't like me,
he mumbles, examining his fingernail. Stevens? But he's sweet and cuddly. He's a total lover, not a fighter. John's broad shoulders lift with a shrug. I eye him carefully. It must be something you did. He throws a baleful look my way.
I accidentally stepped on his tail one time. One time.
I can't help grinning. And poor Hahn. Does the little goldfish have a beef with you too?
Not yet. Though, to be fair, Hahn is new. Before her, there was Lox, but she died. Very sudden, you know.
The elevator reaches our floor, and we step out into the small landing between our doors. Lox? Goldilocks. I grimace. Oh, God, that's bad. John chuckles.
Just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to Killian's crazy.
I stop short. Killian? I'm watching Killian James's Pets. John grimaces.
Shit. I don't think I was supposed to say anything.
Wow. I glance at the key in my hand and then at the door to my temporary apartment. That makes so much sense now. Wearily, John eyes me.
You're not going to get all weird about this, are you?
Me? I wave him off. Why would I freak about Killian James's Pets if I'm not even awed by the infamous Jax Blackwood? The second I say it, I'm sorry. John instantly deflates, his jaw bunching. Regret makes my voice thick. Hey, I didn't mean... He holds up a hand.
No, it's fine.
But his expression is cold, those green eyes that were once snapping with life, dead. He turns for his door and quickly opens it.
Welcome to the building.
John,
if you need anything, remember to call Scotty.
With that, he's gone, and I'm left alone in the hallway, fearing I've just made a terrible mistake. Chapter 5. Stella. Stevens makes a place for himself on my lap and purrs. The warm, vibrating weight of him is a comfort as I pick up the phone and dial. Absently, I stroke Stevens's silky fur and wait, each ring increasing my agitation. Stevens presses into me, as if trying to bolster my spirits.
Mitchell speaking,
a man answers shortly. I'm fairly certain he knows who's calling, but I tell him anyway. Hi, Mitchell. It's Stella Gray. A chair squeaks, and Mitchell clears his throat.
Ms. Gray, always a pleasure to hear your voice.
Yes, thank you, Mitchell. I was wondering, I lick my dry lips. Have you any new info?
Ms. Gray,
he cuts in with an expansive sigh.
You know I'd call if I had anything for you.
My grip tightens on the phone. Yes, I know. I just wanted to see...
I know,
he says, gentler now.
I'm sorry, kid. Your dad isn't an easy man to find. He uses aliases, doesn't file taxes, lives totally off the grid. Hell, I'm not sure his name really is Garrett Gray.
I snort, but it sounds like a stifled sob. Probably not, but it's the only name I have to go by.
Look, I don't feel right about continuing to take your money when I'm only running into dead ends.
Dully, I nod, even though I know he can't see me. Mitchell isn't the first person I've hired to track down my dad, but he's going to be the last. I lick my lips again and find my voice. Perhaps it would be best to take a break. Thank you, Mitchell, for trying, he grunts.
I've failed you, and we both know it.
My smile is wobbly. Not your fault you can't find him. The man has devoted his life to slipping away from people.
At the risk of sounding patronizing, maybe it's for the best. A dad who walks out on his kid isn't worth finding.
Despite Mitchell's gruff, well-meaning sentiment, my vision blurs with hot tears that I rapidly blink away. How right you are. I hang up and hug Stevens close. My nose and eyelids prickle and burn with unshed tears. I feel like a fool searching for my father when I know damn well he doesn't want to be found. If he did, he'd know just where to find me. Or he would have, before I'd moved. But now? Well, he'd still be able to find me, if he tried. Dad was always good at flushing out a mark. But he's never bothered coming back. A little laughing sob breaks free, and I burrow my face in Stephen's ruff, heedless of the hairs tickling my nose. I should have let this go a long time ago. Dad left me. Fuck him. He doesn't deserve another thought, but it didn't stop me from spending far too much money looking for him. I'm not even sure what I wanted with him. A chance to say fuck you for leaving me? A chance to ask why I was disposable. Maybe even to ask if we had other family. My mom didn't have any. Mom. There are days I struggle to remember her face. I have nothing left of her. No pictures, no mementos. By the time my dad had thought to pack up her things, an irate landlord had already thrown everything out and our apartment in D.C. had been rented. I'd never forgiven my dad for that. It horrifies me that her features are so nebulous in my mind. I know she had blonde hair that was silky and cool to the touch, and deep blue eyes, the same color as mine. She smelled of fresh apples, and when I was sad, I used to rest my head on the slope of her breast and listen to her heartbeat. I miss her so much it hurts to breathe sometimes. But she is gone. I have no one to rely on but myself. It's been this way long enough that I should accept it and move on. I've been stuck in a holding pattern, trying to find a dad who failed me in too many ways. Wiping my face, I set Stevens aside and stand, stretching my tired muscles. No more self-pity, Stevens. Walking into the bathroom, I grab some tissues and blow my nose before washing my face. Stevens follows, watching with curious interest. I'm young and intelligent. My whole life is ahead of me. I'm staying in a penthouse with the cutest cat ever. At this, Stevens meows, and I grin. Cutest, smartest cat ever. I don't need to find the asshole who made me miserable when he was around. No more. Onward and upward. Stevens meows again, and I nod. It is decided. With that, I take a long, hot shower. And if I happen to cry the whole time, there's only Stevens to hear my sobs. And he's not going to tell anyone.
John. I know the signs. They're pretty damn clear. The weight in my chest, the way it becomes harder to get up in the morning, because the bed is comfortable and the dreams are better than reality. Everything becomes heavy, even my mind. That's the worst thing about it, not being able to escape your mind. The mind is everything, right? How do you get away from your own thoughts? You can't. There is only distraction. It used to be that when my world started to go dark, I'd distract myself with music, drinking, partying, sex. Great distractions when you're a rock star, and everyone wants to please you. At least, for a while. But the dark will always find a way in. Besides drinking, doing drugs? Worst fucking distraction ever. I might as well have pushed a self-destruct button and saved myself some time. I slouch down on my couch and run a hand over my face to feel something other than the heaviness pressing into me. Doesn't stop the whispers, though. The insidious little thoughts creeping through my brain, telling me that I deserved this, that I am a waste of space. God damn it. I lunge up and prowl the living room. Coping mechanism number 1? Remind yourself that your thoughts are not always your friend. They can lie like a motherfucker. I'm Jax fucking Blackwood, a goddamn legend. I'm the voice of my generation. Not anymore. You're the cautionary tale of your generation. Shit. It's not true, man. That's just anxiety trying to make a nice, comfortable home in your brain. Fuck off, anxiety. I settle a little, but not enough. I'm on medication. But that isn't as black and white as it sounds. It's a matter of finding what medication works for me. Trial and error. And no matter what I take, I have to stay mentally vigilant. I make an appointment with my therapist. I won't lie. The childish side of me chafes at the fact that I need to reach out for help. It's stupid as hell. But there it is. I feel dependent on others and don't like it. But that's part of what pulled me under before. The refusal to believe that I needed help. I know better now. And right now, I need reinforcements, even if this is going to suck ass. I pick up my phone and dial. 30 minutes later, my doorbell rings. Fucking fuck. This is really going to blow chunks. Rye and Whip grin at me from the other side of the door. "Hello there, Sting," Rye says as he shoulders past me. Sting? Whip walks in and gives me a patient look. "You sent out an SOS?" "Right. Message in the Bottle. One of the Police's best songs." "Cute," I say as Scotty follows, his expression stern and a little pissed off. Since he always looks that way, I don't take it personally. "Jax," he says by way of greeting, but I see the worry in his eyes too. He knows I wouldn't call all of them here if it weren't serious. I glance at my now empty landing. "What are you looking for?" Scotty asks. Making sure Brenna isn't lurking in the shadows. Where Scotty goes, she usually follows, like an evil henchman in 5-inch designer heels. "Where is she?" "In LA," Scotty says, as he leans against an arm of the couch. "What's going on, Jax?" Just jump right into it, eh? I walk to my kitchen pretending like I'm not about to hurl. "No, hello there, Jax, good to see you. How have you been?" Scotty lifts a brow. "How have you been, Jax?" "Fine, thank you." "Glad to hear it. Now tell me what the hell is going on." Rye and Whip plop down on armchairs and watch us. I pull out a couple of beers and toss them each a bottle. They catch their drinks with ease. "You want one, Scotty? I haven't any tea brewed." Crossing his arms over his chest, he gives me a level look. Am I going to need it? Probably. Scotty pulls the cuffs of his shirt, adjusting them just so. His suit is dove gray and impeccable. I've only seen him truly ruffled once, and that was over his now wife, Sophie. I know he'll remain calm when I tell him my news. I rely on that. He's the glue that holds this band together. An excellent quality to have in a manager. "Dude," Rye says from his slump in the chair, "just spit it out already." Rye, our bassist, is a big bruiser of a guy with an encyclopedic knowledge of music. He's also a pain in the ass. "Jesus," Whip says with a shake of his head. "Let the guy have a minute." "Thanks, Whip." "Sure thing, Jax." He winks. "Shit either floats or sinks. Either way, it's still shit. I don't even know what the fuck that means." He grins, like a moron. Girls love Whip. He's got the whole dark hair, blue eyes, and model face thing going for him. Hell, I have that look too. But Whip somehow makes himself appear innocent and a little lost, like all he needs is the love of a good woman to save him. And they all fall for it. He's our drummer. Even now, he's tapping his hands on his thighs because he can't be still. With a sigh, I throw myself onto the couch and scrub my hands over my face. I have an STD. If a mouse farted right now, you'd be able to hear it. I'm sorry, what? Rye says with a cough. You heard me. A throat clears. Scotty's accent gets crisper. What STD do you have, John? He's pulling out John. I'm in deep shit. I flop back and meet his grim face. Chlamydia. Bloody hell! He pinches the bridge of his nose and then pushes off from the couch to pace. Wow. Rye rocks forward and clenches his hands. Wow. That's just... fuck. Whip gives me a sympathetic look. Sorry, man. Yeah. I feel about the size of a bug. How in the bloody hell? Scotty throws up a hand. Don't answer. I know how. Damn it, John. You know better. Seriously, Rye adds. Safety first, man. Cover it before you smother it. Despite feeling like shit, I sit upright. Hey, I suited up. Then why... Oral. When Rye frowns, I give him a pitying look. You suiting up then too? Using a dental dam? Otherwise, I'd be getting my shit checked out if I were you. Rye looks horrified. You fucking serious, man? Scotty makes an annoyed noise. That's it. I'm enrolling all of you in sex ed. From his slouch in the chair, Whip grins wide. Just give me the cliff notes. You had those. They've clearly left you all woefully undereducated. Whip shakes his head and gives me a sympathetic look. Tough break, Jay. Yeah. This is why I'm off casual sex, he says darkly. From now on, I'm waiting for a girlfriend or employing a professional. You're going to pay for a hooker? Rye asks, shocked. Have we sunk so low, William? A carefully vetted, highly trained professional, Whip corrects, then shrugs. She knows what she's doing, and no one gets hurt or contracts a fucking STD. I don't miss the emphasis on that last bit. And if she talks? Rye presses. What then? Whip shakes his head. The type of woman I'd hire would have as much at stake in keeping her client's identity secret. You seem to know a lot about this, I point out, peering at my friend. You wouldn't happen to be using said service now, would you? We're talking about your sex life right now, Deep Throat, not mine. Whip easily evades the throw pillow I chuck at him, but not the can of Pringles I follow with. They make a satisfying ring when they connect with his head, and I laugh as he rubs his head and flips me off. Man. Rye leans in, his gray eyes wide with concern. Does your dick hurt? Or is it your balls? I've always wondered what happens, but was afraid to look it up. Google is not your friend in those cases. He shudders. I said I got it from oral, didn't I? It's in my throat. Your fucking throat? Again, with the expression of horror. You'd rather my dick was jacked? I can't help but laugh, even though it isn't funny. Not to me, anyway. No, God, I don't think I'll be able to go down on a chick for at least a week after this. Whip snorts. A whole week? That's like fasting for you. Right? He waggles his brows. You lot are giving me heartburn, Scotty murmurs, then pauses and frowns. How does this affect your vocals? He holds up a hand when I cut him a glare. I had to ask. My shoulders slump. The infection didn't get out of hand because we caught it early. I'll tell you how I feel when I try to sing. Nodding, he pulls out his phone, his thumb tapping at the screen. What are you doing? I ask with some trepidation. Calling Brenna. What? No. I leap up, ready to tackle him for that phone. Don't tell her. I'll never hear the end of it. He lifts a brow. You think you'd keep it from her? She's the head of PR, and this is going to be a bloody public relations nightmare. Your partners have to be informed. I halt. Fuck. I know, all right? I just... Fuck. Whip smiles. Fucking is what got you into this, son. William? Scotty looks at him. Shut it. Yes, boss. Shutting it right now, boss. Completely shutting it. Scotty doesn't bother to acknowledge him. Have you any idea who the lady in question might be? Yeah. My stomach clenches. I think I know who. Thing is, we didn't exactly exchange names. You mean there's only one candidate? Rye asks, as though the possibility of not having gone down on countless women is unheard of. If he'd asked me a few years ago, I'd have agreed. Truth is, I used to love getting a woman off that way. Maybe it was my proper British childhood, but the idea of getting my mouth between a woman's thighs has always felt slightly illicit and completely addictive. To bring a woman to the point where she's quivering, fucking teetering at the precipice, and all it takes is the simple touch of my tongue to make her lose her mind, is a serious high. Then it became too easy, too commonplace. When sex is easy to come by, offered multiple times on a daily basis, the thrill turns to something more pedestrian. Now, sex is more about me getting off as efficiently as possible. And isn't that a sad thought? I rub my jaw, wanting to touch my aching throat, but refusing to do it. One candidate who might have given me the STD. We were on tour. You know how it is. Maybe, 10 or 15 women around the same time. Everything inside me clenches and twists. I might have passed this on. I had protected sex every time, but I hadn't worn a condom when a chick went down on me. I can feel Scotty at my side and the weight of his stare. It adds to the weight already on my shoulders, and I close my eyes. I don't even know their names, Scotty. He doesn't say anything. I don't want him to. There's nothing to be said. At some point, you can't outrun your mistakes. Unexpectedly, his hand grips my shoulder and gives it a squeeze. We'll sort it out, mate. I nod, but it's perfunctory. I should be the one to tell them. His grip goes hard. Absolutely not. I glance his way and find him glaring. It's my mistake. I need to own it. Scotty's nostrils flare in that bullish way of his. And you will leave yourself wide open to those who will take advantage of this situation. If I infected a woman, she deserves to be pissed. Pissed, yes. Sue you or exploit the situation, no. You weren't the only one making the decisions during sex. When did you become so cynical? His smile is brief and humorless. When you lot became famous. I snort and look away. He isn't wrong. The shit we've seen over the years has affected all of us in different ways. Scotty has become more protective, whereas I have become more isolated. Sex was my last significant contact with people outside of the band. Brenna and I will handle it, he says in a low voice. Let us do our jobs. What a job. I don't answer, and Scotty wanders off to call Brenna. Wincing, I pace over back to the window. The snow is basically gone now, only little clumps left in the corners. I have a terrace garden I could sit in if I wanted to, but I don't think I ever have. Rye comes to stand next to me, and then Whip appears on my other side. We're silent, staring out at the city, as Scotty's voice rises and falls with annoyance. I can't have sex anymore, I mutter. Whip shoves his hands into his jeans pockets. Well, not until your treatment is done. What's that, like a week? Rye adds. I rub the back of my neck. That's not the point. I'm not risking this again. Rye glances over at me. You're just done? With sex? I don't know. Whip has it right. I can't do casual. But I'm not looking for serious either. The last thing I want is a girlfriend. I'm a fucking mess, and there is no way I'm giving someone that much power over me. Whip nods. Like I said, you either become really well acquainted with your hand, or you hire someone. Make a mental note not to touch Whip's hand. Rye says to me. Whip gives him the finger as I sigh. None of those options appeal. Double fuck. Rye's heavy hand lands on my shoulder. I guess you're screwed, Jay. He nods. Or not screwed, if you want to get technical. Don't I know it?
Chapter 6. Stella. Despite having a new neighbor who refuses to get out of my damn head no matter what I do, living in Killian James's house is a dream. I have a bad feeling it is going to be hard to give it up. How do I go back to those tiny, lightless closets that people in this city call apartments? I'm already getting attached to Sweet Stevens, who follows me around the house like a fuzzy bodyguard. He watches me as I set up my yoga mat on the terrace. An actual terrace in New York City. I'm almost giddy. The sun shines bright on the flagstones. The wide space is modern with low-slung loungers and couches set up in groupings around a square-shaped stone and steel fire pit/water fountain. Right now, the water is on and dances merrily in the din of the city below. As I start my sun salutation, I can't help looking at the wall that divides my terrace from John's. It's lower than I expected it to be, about chest high. Lush potted trees and flowering vines are visible, and I have the overwhelming urge to peek at John's terrace, because it looks like a verdant garden in comparison to Killian's austere space. Not what I expected of my neighbor. But I don't really know him at all. I haven't seen him for a week. Not like I'm trying to see him, but it is odd that we never run into each other. I wonder if he's avoiding me. Ridiculous, I mutter, moving into a plank pose. I hate plank poses. My body quivers, fire racing along my chest. I'm pretty sure my boobs are warning me that they're about to jump ship and run away. I hold the pose for a scant 5 seconds before falling down with a loud oof. But I'm getting better. At least now I can do a plank. Before, my hips never left the ground, no matter how hard I tried to lift myself. Progress is good. Except now I'm supposed to straighten my arms and gracefully move up into a downward dog. I huff out a laugh and get myself in alignment for a second before my upper body says, nope, nope, nope. I bobble the move and probably look like a drunken turtle doing it. Upward-facing dog pose is a sweet relief, stretching out my poor arms, but my thighs and calves burn in protest. I breathe in and out, holding the position, soaking in the warm sunshine. The gentle tinkling of water soothes, and a soft breeze rustles the treetops on John's terrace. In the distance is the ever-present melody of New York, horns and sirens and random rattles. It comforts me as much as anything else, and I find myself sinking into that nice, chill headspace, only to be yanked out of it by the harsh riff of a guitar. The pavers beneath me vibrate. Damn rock star. Has he no respect for anyone else? He's not even trying to keep it down. It just gets louder, angrier. It's like I've landed in the middle of a concert, for fuck's sake. Grumbling, I get to my feet and march over to the wall that separates our spaces. There's a low stone bench on Killian's side, and I stand on it to peer over the wall. The sliding glass doors on John's side are wide open, but I don't see him anywhere. The song plays on, aggressive and hard. It isn't one of Kill John's songs, which surprises me. I would have thought that he'd only play his stuff, but he's playing and singing Pearl Jam's Alive. His version doesn't sound exactly like Eddie Vedder's. There are subtle differences. The tone of his voice is slightly cleaner, the guitar playing tinged with melancholy beneath all the anger. I have no idea how this happens, but it makes it clear that while musical notes may stay the same, each artist paints a different canvas. And there is no doubt about it. Jax Blackwood is an artist. Ordinarily, I might be dancing, but my chill has been decimated and has little chance of returning with this going on. I want my zen back. Oi! I shout at the top of my lungs. John! Blackwood! Nothing. Not even a pause. He plays with effortless flow, his guitar singing. I cup my hands around my mouth and shout again. Hello! It's useless. There's no way he'll hear me. I take one of the pillows off a nearby lounger and chuck it in the direction of his sliding doors. It lands pitifully short of target. With a growl, I consider tossing my water bottle, but he's clearly not looking in the direction of his doors or he would have seen the pillow. Either that, or he's ignoring it. I could call Mr. Scott. After all, he told me to let him know if John was being a pain in the ass. But it feels like tattling. Besides, I've already met John. Why bother with a middleman when I can go to the source? This is what I tell myself. What I actually do, however, is dither and stare at John's side of the terrace. As suspected, John's garden is a lush paradise in the middle of the city. It's very English, with colorful flower beds and orderly paths. He has a fountain too, but it features a sculpture of Pan playing his flute. I have no idea if John bought the condo with the terrace this way, or if he had it created, but its beauty surprises me. John hits the reverb on his guitar, and the defiant screech takes me right out of my fantasy of having tea and cakes under the pretty loggia. Okay, enough is enough. I can do this. I can confront him. It's just a small matter of breaking and entering. Well, I'm not technically breaking anything if I jump over his wall, just a little illegal entering then. John won't mind. I'm sure he'd let me in if he could hear me. A cold sweat breaks out over my lip as I contemplate my crime. Oh, buck up, Buttercup, I mutter to myself. Wiping my sweaty palms on my yoga pants, I then press them to the warm top of the wall and haul myself over. I'd pictured doing it with more grace, but after a few fumbles, I managed to get over and hop down on the mirroring bench running along John's wall. Not giving myself time to chicken out, I stride straight inside. For a moment, I'm distracted by the fact that, unlike Callihan's urban retro loft style, John's place is decorated like something straight off the set of Pride and Prejudice. Massive oriental rugs overlap each other. There are expensive antique furnishings, overstuffed chairs, and dozens of oil paintings in gilded frames. It's so opposite to the rocker front John puts up that I gape, wondering if I've entered an alternate dimension. But no, the music is as loud as ever, and I'm trespassing in this Buckingham Palace of an apartment. To prove I'm not a total creeper, I call out as I slowly walk farther into his place. John? Jax, can you hear me? No, he cannot. I know this because he's standing on a faded red Persian rug, completely absorbed in the music, his fingers moving with crisp precision over the strings of his guitar. And he is completely naked. Jesus wept, I cannot look away. I cannot look away. He is stunning, breathtaking. He is more of a long, lean body than big and bulky bruiser. Lovely square shoulders, trim hips, well-defined and surprisingly strong-looking thighs, and tight calves. Running clearly does a body good. And maybe guitar playing does as well, because the man's forearms are pure poetry, ropey with definition. This all goes through my head in a flash, because really I'm just gaping like a dying fish. Holy hell. He moves his hips like he's fucking, the guitar barely hiding his goodies. But then he lifts the neck, and suddenly everything's on display. And all that girth swings. It fucking sways like a hypnotist's pendulum. I swear I sway with it, utterly mesmerized. That is, until he whips around and his green eyes lock onto mine. It snaps me out of my daze faster than a bullet, and I fully realize that I am standing in a room with naked Jax Blackwood. Naturally, I lose it.
John. It's her eyes I see first. Wide, deep blue mirrors, reflecting something like horror, but not really. Closer to shock and mortification, like I've slapped her with my dick or something. And dick is definitely the theme of the day because, even though eager little John is well hidden behind the guitar now, she's staring at my crotch as if the memory of him is burned into her retinas. "Oh, my cock! God! My cock! God, cock! God!" She flails her hands. "God! I meant God! God, cock! Ah!" Her flustered blather ends in a gurgle, and a new tide of rapid hand-flapping, even though her sudden appearance scared the shit out of me, until I realized it was Stella and not some stalker who'd gotten in. A laugh escapes me. My cock is godlike, so I can see the confusion. Her face flames bright red. Dick? It goes by that name, too. I wink at her because it's fucking hilarious, the way she's practically hopping around, but her eyes are glued to my guitar. Although you probably should get a proper look if you really want to be impressed. I move to lift my guitar, and her hands thrust out. "Don't you dare! You leave that guitar right where it is, mister." "You sure?" I hesitate, hand gripping the neck. "You're staring awfully hard for someone who doesn't want to see the goodies." Her eyes narrow on my face, her glare a death ray. "What the hell, Jax? Who goes around playing guitar naked?" It's John. For some reason, it bugs the hell out of me when she calls me Jax. And I do, when I'm in the privacy of my own home. I grin. Though there was that one time on stage. "Well, put some clothes on," she hisses. No. No? It's my house. I'm playing naked. Deal with it. Stella huffs, which does fantastic things to her breasts. I'm momentarily distracted by the way they jiggle and that little top she's wearing. Maybe I'll keep the guitar in front of my junk after all, because now that I've got a good look at her, it's hard to turn away. With that red hair and those pouty lips, she's a total Wilma. Tiny waist, swelling hips, curvy legs, and her breasts. Great Gibson's ghost. Why the hell does she usually hide those sweet tits behind baggy tops? She has the Goldilocks of breasts, not too big, not too small, but just fucking right. They're perfect, perky handfuls, and I have pretty big hands. "Are you staring at my boobs?" Stella snaps, grabbing my attention and making me flinch. I don't look away, though. Holy hell, they're gorgeous. "You stared at my junk," I say to her tits, just returning the favor. I have the pleasure of watching her nipples perk up and say hello. A grin spreads over my mouth. Damn, but they look perfect too, like little sugar candies. I want to see them. Now. "Oi!" She snaps her fingers. "You had your look. Now eyes up." She's right. There's looking, and then there's leering. Speaking of having a look, I clear my throat. Why are you trespassing? The flush reaches down to her chest. Lovely chest. Behave, John. The voice in my head sounds disturbingly like my mother's. Disconcerting since I haven't heard her voice for years. It kills any arousal I have going on faster than a gunshot. "I tried to knock," Stella says. "You didn't hear me." "Therefore, you simply barge right in? Good to know we're at that level in our relationship." "We don't have a relationship. And yes, I barged in. You're disrupting my yoga time with all the noise." Seriously, this girl. She's part excellent entertainment, part wet blanket. A complete dichotomy. That wasn't noise. That was music, Stella Button. "Whatever it... I cannot talk to you this way. Put some damn pants on at least." Her agitation amuses me, and I'm tempted to refuse her request. But I'm starting to feel a bit ridiculous, standing here bare-assed with only my strat for protection. Plus, now that I've stopped playing, I'm getting cold. Fine. I whip the strat from around my neck and set my guitar down. Much squawking ensues, which makes me grin wide as I grab my jeans and haul them on. For all her protests, Stella watches with avid interest as I tuck myself into my jeans and pull up the zipper. I don't bother buttoning. First of all, I know it will piss her off. Secondly, it will piss her off. Her eyes stay locked on that open button, and I place my hands low on my hips, flexing my abs for added fun. You sure you want me to keep these on? I ask, fighting a laugh. Her sex-pot mouth purses. You have no shame, do you? I have tons of shame, endless fucking shame. But about my body? Nope. She shakes her head and sighs, but she can't hide her smile from me. Then we're agreed, I tell her. You won't sneak up on me, and I'll keep playing naked. What's with playing naked anyway? She asks. I shrug. I got hot, took my clothes off. No big deal. I don't mention that I'm horny, but have no outlet to relieve my needs other than my hand. And my hand isn't cutting it. Playing naked takes the edge off. Call it weird, but there's a certain eroticism in the act, the cool press of the guitar against my dick, the taut resistance of the strings on my fingertips, and the music. Music and sex go hand in hand for a reason. They are both forms of expression, release, creation. She looks at me like I'm a nutter. But when she talks, her tone is placid. You're right. Whatever you do in your own house is your own business. Thank you, however, she butts in. Your music isn't remaining in your home. It's invading mine. Music cannot be contained by mere walls, Stella Button. Well, try. I raise my hands wide. How am I supposed to do that? Stella's mouth falls open. You can't be this clueless. I glare at her in annoyance. I'm not turning down the volume. That's bollocks. Plug headphones into your little amp. Headphones? Am I in my parents' house? Not a chance. Oh, grow up. It's not that bad. I am grown. That's why I have my own place, to play my music however I want. She blows a raspberry, the sound loud and obnoxious. I want to laugh, but I don't because I'm still annoyed. Stop acting like an entitled pest, John. You're disturbing the peace and you know it. No one else has complained. Well, I am. Don't make me call Mr. Scott. I feel my brows lift. You'd tattle on me? Low, Stella. Fucking low. She sniffs, crossing her arms under her tits. He did say I should contact him if I had any issues with you. You know, Scotty has been after me to play for a while now. Never mind that, while he has pompous asshole down to a science, technically he works for me. Her mouth falls open, then snaps shut. I forgot that. Understandable. We let him play boss man when it suits us. But facts are facts, and I'm thinking I'll win this round. Try again, Button. A flush grows over her cheeks. You're seriously not going to keep it down? I probably would if she weren't throwing threats of Scotty at me, or suggesting headphones. I give her a lazy shrug. She snarls, making all her round places jiggle. Again. If you don't, I'll... She looks around wildly, then zeroes in on my beloved Strat. I'll knock you on the head with that ratty old guitar. A horrified gasp leaves me. That, sweet Stella, is a 1964 Fender Stratocaster Sunburst, one owned and played by Jimi Hendrix. I'd rather you give me a swift kick in the balls and call it a day. Her brows lift high. You own a Hendrix guitar? And you're playing it? Of course I am. The old girl needs to be played or she dies. I rest a proprietary hand on her rough, battered body. Don't listen to me, no, Stella. I'll protect you, baby. Stella rolls her eyes. Jesus, how much did that thing cost anyway? She's not a thing, and she can hear you. Another eye roll. I pat my baby again. About $1 million, I guess. But she's priceless to me. Stella goes pale and sways a little. What's wrong? I ask her, knowing, but still. I'm overwhelmed. You should see Rye's instrument collection. Now that's impressive. Suddenly I want her to see it, to meet Rye, who I know she'd like. He'd charm her in a second. A frown hits me out of left field. Maybe I really don't want her cozying up to Rye. She shakes her head, as though trying to pull herself out of a fog. I'm having inappropriate thoughts of running off with it. I felt the same way, I tell her solemnly. And selling it. There's the little thief I know. I'd give most of the money to charity. She doesn't look convincing. Now, don't try to Robin Hood it, I tease. It messes with my mental image of your mercenary ways. Stella sets her hands on her hips. Look, will you please just use a headset like a normal person? You want me to mute my sound? No way. I can't do yoga in peace, and you're scaring Stevens. Stevens is a rock and roll cat. He loves it. When she cringes, I take a step closer to her, my eyes on her face. Why, Stella Gray? You used an innocent cat to make me feel guilty. I kind of love that. Her nose wrinkles, and she gives a little haughty sniff. I did not. You totally did. Stella throws her hands up in the air. Okay, fine. It's all me. Now will you please keep it down? She moves to go, and I find myself stopping her. What if I play some melodies while you do your yoga? What the hell? I did not just say that. Her blue eyes peer at me from beneath her lashes, all covert in her study of me. I don't miss the way her attention lingers on my chest. That's fine by me. I'm looking at her chest, too. Fair's fair and all that. How would you even know when I was doing yoga? It's not like you can hear me knocking, and I'm not about to walk into this nightmare again. Words hurt, Button. She stares, one red brow lifted. Text me, I offer. Then I'll know when to keep it down. I don't have your number. You're just trying to be slow now, aren't you? I chuckle when she makes a face at me. Give me your number, or I'll give you mine. Unbelievably, she wavers. A ripple of shock goes through me. I never give my real number out. Never. Only the band and Scotty have it. The rest get an assistant's number or the secondary phone I use for hookups. And she doesn't want it. Or maybe she doesn't want me to have hers. Either way, it's a blow I didn't see coming. I lick my dry lips. I'm not trying to twist your arm here, sugar tits. If you'd rather I play... Oh, calm your britches, sugar nuts, she counters. I'm just trying to remember my number. It's not like I dial it often. She shocks a laugh from me. Sugar nuts, eh? Suddenly, I don't want her to go. I want her to listen to me play my guitar. I want to cook her dinner and show off the fact that I actually know what I'm doing in the kitchen. And I want to hear what new outrageous thing will come out of her mouth. The need for her companionship is so foreign to me that I'm a little dizzy. My stomach rolls uncomfortably. I swallow hard and my throat hurts, reminding me that I have absolutely no business flirting with any woman. I'm a few beats away from a panic attack, which means she needs to go, despite what I want. I run a hand through my hair. I should shower. I'll get it from you later. Stella frowns but then lifts her hands up in exasperation. Whatever, just keep it down. Disappointment in myself tastes bitter on my tongue. I swallow it, and again feel pain in my throat. Yeah, sure. I'm better off avoiding her entirely. My life is too twisted for someone normal like her anyway.
Chapter 7. Stella. The secret to eating Xiaolong Bao, I tell my new friend Bradley, is to place the dumpling on your spoon, pierce it with your chopstick, then slurp up all the soupy goodness that flows out before eating the rest. Bradley, A 46-year-old forensic accountant, formerly from Cleveland, glances at me hesitantly. Then, down at the dumplings nestled in the bamboo steamer between us. A determined look crosses his face, and he reaches for a little swirl-topped pillow of dumpling heaven, carefully lifting it and setting it on his spoon. Remember to let the broth cool for a moment, or you'll burn your tongue. Bradley follows my instructions with exacting patience that serves him well in his profession. A cloud of fragrant steam escapes as he pierces his dumpling. Allow yourself the experience of inhaling all those lovely aromas. "It smells fantastic," he says happily, and then slurps up his spoon. No matter how many times I witness the phenomena, it never fails to satisfy seeing someone eat a delicious new meal for the first time. The look of wonder and pleasure on their faces, followed by an almost childlike glee, makes me feel like a kid again, too. "Delicious," he says with a sigh. "This is the best place to eat them?" I eat a dumpling before I speak again. "There are other good places. I'll send you a list. But I like it here because you can have a variety of excellent dishes." We're in the East Village, a few subway stops from Bradley's new place. Bradley nods and takes out his phone to tap in some notes. It's cute, if overly efficient. Some people treat their time with me as a sort of class in which I'm their teacher and they are the eager beaver students. Others just soak up the experience. Bradley is clearly the former. Which is fine by me. Whatever floats his boat. He's paying for this, after all. "Let's try the scallion pancakes next," he says, with mounting excitement. When I met Bradley, he barely spoke, but blushed shyly and asked if we could try some soup dumplings. He'd read about them when he was preparing to move to New York. Only when he'd arrived, he was too shy to go on his own or invite one of his new co-workers. "You'll love these," I tell him as he serves us each a section. "How's the new job going?" "Very well, thank you." Bradley flushes. "My coworkers are pleasant." A smile pulls at my lips. "One in particular, maybe?" The blush grows and he adjusts his tie. "Perhaps, but not as lovely as you, my dear." I'm ready for this. It happens from time to time. I give him an easy smile. "You are sweet. But I'm thinking this coworker of yours is pretty great." Bradley studies his food but can't hide his expression. Yep, he's a goner on whoever this woman is. "Tell me about her," I say. Bradley begins to talk, and I really mean to listen, but my attention idly glides over the restaurant and suddenly collides with a pair of jade green eyes. Jax Blackwood stares back at me with an evil grin. At least, I'm fairly certain it's Jax. John, or yet another version of him. This guy has on a white Oxford button-down shirt, the kind young office workers wear. A pair of silver wire-rimmed glasses rests on the bridge of his nose, and his once messy hair is parted on the side and swept back into a neat and tidy style. Geek chic. Total Clark Kent. The only thing that remains the same is that sly, lopsided smirk and the way his eyes crinkle with deep laugh lines. And, of course, it is John. No one else looks at me as if he knows my deepest secrets and finds them amusing. He doesn't know me at all, though. He only thinks he does. Annoyance skitters over my shoulders when he raises a pork bun in salute before taking a voracious bite out of it. My thighs clench, and I instantly curse myself for even looking his way. I focus on Bradley, who is happily chatting away about a woman named Grace. I engage in conversation, but for the first time in ages, I'm on autopilot. My concentration is shattered by a certain devious rock star who keeps staring at me, eating his dim sum with a level of sensuality that is outright perverse. No one could possibly enjoy food that much. And how the hell am I supposed to focus when his eyes won't leave me? Every other bite, he winks or licks his lips in a lewd way, all clearly designed to unnerve me, and I'm so damn tempted to flip him the finger that my hand twitches on the table. I I break a soup dumpling before I can get it into my spoon, and I swear John laughs. Gritting my teeth, I finish my meal with Bradley. We stand to leave, and I can't help but glance John's way. He's gone. I should feel relief, but am horrified to realize I'm disappointed instead. Fucking rock stars.
Well, this was lovely, Stella, Bradley tells me on the sidewalk. At first, I didn't know what to think about your service, but I can't thank you enough. It was worth every penny.
A lot of new clients are nervous about our first meeting. I'm happy that I won Bradley over. Don't thank me. It was my pleasure. Mostly. Stupid John Blackwood shoving himself in the middle of my work. I'm glad you had fun. Bradley adjusts his tie.
I would like to schedule another meeting, if that's all right with you.
Despite what my clients might think, our first date is a testing ground for me as well. If I don't feel comfortable with a person, I walk. But Bradley is sweet and genuine. If I can help him come out of his shell a bit, I'll be satisfied. Of course it is. Just text me a couple of dates and times and we'll make something work.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Bradley leans in as though he might hug me, but halts, clearly flustered. I help him out and give him a friendly hug and a quick kiss on the cheek. Take care, Bradley. And talk to Grace, okay? I'm sure she'd love to try soup dumplings too. His smile is wobbly.
Okay, Stella. You're the professional.
Yes, I am. Go forth and prosper, Bradley Tillman. He blushes red, but walks away with a bit of a spring in his step. It's so cute. I watch him with a big grin on my face.
Actually, says a smooth male voice behind me, it's live long and prosper.
My heart nearly bursts out of my chest, but I don't react as I turn on my heel to face John. He stands far too close, a smirk on his face, his hands stuffed into the pockets of his loose, flat-front chinos. His shirt isn't tucked in as a typical office worker would do, but other than that, he's got the preppy intern look down. I haven't seen him since the unfortunate naked guitar incident. The memory is still strong enough to make it difficult to meet his eyes. I've seen him naked. I've seen his dick. His long, meaty, beautiful dick. Damn it all, I want to see it again. No, Stella. Calm yourself. I can't let him know I'm affected. He'll never let me live it down. I'm sorry, I say with a false smile. Do I know you? His expression clearly says he thinks I'm a smartass, but he extends his big hand with those long, talented fingers.
Hi, I'm John Blackwood. You glared at me all over a grocery store, kissed me, then stole my dessert.
I don't take his hand. You seem fairly stuck on that whole kissing and stealing bit. The corner of his mouth pulls higher. He might be dressed like a geek, but he looks like sin incarnate. I have no idea how he does it. His voice remains mellow, a slow tease.
I admit, I am. I've never had anyone steal a kiss and not stick around for me to return the favor.
I swear my lips soften and swell, which is just plain nonsense, I tell myself grimly. Why am I not surprised they all run away? His brow lifts. Deliberately misunderstanding me? Very cute, Button. Oh, was that deliberate? He grins wide, and I try not to stare. Usually there's something a bit cynical about John Blackwood, a strange stillness that overtakes him when he isn't talking, and it's as if he's in his own world, and it's a dark place. But when he smiles like this, unguarded and full out, he's almost another person, boyish and happy. I can't get past his transformation. Are those glasses even prescription? On closer inspection, the glass is flat and thin. John pushes the glasses further up the prominent bridge of his nose.
They're a prop. I've found most people look right past me when I'm neat and tidy.
Imagine that. He chuckles and steps a bit closer.
But you noticed right off.
because you were staring at me."
You were staring right back.
He's near enough now that the heat of his body buffets mine. I am around men all the time. Some smell good, some reek of cologne, and some just reek. John's scent is more of a tease, a bit warm and spicy, a little citrusy and musky. The combination tickles the edges of my senses, beckoning me to get closer, burrow in, and investigate. It's diabolical. I take a step away from him and glance at the restaurant we just left. "What are you doing here?"
Eating lunch at my favorite dim sum restaurant, obviously.
"It's my favorite dim sum restaurant."
Pretty sure it's half the city's favorite,
he says. "And yet you just happen to be here. Today." His eyes crinkle with a grin.
Now, my little Sherlock gnome. As it happens, my therapist's office is across the street, and I like to have lunch here after a session."
Oh. Now I feel like an ass. Something John obviously realizes. His answering grin rivals the Cheshire Cat's.
Well, look at you, all adorably awkward, thinking you've put your foot in it.
"Well, I kind of did." His brow quirks.
"Because you got me to say I go to therapy. I'm not embarrassed to talk about it. Dr. Allen helped pull me out of a bad spot."
He shrugs.
"Truth is, I kind of like therapy now. It helps me get things off my chest and keep things in perspective."
"I went for a while when I was a teen," I tell him, lightly. Inside, however, I'm twitchy, because while John seems to be fairly at ease in opening up about himself, I'm not. I never have been. I could probably do with a few sessions again. If he's curious about why I had needed counseling before, he mercifully doesn't prod. Instead, his attitude remains light and teasing.
"It might help with that raging case of paranoia you have going on."
He gives me a conspiratorial wink. When I wipe the corner of my eye with my middle finger, John chuckles low and clearly pleased with himself. He settles down and peers at me with renewed interest.
"Are you really surprised we have the same taste in restaurants?"
"What do you mean?" A furrow runs between his dark brows.
"What was all that the other night when we were shopping? We had almost the exact same items."
"I noticed," I murmur, unsettled. "It was odd."
"It was fucking weird."
We start walking down the street. I'm not sure where we're going or why we started walking, but I don't stop. John remains close enough to touch, but he keeps his eyes focused straight ahead.
"Thought you were stalking me at first."
I laugh. "I thought the same of you."
"I know. You kept glaring with those crazy, 'if you even flinch in my direction, I will nut you' eyes."
"That look is the first line of defense for most women." He shrugs.
"Never had one of those directed at me before."
"Because you're the great Jax Blackwood?" I'm only half teasing.
"Well, yeah."
From behind his glasses, his green eyes gleam.
"Why are you looking at me like I should apologize for that?"
"At least be a little humble."
"I don't know how."
He gives me another cheeky smile, his step light and confident.
"Who's that Bradley guy?"
He clearly heard too much. I keep my chin held high. "He's none of your business." John shrugs a big shoulder.
"I couldn't help but overhearing."
"When you were lurking behind us?"
"When I was sending a text and you two stopped right in front of me."
He appears almost aggrieved.
"Without even noticing I was there."
"Sorry I didn't take a moment to look around for you." Ignoring my sarcasm, he nudges me with his arm.
"Forgiven."
Ugh. John's laugh is low and rolling and way too pleased.
"God, you're easy to stir up."
"I'm beginning to think you like doing it." He leans down and his breath tickles my skin.
"I love it."
Shivers break out over my shoulders and run down my chest. Horribly, my nipples draw tight, and it's an effort to maintain my casual stride. Seriously, how does the man do it? How can a few words and the smooth tenor of his voice affect me so strongly? Our steps slow as we reach the intersection. There's a huge puddle, one of many that have appeared since the snow melt. This one is dark and deep, nasty bits of ice and city detritus floating on top. I halt and am glancing around for a way across when John catches hold of my wrist. His long fingers make my wrist feel small and fragile. When I halt and gape up at him, he grins at me, eyes bright with mischief. "What?" My words cut off with a squeak when he bends down and scoops me up in his arms. "Don't wiggle," he says as he steps straight into the icy puddle and walks us across the road. "You won't like it if I drop you." He's warm and clearly strong as an ox, despite his lean frame. I wrap an arm around his neck, not because I think I'll fall, but because I can't help myself. "You're insane." Up close, his eyes have flecks of deep blue spiking through the green. "I'm being chivalrous," he says in protest. "Seriously, mark the date because this is a first." His breath smells faintly of the little melon candies they hand out at the end of the meal, and I have to brace myself against his chest to keep from leaning closer and stealing another kiss, to discover if he tastes good, too. Doesn't stop me from feeling the imprint of his hand clasping my bare thigh, or the way his other hand presses against my ribs just below the curve of my breast. It's too much, and far too close. He's not looking where he's going, but studies my face as I study his. John Blackwood has an old Hollywood look about him, features that are of strong character instead of pleasant perfection. His high-bridged nose is a bit too long, the thick line of his dark brows a bit too severe, and his chin is completely stubborn, a blunt punctuation at the end of his sharp jawline. But his mouth is softly sculpted and full. Those lips move slightly closer, and I realize I'm staring at them, that he's watching me stare at them. My face goes hot, and I look away, pretend I'm inspecting the road. We could have walked around the puddle. I don't think I fool him for a second. "It would have taken too long, and this way I get to carry you." He winks in that cheeky way of his. I have no idea why he'd want to, but I'm afraid to ask. Being held by him is strange enough as it is, but it feels good. Really freaking good. I have visions of him carrying me around from now on. John Blackwood, my new mode of transportation. "The last time someone carried me, I was 10, I murmur. His steps seem to slow as he looks me over, his gaze like a hot stroke on my skin. That smile that pulls at the edges of his lips is gentle. "Oh, honey, with those big baby doll eyes and little freckles, sometimes you do look like a kid." A huff of irritation blows from my lips, and I start to wiggle. He grips me tighter as he glances down at my breasts. His smile grows wider. "But you're all woman, aren't you, Stella Button?" "Oh, let me down," I snap, flushed and annoyed. "I don't care if my feet get wet. I'm not listening to this hackneyed flirting." He puts me down abruptly, and I utter an inelegant "oof." "There you are," he says happily. "All safe and dry." I straighten my shirt. "Ass." He snickers, pleased with himself. "You really are easy to annoy." "You're the only person who annoys me." Although it's not completely true, he only annoys me some of the time. Mostly, he's surprisingly charming. John runs the tip of his tongue along the edge of his teeth. "Aren't I the lucky one?" He actually sounds like he believes that. A smile tugs at my lips. He's soaked all the way up to his ankles, his once white Vans now a murky gray. That can't be comfortable. And he did it for me. Not just charming, but kind, too. We're at the closest subway exit now, and I glance toward it. I'm headed home. I want to ask if he's going there too, but don't. John glances in the other direction. "I'm going to that guitar shop over there." If he hadn't pointed it out, I would have missed it. The place doesn't have a sign, and the plate glass window is grimy and almost completely covered by old concert posters. Well, happy shopping. That's my cue to go. I don't move. Neither does he. We stare at each other. He bites the corner of his bottom lip. Want to come along? A happy jolt goes through me. Down, girl. Resist. Don't follow him like a puppy. My mouth doesn't get the memo because it's open and speaking before I can shut it. Okay. Sure.
John. What am I doing here with Stella? I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I know I invited her to come with me to my favorite guitar store in New York. I just don't know why. Liar. You know why. You like her. Fuck, I do. She makes me laugh, and she's just so strange. In a good way. Like an Escher drawing. Surreal. And a little disorienting. But you want to keep looking because you know you'll discover something new. Who the fuck is Bradley to her? Why do I have a bad feeling I won't like the answer? I shake my head at myself as we walk toward the shop. Not my business. We're not even friends, just neighbors who bicker and flirt. Even so, instinct has me placing my hand on Stella's lower back. I feel the heat of her through her clothes. She's wearing a long white blouse under a tight black sweater, paired with a flippy black skirt that makes her look like some sort of sex-pot version of a schoolgirl. Totally works for me. Maybe too much. Stella might be short, but her legs are strong and curvy. God, she's wearing pale, grey knee-highs. Fucking knee-highs? Has she any clue what that does to a guy? It takes me right back to public school days in England, where my number one objective was to find my way into a girl's knickers. Without a thought, I trace my fingers down the narrow curve of her back, and she shivers. My dick stirs, waking from a long sleep. Not good. Needy dick is under house arrest. I drop my hand. Sam is, as always, in his battered red leather recliner by the window, surrounded by guitars hanging on the walls, propped in stands, and tucked away in cases. He appears almost a shepherd, tending his flock of instruments. He doesn't look up from the latest edition of Guitarist, but calmly sips a mug of what I know is herbal tea. "Jax," he says, flipping a page. "Was wondering when you'd show up." Looking well-rested, Sam. In truth, Sam looks a hell of a lot like the late great B.B. King. His talent is pretty close to the master's as well. But Sam plays for himself, not a crowd. "Got something for you." He sets down his magazine. "Introduce me to your lovely friend first." Something I'd been about to do, damn it. I hold a hand out toward Stella, who was hovering by the door, her big eyes taking in the organized chaos. "Stella Gray, this is Sam Absalom." For this, Sam stands. "How do you do, Miss Gray?" She shakes his hand. "Very well, Mr. Absalom." "I'm Sam. Don't know why Jax felt the need to be so formal." Stella smiles, and it hits me that she's always smiling. Not because she's forcing it, but it's simply her natural inclination to be sunny. For someone who slips into the dark far too often, her glowing warmth is a beacon. I ease closer. "I was being polite." Sam puffs again. "Now show me what you got." Demanding bugger. I love the guy. Here. I pull a small pack of guitar picks from my pocket. My thumbprint has been inked on the back of each. As promised. Sam gladly takes them and sets the pack behind the counter. "Have a lot of young ones asking for these." Which is why I did it. I remember the first time I entered the store. Sam let me touch one of Kurt Cobain's smashed guitars, nicely framed and waiting for a wealthy customer to pick it up. I'd felt like I was connected to a piece of immortality. I still feel that way sometimes. One day I'll be bones and ashes, but my music will live on. Sam takes Stella's elbow and guides her around the room, pointing out various guitars and telling her the pros and cons of each. Stella takes it in with wide eyes and pink lips softly parted. "They're all beautiful." "That they are." Sam's knobbly fingers trail over the sweet curve of a Gibson acoustic hummingbird. "Which one is your favorite?" "Oh." She spins in a circle, her arms spread wide. "All of them." Sam laughs, and like that, he's charmed. The sucker. Have you ever played? I want to know too. Stella flushes prettily. I tried once. I'm ashamed to say the strings hurt my fingers too much to continue. Now, if it were anyone else, I'm fairly certain she'd be getting a lecture on fortitude and working through the pain. But Sam, the old dog, merely nods in understanding. Have to be bit by the bug or it doesn't work. Oddly, Stella appears to know exactly what he's talking about. Some things are like that. What made you want to try, though? I ask, unable to keep quiet. My voice seems to startle them both, as if they'd forgotten I was there. Stella straightens, her blunt nose wrinkling. She hesitates. Was it a song? I ask. A certain player you admired? Me? One can hope. You're going to laugh, she says, eyeing me like I'm waiting to pounce. I'm not going to laugh. I scratch the stubble on my chin. Well, maybe. Stella glares, but Sam cuts in. Nobody judges musical taste here. Jax does, she says somewhat petulantly. It's weird hearing her say my stage name. I can't really call it a stage name at this point either. Everyone calls me Jax. I only hear the name John if one of the guys or Brenna is pissed at me. I've been Jax so long, the name John is barely me anymore. But for reasons I don't fully understand, I prefer to hear it from her lips. Jax has to be a snob, Sam says, cutting into my thoughts. He's English. It's a badge of distinction, I tease. Now tell us your dark secrets, Stella Button. I want them all. What the hell? Why? Why should I even care? Not seeing my frown of confusion, Stella sighs. Okay, I was 16 and went with some friends to see a reshowing of Pulp Fiction at one of those big theaters. Already I'm perking up, a grin pulling at my lips because I know what she's going to say. Her blush is freaking adorable. And there was that guitar piece by Dick Dale, Sam and I say in unison. Miserlou. I press a hand to my heart. A brilliant classic. Stella appears relieved that we approve. Though, honestly, if she'd thrown out some garbage song, I wouldn't have said a word. Despite my teasing, Sam is right. There is no judging here. It was just so fast and free, she says. I wanted to feel that free. Why did she? Why are there shadows in her eyes when she says it? Absently, I scratch my chest, where the skin has gone hot and tight. My interest in this girl is getting out of hand. I am cool and collected, an iceberg, remote and alone. Ah, hell, I can't even swallow that tripe. Are you okay? Stella asks, peering at me, as though she sees far too much. I'm fine. I glare back, hoping to throw her off. Why? She shrugs. You kind of look like you had indigestion. Sam snickers while Stella smiles, all Ms. Innocent Helper. I was going to offer you an antacid. Cute, I mutter. My stomach is right as rain button, but the minute I feel a rumble, I'll let you know. Her lips press tight, and I can't tell if she's fighting a laugh or if she's annoyed. Probably both. I break our silence by turning toward Sam. You have the strings? I'd almost forgotten why I was here in the first place. Sure do. He heads to the back of the store, leaving Stella and me alone. Sam is awesome, Stella says. I'm going to ask him if he wants to be on my sandwich rotation. Sandwich rotation? She studies a whammy pedal sitting on the counter. Some people don't like leaving their shops for lunch, so I bring them a sandwich. I know I'm staring. I can't help it. I haven't met anyone like this woman. Never met anyone so dedicated to making others feel better just by offering simple things. Who are you? She frowns, as if I'm off my nut. I'm beginning to think I am with her. I'm Stella Gray, she says simply. Shaking my head, I give her a wry look. You are a remarkable woman. You know that? Her cheeks pink. Aren't all women? Not the way you are. Not to me, at any rate. I love women and live in awe over their strength and cleverness, but none of them fascinate me the way Stella does. I could spend all day happily waiting to hear what she says next. A warning voice in the back of my mind says I should probably be concerned about this, but I ignore it in favor of watching her blush. She's a lovely clash of pinks and reds. Sam comes out from the back holding a black and white 1976 Fender Strat with a maple neck. "Got something for you. David said you'd asked about it." Holy shit, I breathe. Tell me we're talking about the same David. "You know it." Sam hands me the guitar. "Sign the back." Sure enough, there's a signature on the back, made out to me. Stella watches us with wide eyes, clearly out of her element. Who is David? I have the wide-body guitar in my hand before settling it on my lap. You might know him as U2's lead guitarist. We hung out a few times, talked about exchanging guitars. I test the strings and make a small tuning adjustment. Thought it was one of those things you say off the cuff, you know. Looks like I'm going to have to pick out something nice to send to him. Totally fucking worth it. "Are you in love?" she asks with a soft smile. I return it. "Right now it's more like lust. I'll have to get to know her to see if it turns into love." Stella makes a noise of amusement, and I plug the Strat into an amp. The low-level hum kicks straight into my chest. Mostly, I'm known as the lead singer for Kill John. When the guys and I formed the band, someone had to take point on songs. I had the strongest voice, though Killian is no slouch and does his fair share of singing. More importantly, though, I had the biggest ego. I'd lived for the limelight, while Killian preferred to hang back. But my love of music started with the guitar, and I will always consider myself a guitarist first. "You ready for me, honey?" I murmur to the guitar. She hums in my hand, waiting to come alive. I glance up at Stella. "What do you want me to play?" Her denim eyes go wide, her pink lips parting in surprise. I have the insane urge to bend close and kiss them. I imagine the taste of chocolate mint on her tongue. Stella nibbles on her lower lip, and I hold in a grunt. Get a guitar in my hand, and my mind immediately goes to sex. The two are forever linked. Which sucks for me since I'm on bread and water when it comes to fucking. "Iceberg, man, be the iceberg." "One of yours," she says, thankfully cutting into my straying thoughts. I shake my head. Feels too pretentious. Stella snorts. "You're a gifted musician. It is not pretentious to play your music." How can I explain that playing something of mine right now hurts too much? Music is my soul. Playing it to nameless thousands isn't real to me. Playing for this woman who sees far too much already? I might as well open a vein. I shrug. Even so, pick something else. Her little nose wrinkles as she considers her options. "You're saying that used to be the Edge's guitar?" I nod, not trusting myself to speak. Even though I can't fully expose my soul, I want to play for Stella, show her what I can do. She heard me play before, but that wasn't for her. And she'd been annoyed. This will be pure, a gift, even though she won't realize it. "I think you should play a U2 song then," she says. Excellent decision. What song? Her smile is the sun breaking through the clouds. I leave that to you. Even though I asked her to pick, the fact that she put the choice back in my hands and trusts me to give her something good makes my chest go uncomfortably tight. I run my hand over the gentle curve along the edge of the Strat, the wood like silk against my palm. I've performed for movie stars, I've played for royalty and artists, and for other musicians. There's never been any hesitation or need to impress. To make music is like breathing. Yet I'm suddenly anxious. I want to do Stella right. She's waiting, her cheeks flushed, her eyes shining. That gorgeous tumble of red gold hair surrounding her round face. Did I once think she was plain? I'd been fucking blind. Shaken, I start to play the first song that comes to mind. I have no idea if she knows the song I've chosen, until I glance up and see her face. God, that awe. It's too much. I look away, trying to concentrate on playing, when really, I'm hiding. But I don't stop. I start to sing the lyrics to All I Want Is You. It's one of the first songs I learned. It's beautiful, haunting, and I've always loved it. But it's never meant anything to me. I won't let it mean anything now. I sing and I play, and I let everything else fade. Or I try. But in the back of my mind, there is Stella. Stella watching me, Stella hearing my voice, the song of my guitar. And though I'd only wanted to show her how gorgeous this guitar is, I'd picked a song that's all about the voice. I can't hide in this song. Singing it well means letting emotion into the equation. The constant heaviness within me turns into something thicker, vicious and warm, then tight and thin, yearning. That's what this uncomfortable feeling is. Fucking yearning. I push into the music, desperate to let it free, get it away from me. Sweat trickles down my back. My throat burns as I sing about promises made, love that lasts to the grave, and the simple need to love and be loved. I'm thinking too much, which is never a good thing. Emotion chokes me, clutching my throat and locking down tight. I'm going to be sick. My hand shakes. The next chord is weak, my voice slipping off key. I end the song with a garbled sound and face the silence, aware of Stella and Sam staring at me, expecting an explanation. Humiliation prickles along my back. But then, Stella claps. I'm so shocked by the happy sound that my chin jerks up. She beams at me. That was brilliant. She means it. I don't know how she missed the utter shittery that was the end. Or maybe she's ignoring it. Either way, the walls are pressing in on me. My iceberg is crumbling. I need out and away. I need to be alone. There's a strange safety in solitude. And maybe that's why, once I finished my business with Sam and arranged for the Strat to be delivered, I do my very damnedest to drive Stella as far away from me as I can, by acting like the biggest douche bomb possible.
Chapter 8. Stella. I think I have stars in my eyes. I don't have a mirror, so I can't confirm, but I feel them. I know I'm gaping at Jax. I can't help it. I am starstruck. I have been from the moment he started to play. Play is too weak a word for what he does. He touched his fingers to those guitar strings, opened his mouth, and the world changed. My world changed. Who I was, all my problems, fears, everything dropped away, and there was just sound, music, emotion. His emotion, bittersweet and beautiful and aching. God, his voice. It isn't showy or strained. It doesn't rely on flash to get the message across. It is smooth, deep honey, the caress of tender fingers along the nape of my neck, a flutter of butterflies in my stomach. Jax Blackwood sings like he's telling you a secret that only you're worthy of hearing. When I'd asked him to pick a U2 song, I hadn't a clue what he would choose. I'd thought maybe something fast and upbeat. Instead, he plays me a love song. His version of All I Want Is You is beautiful and painfully filled with desperate yearning. He sings and tears my world open. My heart is an exposed wound, and I have to blink rapidly not to cry. But he doesn't even see me. Eyes lowered, the thick fan of his lashes hiding his gaze from mine, he plays with fluid ease and sings about forever. With each line, every chord, my fingers dig deeper into my thighs. My throat swells tighter. I love him in that instant, completely, painfully. I know it's an illusion, a testament to the power of his talent, and the moment he stops, I'll be released from this spell, but it doesn't make it any less intense. He gets to the final refrain, his voice growing husky and crying for his love, his fingers flying over the strings, the music getting tighter, faster, more urgent. He's coming undone. Sweat drips from his brow. The corner of his mouth quivers. I move to reach for him, but then stop. He'd hate that. The chords clamor, going off key, his voice breaking. The final note dies awkwardly, both hanging in the air and somehow abruptly final. He stands there. No longer Jax, but John, his chest heaving. His hand trembles as he runs his fingers through damp hair and glances wildly around as though seeking escape. I clap, because I don't know what else to do. He accepts my praise with a tight nod, still not fully looking at me, and then hurries along his purchases with Sam. The guitar will be delivered later. I get the feeling he doesn't want to touch it just now. He's still a little shaky when we leave the shop and step out into the crisp air. John pauses to pull his fake glasses from his pocket and put them on. Another run of his fingers through his hair to tidy it, and he's back to being the hot geek. He shoves his hands in his chino pockets and gives me a benign smile like the whole impromptu concert never happened.
And that was Sam's guitar shop.
I have no idea why he wants to avoid that incredible display of talent. If I could do what he does, I'd be a musical hussy, performing on every damn street corner at all hours of the day and night. But I play along. I liked it. Sam, too. I'd forgotten to ask Sam about the sandwiches. I'll go back on my own later.
He's a great guy. Worked with a lot of musicians over the years.
Though his tone remains casual, he's gone pale around the edge of his mouth, but his stride is missing its usual fluid grace. We walk a little way in silence. It isn't comfortable, but I'm not certain what's wrong. Is he embarrassed? How can he be? He's a rock star. It's literally his job to perform. I'm usually much better at reading people and making them comfortable. For shit's sake, I'm supposed to be a professional. But here I am, unable to come up with a single word of meaningless chatter. John nudges me with his arm.
Back to this Barry business.
Barry? I frown. Barry White? Barry Manilow? He chokes out a laugh.
Those are your first choices for Barry.
You think of anyone else when mentioning Barry and music in the same conversation? He shrugs.
I'd have gone with Barry Gibb or Barry Bonds.
I don't know who those last two are.
A musician and a baseball player, and it hurts that you don't know their names, but no, I was not talking about any famous Barry. I meant your date, Barry. The Wally who looked like he could be an actuary.
It's Bradley, and he's a forensic accountant.
Ha! I was close.
I'll be sure to remember that when I introduce you as a bassist-playing choir singer one day. He nudges me again.
Salty Stella. And to think I walked through dirty water for you.
My smile sneaks out, but I don't say anything. I'm not that easy. He grunts in clear annoyance.
Stop avoiding the question button.
Was there a question? I must have missed it in all the Barry excitement.
There was.
Really? All I heard was, back to this Barry business. I can feel him rolling his eyes, even though I keep mine on the street in front of us.
Smartass,
he mutters before clearing his throat and talking to me in a crisp English accent that rivals Mr. Scott's.
Ms. Gray, I have been meaning to inquire, what is the nature of your relationship with Bradley, the forensic accountant?
I can't help laughing. You sound like a professor. His grin is a quick flash of teeth.
I was channeling my father, actually. Something I try to avoid when I can help it.
He tips his chin in my direction.
Well then, answer the question?
Yeah, no comment. John halts, his mouth dropping open in clear outrage.
You can't say that.
Of course I can, I toss over my shoulder. It's none of your business. He starts moving again, taking 2 long steps to reach me.
Come on. What gives, Stella? Bradley said you were worth every penny, and he isn't the only old guy I've seen you with.
It's my turn to halt. What? When? Are you following me?
See, that was 3 questions, he says smugly. And I bet you want them answered, don't you?
I step into his space and poke his chest. Talk, you. John grabs my poking finger and deftly links his hand with mine, holding them close to his stomach. My knuckles brush against the hard wall of his abs and heat dances up my inner thighs. Flushed? I yank away, but it doesn't kill his smug smile.
2 days ago, Madison Square Park. You were eating at Shake Shack with some older, nervous dude, and you were doing most of the talking, I'll add.
He'd seen me with Todd, and I hadn't noticed. Uncomfortable heat washes over my face. Jesus, you were spying on me. What the hell, John? His eyes narrow.
Hey, I was sitting 2 tables over, minding my business and drinking a coffee shake. You're kind of loud, you know.
And what the hell were you doing there at the same time I was? At the same time today, too. Suspect.
Oh, get over yourself.
He waves a lazy hand.
I admit we have a freakish timing thing going on, and believe me, I'm disturbed too, but I'm not following you. I've better things to do.
Like eat alone? As soon as I say it, I'm sorry. John barely reacts, which is worse. He shuts down, going blank.
Yeah, eating alone.
He responds thickly, but without heat. His meaning is perfectly clear. Eating by himself ranks higher than doing anything with me. Inwardly, I wince, but I'd been shitty to him, too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
Yeah, you did.
His tone is lighter, his mouth twitching as if fighting a smile, and I realize that John isn't one to hold grudges. A lot of people claim that they let things go, but few do. Hell, I rarely do. Well, I didn't mean it as an insult, I clarify. I eat alone, too.
When?
He asks, peering at me with suspicion in his green eyes.
Because there seems to be a pattern here.
2 men do not make a pattern. John stares as if I'm full of it. Which I am. Maybe I like older men. So what? He snorts.
Older men who have money to pay.
Shit nuggets. My thighs quiver with the urge to run away. I hold steady. What are you implying? John looks up and down the street before leaning close. His voice is a warm rumble at my ear.
Are you an escort?
He might as well have slapped me. I rear back with a gasp, feeling oddly exposed. Is this why he's been talking to me? Some morbid curiosity about what my profession might be? Those stars in my eyes? Gone. Any semblance of happy thoughts I had in regard to my new neighbor? Up in flames of hellfire. John's brow knits as his gaze moves over my face, but he doesn't appear repentant, just impatient. Did you just ask if I am a whore? My voice echoes over the street, and a man walking his dog turns his head toward us. John ignores everything but me.
Not a whore, an escort. They don't sleep with all their clients, just ones of their picking.
Rage vibrates through my bones. You
and me. He waves a hand. Spit it out, Stells.
Fuck you, I blurt with heat. Fuck you with a swizzle stick. John glares, his cheeks turning red.
You don't have to be rude.
I'm rude. I practically choke on my shock. I'm rude? You're accusing me of being a prostitute. The worst of it? I feel ashamed, and I have no reason to be. None at all. I'm not an escort, and even if I were, that would be my business, not his. But that's what his words have done to me just the same.
You wouldn't be the first one. It's the world's oldest profession,
he says, as though he's telling me something I don't know. I pull myself up to my full height. You know what? We're done. I turn and march away. Of course, the ass nugget follows.
Oh, come on. What else am I supposed to think?
He waves a hand wildly.
You're hanging out with goofy old dudes who say you're worth every penny and want another go.
I pick up my pace. I could be teaching them to knit.
I've yet to see a knitting needle make an appearance. Don't tempt me. I'll only stick you someplace rude. Kinky. But it still doesn't explain the dudes. I could be teaching them yoga or how to dance. Anything. I glare up at John as I stride along. Anything other than fucking them for money. His blush deepens. Sheesh. Okay, I get it. Fucking for money is a no-go. I snort and shove him away. Or try to. The oaf is too strong to budge. Stop following me, I hiss, headed for the subway. We live in the same building. I halt, and he does too. He's tall enough that he blocks out the hazy white sky as he looks down at me, perplexed. Listen, dickwad. I punch his stomach for emphasis. It's like hitting a warm wall, damn it. When I say we're done, I mean we are done. I jab him with every word. Don't talk to me, don't look at me, just forget you know me. His expression could only be described as a man pout, his full bottom lip jutting. I have the urge to bite it. Sadly, I can't decide if I want to bite it in a sexy way or an evil, you will feel my wrath way. Maybe both. When he talks, his voice is solemn and thoughtful. I think we should revisit this when you don't want to tear my dick off or stick knitting needles in odd places. You'll be waiting a long time then. With that, I raise my hand and hail the cab coming down the street. I rush to it and jump in. John watches me with a blank expression as I reach for the door to shut it. I glare. Oh, an open shelter is saccharine and sophomoric at best. His look of outrage over me bashing one of Kill John's iconic songs is almost enough to make me smile. I slam the cab door just as John shouts out, "Low blow, mint thief."
John. With sex off the menu, I have one last outlet left. Exercise, lots of it. I can't say that I enjoy it as much as sex. It would be pretty sad if I did. But working out gives me focus and a type of pain that is clean. There is a high with physical exertion that mimics sex or being on the stage. Unfortunately, it's only a shadow of those things, but I chase it anyway. Today I'm running with Scotty. He got me into running a year ago, showing me the joys of this special type of torture. No doubt about it, the high is worth it. My lungs have a good burn in them, my body warm and loose as we jog along the Hudson River Park path. When we first started jogging together, Scotty kicked my ass every time. I'd limp along like death on legs, while he barely broke a sweat. Now the tables have turned. Scotty is the one lagging behind, his cheeks flushed, his usually irritable expression even more so. Since he's become a father, and I'm still in shock over Mr. Ice becoming Mr. Mom, Scotty hasn't had much time to do anything but take care of his baby, something he does with the same unwavering intensity that he gives to his job, to the band. The joy in his expression when he talks about his offspring is incandescent. I've never seen anything like it, and it makes me envy Scotty just a little bit. Though not much, because the guy has circles under his eyes that rival Saturn's rings. Come on, Dad, I joke, slowing down to match his pace. You want to develop a gut? Get stuffed, he mutters. I grin. Payback is a beautiful thing. I can't. That's why we're running. That's why you're running, he bites out between breaths. I'm running because I'm a bloody masochist. I thought you were a sadist. He glares, and I laugh, feeling lighter. Scotty mutters a curse before running his hand over his brow. I'm curious. When are you not? You say you're running because you can't have sex, he goes on. Yet it has been 2 weeks since you began antibiotics. Surely they've run their course. My feet pound a steady rhythm. They have. In fact, I saw Dr. Stern today and have been given the all clear. Then why? I was serious when I said I was done with casual sex. I can't risk it. Frankly, I don't want it like that anymore. The thought of getting down and dirty with a woman I don't know? I shudder. Nope, not happening. Which means Jax Jr. is on bread and water for the foreseeable future. Scotty grunts. It isn't all bad waiting. In truth, when you find someone you actually want, It's so bloody fantastic. It makes up for all the torture. Oh God, you aren't giving me a love will give you wings speech, are you? He cuts me a look. Anyone who sneers at love hasn't experienced true pleasure and is talking out of his arse. I make a face, but I'm not annoyed, despite the fact that he acts like he's my dad half the time. We're the same age, and he's one of my best friends. Out of all my friends, Scotty's brand of chill with a side of fuck you has become the easiest for me to relax around. I can speak my mind, and he won't let me get away with shit. In a world where almost everyone lets me get away with whatever I want, his fortitude is a gift. Not that I'd tell him. Scotty would hate that. We run in silence, his huffing loud but leveling out. I know Scotty will be content to stay as we are, not talking about a thing. Ordinarily, I would too. But I've been restless for days. An uncomfortable emotion that feels a lot like guilt is growing within me, and I can't seem to get away from it. Truth? I need to confess. Killian Rye or Whip will give me a free pass for my shit behavior. Mainly because they don't want me upset. I fucking hate that. Even though I know I'd have an easier time talking to one of my bandmates, I'd go for gold and tell the one guy who won't sugarcoat a damn thing. I asked Stella if she was an escort. Scotty stumbles a step. You did what? His shout rings out over the path, and a few pigeons take flight. Keep your voice down, I mutter, jogging along. But Scotty has stopped. I turn my head and find him standing in the path, hands on his hips, his face like thunder. If I were Scooby, it would be the time for me to say, "Ruh-roh." On plodding feet, I jog back to him. Scotty's voice is all edges when he speaks again. Am I imagining things, or did you just tell me that you accused Stella Gray of being a prostitute? I rub the back of my sweaty neck. In retrospect, it sounds a lot worse. Scotty's brows wing up. In retrospect, mate, you couldn't make it sound better if you tried. Women don't respond well to being called whores. Hey, I meant the type of escort who takes old dudes out, shows them a good time, and maybe agrees to have sex with them. Okay, fuck, that sounds sketchy too. God, I hate guilt. I have enough of it for too many things. That shit piles up inside and makes little camps in your brain. It invades your thoughts at inconvenient times, then slinks away, never going too far but lurking and waiting to rise again. Having guilt over Stella just plain sucks. I like her, and now she thinks I'm scum. Fuck. Scotty points an accusing finger my way. This is why I warn Ms. Gray to keep well out of your path. You say asinine things to nice girls, and it's left to me to clean up. I don't say asinine things. Remember all the shite you gave Liberty when Killian brought her around? I wince a little because, okay, I wasn't the most welcoming. But then I straighten. How about Sophie? If it weren't for me, Sophie wouldn't be in your life at all. Because you were the ass in that situation. As usual, mention of his wife makes Scotty's scary expression turn less scary and way too sappy. I'll give you that one, he mutters before getting scary again. Is this about Stella's job? I stalk closer. You know about her job? Are you suggesting I didn't thoroughly vet every candidate before giving someone the codes to Killian and Liberty's house? He makes it sound like the crime of the century. I wave a hand, swatting that ridiculousness away. Which means you know. Scotty's eyes narrow. But you don't. Damn. Fuck. Damn. Scotty. His smile is thin and evil. Sorry, mate. None of my business. You stick that big nose into everyone's business. Spill, man. No, if Ms. Gray doesn't want you to know, I'm not going to tell. Gabriel Scott, he snorts. The name doesn't work with me, John. I swear I'll strangle him, then I'll kill him. I can take him. I've been working out, whereas he's been up endless nights dealing with a fussy baby. Fine, be a prick then. Sounds like you're the prick in this particular scenario. With that, he starts to jog. I easily keep up. I didn't mean to be. I have very good reasons for wanting to know. Which are? Shit, I don't want to tell him. I don't even want to admit it to myself. It's dangerous meeting up with strange men. She could get hurt. He snorts even louder than before. Try again. I'm a nosy bastard. It comes out like a question, and I wince. Scotty slides me a sidelong look. Yes, but I don't think that's why. Fine, I'm a prat, okay? He doesn't disagree. Fix it, Jax. He scowls at the trail before us. I'm utterly serious. Stella Gray is a sweet girl. I snort, loudly. Who deserves respect. Yeah, well, I can't get anywhere near her at the moment. She's determined to tear my dick off and give it to Stevens as a toy. Scotty's mouth curls. I'd pay good money to see that. Some friend.
Chapter 9. Stella. Sometimes I wonder if there are people who truly enjoy parties. I know there must be. People wouldn't throw them otherwise. But at some point in every party I've been to, a sense of misery always seems to settle over it, as if everyone is trying desperately to convince everyone else that they're having fun, while on the inside, they're counting down the minutes until they can leave. Maybe it's the parties I go to in New York. Often it's for work, and they are an exercise in active voyeurism. I swear, people are more interested in watching than conversing. Which is why I prefer dinner parties, where I can eat good food and talk. Unfortunately, I'm stuck in a penthouse 40 floors up and surrounded by people who look as though the lights are on but nobody's home. And I'm struck by the feeling that we're all actors on a stage. No wonder you asked me to be your date, I murmur to Richard as we stop by a bar set up before a picture window. I think you'd be half out of your mind if you had to circulate alone in this crowd. He chuckles and tucks me closer to his side. You know me well, little Rose. The Frenchman looks like an older, grayer version of Idris Elba and is one of the hottest chefs in Manhattan. He could get any woman he wants to accompany him, but soon after meeting him, I discovered that outside of the kitchen, he is intensely shy and hates dating. But, like most people, that doesn't mean he isn't lonely. That's where I come in. I can offer Richard companionship without the strings he finds stifling. Sometimes, Richard asks me to meet him at his place to watch TV or a movie, a simple thing that he doesn't get to do very often but acutely needs in his life. Sometimes I accompany him to functions he must attend to keep up appearances, but doesn't want to actually talk to many people. At this point, I consider him an actual friend, but Richard insists on paying me for my time regardless. Even though he tells me it's because it wouldn't feel right to take advantage of my time, it chafes a little. I have numerous friends I've met through my job, but not a single one who is real. Almost every damn day of my life, I'm interacting with people, making them feel a little more loved, giving them a little happiness. And yet I suddenly feel like the loneliest person in New York. Shaking myself out of it, I offer Richard a bright smile and accept the glass of champagne he offers. I ask, "Whose party is this?" Richard sips his champagne, makes a face at the glass for some unknowable reason, then glances my way. A music producer named Pete. His French accent makes the name sound like beat. Richard gives me a lazy shrug. No last name that I know of. I take a closer look around the room. The more I study the guests, the clearer it becomes. Most of these people are famous. Models, actors, musicians. I'm pretty sure the guy in the corner is a rapper, and the woman with pale blue hair is definitely a pop star. Fame. There's a look to it. It isn't always beautiful, but we're attracted to it regardless. Little moths to the flame. I don't want to be impressed. Fawning over the famous feels diminishing, as if I'm somehow saying that I'm less than they are. Except I am impressed. I admire talent and tenacity. But the idea of being at a party filled with famous people makes my indigo blue consignment store sheath dress seem a little too shabby. It irritates me. Without my permission, my mind drifts to John. I should really call him Jax. He's the only truly famous person I've had any prolonged interaction with, and yes, I'm often irritated around him. But it's different. He's like a burr under my skin, making me feel too much. I think about him too much. When I wake, at odd moments throughout the day, when I go to sleep, right now. Is it because of his fame? Maybe. Except I usually forget he is the famous Jax Blackwood. He's just John. Annoying, funny, way too hot for his own good, John. John, who asked me if I was a whore. Bastard asshole dickbag. I don't want to think about him anymore. I accept a tart from a passing waitress. Richard inspects his own with another frown. Why are you glaring at all the food and drinks? I ask him before popping the pastry into my mouth. An explosion of flavors assails my tongue. Tart, sweet, peppery, creamy, buttery. I'm hard-pressed not to moan. A gleam enters his eyes. Good, no? Oh, yes, I tell him. Now, the champagne, he orders. I comply, and the flavors intensify, the champagne crisp and bubbly and refreshing. My staff is catering as a favor to beat, Richard says, almost smug. Strawberry tart with pink peppercorn crème anglaise. It is best with champagne. And you knew they'd be circulating these tarts now, didn't you? I waved down another waitress without shame. I'm never going to be model skinny, and I'm not even going to try. Freaking delicious. Richard chuckles at my enthusiasm. Of course it is. This is my food. When are you going to give me a cooking lesson? I ask him, my mouth half full of strawberry goodness. Ever the gentleman, Richard tucks my arm in his as we circulate. Now, my dear Stella, I must warn you, I am an exceedingly difficult taskmaster. He gives me a sly wink. Are you certain you are ready for my lessons? I laugh lightly. You honestly think I'd turn down lessons from the great Richard Dubious? In exchange for putting up with his insane work hours, not that I mind, since I'm paid handsomely, he offered to teach me to cook, something I really want to learn. I can do the basics, but cooking well is beyond my skill set. His eyes gleam. You'd be a fool if you did. Don't worry. I expect you to comply within 2 weeks' time or face my wrath. Richard laughs, but whatever he says is lost on me, because I've spotted the one man who manages to haunt me wherever I go. Jax Blackwood stands in the center of a large group of people, all of whom are laughing and hanging on his every word. He looks every inch the rocker now. His clothes aren't fancy, a black button-down and black jeans, but they fit his hard body to perfection and are clearly high-end. A thick black leather cuff wraps around his left wrist, and chunky silver rings adorn some of his long fingers. Those rings glint in the light as he runs a hand through his hair, sending it spiking in wild angles. That gesture I'm familiar with. I almost smile when I see it. Almost. Because there is a stunning redhead clutching his arm. Her hair is a dark honey auburn that contrasts sharply with her pale skin and is pulled back in a severe ponytail that highlights the symmetry of her features. She's tall and thin, and wearing impossibly high Jimmy Choo heels. Those heels, with rainbow sequins and fluffy little feathers on the toes, should look ridiculous, but instead make her look like some sort of Park Avenue fairy princess. Unwelcome jealousy coats my insides like hot tar. What's worse is that even though he's with a beautiful woman who could very well be a model, his eye is roving. Several other equally stunning women swarm around him, and he doesn't even bother to hide the way he checks out their assets. He holds court over these women, giving them his sly smile, the one that promises you'll have a good time, even if you'll regret it later. That smile, the easy way he fits in with these people, depresses me. For all his confidence, there's a dullness in his eyes, as though he's playing a part. Had he done it with me as well, and I'd been too blinded by him to see it until now? Does he truly care about anything? The fairy heel-wearing redhead laughs with John, and then swats his arm, and I have my answer. He cares about her. It's in the way his expression softens and his body leans into hers. They are comfortable with each other in a way that none of the hangers-on around them are. These two are a couple. The knowledge sits like a block of ice in my chest. All the times I've butted heads with John, I never considered he had someone. He'd flirted with me as if maybe he'd been attracted to me the way I am to him. Unwillingly, but completely. Which makes me a fool. He was just having fun pushing my buttons. I want to look away. I intend to look away. But as if he feels my gaze, John lifts his head. Those famous green eyes that make fans weak in the knees lock onto me, and I'm just as susceptible as I'd been before. I feel it in my toes, between my legs, everywhere. I'm not certain what I expected of him. A frown, a smirk. He breaks into a wide grin, and my heart flips, my breath catching. Jesus. He should not be allowed to do that. It scrambles my brain and makes me want things that are impossible. I'm not supposed to like him anymore. I made a vow, damn it. But when he looks at me as though I'm the best thing he's seen all day, it's hard not to smile back. Anticipation bubbles in my veins like the champagne I've been drinking, and it's a struggle to stand still.
Do you know Jax Blackwood?
Richard says at my ear. I jolt, having forgotten he was there. With shocking difficulty, I tear my gaze away from John. Richard's eyes fill with fond warmth.
Or has he just noticed you and realized you're the most beautiful woman he'll ever have the pleasure to meet?
Old flatterer, I say, laughing.
I'm French,
he says with a shrug. Which means you grossly exaggerate a woman's assets to appease her? I'm only half teasing. I'm well aware of my best features, and I'm happy enough with my body, but I also know that I am in no way the most beautiful woman in the room. He makes a noise as if to say I'm being ridiculous.
I might have to pay for the pleasure of your company, but that does not mean I am blind. In fact, it makes me something of a connoisseur of your charms. You are utterly lovely, my dear.
It's my turn to make a noise. I'm not interested in Richard romantically, and I know him enough to realize he's being kind. Yet again, he's just driven home that we will never be anything more than a business arrangement. Oblivious, he laughs at my sour face.
Tell me then, how do you know Jax?
I'm her neighbor, John says, just behind me. My stomach plummets to my toes. Fuck. What had he heard? By the calculating look in his eyes, I'm guessing too much. There are only so many ways he can take what Richard said. My spine stiffens. Fuck it. I'm not explaining anything. He holds my gaze.
Hey, Stella.
The soft way he says my name catches me off guard. In contrast, my response is stilted and awkward. Jax? He frowns at the use of his stage name, but then his brow smooths.
Didn't expect to see you here.
He laughs.
Though I probably should have.
He's not far off. We keep colliding like we live in a small town instead of one of the biggest cities in the world. I give him a thin smile, unable to think of a damn thing to say. He stares at me for a second, then turns his attention to Richard, giving him a stiff smile.
Hey, man. How's the new restaurant coming along?
They know each other? Of course they do. Richard shakes John's hand.
I am pleased. You haven't yet come in for dinner. A mistake I must rectify. I miss your food.
Richard nods.
Perhaps you'll bring Stella with you.
It's a struggle not to stomp on Richard's foot. John glances at me. Whatever he sees, perhaps my "oh hell no, don't even think about it" expression has him smiling with fake enthusiasm and slinging an arm around my shoulders.
Can't think of anyone I'd rather take with me.
I grunt and dislodge the warm weight of his arm. Damn thing feels like silk and steel along the back of my neck. The second it's gone, I miss his touch, which really annoys me. How do you two know each other? I ask Richard, because I don't want to pay attention to the smug rocker at my side.
I was going to ask the same of you two.
John cuts in. His arm brushes against mine, and the little hairs on my skin lift with a shiver. I want to press closer, ease that strange, unfulfilled awareness that he's created by touching me. I remain steady, pretending I'm unmoved. Richard's lips quirk as he takes it all in, but when he speaks, his voice is as light and pleasant as always.
I am a great fan of Kill John. And I am a great fan of anything Richard chooses to put on my plate,
John adds happily.
He also gave Ryan me cooking lessons a while back, and I can say with all honesty, I was the better student.
Humble, too, I mutter. Of course John had coveted lessons from Richard. I'm suddenly feeling a lot less unique. Richard chuckles.
No, it is true. Rye was completely hopeless.
John's expression is bright with laughter.
He was afraid of the raw chicken, had a total fit about it, and kept trying to carve it without actually having to touch it.
Both men dissolve into laughter. Richard Dubious, exclaims a crisp feminine voice, cutting through their deep chuckles. I thought that was you. John's redhead has found us. She practically flings herself into Richard's arms and gives him a hug. Richard kisses her cheeks.
Brenna, darling, you are a vision.
I glance toward the front door with longing. Old flatterer, she says with a swat to his shoulder. Surprised that she used the same words as I had, I can only stare. She has the same innate confidence that Jax has and a sense of style I envy. She catches my eye and gives me a friendly smile. I'm sorry, I completely interrupted. Her cat-like eyes narrow. Have we met? You look familiar to me. John's arm touches mine again.
Bren, this is Stella Gray.
As if she should know me. Weirdly, she looks at me as though she does. No shit! What a small world. I glance at John, confused as hell, but Brenna sticks out her hand. I'm Brenna James. I work with Scotty and the boys. John snorts at the term boys. I ignore that and shake Brenna's hand. Pleased to meet you. It's almost true. Petty me still remembers the way she and John hung on each other. Are they a couple? If that's the case, I feel sorry for her because John is definitely an indiscriminate flirt. Scotty had me send you the info packet, she tells me. Are you responsible for the gift basket? I ask her, warming. She grins. A girl's gotta feel welcome, doesn't she? Okay. I can't hate her. She's awesome, and I'm a bitter pill for being jealous over a guy I have vowed not to even like. I grin back at her. Thank you so much. It was the nicest gift I've ever received. Which is the truth. Unexpected gifts are always the best ones. John frowns, and I can't tell if he thinks I'm being fractious or is just annoyed by me chatting with Brenna. Either way, I return his look. I'm not the ass nugget in this relationship. Or whatever this thing is between us. It's nothing. Nothing. He catches my eyes again, and his expression clears into something oddly satisfied. I don't get him at all. My confusion turns to alarm when he grabs my hand and clasps it with a firm grip.
Excuse us for a second,
he tells Richard and Brenna, already pulling me away. What the hell? I hiss, stumbling along behind him. I don't tug free because, while my brain and mouth protest, my body has clearly not gotten the memo. Oh, no. The foul betrayer is humming with a heady anticipation. My senses narrow down to the rough feel of his hand, how it's also warm and strong and so large that it dwarfs my own. I catch a faint whiff of cologne or maybe body wash. I can't tell. All I know is that it's smoky and delicious, and I want to bury my nose into the crook of his neck to pull in more of that scent. Madness. He leads me to a back hall where the lights have been left low, and I tense. Where the hell are we going? He glances over his shoulder, his lips tilting in a half smile.
Where snoops can't overhear us.
At the end of the hall, he tucks us in a corner, hemming me in between him and a table displaying an art piece that probably cost more than my annual salary, but looks like a melting glass head. I don't think we're supposed to be back here, I say, eyeing the way we came. He huffs out a laugh.
God, you're adorable.
When I glare, he grins back.
Babe, I could make use of Pete's bedroom all night and he wouldn't bat an eye. He's my producer.
You make him sound like a pimp, I mutter, then tense. Shit. I do not want to venture into the subject of pimps and prostitutes. Oddly, John doesn't say a word, but simply shrugs. This is rude to Brenna, I go on when he stays quiet.
Brenna?
A wrinkle forms between his brows. Yes, Brenna. You just left her there and ran off with me. The wrinkle gets deeper.
Brenna can take care of herself.
Unbelievable. She's your date. You don't run off with another woman when you're on a date. For a long, too silent moment, he stares at me. Then a smile spreads over his face.
Brenna is most definitely not my date. She's like a sister to me, an annoying, bossy little sister.
Oh. Shit.
Yeah. Oh.
His grin is downright smug now.
But let's go back to why you thought she was my date.
I shrug as though I'm not completely embarrassed. You looked familiar with each other.
Well, we are familiar with each other.
He's not even trying to hide his amusement.
She's Killian's cousin. She knows all my shit and will hold it over my head without flinching. She's evil like that.
He tilts his head, catching my gaze when I try to look away.
So that's why you made that face, like you'd sucked a rotten lemon.
A rotten lemon?
Yeah, all green and puckered.
Wouldn't that be a lime?
No, limes do not carry the sour taste of jealousy.
He wags his brows in goofy triumph. I am not jealous. John shrugs, still way too pleased.
It's okay if you are. I found myself hit with an unexpected wave of it when I saw you with Richard.
Wait. What? An inarticulate sound leaves me. He looks down at our hands, still somehow linked, and rubs his thumb in a slow circle around my palm. The edge of his thumb is rough and hard with calluses, almost scratching my skin. My thighs clench. He makes another slow exploration, his attention wholly on my hand.
You're so soft.
Aren't most women's hands soft? I quip, trying to ignore the flutter in my chest as he continues to stroke my palm, the backs of my fingers.
I don't really hold hands.
He glances up, and I'm hit with the full force of his green gaze.
Been thinking about you, Stills.
My insides swoop. Stupid insides. I don't say a word, but stare back with a hard look. His wide lips quirk.
I'm sorry I was a dick. I didn't mean to offend you. I have a bad habit of speaking without thinking.
He still has hold of my hand, as if it's his. I can't have him thinking that, but he's warm, and the little touches he gives send pulses of pleasure to different spots on my body. Until this moment, I had no idea how sensitive my hands were. How is it that a gentle stroke along the side of my index finger feels like a stroke up the inside of my thigh? A press of his thumb to the meat of my palm makes my breasts swell as if cupped. With a sigh, I lift my hand and deliberately extract it from his. He lets me go, but watches me, all but waiting for an argument. Thank you, I say, somewhat stiffly because I miss his warmth. I understand. I say stupid things all the time. A flush hits my face when he grins. You know what I mean.
Yeah, I know.
The smile fades.
Thing is, Button, I know I'm going to screw up again. I tend to do that.
Well, knowing is half the battle. He laughs, a soft, almost distracted sound. It fades to heavy silence as he worries the corner of his bottom lip with his teeth. Tension hums along his lean frame, and when he speaks, his words are tight and fast, like he's forcing them free.
I can't get you off my mind. I've tried, but nothing works.
My heartbeat kicks up. You can't? John leans a shoulder against the wall.
I can't let my curiosity go. I'm trying, then I see you here with Richard, who obviously wants to fuck you.
A shocked laugh bursts from me. Oh, please, he does not. John's dark brows wing up.
You're joking, right?
Richard is a friend who won't stop talking about paying me, but still. That's all he's ever been.
Stells, you must be blind or in some serious denial. He looks at you like he's mentally taste-testing his sauces off your tits.
Instantly, my nipples go stiff, but it isn't from picturing Richard doing that. No, my mind sticks on a certain rocker who glances down at my chest like he wants to do the same thing to me. A flush washes over his cheeks and his jaw tightens when he meets my eyes.
You have to know this. You're too sharp to miss something like that.
I refrain from scoffing, but barely. If he was so into me, why did he practically push you into taking me to his restaurant?
To see if I want to fuck you too.
A strangled sound sticks in my throat. I swallow hard and glance toward the party. If I run for it, will he chase me? Probably. Silence stretches between us, and John clearly bites back a smile.
You're not going to ask the obvious question.
Heat spreads over my skin. No. I sound like the utter chicken I am. I can't help it. In my head, I like to think I'm badass, but reality has me thinking, abort, abort, hot rock star will set fire to your panties and you will burn. My lips pinch at my own absurdity. John ducks his head to meet my eyes. His are bright with amusement. He angles his body into mine.
Here's the thing. I hear Richard saying he pays for your company and...
You're unbelievable, I snort and take a step back. I knew that's what this was about.
No, you don't understand. I'm worried for you, okay?
He grabs my hand again and gives my arm a little shake.
It isn't safe. I don't care what anyone says or how well you vet your clients. I've seen escorts at parties, places like this.
His free arm swings out toward the hall.
There are fucked up, bad dudes who will do shit to women without flinching, and believe me, they don't look like villains. You won't always see them coming. It just takes one bad egg, Stells.
He appears so genuinely upset that my irritation thaws, but he's on a roll and doesn't notice.
I'm not trying to shame you, or police you, or whatever it is you're thinking I'm doing here. Yeah, okay, I fucking hate the idea of those guys paying for the pleasure of your company, as Richard put it, which, can I just say this now? What the fuck was that sleazy shit? He should be better than that. You realize this, right? I mean, fuck.
John pushes a hand through his hair and the thick strands stick up every which way.
Your body should be a privilege, not a product.
I fight a smile because he is adorable up there on his soapbox, swinging his sword for me. I see the second it registers that I'm not fighting him. He blinks a few times, his pugnacious expression turning wry.
You were just going to let me go on and on, weren't you?
It was a lovely speech. I lose hold of my smile. How could I halt it? His eyes narrow, and it's clear he's trying not to laugh. My smile grows, but I keep my voice low. I'm not an escort, John. The hard set of his shoulders eases, and somehow he's closer.
Okay. Good. I'm glad.
His stilted delivery is awkward, totally unlike his natural ease, and I have to fight a laugh. He obviously sees my struggle and grins wide. The air between us shifts. I'm filled with a strange giddiness, wanting to laugh for the fun of it, but I'm also too warm, my limbs oddly heavy as if simple movements might be too much for me. His tone turns soft and cajoling, teasing the truth out of me. Are you going to tell me what you do? When I say nothing, the corners of his eyes crinkle. I see. You're going to torture me a bit. The warm, fuzzy feeling grows as I shrug. Torture feels apropos in this scenario. He hums again, taking another step toward me. What makes you think I won't like being tortured by you? The heat of his body and the scent of his skin makes my head light and my pulse pound. How did it get to this point where the highlight of my day is flirting with Jax Blackwood? Despite the thrill, I know I'm in over my head. I haven't gone out on a date in months because I form attachments. I get emotional, and then I hurt when they inevitably leave. And this man will leave. He is as bright and fleeting as a camera flash. I'll be left with the image of him seared into my memory and nothing more. I tell myself all of this, the voice in my head as stern as possible, but it doesn't make me back away. It doesn't stop my body from somehow straining toward his, without even moving. Because it might be stupid of me, but I want to feel something that isn't planned. Something, for however briefly, that's real. He's too attuned to me not to notice. John's lids lower as his attention slides down my body before easing back up to my face. Slowly, he rests his forearm on the wall beside my head. Tell me, Stella, he murmurs. No, I whisper back, flirting even though I shouldn't. His biceps bunch as he leans in, a smile dancing on his lips. Tell. My breasts graze his chest, and I feel it in my toes. You're crowding me. I hate how breathy I sound. Can't help it. His voice is a rumble, the heat of his breath playing over my skin. He ducks his head, drawing close until our lips nearly brush, and when he speaks again, his tone is almost conversational, except for the husky quality that touches deep within my core. You smell like strawberries. Fucking delicious. My lids flutter, and I swallow hard. Ordinarily, I'd call you out on that cliché, but since I've been eating strawberries, you aren't exactly wrong. His chuckle is slow and easy as he eases back and his gaze slowly travels over my face. Were they sweet, Stella Button? He's looking at my mouth like he might try to find out. My lips tremble in response, and John tracks the movement, his breathing getting deeper, faster. You have 2 freckles on your lips, one on the top lip and one on the bottom corner. Those damn freckles. They were the bane of my adolescence. I hid them with lipstick and silently cursed whenever someone mentioned them. Freckles don't have feelings, but I swear it's as if he's touching them. You're just noticing this? I try to make it sound like a joke, but it comes out weak and thready. His own lips quirk. Oh, I noticed. It's distracting as hell. They're like 2 little dots of butter toffee. Makes me want to lick them. Get a taste. Oh, God. Lick them. Please. I can almost feel it. I want to feel it. No. Bad Stella. Behave. John's lips part a fraction like he just might take that taste. Back off, I whisper. And yet somehow my traitorous hands find their way to his sides, running over the waistband of his jeans, holding him there. John makes a sound deep in his throat and tilts his hips, pressing them against mine. A distinctly thick bulge nudges my belly. Both of us lose a breath, and then he's closer, his cheek touching my temple. You'll have to let me go first. My thumbs slide under the edge of his shirt and find smooth, taut skin. A tremor goes through his body. I try to think, search for what the hell we've been talking about. His lips brush the crest of my cheek as he murmurs against my skin. Tell me what you do, Stella.
You know you want to. My smile feels illicit. Somehow the action is directly tied to all my happy parts, making them draw hot and tight. I don't think I do. Another hum. Liar. You're dying to. A soft laugh leaves me. It feels good, doing this with him, teasing and buffing up against each other. Two objects unable to keep apart. My fingertips skims along his skin, tracing the edge of his jeans, and he shivers. Button. It's a warning. I should heed it. I know I should. But he's warm and solid and smells like my best dream. Yes? He lets out a slow breath. I don't know. I forgot what we were saying. We both laugh, low and easy. You want to know what I do? I say, a bit hazy, rubbing my cheek against his. Yeah. It's a whisper of sound at my ear. Yeah. Languid heat melts over me. I sink against the wall, that thick, hard cock of his pressing into the mound of my sex, the only thing keeping me standing. A low-lying pulse of pleasure centers there. I push against it to alleviate the pressure, and we both make a sound. Pained, helpless, needy. John rocks against me, barely a movement, but enough to make my lids flutter. My head is swimming. I lick my lips, trying to focus. You. His lips tickle the edge of my jaw. God, he presses a kiss at the corner of my eye. I'm sinking into him. His lips part and brush like wings along my skin. My fingertips slide over his waist, catching goosebumps. Far away from us, someone laughs. The honey thickness of John's voice is at my ear. You're? My heavy lids open. The world is a blur. John's so close, the silk of his burnished brown hair tickling my temple, the scent of warm skin and soap teasing my nostrils. A friend, I say. He stills, not tense, but really listening now. A friend? I'm clearer too, but not by much. My fingers still gently trace the edge of his jeans. Yes, a professional friend. If someone needs a friend, they can hire me. I feel the jolt of surprise that moves through him. I hear the little gurgle in his throat. Our bodies brush as he lifts his head enough to meet my eyes. His green gaze is a bit hazy and moving over my face as if he's seeing me for the first time. You're a professional friend. His voice is husky, cracking at the end. The sound of his shock has the heat draining from me, leaving my muscles cold and tight. I frown, peering at him. Yes. He stares back, his lips parted but no words coming out. For a moment, it seems he sways. Then he blinks rapidly, high color flooding those perfectly sculpted cheeks. He takes a step back, his movements stiff and awkward. You sound like me, I tease, weakly, because my heart is pounding. He's looking at me like I just landed with the mothership. John attempts to smile, but fails utterly. The best he can do is a wobbly tilt of his lips. He runs a hand through his hair and squeezes the back of his neck, his gaze darting around as if he doesn't know where he is. And then his eyes meet mine again. Or they try to. He quickly focuses on my face instead. I have to go, he blurts out. Before I can blink, he's turning around and striding away as if the place is set to blow. Chapter 10. Stella.
Miss, could you hold the door?
The husky request comes from an older woman at the base of the stairs leading up to my building. She gives me a smile, her lips that perfect shade of crimson the film stars of old Hollywood used to wear. Honestly, the woman could have been a classic film star. Her iron gray hair is styled in a sleek, long bob, her cream and black-trimmed Chanel suit perfectly tailored to her slight frame. It hits me that I'm simply staring at the woman, obviously struggling to pull her rolling cart of groceries up the stairs. but the oddness of seeing a woman wearing couture and carrying an honest-to-God Birkin bag worth more than I make in 3 months, handling her own groceries, has me dumbfounded. Only in New York. Fashionable she may be, but she looks as though a strong wind could blow her away. I'd been headed out, but I set my purse on the door's threshold to keep it open, and then jogged down the stairs and pick up her cart. "Let me."
You're very kind,
she says with a small smile.
and new here.
I'm Stella Gray.
Madeline Goldman.
I've been here a few weeks, I tell her as we climb the stairs. I'm pet sitting.
Callihan's place,
she says with a nod.
I heard he was away for a few months.
You know him? She takes the cart handle as soon as I set it down, and the enormous canary diamond ring she wears winks in the weak sunlight. It's part of a set, flanking a thin gold wedding ring. Everything about her exudes established New York money, except for the fact that she's living in a building without a doorman and doesn't have a driver. That part is a little odd, but it seems this building attracts eccentric people.
My dear,
she says,
I make it my business to know my neighbors. It's safer and friendlier that way.
This is true. We make our way into the building, and I grab my purse, ready to leave. Mrs. Goldman takes out a set of keys and opens her mailbox while sliding me a look.
I suppose you know Jax as well.
My heart gives a little leap, trying to escape my ribs. Pathetic. I have to stop reacting to all things John. Or Jax, or whatever he wants to call himself. My life was perfectly good before I met him. A little lonely, sure. Not as exciting. Okay, but fine. Then I meet the mercurial rock star and he dominates my thoughts. Totally unacceptable, especially since he ran out on me as though he'd seen a ghost. I swallow past the bitter lump in my throat. We've met. She must hear something in my tone because she does a double take and then laughs.
Yes, I can see you have. That boy has a way of making a lasting impression.
I snort. He drives me nuts.
Then you must like him quite a bit.
She appears pleased. I don't mean to burst your bubble, Mrs. Goldman, but not every annoying person is secretly likable.
No, they certainly aren't.
Her smile grows.
But Jax is. Remember, I know the young man. Not only is he charming as a prince, he has a good heart.
I make a non-committal sound in my throat.
He also tends to blunder from time to time,
Mrs. Goldman says with a knowing look. You could say that.
Messed up quite a bit, has he?
Her eyes glint with amusement now. Well, let's see. He accused me of stalking him, though I guess that's fair since I accused him of the same, but he also speculated that I was a professional escort when I wouldn't tell him what I did for a living. That at least gets her. Mrs. Goldman pales, her red lips parting.
Oh, my.
He apologized. I feel compelled to add, since it looks as though she might take John by the ear and lay into him the next time she sees him. Then he left me high and dry at a party, and we haven't spoken since. I shrug it off, but my shoulders feel too tight, the memory of John clinging like a limpet.
He likes you,
she says, almost nodding to herself. My skin flushes. I don't see how you've come to that conclusion.
Can't you?
She counters softly. And, damn it, I want to crawl into a hole and hide because I had thought John liked me. I'd honestly started to believe that there was something between us. But he ran out and left me without looking back. I don't know what to think anymore. Then don't. Forget him and move on. At any rate, I'm just passing through, and he's, well, him. Rock star, legend, all that. I wave a helpless hand. I'm much more suited for nice, normal guys. Why am I babbling? I don't know this woman. I don't want to talk about John. Jax. Worse, she's looking at me as though she sees right into my head. An awkward pause fills the space before she sets her mail in her Birkin bag and then straightens.
I've lived a long while, she says thoughtfully. And what I've learned is there are people who never make mistakes. They never put their foot in it, always act perfectly. My dear, I don't trust those people an inch.
A shocked laugh escapes me. Because they're nice?
Because no one who lives honestly is perfect all the time. Those perfect people, they're often living a lie, a tidy public persona to hide behind.
Her dark eyes glint.
Ever notice on the news, they'll interview the neighbors of some deranged serial killer, and they're always insisting he was such a nice, normal man. Huh, Norman Bates wouldn't hurt a fly, right?
Her droll tone makes me laugh. Well, you have me there.
There is no such thing as perfect. Human beings make mistakes. Humans who feel greatly often make the biggest ones. It's the intent that counts. Is it a mistake based on hate, selfishness, or moral cowardice? Give them no quarter. But an honest mistake backed by a true heart is another matter entirely.
The bones of her wrist stand out sharply against her thin skin as she reaches for the elevator call button.
My husband, God rest his soul, and I were married for 40 years. We both had to learn that lesson the hard way. Forgive the small blunders. Don't lose out on something due to pride.
She gives a little sniff, and I can't help but think she's putting it on a bit thick. Forgive me for saying, Mrs. Goldman, but do you often play matchmaker? She freezes and shoots me a repressive glare, but then a slow smile spreads over her face.
I am notorious for it.
You're very good, I offer, holding in my own smile.
Yes, I am.
Her expression softens.
He's lonely, Miss Gray, though he'd never admit it to me, and he is one of the best men I have had the pleasure to meet.
Any humor I felt bleeds away, leaving my chest sore. I think we both might be a little too screwed up to connect right now. The elevator dings as she softly snorts.
We're all screwed up. That's what I have been trying to tell you. You coming?
No, I take a step back. I'm going flying.
You fly planes?
Her eyes light up.
How marvelous.
Small ones. Big planes are boring, frankly. I might as well be driving a city bus with wings. Hank calls me a snob about that, so I've learned to hold my tongue. Besides, I don't particularly like talking to people about my hobby. It's too exposing and leads to the inevitable questions. How long have I been flying? What got me into it? Already, I'm regretting opening my mouth and find myself edging toward the door. It isn't easy getting out to Long Island, but I try to go when I can. Mrs. Goldman gives me a kind smile. Too kind, which means I hadn't done a good job at hiding my discomfort. Usually, I'm an expert at pretending I'm at ease.
I won't keep you then, she says. Happy flying. You should take a jacket, though. Spring weather is temperamental.
I'm already halfway out the door, not wanting to hear any more of Mrs. Goldman's grandmotherly advice.
John. I'm in over my head. Scotty glances my way before going back to studying the row of options in front of him. What was your first clue? His brow furrows. Though if I'm honest, I haven't a bloody clue either. Do I go for comfort or ease of portability? And how the hell does this pram close? He makes a furtive flick of a handle as I bite back a snort. I'm not talking about the damn strollers. In truth, I have no idea why we're the ones shopping for a stroller. Two more clueless dudes you couldn't find. Scotty crouches down beside a black and silver model that looks more like a space pod to me. Well, I am. The last one Sophie bought had a shit turning radius, and the handles were too low for me. Got a crick in my back maneuvering that nightmare around. You make it sound like a car. This is more important than a car. It's responsible for conveying my progeny. I snort, but then assess the offerings. In that case, at least start with the ones that seat them up higher. He studies the strollers. Why? The traditional models have the kid's face at ass level. Would you want to be constantly looking at asses? Only if it's Sophie's ass. Well, of course. She's got a great ass. He glares at me, and I hold up my hands and surrender. Scotty stands with a grunt and turns my way. Why are you in over your head? Now that he's distracted me, I'm sorry I said anything at all. But Scotty's got his laser gaze on me, and there is no way I'm getting out of this without him badgering me to death. I run a hand over my face. I can't do this in front of prams. You think they will leak to the press? He asks, deadpan. Ha, no, really, you're hilarious. People don't get that about you. He nods. Sophie says, much the same. Fuck, I'm going to need an antacid after this. Without flinching, he reaches into his suit jacket pocket and pulls out a slim metal case. I gape as he hands me 2 antacids. Now, talk. I chew before confessing. Something happened. I swallow hard. With Stella. Again. Scotty holds up a hand, then takes 2 antacids for himself. I roll my eyes while he chomps them down. You finished? Go on. Grumbling, I walk away from the strollers and he follows. I apologize for being a shit. I bypass the bath products aisle. Yellow duckies and green frogs grin down at me. Good. Cutting Scotty a glare, I look around for a way out. Breast pumps loom to the left, diapers to the right. A veritable maze of happy baby joy and family time all around me. I can't get enough air in here. A bunch of kids are singing one of my songs over the loudspeaker, which is wrong on too many levels. Scotty? Yes? When the hell did we give the okay for tots that rock to sing our songs? He winces. I was a tad distracted when Sophie told me she was pregnant. Slight errors in judgments may have occurred. Right. His eyes narrow on me. You were at the meeting and signed the papers, Blackwood. You might try paying attention if you object to certain avenues of outreach marketing. Uh-huh. Outreach marketing is an interesting term, by the way. Points for that. His eyes become slits. Stop deflecting and tell me about your problem. Stella told me about her job. I tug on the collar of my t-shirt. I swear they've turned on the heat. Smiling, drooling baby pictures leer down at me. It's like the birds with diapers. Scotty grabs hold of my elbow. This way. I let him steer me out of baby hell and fill my lungs with gloriously polluted city air as soon as we step outside. Thanks. Same thing happened the first 5 times Sophie dragged me into one of these stores, he admits. You have to work your way up to a full visit. We jog across the street and head towards Central Park. Scotty resumes talking as soon as we're in the relative privacy of the park. You have a problem with her being a professional friend? No. If only. I'd prefer that right about now. It's not that. Then what? I swear my throat is closing. Spit it out, John, or I'm returning to the shop for strollers. I found it adorable, all right? I run a hand through my hair. She's utterly adorable. Something happened to me that I don't... Scotty stops and stares at me. I can't look him in the eye. I was standing there, looking at her, and she became... more. I couldn't think, man. Everything simply... I wave a hand in annoyance at myself. Tilted. The world tilted. And there she was, you know? A slow, annoying smile spreads over his face. I want to kick him, but I don't. I brought this on myself. Yes, he says. As a matter of fact, I do know. I was afraid of that. I remember how Scotty was when he fell for Sophie, his focus shifting from work to one chatty blonde who appeared to drive him up a tree. It had been amusing as hell watching him fall. Not so much now. Not when I'm the one toppling. The first instrument I played was a violin. I liked it fine and was very good at it. But the second I got a guitar in my hands, I knew it would change my life. Same with meeting Killian, Whip, Rye, Brenner, and Scotty. I knew they would play a part in my life, alter its direction and purpose. I have the same knowing with Stella. She's fresh and new, comfortable and timeless, like one of my best songs, played an entirely different way. Only instead of jumping in with both feet, I want to back the fuck away. Unlike the others, Stella scares the hell out of me. I'd stare at her in that shadowed hallway, and it fully hit me how much I want her. I want her under me, over me, beside me. I want to dedicate hours to memorizing the pattern of her freckles, each curve and dip of her body. And I want her body against mine until her scent is in my skin. I want to taste her, to fuck her, to laugh with her. I want everything. Sex has always been easy for me. I can detach, let myself feel pleasure, let myself ignore all the shit in my head. I love sex, but I've never truly wanted a particular woman before. One was as good as any. And if someone I was into wasn't into me, there were plenty of willing and available women to satisfy my needs. I used to love that about sex, the ease and impersonality of it all. I could experience an intense human connection that I desperately needed, without having to stay connected after it was over. Nothing about Stella is impersonal. Maybe if it were a simple case of lust or the need to fuck, I could handle this thing with Stella. But it's not. That is abundantly clear. She told me she's a professional friend, someone whose job it is to make other people feel a little less lonely in life. And that had been it for me. I fell straight into the abyss. My want of her isn't just physical. It is soul deep. If the choice is to have Stella in my life without sex, or fuck her and leave her, I will pick celibacy with Stella every time. But how do I expose my soul, as flawed as it is, and have any hope that she'd want me to? I'm the eternal fuck-up. Have been my whole life. It's a miracle I'm famous. And yeah, I am adored by fans, but they don't know me. Stella does, and I'm not convinced she can stand my presence for very long. Sure, she's attracted. I can see that just fine. But I know for a fact that attraction is a shallow emotion that can easily fade, so it doesn't inspire much hope. Which is why I want to run as far as I can from Stella. But the harder I pull away, the more I feel her tugging me back. Scotty is still staring, that knowing gleam in his eyes. He's enjoying this. I rub a hand along the back of my neck and squeeze the stiff muscles. I left her standing there, did a total runner. He nods as though my reaction is perfectly normal, which it bloody well isn't. We are all fools in love. For a second I gape at him. Did you just quote Jane Austen? Scotty snorts. Mate, you had a copy of Pride and Prejudice tucked under your mattress that first road trip we took. I was trying to impress women. Right. That's why it was dog-eared and falling apart. It was Brenner's old copy. I protest, but then shrug. Darcy was all right, but it always bothered me that Elizabeth only started to change her opinion of him when she saw Pemberley. She was falling before that. She simply refused to acknowledge it. You're a cynic for thinking otherwise. Scotty pulls out his phone to text for his car. The man never walks around the city if he doesn't have to. Which won't work with Ms. Gray. That woman is a romantic. I would ask how he knows, but Scotty knows everything about everyone. No use getting annoyed about that. And he's right. Frowning, I look out over the park. The grey sky hangs heavy and full over the rolling green grass. Rain is about to fall, and people are heading for cover. Scotty and I head for Columbus Avenue, where his driver will be waiting. What do I do? I blurt out. Scotty gives me a sidelong look. Invest in a good set of knee pads? I predict a lot of groveling in your future. If I could only spend time with her without worrying about anything else, I mutter. That would be ideal. Scotty appears to think that's impossible. Then again, the lucky bastard was working with Sophie when they met. She had to be around his prickly ass. A nebulous idea begins to form, tickling the edges of my desperate brain. Besides, Scotty says, interrupting my thoughts, we have bigger problems right now. The sinking feeling in my gut returns with a vengeance. You talked to the women? The list I'd given him was embarrassingly vague, but his staff keeps track of everyone who comes to our meet and greets or visits our VIP rooms, which helped a lot, considering that my usual hookups are with women attending Killjong functions. Yes, he says slowly. We also located the source, a young woman named Karen. Karen. Right, that was her name. Scotty shoots me an annoyed look. Apparently Karen also had been friendly with Dave North. Dave North, the lead singer for Infinite Sorrow. I rub the back of my neck. Dave know he's at risk? He does now. Scotty lets out an aggrieved sigh. I swear, I should teach you lot of course. Anyway, I cut in before he can get going. Why do I have bigger problems? Eventually this story is going to break. We cannot contain it. I gathered as much. Rain begins to fall in slow, soft drops, dotting the back of my arms. No help for it, is there? Scotty pulls a compact umbrella out of his briefcase before calling the car. No, but we need to form a plan for damage control. Your image here is key. We have to make it golden. The rain comes on harder now, hitting my cheeks with cold splatters. Scotty, mate, I live like a monk now, and frankly, I don't give a shit if they eviscerate me. Not exactly true. It will hurt, whether I want it to or not. Don't worry about me any more than you have to. I'll be fine. Ice-cold eyes level on me, seeing too much. I used to isolate myself, look out for others, but never myself. It's a lonely way to live. Don't I know it? Success, failure, those are transient states. Fear can throw you for a loop. But loneliness digs its claws in like nothing else. You can be surrounded by friends and still sink into loneliness. It's fucking awful. Sophie teach you that? I quip, ignoring the dark abyss of that emotion. Scotty's lips curl slightly. No, mate. You did.
Chapter 11. Stella. An inevitable truth about New York City cabs. If it rains, they disappear. Like magic. Another law of rain in the city. It will hit when you're as far away from a subway station as possible. I'm fairly certain the city wants you to get wet. Well, I'm wet, all right. Soaked to the bone as I trudge up the steps to my building. It's a spring rainstorm, cold and relentless, hammering my skull with a rat-tat-tat-tat. Since I went out in a t-shirt and little skirt, I'm fucking freezing. God damn it. Mrs. Goldman had been right. I should have worn a jacket. I'd be all right if I could just get warm again. But I cannot get into my fuckity-fuckface building. My hands shake as I tap in the alarm code to the front door. Again. And again. I get an angry flash of red. Access denied. Come on, I mutter, a lump rising in my throat. Let me in. If I can't deactivate the alarm, the key won't turn. It's a simple yet maddening security measure that I used to appreciate. I hate it now. The keypad numbers swim in front of my face. I know I'm getting it wrong. I didn't write the code down, yet these are the numbers I remember. My memory is solid as stone. How can I be getting it wrong? But I know how. I punch the code in again, my fingertip aching as I jam it against the keypad numbers. Access denied. My vision blurs and I blink rapidly. Fuck. The word escapes in a small, hiccuping sob. Someone bounds up the stairs. Please don't be him. Please. But the world isn't that kind.
Stella Button.
John crowds behind me, holding an umbrella over our heads.
Why the bloody hell are you standing there? Open the door and get out of the rain.
Why him? Of all the people who live in this damn building, why does it always have to be him? I'd have preferred Mrs. Goldman's "I told you so" over him right now. My throat convulses. I'm trying. He leans closer, obviously straining to hear my weak voice over the pounding rain.
What's wrong? Is the door broken?
My lip wobbles, and I bite it hard before answering. The code doesn't work. Rapidly, I punch it in, only to be denied. See? There's an awful pause. I can feel the heavy weight of his stare. Then he moves, and I tense as his cheek brushes mine when he bends down.
Stella, love, it's 22577, not 77522.
I knew that. But how do I tell him that I thought I'd been punching the right combination? That my messed up mind switched them somewhere along the way? I can't. I don't. I just stand there, rigid and tearing up.
Hey.
The softness in his voice has me lifting my head. He searches my face, and the corners of his eyes crease.
Christ, Stells, you're killing me here.
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm the one cold and soaked. Moving slowly, he lifts his hand and brushes a wet strand of hair off my cheeks. Silence swells between us as he stares at my face like he's never seen me before. Then again, every time I set eyes on him, it feels like the first time, and as though I've always been looking at his gorgeous face. We stand like that, the rain thrumming on his umbrella and bouncing off the pavers at our feet. I can't make myself move or say a word. He is stern and forbidding and beautiful, his dark hair misted with silver raindrops. I haven't seen him since the night he ran off on me, but time has done nothing to dull the punch of attraction I feel whenever I'm in his vicinity. If anything, it's worse now. I take a shaking breath, and his gaze darts to my lips.
Fornacetti,
he blurts out, though his voice is husky. What? My own voice is a sad croak. John's brows pull together.
You know those Italian plates, the graphic black and white ones with the girl on them. She has these big eyes and cute little nose and sweet bud of a mouth.
I must be frowning because his cheeks flush and he rushes on.
You remind me of her.
Of a girl on a plate? The flush on his cheeks deepens.
Yeah. Never mind.
He quickly puts in the right code and opens the door. His touch on my lower back is gentle as he guides me out of the cold and rain. I trudge to the elevator, leaving puddles in my wake. With a soft curse, John shrugs out of his damp flannel shirt and wraps it around my shoulders before hugging me tight to his side.
You're freezing.
I hear the condemnation in his voice, like he knows how long I'd been outside, trying to get in and failing. I bite my lip harder. Without a word, John punches the button to our floor. The elevator might as well be a tomb in the silence that follows. I glare down at my toes and shiver while John holds me closer and rubs my arm with his big hand. I should shrug him off, but he's warm, and it feels too good. Yep, that's me, choosing basic human comfort over pride. My pride takes another hit when we reach our little landing and John types in the code for my front door. I lurch back, my gaze finally snapping to his. You know the code? John has the grace to wince.
Callihan is my best mate. We know each other's for safety reasons.
Not feeling a whole lot safer right now, I grumble, stomping into the penthouse. He follows me in.
I hope you're pissed on principle and don't actually think I'd ever come in here uninvited.
I glance back at him, and my steps slow when I take in his hurt expression. A sigh leaves me. Yes, it's the principal. I give him a weak smile. If you really wanted to get in, you could just jump over the back wall like I did. I don't think he finds my attempt at humor funny right now, but his stiffness eases.
Anytime you're doing yoga naked, let me know, and I'll hop over that wall in a hurry.
Despite the tightness in my chest, I laugh a little. I'll put that at the top of my to-do list. A shiver racks my body, and he gestures toward the bedroom with a tilt of his head.
Go get dry. I'll make you some tea.
You'll make tea? His lip quirks as he heads for the kitchen.
Perhaps you don't know this, but at heart, I'm an Englishman. Learning how to make a proper cuppa is one of life's first lessons.
I remember then that John is from an extremely wealthy English family. Your accent is faint and comes out at odd times. Maybe it's because he divided his childhood between New York and England, but John's reaction tells me otherwise. His grimace is so slight, I almost miss it.
When we started the band, I tried my hardest to lose the accent. Perhaps I was a bit too successful at that.
But why? When it peeks out, his accent is lovely. John heads toward Killian's kitchen, giving his back to me. When he finally answers, his tone is dull.
For the British, your accent defines you. The instant you open your mouth to speak, people know where you come from. My parents are elitist snobs. They hated everything about what I was doing and who I was trying to become.
He stops at the kitchen counter and stares absently at the cabinets. Tension runs along his shoulders, making the muscles beneath his shirt bunch tight. But then he looks back at me, and the smile he tosses my way is careless and just a bit cocky.
Since they were doing their best to erase me from the family, I thought I'd return the favor.
Jesus. Hurt for him presses on my chest and urges me to give him a hug. I know all about being abandoned and the defiant rage that follows. I could tell him about that, give him a piece of my own pain, but I also know body language, and his is fairly screaming, "Back off, please." Besides, we're not supposed to do heavy and real. He made that clear when he sprinted out of the party. This confession must be an aberration, a slip brought on by my nosiness. So, I play my part and make a joke instead. I snicker. "You're an Englishman in New York." John's expression turns blank as he stares at me, not understanding, but then he slowly smiles.
The Sting song, right?
I nod. Popped into my head just now. Gratitude flares bright in his green eyes, and then it's gone. But his smile grows.
Whip quoted Sting the other day.
He pulls out a kettle and fills it.
You remind me of Whip.
Really? Why? We're at opposite ends of the room, and he's turned away from me again, but when he grabs 2 teacups from the cabinet, I see a glimpse of his soft smile.
You're both kind.
Kind? I don't know why I'm repeating him, but kind feels like a pat on the head. He glances over his shoulder.
Yep, kind. The person you call when you're sinking and need a hand to hold on to because you know they'll show up.
With a shake of his head, he laughs.
I don't know how else to describe it.
Warmth spreads through my chest, but my gut clenches uncomfortably. No one has ever tried to explain me to me. I don't know how to handle it. I don't know how to handle him. I want to ask him more about his bandmates. Does he hang out with them when they aren't working? Are they as easygoing as he is? Do they sit around and make music? Or maybe they're just like other guys and watch sports while drinking beers and talking shit. But to ask seems like prying and too fangirlish. I wish I were cooler about his fame, but it feels as though John is 2 people. The flirty, sometimes annoying, sometimes impish man who is my neighbor, and then he's Jax, the superstar who is the object of endless fans' lust and idolization. When he talks about his bandmates, I can't help but think of him as Jax and wonder what the hell he's even doing here and why he's making me tea. It doesn't feel real. The silence grows awkward, and John catches me stalling.
Your lips are blue.
I'm going. I take a hot shower and put on my softest pajama pants and a long-sleeve shirt. I'm not trying to impress John. How utterly ridiculous. I totally am. The man is a bowl full of creamy sex with hot fudge on top. My body knows this, even if my brain keeps reminding me of why he's a disaster waiting to happen. Maybe if I didn't have to live right next to him or be reminded of hooking up after the sweat dried, I'd want him to want me. Though, really, Despite the fact that he's a consummate flirt, I don't think he sees me as a conquest. Guys like Jax Blackwood don't hesitate. They go for what they want without fear. As much as it pains me to admit, I admire that about him. I laugh at myself as I towel dry my hair and then head out to the living room. The only truth I need to know is that he'd backed away from me the other night as if I had a contagious disease. I'm in no danger of things going any further than they are now. The thought is still with me, pulling a melancholy smile to my lips when I join him in the main room. He has a pot of tea ready and a pile of toast with little pots of jams, honey, and butter arranged on a tray. It's so very English, it tugs at my heart.
"How do you take your tea?"
he asks, and I'm struck by another weird sense that I must be dreaming. Jax Blackwood, fixing me a cup of tea as solicitous and proper as a butler. Was Mrs. Goldman right? Is he lonely? I want to ask, but don't have the nerve. A little milk, a spoonful of sugar. He pours my tea and then hands me the cup.
"Callihan has a dismal selection of tea on hand. I'm sorry to say it shall be cheap, bagged Earl Grey for us."
My fingers wrap around the warm ceramic. I'm not a huge tea drinker. I don't think I'd know the difference anyway. He gives me a mock expression of horror.
"I'll make a convert out of you yet, Button."
John might be onto something, because the tea is better than any I've had before. Strong, but not bitter. Fragrant and milky, with just a hint of sweetness. I take another soothing sip and sigh before helping myself to some buttered toast with honey. Thanks, I tell him between bites. This is wonderful. He drinks his tea and somehow makes it look manly, the cup dainty in his big hands.
"What happened back there?" he asks. "You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but you looked lost, Stells. Are you okay now?"
My throat thickens as I nod. I'm okay. I sip my tea to give myself a reprieve. Sometimes numbers kind of flip in my brain. His brilliant green eyes are steady on me.
"You're dyslexic?"
No, that's words. It's numbers for me. A mild case of dyscalculia. I let out a breath. It only happens when I'm stressed or overtired. Then it's like something in my brain just stalls, or the numbers will flip. When I try to force it, the situation gets worse. Like today, I was tired and cold and angry at myself, and I shrug, gripping my cup tighter.
"I'm glad I was there to let you in then."
And that is the end of it. No pity. No asking questions I don't have answers to. John spreads currant jam on his toast, and we eat in silence for a few minutes. It isn't strained, exactly. I'm definitely feeling warm and cared for, but there's a certain tension tugging between us. I have the feeling that John is bracing himself for something. He keeps shooting me hesitant looks before taking big bites of toast and munching on it as though his life depends on it. Everybody messes up. I know this. I know he's as human as the rest of us, even though it sometimes seems he lives above the rest of the world. I settle more comfortably into the couch, drink my tea, and eat my toast. He'll talk when he's ready. John isn't the type to keep silent for long. I'm proved right when he takes a long sip of his tea and then sets it down. He presses his shoulders into the couch pillows, bracing himself.
"I'm sorry I walked away like that at the party."
Not something I really want to talk about. Words that come to mind start with embarrassing and end with rejection. You bolted so fast. For a moment, I thought they were having the walls and ceiling removed, I quip. I don't know if I sound as carefree as I want. Probably not. I told him what I do for a living, and he ran. Right after he'd been smiling and leaning in as if he wanted to devour my mouth with his. Clearly, being a professional friend is a turnoff for him. A wrinkle forms between his brows before smoothing.
"A mega mind joke,"
he smiles.
"God, you're adorable."
Like a wiggly puppy, I say under my breath, then shake my head, pushing a bright expression. But he hears me perfectly well and frowns.
It was rude of me. I don't know how to explain other than I had a bout of temporary insanity.
I find myself slipping back into old habits, wanting to smooth over our awkward patch. No need to apologize. I had to get back to Richard anyway. He doesn't appear convinced.
Had I known you were working, I wouldn't have pulled you away. Getting you in trouble with a client is the last thing I'd want.
I narrow my eyes at him because I can't tell if he's being genuine or giving me shade. He's too tight and fidgety for me to get a good read on him. Richard didn't mind. He rests his feet on the coffee table.
What do you do with these friends? And I'm not hinting about sex, I swear to God.
He adds in a rush. I husk out a laugh. I didn't think you were. I run a hand through my damp hair. We do anything they want. The only rules for me is that it isn't something illegal and there is no sexual contact. Strictly platonic. He nods, intent and encouraging me to go on. And it isn't only men who I go out with. I have plenty of women clients as well. You just happen to keep seeing me with the guys. I shake my head ruefully. As for what we do, I've gone shopping, out to eat, movies, attended weddings as pretend dates, even a funeral once. His brows lift.
A funeral?
Yeah, a woman didn't want to go to her mom's funeral alone. She had no one close to her left and needed someone to hold her hand. His expression softens.
Stells, you really do kill me sometimes.
Why? I ask in a weak voice. The memory of poor Mari's pain lingers with the telling of it.
You helped a total stranger get through one of the shittiest days of her life. Not many people would do that.
Don't make it noble. I glance away. I didn't want to be there. I hated every minute of it.
But you did it.
Only because I know how it feels to be alone. I couldn't say no to her request.
And that,
he says, leaning forward, putting him in my line of sight,
makes all the difference. You did it anyway.
You trying to butter me up, Blackwood? He gives me a sidelong look.
Maybe.
Okay. Didn't expect that. I curl my legs under me. Why? His foot starts tapping.
Been thinking.
I really don't like the way he looks at me, hesitant and yet determined. Thinking what? He lifts a shoulder.
I would like to hire you, to be a friend for a while.
He clarifies in the face of my silence. I try to say something. Really, I do. But my throat constricts. A telltale prickle grows behind my lids. I'm going to cry. And I'm not a crier. Pay me to be his friend. He might as well have pulled out a sieve and cut the legs out from under me. I've dealt with this before, getting close to someone who ends up seeing me not as a true friend, but as something less than. Honestly, I've dealt with this enough times that I have the standard, yeah, sure, let's schedule something, answer down pat. And after all, he is offering to pay. Some people, a lot of people, want me to be the friend on call, the friend who acts like a paid companion, who they expect to give them benign answers and pleasant smiles, but they don't want to pay. They expect me to act that way for free. Maybe I should be thankful. John stares at me with an earnest expression, clearly oblivious that he just mentally gut-punched me. All I have to do is be polite and get him out of my apartment as quickly as possible. But I can't make my mouth move. Clearly impatient, he edges forward.
I'll pay you extremely well. Enough that you don't have to see other clients. Just me.
My face begins to tingle. You want to pay me to hang out exclusively with you? Satisfaction lights his face. His big, stupid face.
Yes.
I start my deep yoga breathing.
Well then?
He asks, hands clenched into fists.
What do you think?
You need to leave. I stand, nearly knocking into the coffee table. Now, please. John lurches to his feet as well, his brows winging up.
Leave? Why?
I can't look at him. Because I asked you to. Turning my back to him, I pick up the teacups.
What the hell? What did I do wrong?
You offered to pay me for what I would have done for free. Nothing. A wrinkle forms between his brows.
Then why are you kicking me out?
So I can cry alone. I'm tired.
Bollocks!
His English accent rises up, crisp as new paper.
You look as though I've sucker-punched you. Is it really so distasteful to hang out with me then?
Distasteful? I want to scream. I just might. John's color deepens as he takes a step closer, his long, lean body looming over me.
Answer me, damn it.
When he moves to cut my elbow, I swing my arm away. Because you did sucker punch me, you jerk. He gapes at me in shock.
How?
Of all the... My disappointment bubbles up and turns to rage. How can you not know? Are you seriously that clueless? His mouth snaps shut on a glare.
Apparently so. Enlighten me then.
Because it hurts, okay? When he frowns, I advance on him. You think, because I'm good old Stella, everyone's friend, that I don't feel that... I wave a helpless hand. Black hole of pain? That utter fucking emptiness. People pay me to be their friend. I make people smile and laugh so they can say, there's Stella, isn't she good fun? Something dark and bitter burns within me. My words come out like hard punches. Do you know how many actual friends I have? None. Not a fucking one. Nobody knows the real me. Nobody calls on my birthday or to see how I'm doing when they haven't heard from me in a while. No one turns to me for anything other than a fleeting laugh or paid companionship. It hurts to say. My vision blurs and I blink rapidly. I have 0 true friends. Just people who know the surface of me. Sometimes the loneliness of it crushes my chest like a vice. And I sit here alone, wondering what the fuck is so wrong with me that no one has bothered to try, that no one sticks.
There is nothing wrong with you,
he rasps, attempting to grasp my shoulders. I evade him again. But there has to be. There has to be a reason I have no friends, why no one stays. And that reason is me. I suck in a shaking breath. You just proved it. I thought we were becoming real friends.
We were.
He sounds almost desperate now, a wild look in his eyes as he leans close.
We are.
Come off it. You wanted to hire me just like all the others. John runs a hand through his hair, making the ends stick out in all directions.
I said that because I wanted to be close to you and am too emotionally stunted to man up to it. There isn't anyone I want to be around more than you. You occupy my thoughts, haunt my dreams. I can no more stay away from you than I can try to keep my heart from beating.
His words are everything I've always wanted to hear, but his actions tell a different story, and I can't let myself feel that hope. Not right now. I want too badly to believe and can't trust my judgment. If that were true, I say through stiff lips, you wouldn't have tried to buy my friendship. I get what you're saying about manning up, but your first inclination was to buy me, which means some part of you sees me as a commodity, not a person.
Damn it.
He spreads his arms wide.
I see you, Stella. I want...
No, I really don't care what you want right now. I need you to leave. His lips flatten. He clearly has no intention of obeying. Go! I push at his chest, backing him up. I know he's letting me move him. Good. At least he understands no means no. I can't handle you here.
Stella.
He's still backing up, awkwardly bumbling toward the door as I heard him that way.
I'm sorry, okay? I didn't think...
No, you didn't, because it isn't my job to coddle you. Right now, I'm going to lick my own wounds, and I don't want you here. John's gaze darts over my face. He looks so truly pained that for a second I consider relenting. But I always relent. Smooth things over during uncomfortable situations. I'm always the one who fixes things. I won't do it for him. If there is any hope for any type of relationship with this man, I can't start it as Stella, the emotional sponge. Perhaps he sees my resolve. He lets out a slow breath, his shoulders slumping.
Okay, Button. I'm going. He frowns. I'm sorry. Will you please come see me when you're ready?
His brows lift, green eyes imploring. My resistance crumbles like dry sand. I resent the hell out of him for that, and that I can't stop myself from saying, "Fine." Before he can say anything else, I close the door on his too pretty face. And then I curl up and cry. I have no doubt John is sorry he hurt me. Doesn't stop me from feeling utterly alone. I need a new profession, a new life. I need a release. Picking up the phone, I call Hank. "Can you put me on the book for tomorrow?" I ask when he answers. I was just there today, and I usually don't fly but once a week, but Hank doesn't ask any questions. He never does when it comes to personal things.
Sure thing, kid. You need me to pick you up at the station?
Yes, please. I hang up, a little more settled. Maybe I should go talk to John and accept his apology, but my throat is burning, and so am I. Whether it's from my cry fest or being caught in the rain. Suddenly, I don't feel well at all.
Chapter 12. John. A melody tickles the edges of my mind. A song is there, waiting for me, but I can't seem to coax it out. Thrumming idle chords, I try to let it come. Instead, I find myself thinking of red gold curls and little cinnamon freckles. I miss her voice. I don't think I've ever missed a person's voice before. I can't say there's anything exceptional or truly different about Stella's voice, except that it's hers. This is not good. I'm growing attached to a woman who thinks I'm an asshole. Even if she didn't, getting emotional with someone is a bad idea. I can't even be trusted to take care of Killian's pets. How the hell am I supposed to navigate a real relationship? Fuck, I can't even touch a woman right now. Doesn't matter that the antibiotics have run their course, and I'm perfectly healthy. I feel infected, tainted. Fuck it. I play a few chords, but the sound clashes with the furious buzzing of Killian's front doorbell. I glance toward my own door. Stella has company? Perfect. Probably another oddball dude who is paying to be her friend. And she lets them. Me? I get a fuck off in response. I don't care anymore. But I do. I was a total asshat for trying to finagle friendship out of Stella instead of simply telling her how I feel. Something I'd apologize for repeatedly if she'd let me. It's been 3 days, and not a word from her. I've texted a couple of times to no avail. Yesterday, I rang her doorbell, and she didn't answer. Okay, she might have been out. But not knowing sucks. Being cast into social Siberia sucks. The buzzing keeps going. My fingers stumble over the strings. Fuck. Maybe it isn't a client. Maybe it's a date. Someone as cute as Stella likely dates all the time. Is she going to bring him into her bed? Let him touch her? Touch him? Of course they'll touch. If a guy has Stella in bed, he's going to touch her. A lot. Everywhere. The back of my neck grows hot and pinched. Not my business. Not my damn business. The buzzer rings again. I set my guitar down and grit my teeth. Sweat trickles down my spine. All I see is Stella. Her soft, freckle-dusted skin slowly being revealed as some wanker undoes her top. Motherfuck! I stand and pace toward the door. To do what? Make a fool out of myself? Beg her to stop? Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. No way am I going to be that guy. I turn to walk away when some dude starts yelling. Hey! Hello in there! You don't answer! You still owe me money! My muscles seize. Owes him money? Oh, hell no. What the ass is going on? Yo! The irate guy in the hall shouts. Hello? He leans on the buzzer again. That's it. I'm done. A skinny college-age kid flinches when I whip open my door, but he soon settles. Hey man, sorry to disturb. He glares at Killian's door. Your neighbor buzzed me in and then refused to open the door. Someone has to pay for this soup. He holds up a bag laden with takeout cartons as evidence. For one instant, the relief is so strong I lean against my doorway to let it ride. Then concern takes its place because if Stella buzzed this guy up, she should be answering her door. I pull a few bills from my pocket, way more than the food likely costs. Slapping the money into his hand, I grab the bag and don't give him another thought as I quickly punch in the code to Killian's door. Stella? I call out, stalking into the place. She isn't in the living room, and my pulse kicks into high gear. The meaty organ pounds in my chest as I set down the soup and call her name again, louder this time. Kind of frantic, because, fuck. Stella! A weak noise from her room has me running up the stairs, my blood ice cold, my throat dry. Hell, if this is even a taste of what my guys felt when they found me, I totally get why they mother me. I slam into her room and almost stumble on the rug as I skid to a halt. Stella lies curled up on the bed, shivering, her hair matted and damp, her skin flushed. Baby. I hustle over and touch her forehead. She's burning up. Shit, how long have you been like this? Sheets, ripe with the scent of sweat, twist around her body. With dull eyes, she looks at me for a second, then sags into the pillow. She doesn't give me any info, just whimpers, and my chest constricts. It's been years since I've been around anyone sick. I think the last time was for Killian when he had the flu. I didn't take care of him, though. That had been Brenna's job back then. But I remember my childhood and how my mother would care for me. Come on, love, I whisper as I scoop Stella up. Let's get you more comfortable. Her head lolls against my shoulder, and she whimpers again. The unhealthy heat of her body seeps through my shirt, and I bite back a curse. Gently laying her down on the love seat, I hustle into Killian's room, where I know there's a wet bar. I know this because the bastard stole the idea from me. Armed with a bottle of cold water and a fresh glass, I head back and find Stella dozing. I use the time to change the sheets on her bed and get some painkillers. She makes a noise of protest when I pick her back up. It's okay, I tell her softly. You'll be okay. Hurt, she croaks. Where? Throat. Everywhere. I set her down on the bed and unravel the dirty sheet. She's dressed in a rumpled and sweat-soaked tank top and panties. Fuck. Running a hand through my hair, I hesitate for a second, but then set my shoulders. She needs to be in clean clothes. End of story. It takes some doing, but I wrestle a loose white t-shirt onto her and pull the tank off under it. Yeah, I'm being a prude. I've seen so many women nude I've lost count. But this is Stella. It feels wrong to see her naked when she is helpless and sick. Not that she utters a word of complaint as I work. She just watches me with those dull, listless eyes. Her hand trembles when I give her a glass of cold water, and she only takes a small sip. More, I tell her, pushing the glass back to her lips. Hurts. I know, baby, but you need to hydrate. I hand her 2 painkillers. Take these. Her grimace hurts to look at, but she does what I ask before flopping back onto the pillows. I cover her with a sheet and then find the thermometer. It's bad. 103? I glare down at her. Baby, you should have called me. Stella doesn't answer, but starts shivering again, and I cover her with the quilt. Irritation and worry churn through my gut as I sit next to her and run my hand over her head. I've been dying to touch her hair, wondering if it would feel as silky as it looks. But it's sticky with sweat now, and I curse again and pull out my phone to dial Dr. Stern. She answers quickly. I have an emergency, I tell her as I carefully comb my fingers through Stella's snarled curls. Define emergency, Jax. I have a friend here. She's running a high fever, chills, says her throat hurts. I need you to check her out. Now, if I were an ordinary person, Doc Stern would tell me to take Stella to the nearest clinic. But since Killjohn pays her extremely well to be on call for whatever reason, she tells me she'll be right over. I'm not good at waiting. I hate it. Right now, it's killing me. Stella is in pain and sick with fuck knows what. My gut's knotting. I lie back on the bed next to her. Immediately she curls into me, resting her head on my lap. Her cheek pushes against my dick, and I try not to wince. I'm too tense to get hard, but that doesn't stop my awareness of her. Something about Stella makes my senses kick into high gear. If she's around, I am focused. It's a strange sensation. I try not to think about it as I gently trace the line of her hair along her temple. My fingertips tingle as if receiving a low-level shock. Why didn't you call someone? I ask, caressing her jaw. She's still feverish. Who? It's barely a croak, but she says it as if truly curious, like she has no one, and hasn't for a while. She told me she didn't have any real friends, but it hits me that I didn't really believe it. How could I? Stella is light and sweetness. Every person who gets near is pulled into her orbit. And she thinks she has no one. My stomach clenches. Me? You should have called or texted me. Her eyes are closed, but she moves her shoulder in a weak shrug. Fighting. The tightness in my gut turns painful. We're not fighting, and even if we were, you could still ask me for help button. Christ, she doesn't understand this. Friends fucking show, no matter what. I could be acting like a complete dick, but if I called Whip, Rye, Brenna, Scotty, Sophie, or Libby, they'd be there for me. I'd do the same for them. In an instant, I miss my friends. My thoughts are interrupted when Stella jerks and opens her eyes with a gasp. It stops my heart. What? I touch her cheek. Are you hurting? She just looks at the door. Food. I should be here. Sagging against the padded headboard, I rest my hand on her head. It's okay, I paid him. But her eyes stay wild. Stevens and Hahn. At the sound of his name, Stevens prowls out from under the bed and leaps up to cuddle Stella's thigh. She weakly touches his head. I eye the little furball with trepidation. He might like Stella, but the bugger is shifty as fuck. I'll feed the pets, I tell her. Stevens narrows his devil eyes at me as if to say, you better fucking do it or I'll gut you. I believe it. His litter box, Stella whispers, worried. I swear Stevens smirks. I suppress a shiver. Yeah, I'll do that too. Stella sighs and snuggles back down on my lap. Okay. You want some soup? She shakes her head, burrowing deeper and slinging her arm over my thighs. It does something to me, the way she clings. No one has ever looked to me for simple physical comfort, ever. I wouldn't have allowed it. I'm not a cuddler. Women have tried to cling. It made my skin crawl. I used to think I was broken that way, incapable. But comforting Stella feels good, useful. Idly, I run my fingers through her curls and stare at the ceiling. The door buzzer goes off. Dr. Stern, finally. I move to let her in, but Stella clutches my hips. Her wide blue eyes, dull with fever, find mine. Don't leave me. Fuck, she's breaking my heart. I cup her cheek. Never, baby. I'm just getting the door, okay? She blinks, looking hazy and confused. I kiss her temple. I'll be right back, I promise. The second I lay eyes on Dr. Stern, I grab a hold of her bag. She's in the bedroom. Stern follows me inside. Calm down, Jax. I'll be calm when Stella is better. I halt and spin to face Stern. Shit, she has a sore throat, doc, and some kind of pinkish rash on her neck. Could I have... I run a hand through my hair. What if I infected her? Stern's eyes narrow. You didn't have unprotected sex with this woman while you were undergoing treatment, did you? What? No. Fuck no. But we kissed once. Remember the grocery store incident I asked you about? The kissing bandit? That's Stella. Stern shakes her head, and her voice softens. Then you'll remember that I said you can't contract chlamydia through a kiss, Jax. The antibiotics did their job. We tested you. You're clean. So unless you two have had some oral form of sexual contact, no, just that kiss. I run a cold hand over my face. I'm worried. Her throat is sore. Dr. Stern touches my arm, which could be caused by a number of things. I will test her if that's what she wants. Her expression turns serious. But I'm going to need your friend's permission to examine her, Jax. Though between you and me, if you're in a relationship with this woman, I would tell her about what happened. A weight settles in my chest and guts. I should have told her from the beginning. I shrug, my shoulders tight. It feels like ants are crawling over my skin. Look, can you suggest she get tested? Dr. Stern gives my arm a friendly squeeze. Let me see her. High fever rash and a sore throat could indicate strep. I expel a sigh and take her upstairs, and promptly forget about my own worries when I see Stella curled up on the bed, looking weak and pitiful and in pain. Hurrying over, I scoop her up and settle her on my lap, cuddling her close. Stella Button, the doctor is here. She's going to help you. Stella rests her cheek on my chest. Okay. She trembles, and I kiss her temple before looking at Stern. Fix her, Doc. Fix her fast. Stern's smile is clearly bemused. She isn't broken, Jax, just sick. That might be true, but when Stella is hurting, nothing feels right.
Stella. There is being sick, and there is being in hell. I am in the latter. Jesus wept, I want to beg for drugs. Just knock me out and wake me when I'm better. My mind drifts, an ebb and flow of pain and heat and strange noises. I know John is with me. I feel the hard strength of his body next to the mushy, hot mass of mine. I hear his voice, his gorgeous, smooth as amber, honey voice telling me to drink, asking me to lift my arms as he slips a clean, cool shirt over my battered body, telling me that I will be better soon. Huh. Lies. The pain in my throat is broken glass and slow-moving lava. Still, I cling to him. He is all that is safe and comforting in my aching world. Then the doctor arrives. I didn't know doctors even made house calls anymore. She tells me she's the band's personal physician. Part of me wants to laugh. Of course, Jax Blackwood would have a doctor at his beck and call. But I hurt too much and am too weak to do anything more than answer her questions with soft croaks that barely sound like real words. She's telling me something important as she examines me. I just don't care. As long as she makes this pain and hot hell go, I'll do anything she wants. She swabs my throat, and then she's gone. John is back, forcing fluids down my hellfire throat. It's a haze after that. I know he's here. He lies down next to me, his hands drifting through my damp hair with soothing strokes. It feels too good, and I move closer. He is cool compared to my flame. His arm curls around me, drawing me against his chest. My head finds the crook where his shoulder meets his arm. A perfect resting spot. And I relax with a sigh. I don't know how long we stay like that. Time passes, I know. He gives me the antibiotics the doctor prescribed, helps me to the bathroom when I have to go, helps me back to bed when I'm done. We always settle in the same position, his fingers in my hair, my hand burrowing under his shirt to find his smooth, cool skin. Any sense of self-consciousness burns away with my fever. My world narrows down to pain and trying to escape it. John helps me escape. He takes care of me. My fever peaks in the middle of the night, and he's there, wiping my arms with a cold cloth that burns along my skin. Easy, he whispers in the dark.
"We've got to cool you down, Button. Easy now."
That voice, smooth and gentle, grounds me, makes me do what it wishes. I concentrate on that voice throughout the night and into the morning. I don't know why he doesn't leave me, but I am afraid to ask in case I give him ideas. Doesn't matter. He stays. He stays, and he has no idea what that means to me. I haven't been cared for like this since my mom died. Part of me wants him to go. I can't become attached to him because no one stays forever and the leaving hurts too much. But I don't say a word. I cling like the weak woman I am. At some point the next day, he forces me to eat some soup. I am not a good patient, pushing his hand away with a snarl every time the damn spoon hovers in front of my face.
"If you dribble your soup," he tells me, smiling with his eyes, "we'll have to put you in the shower."
I glare at him, spoon pressed between my lips, then sag against the pillows.
"Actually, I need to shower. I feel gross."
John sets down the soup I've been avoiding for the past half hour.
"Well, let's get you showered." "Alone, rocker boy."
A look of reproach shoots my way.
"I've already had about 10 chances to see you naked today."
John stands and holds out his hand.
"Believe me, I have no interest in that."
I stare up at him.
"Why? What's wrong with my body?"
He chokes on a laugh.
"You're serious now?" "Stella, Button, your body is fucking gorgeous."
His eyes heat and he looks me up and down.
"Any place, any time you want to get naked for me, I will be there, with fucking bells on. But not when you're sick. We get naked, it will be when you're healthy and wanting it. Panting for it."
God, the way he looks at me, like he's picturing it in detail, like he's a little dizzy with the idea. But then again, I'm dizzy too. Right now, I don't know if it's the fever or him. Maybe both.
"We are not getting naked."
I wish that had sounded more emphatic. His lips quirk to the side, but he fails to hide the amused smile in his eyes.
"Not today."
He grabs my hand and hauls me up.
"Into the shower with you, Stells. No offense, but you kind of stink."
My head is leaden, and I lean against him even as I nudge his ribs.
"Ass."
He smiles as he walks me into the bathroom.
"And to think women claim they want total honesty. Silence is also appreciated in some situations."
John snickers, then gets the shower ready. He leaves me to it, but insists on staying by the door outside.
"Call me if you're in trouble. I mean it,"
he says with a tone that is downright bossy.
"If you feel dizzy, if you wobble at all, you call me. I'll close my eyes if you're worried about me seeing you, but I'm not having you faint and hurt yourself. Okay?"
"Yes, sir." I give him a weak salute. Truth is, my head is becoming heavier and I need to get clean before I really do sag to the floor. My shower is quick. I can't linger the way I want. My body weighs 1,000 pounds and my throat still hurts. I want to lie down, but the cool water is glorious. At some point, John slides fresh clothes in for me. They rest in a neat pile on the floor by the door. I don't exactly like that he picked through my panty drawer, but I'm grateful regardless. Feeling a little more human, I open the door and find him waiting just as he promised.
"Better?"
he asks, keeping his eyes on my face. He'd left me a tank top and sleep shorts to change into. Skimpy, but nice and cool. And frankly, I don't care if he sees the outline of my nipples. Comfort beats out modesty at the moment.
"Yes."
But I'm fading. My voice is weak and my head pounds from standing up for too long. Utterly patient, he holds out his big, calloused hand and I let him guide me back to a freshly made bed. I don't hesitate to slide all the way into the middle, making room for him. I need him there so much, I'm tempted to plead, but I don't have to. He follows me into the bed, and when I tuck myself against his side, he covers us with the blanket. My hair is damp, and he lifts it to drape over his shoulder before wrapping an arm around me. We don't say a word. neither of us wanting to bring up the fact that he's in bed with me and I'm now lucid enough to be fully aware of him.
"Stells,"
he whispers after a moment.
Earlier you said there was no one to take care of you."
His words trail off as I tense. Now fully awake and uncomfortably alert, John squeezes my shoulder, bracing me against him.
"What happened to your family? You don't have to tell me, but..."
He shrugs, clearly at a loss. He's right. I don't have to tell him a thing. My life is my business. But he's also here, caring for me when no one else has. And if I want to have friends, I have to learn to let them inside these walls I have built. Licking my dry lips, I answer slowly. "My mom died when I was 11.
"Babe."
His hand cups the back of my head in a tender gesture.
"I didn't know. I'm sorry."
I shrug and pick at a piece of lint on his shirt. "Undetected heart condition. It sucks, but that's life." It hurts like hell to swallow. My dad wasn't in the picture until then, mainly because he was a bum. When Mom died, he showed up and brought me to New York to live with him. For a second, I see my dad as he was in those early days, fading red hair, scraggly beard, skinny as hell. My dad was utterly at a loss at what to do with a grieving preteen. He'd taught me what he knew, how to charm people, how to get them to do what he wanted without them even realizing it. My dad is a grifter, and I'd learned at his feet. Only I'd made an effort not to be like him, to never take advantage of others. Blinking rapidly, I clutched the loose folds of John's shirt. The day I turned 18, he left. Job was done. He was out.
Jesus.
John wraps me up in a tight hug. I let him because I need it too much. His chest is firm and warm, and I hear the steady beat of his heart against my cheek. It was shit, I admit with a pained laugh. But I got through it.
Of course you did. You're a badass, Stella Button.
With a snort, I ease back, and he lets me, moving a bit until we're both comfortably lying side by side once more. Showering, and this ugly trip down memory lane has worn me out, and my eyes close. John seems to know I need a break because he starts to sing, his voice soft and low. The sound rolls over me like a gentle hand, and something inside me eases with a sigh. I've never been sung to before. I probably would hate it coming from anyone else, or crack internal jokes about it being cheesy. But John isn't just anyone. His voice is his soul. I soak in its beauty and let it take me where it will. My hand slides under his shirt again, seeking his firm skin. He leans into the touch as his fingers thread through my hair. I feel safe and protected, entirely at home in his arms, but a small voice inside my head wonders if this is a strange dream. He is adored by millions, his voice a gift people pay to hear, and yet he's singing to me. How did it come to this? I drift, listening to the bittersweet cadence as he starts to sing Asleep by the Smiths. Isn't this song about suicide? I ask without thinking. John pauses and his abs tense.
Yes?
It comes out as a question, almost apologetic and a little cautious, like he expects a lecture.
Or maybe just dying. Hard to tell when it comes to Morrissey.
He is quite the chipper fellow, I murmur, thinking of the Smiths singer who's known for being maudlin on a cheerful day. John's chest rumbles in a low laugh.
You know about the Smiths.
I Am Human is one of my favorite songs. I run my hand along his side. Used to listen to it on a loop when I was 15 and deep into my teenage angst.
Oh yeah?
His voice is husky and fond.
What made you angsty, Button?
I lift a shoulder in a shrug. I'd never been kissed, never been asked out. His stomach muscles tighten.
How is that possible? You're cute as hell.
I was red-headed, freckled, round-faced, and at the time, completely flat-chested. Not what the guys in my class were looking for, I guess. He smooths his hand up my arm.
Teenage boys are idiots. I mean, I basically had one criterion for girls. Easy lay.
Lovely.
Hey, I said we were idiots.
Are you saying that your standards have changed?
Maybe
just start singing again, I advise. His lips brush the top of my head.
You're the one who interrupted the quiet beauty of my singing about slowly sinking into an inevitable death as your friends look on and weep.
Closing my eyes, I flatten my palm against his skin. Your sense of humor is a little twisted, you know that? I can almost feel him smile.
The guys find it annoying as hell.
Were you like this before? I trail off awkwardly. His chest lifts and falls on a sigh.
Yeah, abysmal gallows humor and lacking in proper social tact.
He sounds as though he's quoting Mr. Scott. I knew it. With a smile, I turn my head into his warmth. He carries the scent of my lemon honey soap he's been using to wash his hands with. Underneath, there is a tinge of creamy sandalwood that might be his deodorant. Nothing special, really, but I'd happily press my nose to his skin and breathe him in for days. Truth is, the simple act of being near him makes me happy. Never change, John. Promise me that much. He's silent for a second, his hand resting on the crown of my head.
Promise.
Good. Now sing me a song that isn't about death. He chuckles, slow and easy, and his fingers play with my hair again.
You know, I just realized most slow songs are kind of morbid. Loss of love, longing, death. Jesus, we musicians are a sick, sad bunch.
I let out a huff of laughter. The world is sick and sad half the time. You're just singing its songs, giving a voice to let all those feelings out. He toys with a lock of my hair. Do you ever... I begin thoughtlessly and then bite my lip to shut up. His breath warms my hair.
Do I ever what?
Nothing. I snuggle closer. I don't know what I was going to say. His voice is soft but slightly amused.
Yes, you do. Just ask, Stells. It's okay.
I find myself pressing into him, trying to ground myself, to ground him. Do you ever think about that night? He knows exactly what night I'm talking about, and his body tenses. I'm sorry, I blurt out. I shouldn't have...
Don't be.
He cuts in.
I'd rather have you ask than tiptoe around me.
Dully, I nod, my pulse picking up. John adjusts, settling down in a more comfortable position.
Everyone tiptoes around it, myself included. It's like it's some dark secret, which is a joke because everyone knows.
I'm sorry, I say again, because I don't know what else to say. But he seems to appreciate it. He gives me a little squeeze.
We live in a world where people greet each other with, "How are you?" but few of us actually want an answer. It's kind of hilarious if you think about it. We don't really want to know how someone else is doing, but we want to look as though we do.
I'm always tempted to answer that I have horrible period cramps and I can't remember if I left the oven on. And can you still call it a grilled cheese sandwich if you add any meat other than bacon? He laughs, short and light.
Definitely no on that last question.
He pauses, then goes on in a subdued tone.
I didn't know I was in trouble back then. I'd always lived on highs and lows. I kind of thought everyone did. I'd be pumped about life, churn out song after song, stay up all hours just wanting to keep going. Then I'd hit this wall and everything would plummet. I wouldn't want to get out of bed, preferred sleep over waking, had no interest in anything. But the band was always there. I was famous. I didn't have time to wallow, as I used to call it.
What changed? I whisper.
I don't know,
he says in a hollow, faraway voice.
The lows became longer, stronger. I started living in my head. I realized I didn't have any dreams. They were all gone.
What do you mean?
Most people have a dream they're trying to achieve, a goal in life that keeps them going. I've done what I wanted to do. I've reached my pinnacle. I had nothing left, nothing to strive for. The knowledge of that hit me, and I was left staring into an abyss. And the darkness swallowed me up. And all I could think was, who the fuck am I? I felt like a lie, and then all this ugliness started pouring in, telling me I was unlovable, unworthy, a fake, until I felt so dirty and trapped in my own skin that I couldn't stand it, and there was no way out. I stroke his skin now. This beautiful man who has influenced and inspired countless people and didn't seem to know it. This beautiful man who makes me feel more alive than anyone I've ever met. I want to cry, because I've felt that way before too. Not to the extent that John did, but I understand that horrible feeling. His body eases a little, but he continues in a rough voice. But that's not what I think about. He swallows audibly. What I hold on to, what I keep crystal clear, is that moment when I started to fade. I remember how fucking terrified and regretful I felt. I didn't want to go. Not really. I just wanted to feel okay. Honey. I turn into him and just cling, my fingers digging into his side. I'm so freaking glad you're here. He lets out a harsh breath. So am I, Button. Right fucking here. I hadn't meant it literally, but I don't disagree. John and I have had our moments. We bicker and bounce around each other like opposing magnetic forces, but right now, it's perfect. It falls quiet. Then John starts to sing Something by the Beatles. I am struck silent. Emotion swoops in, strong and thick, and all I can do is lie there and take it, close my eyes and hold him to me. I'm sick as hell. My body aches. And yet I feel like I've been granted the best gift in the world.
Chapter 13. John. Someone talked. Scotty sounds grim, but resigned. Holding on to my phone, I sink into the couch and run a hand over my face. It's been 2 days since I've seen Stella. I didn't have an excuse to hang around when she was clearly on the mend. Plus, I wasn't entirely certain she wanted me there when she was healthy. A sick Stella was needy. Healthy Stella will be back to being independent and not liking me very much. That's all bullshit. Truth is, I didn't want to stick around to see when she finally got well enough to ask questions, such as why I was freaking out over STDs, why I'd insisted Stern ask Stella if she'd be willing to be tested, even though I'd been told the chances were nil. Hell, she'll have gotten her results back by now. Dr. Stern thought Stella had strep and had started her on antibiotics. Logically, I understand that Dr. Stern had been telling me the truth, that a kiss wouldn't have infected Stella, but I can't relax until I know for sure. Even if Stella hasn't heard back from Stern, she'll know all about it now. It's a shit show all over the news, just as I'd predicted. Jax Blackwood, fuck up Royale. Can't keep his shit together. Manslut who screwed his way into STD land. Innocent girls tainted. I snort. Clearly, the press had never actually met the women I've hooked up with. Not a single one was innocent or coerced. But that doesn't exactly make for good press. God, how will Stella look at me? My guts turn to ice. Jax, you there, mate? I stir out of my haze and switch to speakerphone. Yeah, someone talked. We knew it would happen eventually. My mind drifts back to Stella. Should I text? Crawl over the wall and go see her? Scotty clears his throat. You have any idea who it could be? Does it matter? It's out now. Nothing will change that. Damn it, Jax, are you even paying attention? You never take anything seriously. Bullshit, I snap, having enough. I make jokes to downplay any situation because that's how I deal. And yeah, I'm forgetful to the point of irritation. It irritates me too that I can't keep my mind focused. I'm supposed to write lists to keep track of my shit. But that means fuck all when I can't remember to make a list in the first place. But all of that doesn't mean I don't care, Scotty. It just means I don't do a good job of showing it. He's silent, and I know he's trying to figure out how to best manage me. Ah, Scotty. He is nothing if not predictable. You're right, he says finally. I apologize. Well, he finally got me. I didn't see that coming. I should feel vindicated, but I'm uncomfortable instead. Forget it, man. I was being a wanker, Jax. We both know it. I fight a smile. Fine, you're a wanker. I'm glad we can finally acknowledge the gorilla in the room. He grumbles, then clears his throat. How's Miss Gray? I heard she was ill. Of course he's heard and is putting things together. Wrong again, though. It wasn't Stella. How do you know? He sounds more curious than accusatory. Because I know her. I glance toward the terrace. Sunlight shines bright against the glass and hurts my eyes. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Stella doesn't talk. She gets even. Scotty's laugh is short. You sound bizarrely thrilled over the prospect. He has no idea. I haven't gone out yet, I tell him. But I don't think anyone knows where I am at the moment. I've never brought anyone outside my circle to this condo, and I could be in any city in the world. Regardless, I have Bruce camped outside your place. We have a couple of bodyguards on staff who work our public events, but we rarely use them during our day-to-day life. Who wants to live like that? Besides, I can defend myself just fine. Something I remind Scotty of now. Of course you can. He doesn't sound as sincere as he should, the asshole. However, someone needs to keep an eye out in case there's a mob situation. Bruce was available. Don't worry, he'll blend. I snort. Scotty. He's a bodyguard named Bruce Lee, who looks a lot like the master Bruce Lee. He attracts attention just by being him. To be fair, it isn't his name that garners attention from strangers. Scotty deadpans. It isn't as though he wears a shirt that says, "Hello, my name is Bruce Lee." I laugh. I should have made one for him. I'm sure he'd love that, Scotty drawls. Putting it on my to-do list. My grin fades. Seriously, I don't like the idea of him sitting outside, twiddling his thumbs. It's unnecessary and ridiculous. Actually, Bruce is one of my favorites. He's funny as hell, and is the one who taught me mixed martial arts. Callihan and I took classes from him years before Scotty hired him as a part-time guard. He's staying. Expect to be shadowed for a while. No fucking way. I sit straighter now. I mean it. I see one of the guys following me around, I'm sending him home. And don't even try that manager shit with me on this. I'm met with silence. I don't bother trying to fill it. I've played chicken with Gabriel Scott before. Finally, I hear a long-suffering sigh. Do me this small thing, Jax. Keep a low profile. I don't know how much you've seen. I've seen enough, I cut in. Enough to make my stomach heave. Enough to tempt me back into bed where I can close the world out entirely. Then you know to keep quiet until we can issue a statement. I laugh without humor. There is no good way to spin this shit. No, there isn't. His flat response makes me cringe. Then we'll let it ride, I tell him, fighting the urge to vomit. Assure me that you'll stay away from your usual haunts. Jesus, Gabriel. Has lack of sleep addled your brain? You don't need to lecture me. I don't have any haunts anymore. I'm a damn hermit these days. Right, he says after an awkward pause. Well, my work here is done then. Despite myself, I smile with true amusement. Yeah, it's been fun. You're a terrible liar, John. Don't John me. Did you or did you not just pull a Gabriel on me? He retorts. You were being a wanker again. Speaking of people who call you John. Excellent segue, I cut in. Scotty expels a protracted sigh before he speaks. Have you explained the situation to Ms. Gray? I resist the urge to squirm. Are we gossiping now? Yes. God help me. I rub my tired eyes and close them. Have you? No, I grit out. I was too busy taking care of her while she was sick. And, chickening out. You poor smitten kitten. You're in deep, mate. He sounds so smug, I'm sorely tempted to hang up on him. What was your first clue, Fred? Fred? The confusion in his voice makes me laugh. Out of all the gang, you'd definitely be the one to wear an ascot. So yeah, Fred. Scotty scoffs. I'm tempted to say you'd be Shaggy, but you're more the Daphne of the group. Fred had the hots for Daphne, I point out. This conversation has taken a strange turn and is making my head hurt. And my work is done here, I say proudly. I can visualize him rolling his eyes. Speaking from personal experience, he says, getting back on point, I can only advise that you be honest with Miss Gray. Likely she'll have questions. Scotty, man. I'm not involved with Stella. I don't even know what we are. But I'm not trying to get in her pants. Lying makes my headache worse, he mutters. I don't know why you bother with me. I'm a walking cautionary tale, I say, annoyed now. Not exactly prime boyfriend material. The fact that you use the word boyfriend tells me all I need to know, Scotty says. Get your head out of your ass and talk to the girl. Oh, and we're all coming over for dinner tonight. At that, Scotty hangs up. Since he often hangs up on me when he's done with a conversation, I don't take it personally. Only now, I'm alone with silence. Talk to Stella? I feel like a kid again, about to face the headmaster and really wanting to run the other way. That kid wants to go downstairs and hang out with Bruce instead. Shit. I run my hand through my hair and squeeze the back of my neck. I know what I have to do. I have to talk to Stella, warn her off while I still have the strength to let her go. Because there's one thing I understand quite well. I always manage to disappoint the people I care about. And I don't want to be yet another person in Stella's life who fails her.
Stella. When you're sick, you kind of go with the flow. It's not like you can protest. Your whole world narrows down to how bad you feel and how can you feel better. In that hazy reality, I hadn't truly thought about the fact that John was there with me. But I'm well now, and I'm thinking about it. A lot. He took care of me, better than anyone has since my mother died. The knowledge leaves me all tender and squishy inside. I owe him. I miss him. I might have been physically miserable when he was here, but I'd been completely comfortable around him. Happy, even, which is bizarre given the amount of pain I'd been in. But he's gone now. He's been gone for days, and I haven't heard a peep out of my friendly neighborhood rock star. It's unsettling. How can he go from being utterly attentive to completely gone? Did I offend him somehow? Was it a pity thing? I almost don't want to know. Pity would kill me, but I find myself sending him texts anyway. He doesn't answer them. And, because I've apparently become a total masochist, I call him, too. It goes straight to voicemail. I guess that's that, I mutter, tossing my phone onto the kitchen counter. Hurt invades my chest. It's an ugly, sticky lump that I can't dislodge. It follows me all day. I'm halfway to being pissed all over again. But then I remember how he held me, changed my sheets, sang me songs. He was all in. John is many things. He is by no means perfect, but he's never cruel. He would answer my texts and calls. Suddenly, I'm ice cold. Something isn't right, and I've spent days pouting when I should have been thinking objectively. It's been days. Without another thought, I head for the terrace and hop right over the wall. When I pound on the glass door, no one answers. I should go back home, but I can't. Not when my instincts are shouting at me to keep going. The door isn't locked, and I really should talk to him about proper security, but at least I'm inside. John? I creep through the living room, my heart pounding too hard for comfort. I don't want to be afraid or think dark thoughts. I don't want to worry about him like this. But I do. There is an air of disuse here, as if he is gone. Maybe he went somewhere. He's under no obligation to inform me of his comings and goings. But I'd heard music earlier, so I know someone has been here. Another swell of cold fear prickles over my skin. John, I call, louder now. From somewhere upstairs, I hear a creak and then John's voice, rough and grumbly and confused.
Stella.
I should be polite, wait for him to come to me. After all, I've invaded his house. Again, but I find myself hurrying up the stairs. I just need to see him, know that he's okay. Are you decent? I shout as I near his bedroom. Another creak sounds, as though he's moving around on his bed.
Jesus, I'm not naked, if that's what you're asking.
There's a protracted pause, then he adds,
But I can be.
Relief floods my body at the sound of his voice and the familiar way he teases. I was just trying to give you warning that I was coming up, I call back, and I swear I hear him mutter, Pest. In a louder voice, he calls back,
You don't need to give me a warning.
He's bantering, just as always, but it lacks its usual vigor. His bedroom door is half open, and I push inside. It's dim. The curtains drawn against the daylight. John is sprawled on a big bed, staring at the ceiling, though he clearly knows I'm here. I slow my steps and look around, because this is not what I expected John's room to look like. Velvety black walls, heavy matching drapes, polished wood furniture, and oil paintings in gilded frames. It's as if I've stepped out of New York and straight into the English countryside, but a bit edgier. Well, I say, running a finger over a tobacco leather wing chair positioned in front of a black marble hearth. This is cozy. John snorts, but continues to gaze upward.
Killian calls it old lady decor.
It is, but in a nice, I come from old money sort of way. It's very Downton Abbey, with a bit of Addams Family twisted in. John looks at me then, tracking my movements. He's wearing gray lounge pants and a ratty olive green t-shirt. Thick stubble covers his jaw, but he appears clean enough. We haven't seen each other in a few days, and I've missed him. Even with the strange, detached look he's giving me, I've missed him. I could lie to myself and say I didn't realize how much I've missed him. But I know better. I missed him the second he left my bedside. I'd wanted to beg him to stay, hang out with me, not because he felt some obligation to take care of me, but because he wanted to be near me.
Most of this stuff was my grand's, he says. I don't know. It reminds me of childhood.
My childhood home was cluttered with battered IKEA furniture and street finds. There was nothing homey about it, and I'd never try to replicate it. I'd rather live in John's gilded nostalgia. I have a brief fantasy that includes scones with tea and John playing the part of a Randy Duke.
You hate it.
John's voice has me glancing at him. His expression is neutral, like he simply stated a well-known fact and doesn't expect a reply. But he's too still, and I know he wants my opinion. Honestly, I want to curl up and read and hope another freak blizzard hits just so we can light the fire. His answering smile is wan. Not what I expected. Ordinarily, he glows with an internal light so brilliant it's sometimes hard to face full on. But now that it's dimmed, I want that light back. I near the edge of his bed. It's high enough that I have to hitch myself onto it. The cashmere duvet cover is dark gray and blue plaid. Not my style, but soft and sumptuous beneath my fingertips. What's wrong? I ask him. Are you sick? He glances away.
No, just tired. Thought I'd take a nap.
I'm all for a good nap, but John looks as though he's been here a while. A few dirty bowls and glasses clutter his night table, and there's a lived-in quality about the room that's in direct opposition to the empty feeling downstairs. If I didn't already know that John has dealt with depression, I might have thought little of the scene. But now, my hackles are up. "How long have you been napping?" He scowls at me.
What is this? Why are you even here?
I ignore the punch of hurt because I know defensive evasiveness when I see it. "I wanted to thank you for taking care of me, but you haven't returned any of my calls or texts."
No need to thank me. It was my pleasure.
There is nothing but sincerity in his expression, but that horrible, flat, lifeless tone remains. "I was worried about you, I confess." Oh, he really doesn't like that.
I'm a grown man, Stella Button. You don't have to worry. I am fine.
"If you're fine, maybe you should get up, have a shower." The corner of his mouth twitches.
Are you saying I stink?
He doesn't, actually. Not that I can tell from where I stand, anyway, but his general listlessness bothers me. I'm at his bedside, and he hasn't even tried to sit up. He simply lies there, entrenched. "It'll get your blood going," I tell him, nudging his knee. John blinks up at the ceiling.
I'll get up soon.
When I simply stare at him, he lifts his head and looks down the elegant length of his nose at me.
I am okay, Stella. As you can see, I haven't hurt myself or whatever it was you feared.
He sounds irritated, but I can hear the embarrassment he's trying to hide. I get why it irks him that people assume the worst when he doesn't reply to their calls, but I don't feel remotely guilty. He is too important, and I refuse to tiptoe around his feelings if it means his safety is in jeopardy. I keep my voice light. "Was I this pissy when you found me sick? I can't remember." He doesn't roll his eyes, but it's a near thing.
You were worse. Then again, you were actually sick. I'm not. So if you just stopped by to check on me, you can go.
The finality in his tone brooks no argument. But he holds my gaze, all but daring me not to go. And I realize that despite his irritation, despite the fact that he's clearly baiting me, he doesn't want to be alone. "If you won't get up, then shove over." John's brows lift.
What?
"You heard me. All this worrying that you hurt yourself while playing guitar naked has made me tired. I need a nap too. Move." His smile is small and wry, but he does as asked, making room for me and resting his head in his hand as he watches me climb onto the bed. It's a struggle to get up. Jesus, did you inherit this bed from royalty or something? Maybe the princess who slept on a pea? His bed is a cloud of perfection, utterly luxurious with the butter-soft covers. I really do have the urge to burrow down and nap the day away. John chuckles.
Sorry to crush the fantasy, but it's new.
With a sigh, I rest my head on a pillow and face him. Though we're not touching, we're close enough that I feel the heat of his body. I thought Killian's bed was nice, but this is a whole other level of cushy. John's brows snap together.
Can you not refer to the place you currently sleep as Killian's bed?
I roll my eyes. Fine, Killian and Liberty's guest bed. Is that better?
Yes.
My lips pull on a smile. You sounded a little jealous there, you know? Lying this close to him when I'm not sick is a strange sensation. I'm aware of his size, so much bigger than mine. I'm aware of the cadence of his breath and that he smells a bit like Earl Grey and lemons. And I am aware of the way his green eyes look at me as though I'm all he sees.
You're right,
he says lightly.
I thought that was fairly obvious, Stella Button.
We've edged closer to each other. Our forearms touch. His skin is warm, the soft friction of it against mine making the little hairs along my arm lift. That I'm always right, I retort, teasing him, because I'm afraid what I'll expose of myself. I'm glad you're finally admitting it.
You have a gift for deliberately misunderstanding me.
His expression is fond and a bit tender as he reaches out and touches the tip of my nose.
I won't try again,
he whispers roughly.
Ever.
A lump gathers in my throat. I ask if you're okay because I care, but you don't have to reassure me. or please anyone. You did nothing wrong, John. He lets out a hard breath, and my fingers find his. Without hesitation, he turns his hand palm up and threads his fingers with mine. His thumb strokes a slow circle over the backs of our knuckles. My voice is a ghost between us. You want to know why I came looking for you? His focus intensifies. Tell me. He's still gently exploring my hand, the smooth skin along the back of it, the sensitive edges of my wrist, and between my knuckles. I feel fragile just then, like he might break me with one harsh touch, or if he lets go. I don't look away. I missed you. His fingers convulse on a squeeze. I missed you too, Button. He shakes his head. Don't know why I didn't respond, honestly. But I think I do, because when I'm low, I don't want to be the one seeking out company. I want someone to find me, to tell me I'm wanted, needed. And when I don't get that, I sink lower. Maybe John is different in that regard, but somehow I doubt it. I swallow hard. I had this feeling that the world might be getting a little too dark, too heavy for you right now, that you might have needed a hug. My confession seems to wash over him, and he flinches, closing his eyes like he's considering turning away. I want so badly to clasp his hand hard and hold on tight. But I don't. It isn't my decision to make. His eyes are overbright when he opens them and looks at me. The pain in them takes my breath. I do, he rasps. I open my arms to him. Shaking, he leans into me, his head resting on the slope of my breast, his arm wrapping low around my waist and tugging me against him. Our legs tangle as we move to get closer. John sighs, his body melding into mine, and I run my hands through his hair, making nonsensical noises under my breath. Fuck, Stella. It hurts, and I don't know how. His body clenches as if he's mentally willing himself to keep it together. I know, honey. I stroke the curve where his neck meets his shoulder. Tight muscles feel like steel under the silk of his skin. He swallows audibly. It comes and goes. I'm on top of the world, then suddenly I'm not. The warmth of his breath gusts over my breasts. My therapist warned me. She said it's an endurance race. You endure. You keep moving forward, but some days... Stella, some days I get so fucking tired. Then rest, I whisper. Rest with me. Let me be where you lay your head for a while. He stills, his cheek pressed against my chest. I don't want your pity. No, he wants reassurance. I get that. You don't have my pity. It's what you do for the people you care about. I wish I had better words for him, a better way to comfort, but he is the poet, not me. I can only hold him and hope it helps. The stiffness in his body eases, but he remains completely still. You care. Of course I do. A blush runs over my cheeks. We've been at each other's throats for so long, talk of feelings is awkward. I'd like to think we're friends now. Aren't we? Friends, he repeats under his breath. But when I twitch, completely embarrassed by his lack of enthusiasm, he holds me fast. We're friends, Stella. We've always been, even when you didn't realize it. There's no missing the rebuke in his tone. It only makes me smile. Okay, then. Okay, he agrees. We fall into a tentative silence. I play with his hair, running my fingers through it, and he slowly relaxes against me. The knowledge that I helped him feel even a little better is gratifying, but I can't stop thinking about the state I found him in. John? He's loose-limbed and warm now. I hate that I might ruin that, but I have to ask the question. It's Tuesday. Instantly, he tenses. Guilt pricks at my neck. I keep stroking his hair, fearing he'll withdraw. You see Dr. Allen on Tuesdays, don't you? John tucks his head further into the crook of my shoulder. I forgot. John,
I swear I did.
He says, stronger now. His long fingers curl around the curve of my hip and hold tight.
I know it sounds like utter bullshit, but I forget things, especially when I get low.
I believe you, I say softly. But isn't when you're feeling low the most important time to remember your appointments? I can't see his face, but somehow I know he's scowling. It's there in the bend of his neck and the clench of his hands.
I'm supposed to write lists.
He grumbles against my chest, then laughs shortly and without humor.
Kind of hard to do when I forget to write the bloody lists as well.
True. I bite back a fond smile. I could help, remind you to—
No,
he cuts in, soft but vehement.
I don't want that from you, Button. I don't want you to see me that way, as someone who needs minding, someone to fix.
I do not see you that way, I retort. This time, it's John who soothes, rubbing slow circles on my hip.
I know, love, but there are some things I need to learn to do on my own. Please.
All the fight leaves me. He's right, and his pride is a powerful thing. Sometimes it's all you have left. I can only do as he asks. All right, but please promise me that you'll call Dr. Allen. There's a small smile in his voice when he answers.
I will.
He nudges my hand with the crown of his head. Subtle, he is not, but since I love playing with his silky hair, I happily take up running my fingers through the strands once more. When he speaks, his voice is a ghost of sound.
Killian was so pissed at me when I tried. I get it.
I'm sorry. I cut in sharper than I intend. But Killian can go fuck himself. John's shoulders jerk.
Jesus, Stells,
he says with a husky laugh.
Don't hold back.
I know he's your friend, but I'm serious. He can fuck right off with that. I feel him smile against me as his grip tightens.
It scared him, Button. Scared them all. It changed all of us in a way I didn't think about. We were like spoiled children before that. Then suddenly life got too real.
I can practically feel the weight of that change sitting on John's shoulders. I press my lips to the top of his head. When I was 5, I ran out into traffic and almost got hit by a car. The second my mom got to me, she slapped me on the butt and screamed at me for being careless. She'd been scared to death, and her reaction was to lash out. My fingers trail through John's hair. And I get that's why your friends acted the way they did. But the initial scare is long over, John, and yet it still bugs you. You're still trying to protect their feelings. John sighs.
Shit. I know. Can't seem to help doing that.
Because you're a fixer.
Hardly.
You are, I insist, softly. You smooth things over, try to make people feel better. Just because you do it with a load of snark doesn't make it less true. Affection warms his voice.
Just like you.
We are alike in that way. I hadn't thought it when I first met him, but I see it now. Our approaches are different, but the intent is the same. My eyes are drifting closed when he speaks again.
You smell nice.
John's observation wakes me up. Okay.
What's with the tone?
He asks, clearly amused. I shrug. Smelling nice should be a given, because the opposite would be that I smell bad,
which would be a problem.
He adds solemnly. I nudge his shoulder. It's like me saying, "Hey, John, look at you being all clean." He laughs and he rises. His nose skims my jaw, causing happy shivers to break out over my skin.
Stella Button, you think too much.
I can't help running my hand down his waist. He's warm and solid. Better than thinking too little, isn't it? His answering hum vibrates between us. Then he shifts, tucking his cheek into the crook of my neck.
Let me elaborate on my previous statement. You always smell nice, but there's this scent I can't place.
He breathes deep, then lets it out slowly, heating my skin.
It's sweet and clean, but soothing and kind of spicy. It's in your hair and on your skin.
A big hand trails down my arm. John's callus is rough, but his touch tender. I love this scent, and it drives me insane because I don't know what it is. Ye gods, the way he touches me. It's gentle affection, but I'm burning up. I clear my throat, but my voice sounds too thin when I finally answer. Your elaboration is definitely better than your initial comment. John hums again, his lips brushing my collarbone. You going to tell me what it is? I honestly have no idea. I wasn't aware I had a particular scent, and his lips lightly tickling my neck, distracting me. My shampoo? He gives me another tiny kiss, a little tease of a touch. Nope, he murmurs in a low, drugging voice. It's in Killian's apartment, too. His lips press against the underside of my jaw. Like you've fully inhabited every inch of the place. God, it feels too good the way he's exploring me with those small kisses, as if he can't really help himself. I can't either. My hand slowly runs up and down his trim waist. I struggle to keep track of the conversation, and then it hits me. Oh, I say in a burst. It's lavender. John pauses for a second. I hate lavender. Wait, you hate the way I smell? Stop talking in circles. He sighs. You're trying to pick a fight, aren't you? He nips at my side with his fingers. We'll talk about why in a minute. I glare down at his head, not that he sees me. He's too busy fiddling with my shirt, running a finger along a fold in the fabric. His voice stays low. I'm pretty sure you heard me earlier when I said you smell nice, so it can't be lavender. I fucking hate lavender. Had this assistant once, June. She loved that crap. Thought it was calming and put all these lavender oil sticks everywhere. It gave me the worst headaches. I can't help but smile. There's a huge difference between cheap essential oils and the actual plant. I have potted lavender on the terrace, in my bedroom, and in the living room. Use bundles of it to keep my clothes smelling fresh. He breathes in deep and then lets it out slowly. Pleasure shivers through me, my skin prickling. Kiss me. Let me taste you. I need it. The words stick in my throat. I'm nearly vibrating with want, and he feels it. He has to, because he tenses. For a hot second, I expect him to raise his head and find my mouth with his. But he doesn't move. Instead, he clears his throat. Thank you for coming to find me, he says. I lie there, slick and burning, not sure what to do with the formality of his tone or the fact that he's stopped exploring me. Of course, I say, staring at his bent head and the way it makes him appear defeated. Whatever is bothering him still weighs him down. You want to tell me what set you off? The muscles along his neck and shoulder go rock hard. Though he doesn't move, I can feel every inch of him withdraw as if a massive wall has slid between us. It wasn't any one thing. It just happened. He's lying. I don't know how I know, I just do, but I can't force trust. I can only support. You know what I think we should do? John shifts against me, sending a delicious tremor into my lower belly that I studiously ignore. What should we do, Button? His teasing tone is back, but he's easing away. So much for sex. Maybe all he really needed was a bit of physical comfort. Despite now being horny as all hell, I don't begrudge him that. Comforting people is my wheelhouse, and I'm more than happy to give that to John. Order a pizza and watch a movie. The bed barely moves as he flops onto his back and rests his head on his hand. His hair is mussed, and there are circles under his eyes, but he doesn't look lost anymore. Who gets to pick the movie? Me, obviously. He flashes a quick smile. Obviously. What are you going to torture me with, little mint thief? For that, I should pick a Twilight marathon. I smile evilly as John groans. But I'm feeling magnanimous. I'll go with the Lord of the Rings trilogy. John stares at me for a long moment, his lips slightly parted. A strange look flits through his eyes, then he slowly smiles.
How did you know those are my favorite movies? No one knows that.
Pleased, I smooth back a tuft of his unruly hair from his furrowed forehead. Because we have scarily similar tastes, remember? The corners of his eyes crinkle as he swoops down and gives me a swift, light kiss on the cheek. With that, John rolls over and hauls himself out of the bed. Uttering another groan, he lifts his arms over his head and lean, tight muscles stretch out, exposing a line of flat abs and smooth skin.
You know, Stella, he says when his arms fall loose and relaxed at his sides. You're a Mary Poppins.
Mary Poppins? I repeat, watching him saunter into the bathroom. Like a governess? He stops in the doorway and glances back.
Practically perfect in every way.
Chapter 14. Stella. I'm brewing coffee the next morning when an email comes in from Dr. Stern. At first, I don't pay it much attention. She reminds me to finish off the last of my antibiotics and stay hydrated. I know this well. But it's the rest of her report that has the blood slowing in my veins. Apparently, I'm also free of any sexually transmitted diseases. It's not like I don't remember Dr. Stern asking if I wanted a complete checkup, including blood work for any possible STDs. At the time, I thought it was kind of her to be so thorough. Now, however, it has me pausing, because a forgotten memory flickers to life. She'd said John was worried, that he'd wanted me to get those tests, but that it was up to me to choose. Some fuzzy, ignorant part of me had hoped it was his weird way of assuring both of us were safe for sex. But her use of worried makes me wonder why. Why did John worry specifically if I had an STD? Was this some bullshit throwback to when he believed I was an escort? A slow simmer of rage builds and bubbles. But then I think of him slumped in bed, the way he seemed to mentally beat himself up. He'd been hiding something. All through our movie marathon I'd known. It was there in the tension that kept creeping back up his neck and in the tightness of his jaw when his attention would flag. Yes, I'd known something was bothering him deeply, but I couldn't force him to tell me what. I'm about to text John and ask, I don't know what, something, anything to give me a hint about what's going on when I get a text from an unknown number. Unknown. Hey, this is Brenna, doing a little PR damage control. Since you've been hanging around Jack's, they might come to you for questions. If anyone does, just stay calm, say no comment, and get out of there. What the fuck? What the hell had John done? But I think I know, and it makes my heart plummet. My fingers fly over the phone, responding to Brenna so she won't text again. Will do. It takes all of 2 seconds to find the stories. This time, my chest squeezes tight. The way they dig into his personal life makes my skin crawl. One thing is clear. John lied to me. A lie of omission is still a lie. He kept me in the dark. Damn it! I set my phone down and stare out the wide window wall where the sunlight reflects off the buildings in the distance. I've been lying too. I'm more invested in John than I'd wanted to admit. Maybe I'd have been able to walk away earlier on, before I'd been sick, before I'd hunted him down and comforted him in return. I can't do that now. It scares the crap out of me. They say there are times in your life when you realize everything is about to change. I never believed in that. Until now. I've never been one for change, but I can't deny it any longer. John means something to me. I might mean something to him, too. Or maybe our relationship is just a distraction for him. I'm not sure, but I do know one thing. When he eventually slips out of my life, it will hurt. I need to sort this out before I go over there and say something to him. I have no idea what I would even say at this point. I have no one to talk with about John. It hits me like a punch to the stomach the moment I pick up the phone to dial and realize I don't know who the hell I'm calling. More to the point, there is no one to call. It hurts. More than I expected it to. I've spent years pretending that my life is filled with people and joy, when really I've walled myself off in this self-protected tower. I didn't need anyone to talk to about men and personal worries because I've never let myself get attached to anyone or anything. A lump fills my throat and swells until I have to swallow convulsively. Hurt suffocates, pushes in on the walls and makes the room stuffy. Outside, the city waits for me, a never-ending river of motion and humanity and noise. But as soon as I get outside, I find myself hesitating. I'm not in the mood to walk and roam. 10 minutes later, a light, dry voice, made rough by decades of smoking, cuts through my brooding thoughts.
Don't you have a terrace in that apartment of yours, my dear?
Elbow braced on my knee, chin resting in my hand, I glance up from where I sit. I'm more of a stoop kind of gal, I say to Mrs. Goldman. Her red lips pull into a thin but friendly smile.
I grew up in the Lower East Side. Sitting on the stoop and playing around in the fire hydrant spray made up the majority of my childhood.
I would have liked to play in a hydrant spray, I tell her. She makes a non-committal noise.
You look like you could use some company.
It is on the tip of my tongue to pretend that I'm fine, but I can't make myself do it. I shrug instead, embarrassed that I'm so obvious, but she doesn't look at me with pity. Her eyes warm as she nods.
As much as I'd love to relive my childhood by sitting with you, she says, my hips cannot tolerate it. Why don't you come upstairs with me and I'll fix us a nice lunch?
Again, I want to protest, to tell her not to put herself out on my account, but I find myself clearing my throat and pushing a smile. Thank you, Mrs. Goldman. I would appreciate that very much.
Come along, then,
she waves me up.
And don't forget to dust off your bum.
A few minutes later, I'm sitting in Mrs. Goldman's cozy kitchen as she bustles around getting lunch together. I've been informed that I am a guest, and thus not allowed to help. Lunch is an assortment of fresh bagels, lox, cream cheese, tomatoes, pickled herring, pitted cherries, pumpernickel bread, chicken salad with little dishes of mustard, capers, and pickled onions, and a bottle of champagne to top it all off.
Because I love champagne, she says, pouring each of us a glass. And you should indulge in what you love every day.
Every day? I take a sip. It's crisp and cold and perfectly bubbly.
It need not be the same thing every day, but I've come to the realization that denying ourselves daily joy is to live a half-life. And where is the fun in that?
She raises her glass and salutes before drinking. A satisfied sigh leaves her lips.
Wonderful.
I make myself a chicken salad sandwich on pumpernickel, accepting a knife from her to cut it in triangles. Some people would argue that indulging in whatever you want leads to recklessness, that it's safer to pace yourself and refrain sometimes. Mrs. Goldman smears some cream cheese onto her bagel.
Safer, huh?
She smiles, but her dark eyes gleam when she looks up at me.
How alike you and Jax are.
Me? Like Jax? I laugh shortly. She isn't at all thwarted.
To a T, both following the safe plan in life.
Another shocked laugh bursts out of me. Oh, come on. Jax never plays it safe. His whole life is one big indulgence. One iron-gray brow wings up.
You think so?
She adds a few slices of tomato to her bagel and sprinkles capers over it.
You realize that what one person considers a risk can be familiar comfort for someone else. That boy's lifestyle has the appearance of living on the edge, but for him, it might as well be a cradle.
I guess I didn't think of it that way. I take a bite of my sandwich, mainly because I suddenly don't want to talk. But even though it tastes delicious, I find it hard to chew past the lingering lump in my throat. I swallow with difficulty and take another long sip of champagne, grateful for the way it fizzes in my mouth. Quiet descends as we eat, but I feel her curious gaze on me. Mrs. Goldman, while not my age, or even really a friend, is the kind of woman you know you can talk to, and she's not going to sugarcoat a thing. Even better, she's obviously good at seeing clearly in places I cannot. With a suppressed sigh, I set down the remains of my sandwich. I'm attracted to Jax. John. I think of him as John. Both brows lift this time, but Mrs. Goldman isn't surprised.
Of course you are, dear.
My cheeks heat, and I know they're bright pink, damn it. Okay. Obviously, I always was, but it's more now. I like him. A lot, and I press my hot hand over my burning eyes, a pained, wry smile pulling at my lips. I can't ignore it anymore. You know, I think I either have to acknowledge it with him or move on, because I'm not one to stick around. Who are you kidding, Stells? You never stick around. Being moony over a guy who might not like me in the same way. I bite my lip, internally wincing at my emotional spew. From behind the shade of my hand, I hear Mrs. Goldman make a noise of amusement.
Oh, I have a feeling he likes you just fine, dear.
I sneak a peek at her through my fingers. How would she know? She smiles broadly.
The notorious womanizer, yes, I know his reputation well, is spending time with you. Men like him don't do that unless they are hooked.
I slump against the table, resting my forehead on my bent arms. God, I sound like I'm in high school, worrying if a boy truly, really, actually likes me. Delicately, she slides my plate out of the reach of my hair.
It's been a while since I've been in school, but I do remember how to pass notes.
I groan and lift my head. I'm scared. The tremor in my tone softens her expression. She leans forward, closer to me.
Of what?
What, indeed? The hottest, funniest, strangest, most unpredictable man I've ever met. Before I saw him in that sadly depleted pre-Blizzard grocery store, I would never have thought of John as my ideal or even dating material. He exists on a plane that mere mortals like me never reach. He isn't safe, I whisper. Mrs. Goldman sits back, crossing one slim leg over the other. She takes another sip of champagne, considering me, and I find myself desperate to fill the silence. I'm not going to lie. I've had celebrity crushes. Hell, every time I see an Avengers movie, I want to put my 2 Chris Loves on slow motion and repeat. And I'd think, oh, if I were alone in a room with one of those hotties, what would I do? I force a pained smile. But when I'm actually faced with the real thing, this wonderful man who also happens to be extremely famous, he'll never be like other men. He'll always be more.
I'm certain Jax believes he's just like other men.
I'm sure he wants to be, I say. But what we want and what we get isn't always the same. He'll always have the public and the pressures that come with it. I run a hand through my tumbled hair. Then there's his... I can't say it. I'm ashamed to even think about it. Mrs. Goldman's dark eyes don't blink.
His illness.
Again, my cheeks flame. Yes. No. My shoulders slump. I feel like a jerk for even... Especially when I have no idea what will happen, but it's not exactly like I have my shit together. Half the time, I'm a mess, and I'm afraid I'll fail him by not knowing what to do. He's had enough people bumbling in his life. I press a hand to my hot forehead and sigh. I don't know what I'm even saying. I'm all confused. I just can't help thinking the deck is already stacked against us, from both outside forces and inside ones.
It is,
she says, simply.
Stacked against you, I mean.
I've just said as much, but her instant agreement hits me straight in the chest, and I plop back against my seat, deflated. I haven't had much experience being on the receiving end of advice, but I'm fairly certain the person is supposed to bolster you. Aren't they?
Fear will do that to a relationship.
Her smile is thin.
I'd kill for a cigarette, but I'm trying to cut back.
She pours us more champagne before she speaks again.
I told you, I grew up on the Lower East Side, but I spent all my married life living uptown, 82nd and Madison. I loved that place. I'd walk to the Met for lunch on my rare days off.
She toys with the stem of her glass.
Then Jerry passed, and all I could see was him. In every room, every echo when I walked those empty halls.
How did you end up here? I ask, not knowing exactly where she's going with this, but understanding that she'll eventually get there. The lines mapping her face deepen, radiating outward from her eyes and mouth like a starburst.
This is where I met Jerry.
In this apartment?
No, in this church. We were both attending a wedding here. Patricia, the bride, was my secretary at the brokerage firm I worked in. Jerry owned the firm, though I hadn't met him until that afternoon. He was too high up in the firm to bother with the new hires.
Wow. And now you live here.
Yes. I had my lovely 4,000-square-foot duplex, a home full of wonderful memories, and I could not stand it anymore. One day, my cab was stuck in traffic right outside this building, and there was a big sign advertising the new condo conversions. I remembered that the first time Jerry and I had bumped into each other on those stairs leading up to the church doors.
She laughs softly, her eyes crinkling.
Two New York Jews about to head into a Catholic wedding.
An image of sweat-slicked John, fresh from his run and giving me his smarmy smile as we bumped into each other on the stoop for the first time, fills my mind. So you bought a place here?
Yes. Even though it was tiny, had no doorman, and was away from all my friends. It was the spot where it all started, and now it is home.
Mrs. Goldman reaches out and touches my hand with the tips of her fingers. Her knuckles are knobby, the back of her hand veined and spotted, but still elegant, her skin cool and soft.
Oh, you should have seen that man in his prime. Jerry was as rich as Midas, handsome as sin, and looking at me as if I were a crisp 100 someone had left on the sidewalk.
I laugh, and she allows a fond smile.
And I was more than willing to be picked up. We fell for each other like a house of cards in a stiff wind, but I resisted for the very real fear that I'd lose myself to him. It was the late 60s. We women were burning our bras, but it was still a man's world. I was a novelty to even have an office, much less a secretary. Every ounce of respect I gained, I had to fight for, fight to keep. How would it look if I suddenly took up with the big boss?
She shrugged and sipped her drink.
I'd be seen as nothing more than a pathetic light skirt scaling the corporate ladder on her knees. But I loved him so. I knew he was both the beginning and end of me. Jerry offered to quit, give it all up.
She ducks her head as if laughing inwardly.
But that wouldn't have changed the perception of me. We were at a stalemate, fated to both love and resent each other.
What did you do? Obviously, she'd married the man.
I broke up with him.
She pops a cherry into her mouth and chews industriously.
And I was damned miserable.
Did you go back to him?
No.
She smiles.
He called every evening with one question. Is it still worth it? I held out for months, until finally I could answer, no, being apart from him wasn't worth it.
Then you got together, lived happily ever after, and all that jazz, right? Mrs. Goldman shakes her head.
No. Everything I feared they would think, they did. I had to quit the firm and open my own. Set me back years because no one wanted to hire a woman as their financial manager.
A dark look comes into her eyes.
But I persisted, and I made it.
But you lost.
What?
She cuts in. The respect of a bunch of ignorant cocks who didn't really respect me in the first place? Lost sleep. Money. She rests her arm on the table, and for a moment the expression in her eyes is wide open and young.
I lost all those things and gained the love of my life. It wasn't all champagne and roses, though we indulged in those every day. We struggled, fought. Jerry had dark months of depression now and then. So did I. On paper, we were a disaster. Together,
she tails off with a shrug and looks away. Tears well in her eyes, and she sniffs.
Damn, I really do want a cigarette.
Her loss and the love she felt for her husband wraps around us, both smothering and yet somehow warm. I give her a moment, my own thoughts running amok. I don't know if John is the one, I say, finally. But he's the only one I've thought about taking a chance on. Mrs. Goldman straightens and pins me with a look.
Then what are you waiting for?
Chapter 15. Stella. My fingers are ice cold. I don't know why I fixate on that, but I can't seem to ignore it as I open the sliding glass door that leads to the terrace. My heart pounds heavy and frantic in my chest, and I take a deep breath in an attempt to calm down. I have no reason to be nervous, but here I am, freaking out. At my ankles, Stevens lets out a plaintive yowl and rubs his sleek body against my calf. He's been sticking close by since I got sick. I'm better now, but the little guy still worries. You're staying here, bud. I gently nudge him back into the house and close the door before he can follow. He stares at me with solemn eyes as if he's sending me off to war. I laugh at my wayward thoughts, but it still doesn't ease my tension. The setting sun burns pink and gold along the terrace and warms the stone that runs along the wall between Killian's place and John's. I press my hands to the stone and close my eyes for a long second before leaning over and calling out, "I'm coming over the wall!" John's doors are open, and I soon hear his voice inside.
You can't just text like a normal person, can you?
Nope. I scramble over the wall, all grace and dignity, and hop down on his terrace. My hands have gone from icy to clammy. I rub them on my shorts and make my way inside. John sits slumped on his massive couch, his head turned my way. His expression is blank, but despite his casual pose, the long lines of his body are tight and still, as if he's holding his breath. He isn't wearing anything but a pair of jeans slung low on his lean hips. His bare chest and hard abs are distracting as hell. For a second, I just look at him. His chocolate brown hair sticks up like he's been gripping the ends of it. Thick stubble shadows his jaw, making his wide mouth seem paler but softer somehow. But his green eyes are hard now, an almost eerie jade surrounded by his dark lashes. Facing him now just makes it more acute. I am seriously attached to John Blackwood, and this is not a good thing. He looks at me as if he's thinking the same, like he's warning me to turn around and get out while I can. But it's too late. I take a step closer to him. So, the corner of his mouth quirks weakly.
So,
it shouldn't be this hard. My breath hitches. I received an interesting email from Dr. Stern. He blinks slowly.
I bet. And?
I had strep throat. John seems to sag into the couch pillows. He doesn't say anything, though, just watches me. I move a little closer. In all other regards, I'm perfectly healthy. No STDs? He flinches, his fists clenching and releasing.
Good.
He clears his throat.
That's good.
Is that why you stayed with me? Called your personal physician because you thought you'd given me chlamydia? Irritation flares in his eyes, but when he speaks, his words are measured.
I called Stern because you were sick as hell. I stayed with you because you needed someone to take care of you.
But you were worried, weren't you? I say in a low voice. That you'd given me an STD. He looks away and his jaw bunches.
Apparently you can't get it from kissing.
But did you know that? Is that why you backed away that night, because you thought you were contagious?
Christ, Stells.
His eyes go wide and a bit wild.
I've done a lot of stupid things in my life, but I'd never put your health in danger that way.
Fuck. With a sound of annoyance, he looks away. I feel about 2 feet tall. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure this out. He nods but keeps his attention on the far wall. God, I've messed this up. I'm a professional friend, for fuck's sake, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing with John. He never reacts how I'll expect, and I'm totally out of my element here. I stand by the edge of the couch and wring my hands. I don't understand. You were worried about me because
You kissed me.
he cuts in with a rasping voice.
The night we met. I was infected then and didn't know it.
His eyes lower and he studies his clenched fists. Oh, I say. A snort leaves him.
Yeah. Oh.
In the resounding silence, I hear the blood rushing through my veins. I've hurt him. He sighs and runs his hand over his messy hair.
As soon as I found out, I asked Dr. Stern about that kiss. If you were safe. She assured me it was okay, but I kind of freaked when you had a sore throat.
I would have too. Logic doesn't always listen when fear shouts in your head. He stares up at me with solemn eyes.
I should have told you. But fuck if I could find a good way to say, oh, hey, I know you don't think the best of me, but let me add one more thing to the list.
I don't think badly of you, John. He has to know that. His fists clench, then he flexes his fingers as if trying to shake something off.
I'm tainted, Stella.
You are not tainted, I grind out. A good round of antibiotics will clear you up and life goes on. He snorts, his brows winging up with a look of bemused irritation.
I took the meds. I am clean now. I have been for 2 weeks.
Then what do you mean?
Because that label will always hang over me, he cuts. Jax Blackwood, tainted, a pathetic joke, fuck up.
Stop, I snap. Just stop that crap right now. He frowns at me.
What crap?
You think you're tainted and pathetic because you contracted an STD? Do you know how many people contract diseases? How many people have died because of one? Are you really going to sit there and call them that? His expression turns mulish and he glances away. I push on. I doubt many people go looking to get a disease, and even if they weren't acting responsibly, should that matter? Don't put that shame on them. On yourself. Don't be one of those people who acts like their shit doesn't stink, who think that by shaming others who have fucked up or face misfortune, it will protect them from unfortunate things befalling them as well. It's a false comfort at best, and there's already too much judgment in the world as it is. John rubs a hand over his face and sighs.
Can we skip the lecture? I'm simply telling you what the world already thinks of me.
I don't give a shit what the world thinks of you, and neither should you. His brows snap together.
Just like that, huh?
Yes. Red flushes over his cheeks as he sits up and leans toward me.
Until that tidal wave of judgment washes your way, you haven't got a clue. No, I don't want to give a shit what people think, but I do. I feel it. Right here.
He stabs at his chest with his thumb.
I feel it every time I walk outside and someone recognizes me. They used to look at me with adoration. Now it's either pity or a smirk or both, and I fucking hate it. But most of all, I hate that I care.
His words ring in the ensuing silence between us. Anger crackles over him, his chest rising and falling in agitation. I don't avert my eyes. It feels like a betrayal to do so. I clear my throat, swallowing the need to touch him. I'm sorry. It was out of line to get all self-righteous on you. You're right. I don't have a clue how it must feel. I raise a hand, then let it fall. I'm sorry. All the stiffness leaves him on a heavy exhale, and he sinks back onto the couch cushions.
Ah, hell. Don't give me that look. I can't take it.
What look? I'm not giving a look. I'm honestly not. My contrition is real. He tilts his head my way, a slight smile on his lips.
Yes, you are.
I'm not, I swear, John. The smile grows, but it's thin and weary.
It's a look, all right. Those big, sad blue eyes full of worry and regret. It hurts to see it.
My lips twitch, and I fight my own smile because I know he isn't angry anymore. It upsets me that I added to your grief. I was trying to be helpful. His laugh is husky.
Stella Button, you annoy the hell out of me sometimes, but I like that you're willing to fight my battles, even if you're fighting me while doing it.
Relief flows through me, taking the strength from my knees. Well, then, I should probably confess that I meant what I said. He snorts, and it sounds an awful lot like, "No shit, Stells." I choose to ignore it. You are not tainted or pathetic. I will never see you that way. As soon as I say the words, I'm embarrassed. Not because they aren't true, but it feels like they've revealed too much, and he's too silent. We're facing each other, but I can't really look him in the eye. Maybe he can't either, because his gaze is hazy, almost lost. Uncomfortable heat cramps my insides and pricks at my skin. I want to turn and walk away, but I can't move. That, too, would reveal things I don't want seen. A deep breath moves through him like a sigh, and then he blinks as though coming out of a fog. When he looks at me again, his eyes are bright, like green glass in the sun. A man's eyes shouldn't be that expressive. It makes a woman forget to keep up her defenses.
Stells, he whispers. Where have you been all my life?
A lump rises in my throat. Drifting? The corner of his lip quirks.
Well, stop. Don't drift away.
Okay. It's a croak of a sound, my chest too tight for more. His expression twists and becomes pained.
You wouldn't be so quick to agree if you really knew what I was thinking.
My heart thuds hard against my ribs. Don't ask. Don't ask. What are you thinking, John? From beneath lowered lids, he watches me, his long, lean body suddenly loose and languid on the couch.
I want to kiss you.
My breath escapes in a whoosh. Just that? God, please do it. Over and over.
For now,
he says quietly, but I see him retreating into himself. It's shame. No matter what I say, he still believes he's damaged goods. And if I want you to do more than kiss me? I ask, pushing. The light in his eyes dims further.
Button.
His voice cracks and he swallows.
You've got to learn not to take me seriously. I say stupid shit all the time. I'm not the guy for you.
My heart drops to my toes. I should believe him. Why would he lie? There's a thread of truth in his words. I can hear it clearly. I should let it go. The voice in my head, the one that always seems to show up and tell me that I'm a failure, is insisting that I'd never have a chance with a man like John. He is a legend, and I'm just plain old me. Thing is, I hate that bitch. She's ruled too much of my life as it is. I suspect most of us have a similar voice, an invasive naysayer who tries its best to make us hate ourselves. I suspect John has one that turns into a full-on scream some days. I take a deep breath, press my cold palms to his hips. It was bullshit then? You wanting to kiss me? The muscles along his torso and arms visibly clench, and for a second I wonder if he won't answer me. But then he does, all hard tones and rasping pain.
I've wanted to kiss you since the night we met and you stole one from me. I want to learn your flavor, the sounds you make, how you'll move against me when I taste you.
His eyes go hot, focused on my lips.
I think about your mouth all the time. Those teasing little freckles, the soft curve of your upper lip, the stubborn fullness of your bottom lip.
He husks out a laugh.
Stella Button, it's downright embarrassing how much I think about kissing you.
But you won't. I don't even know how I'm talking right now. Inside, I'm a damn puddle of heat and hazy want.
No.
I feel that no like a kick in my chest. I should drop it and save myself further humiliation, but I can't. Why? His hand shakes as he runs it through his hair.
Sex confuses things, especially for me. I don't know what to do once it's over. It could break us, Stella, and I can't afford to lose you.
Jesus, the things he says to me, How can he possibly think he'd lose me? Or it can be the beginning of us, I counter, heart in my throat, in my hands, because I might as well have set it right in his lap. His expressive mouth quirks, fighting a smile, but he looks tired and resigned.
I won't fall in love with you, Stells.
That hurts, but it's not like I didn't expect it. I'm not sure I even want love. Love equals loss in my world. I don't want to hurt anymore. But I do want John. That much I'm finally willing to admit, because denying it hurts too. Who said anything about falling in love? His smile is faint.
Well, that's a relief.
Oddly, he sounds almost disappointed. Beneath lowered lids, he watches me walk toward him. With each step closer, my heart beats harder and faster. The couch creaks a little as I put my knee on it. I straddle John, moving with a liquid languor like I'm flowing through water. His big hands settle on my hips, and his grip is firm when he pulls me closer until the notch of my sex presses against the growing bulge in his pants. We both suck in a breath. Light-headed and awash with heat, I lean into him, the tips of my breasts brushing his bare chest. My hand cups his neck, and the rapid beat of his pulse plays against my fingertips. Still, he watches me, silent and unmoving, his muscles tense. John, I whisper, our lips close enough that his soft breath tickles mine. His voice is just as soft when he answers,
Yeah, babe.
May I kiss you? A tremor goes through him, and he swallows hard.
You're asking me?
The disbelief in his voice is faint, but there all the same. His grip on my hips tightens and tugs. I adjust my seat, my sex pressing more firmly into his swelling cock. Anyone ever ask you before? Up close, his eyes are pure green, his lashes thick and soft. He's almost too beautiful to look at. He blinks, those lashes sweeping.
No. Can't say it's ever mattered before.
Before. It matters now, because he's been sitting here believing he's tarnished, thinking I didn't want him. My fingers trace the strong column of his throat. Thing is, I think about kissing you too. Ever since I stole that first one, I've wanted more. John's hand slides up my back as I talk, his fingers tangling into the damp heat of my hair. I shiver with pleasure, my confession coming out in a breathless rush. Whenever I open my mouth to talk to you, I'm afraid I'll beg for another kiss. Just a little taste of you.
Stella.
He cuts in, his gaze hot on mine. Yeah?
Kiss me.
So I do. And it's so good that my entire body sighs with relief before melting with heat and need. His mouth opens to mine like he's been waiting an eternity to feel me, taste me. I'm wrapped around him, as close as I can get, our tongues gliding, our lips slow dancing. John grunts, low and impatient, his grip in my hair tightening. He tilts his head, trying to get more of me. And I feel it everywhere, as though my body is attached to strings that draw up tight, clenching every muscle with desire. We kiss like that until we can't breathe, then draw away panting, only to come back to each other again. And again. Deep, luscious kisses that only last a few seconds before we try another. And another. John catches my lower lip and suckles.
Oh, fuck. You feel... I've needed you.
He kisses me with soft greed, his hand moving over my body like he's memorizing every dip and curve.
I've needed you, Stells. Needed this. Just this.
I've needed it too. I didn't realize how much until I touched him. His lips skim over my neck, scattering shivers along my skin. You feel so good. So fucking good. He does, too. His hair cool and silky in my hands, his jaw rough with stubble that tickles my lips, and the whole time he's rocking against me, working his hips in a slow, beckoning motion that makes me slightly frantic with lust. Our mouths come together, and it's explosive this time, our control slipping. I cup the hard caps of his shoulders, my fingers gripping and caressing. His hands slip beneath my shirt, smoothing the sides of my waist.
I want to see you, he says against my mouth. Can I take this off? Can I see you, sweet Stella?
Heat rolls over me in waves. Yes, yes. Our fingers tangle, mine trembling with impatience as we pull the damn suffocating shirt off together. It doesn't cool me down. I burn hotter as John's gaze moves over my torso, his expression rapt.
So pretty, Button.
I'm wearing a simple white bra, but under his stare I feel as beautiful and delicate as spun sugar. His wide hands slide up my ribs, and I arch my back, thrusting my breasts out. He sits up, arms wrapping around me, and presses a tender kiss to the swell of my breasts. Every night I've dreamed of this, of you. His skin is hot and damp under my palms, and I run them over every inch I can. The blunt tips of his fingers trace the clasp of my bra.
This too?
He asks. Yes, please, John. My breasts are swollen, my nipples tender and achy. I need his touch. Please.
Anything, he says. Anything you need.
The bra slips away. He makes a sound deep in his throat.
Oh, hell. Freckles. You're killing me.
He goes about kissing each one, his tongue touching them like they're candy. When he finally gently laps my nipple, I groan, tilting my head back. His hot mouth closes over me and pulls with rhythmic tugs. The tip of his tongue flicks the swollen tip, and it's too much and not enough. And I curl myself over him, my arms around his neck, my breast at his mouth. I'm riding his cock, dry humping him as though we're horny teens in a back seat. John releases my nipple with a wet pop. I shudder, wanting him to return.
Touch me,
he says, moving his lips along my skin, seeking out my other breast.
Please, touch me.
His belly is tight and smooth. I follow the ridge down the center of his abs. He grunts, his mouth full of me. I fumble with the button of his jeans, and then he's in my hand, hot and hard and substantial. I stroke that silken heat, my thumb running over the weeping crown, and he shudders.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. More. Stella, give me more.
His mouth finds mine. There's no more talk, just soft whispers of want and approval, needy whimpers and groans for more. Our kisses are a mess, frantic, wet, deep. Exchanges of breath, shaking exhales. I'm jacking his cock as he tweaks my nipples, and it's so hot and good. I'm going to come, and he hasn't even touched my clit. John, I rock against him, keening.
I know, he rasps. I know.
I feel it rising, hot, cold, making me tremble. My body tenses at the precipice. A loud buzz cuts through the air. We both jump at the sound. Hot on its heels, another buzz rings out. My forehead rests against his. Who is that?
Shit.
John swallows, moves his swollen lips over mine.
Ignore it.
Whoever it is starts pounding on the door.
Oi!
A deep male voice shouts.
Get your ass in gear and open the door.
Panting, we both turn our heads toward the door in question. John's hands are still on my breasts, and I feel him tense before he slides them down to my hips.
Fucking cock blockers.
I husk out a laugh and slump against his warm chest. I'm still a little dizzy and a whole lot breathless. John presses his lips to the top of my head.
It's the guys,
he says into my damp hair.
They invited themselves over for dinner. I forgot.
Wonder why, I murmur, and it's his turn to laugh weakly.
Fuck,
he groans, long and pained, but it looks like that isn't going to be happening anytime soon.
Shit.
John breathes slowly out through his nose in a clear effort to calm himself. I empathize. I'm too worked up. My sex is pulsing, wet and left wanting. A shudder racks through me, and John gives me a reproachful look, his fingers gripping my hips a little tighter.
Be still, he warns, or I'm going to fuck you with them listening on.
Is that supposed to be a threat? I ask, eyeing the cute little disc of his hardened nipple. I want to give it a gentle bite before licking away the sting. Because I'm willing to be subjected. But despite my bravado and his pained groan, I ease off him. Goddamn, his cock looks good, all thick and dark with lust. It jerks in my direction as if beckoning me back, and I'm tempted. So very tempted. The door buzzes again with a relentless insistence.
I'm coming, all right,
John shouts, his voice a little broken. Not in the way I'd hoped, I mutter. He husks out a weak laugh, running a hand through his hair. Sweat slicks his taut chest and abs.
Laugh it up, Chuckles.
It's either laugh or kill your friends. I struggle with my bra. I'm sweaty too, my breasts swollen and sensitive. Grabbing my shirt, I pull it over my head and stand. I'll get the door. You fix... I wave a hand in the direction of his persistently hard dick. All that.
I think I might break it if I try to tuck it away right now,
he grumbles before standing and hiking his jeans up. A wry smile tilts his lips.
Sorry about this, Button. I'll make it up to you.
He gives me a butter-soft kiss, and then hustles toward the bathroom. Chapter 16. Stella. Alone in John's living room, I run my fingers through my hair and straighten my shirt. I'm certain I'm a mess. My lips are tender and probably look bruised. But these are rockers. They're used to sex, and I can't feel any shame. If anything, I'm annoyed at their ham-handed insistence on interrupting us. I'm still practicing my look of cool composure when I open the front door. It abruptly fades as I come face to face with what is arguably the most gorgeous man I've ever seen. He stands on the threshold, impeccably dressed in a fine gray suit, his ink-black hair gleaming in the hall light, aqua eyes sharp with focus. I swear, I go a little weak-kneed at the sight. But that's not what makes me utter a gasp of true delight. Another set of brilliant blue eyes has me enthralled. I fall a little in love just then, because the infant cozily tucked in the chest carrier the man wears is the cutest baby I've ever seen. The little guy clearly knows it and gives me a gummy smile while waving his chubby fist. Oh my God, be still my heart. The man in the suit doesn't change his expression, but something that looks a lot like beaming pride fills his eyes and makes him suddenly seem human. He puts a protective hand upon the baby's stomach. And there goes my ovaries. I can feel them bursting into flames as a happy sigh escapes me.
He has that effect on people,
says another man at his side. I hadn't even noticed him, which is shock enough because the guy is hot. Not in the cool perfection of the guy with the baby, but in a rangy, easygoing way. This is a guy women flock to, knowing that he'll treat them right even as he breaks their heart. He's a lot like John in that way. Recognition hits me. He's Whip Dexter, the bassist for Kill John. He gives me a friendly but assessing smile.
One look at those baby blues and women turn into a puddle.
John appears at my side wearing a shirt and looking aggrieved.
Jesus, you're not falling for Scotty's face too, are you?
Scotty? I ask blankly.
He means me,
hot baby daddy says, his accent as crisp as his suit. This is the man who hired me? Of course he is. I recognize his voice. Scotty meets my eyes, and one of his black brows ticks up a touch. He knows perfectly well I was gushing over the baby, but clearly doesn't have any intention of correcting John. I wonder about that, as John keeps complaining.
Seriously, it's just embarrassing. He's happily married, you know.
Annoyance skitters down my spine. I just had my tongue in John's mouth, and he thinks I'm crushing on Scotty? And then again, the man is gorgeous. I can see how he'd make any guy leery. I scoff and roll my eyes. Oh, for crying out loud, I was talking about the baby. I make a goofy face at the cooing little.
Wasn't I? You cute little dude.
Little dude, repeats Whip with a smile.
I like it.
John expels a breath, having the grace to appear chagrined.
Right. Felix. Didn't see him there. Hey, little man. You were distracted by my stunning good looks, weren't you?
Scotty quips.
I get that a lot.
John flips him the finger. Is that his name? I ask Scotty.
Yes. This is my son, Felix Tiberius Scott.
Felix lifts a fist as if to say, respect my awesomeness, woman. Scotty gave his son a Star Trek name? I fall a little more in love with the both of them. Though, really, Scotty is too cold and too pretty for anything other than casual admiration. His baby, though. I want to bite those chubby cheeks. He's gorgeous.
Thank you.
Another lift of those imperious brows.
Miss.
I get the weird feeling he knows, but is asking out of politeness. John and I speak over each other.
She's.
Whip cuts us off.
Maddie, right?
He gives me an innocent smile.
Jack's told me he's been making dinners for his neighbor Maddie.
Maddie? Who the fuck is Maddie? I stiffen, my face feeling like concrete. He's been making dinner for one of the other neighbors? Am I just one of many? No, John makes a noise of irritation.
This is Stella, not Maddie. Jesus, I think it's pretty fucking clear she's not Maddie, you asshat.
Okay, that hurt. I can't pretend it didn't. I shoot John a glare as he ushers Scotty and Whip inside, but I don't get to say a word because Scotty turns and pins me to the spot with his weirdly intense gaze.
We finally meet, Miss Gray.
Oh, shit. I'm not supposed to be in contact with John, and here I am, in close, personal contact. I open my mouth and find my voice gone.
Did you seriously tell her not to talk to me?
John says, putting it all out there. Mr. Scott gives him a passing glance, and Felix blows spit bubbles. Yes, I'm Stella Gray. I know you said not to engage with John, but...
Yeah,
John drawls.
That plan went out the door when she stole my ice cream.
I round on John, who is now a dead man. Hey, you had your paws all over my mint chip. I just took it back. Each word is punctuated by a poke to his ribs. John skitters back with a yelp.
Jesus, calm down with the stabby finger. And we both know that's not true, Stella Button. Need I mention the utter another word and I will bite you like a rabid ferret?
John gapes at me for a second, then bursts out laughing, full, shoulder-shaking laughing that causes tears to well in his eyes. I huff out an annoyed breath. I'm serious. Fear my wrath, rocker boy. He laughs harder.
Make it stop.
He rasps through his tears.
My stomach hurts.
Ass nugget, I mutter, which makes him hunch over. The coo of a baby has me pausing, and I realize we have an audience, one I'd totally forgotten about. Heat rushes over my face and prickles my skin. Oh, fucking hell. Mortified, I elbow John and slowly turn to face Mr. Scott and Whip. Whip grins wide and pleased, and to my horror, he's recording John laughing.
Sorry, he says to me, but that had to be saved for posterity.
I have no idea why the sight of John losing it is that big a deal, but I'm too focused on Mr. Scott to care. Sorry, I say to my employer. I really didn't mean that. Mr. Scott's dark brow wings up.
That would be a shame, Miss Gray. If anyone needs to be taken down by a woman emulating a rabid ferret, it's Jack's.
God, I really did say rabid ferret. I want to slink away and hide. John sobers then.
Hey,
he says, outraged.
What did I do? Shall we print up a list?
Mr. Scott murmurs without any heat. Then he turns to me.
Rest assured, Miss Gray, my intent was to spare you any irritation. It was certainly not to keep you from meeting Jax.
She calls him John, Whip points out, still weirdly happy.
It's my name,
John flicks Whip's ear and then dances out of reach when Whip reaches to smack his head. John glares at Mr. Scott.
And you, Mr. Traitor, keep this up and I'm telling Sophie the stroller you bought is not parent guideline approved.
Little Felix makes an indignant squawk. Mr. Scott pales, his arrogant brow wrinkling.
An utter lie. You wouldn't stoop so low. Try me,
John sniffs, his chin lifting.
Bad enough you tried to pound my door down.
Whip snorts.
Interrupted, did we?
He appears fairly pleased at the notion. He earns another ear flick. Whip is about to say something when the elevator door opens and two people get out, clearly arguing.
The fact that I smiled at the Uber driver and wished her a nice evening does not mean I was hitting on her,
says a big, blonde guy, clearly Rye Peterson. The sheer perfection of his thickly muscled arms is enough to identify him. There is a Tumblr dedicated to Rye Peterson's arms. The woman with him is Brenna. Just like on the night of the party, her long hair is in a high, sleek ponytail that she flips over her shoulder. The fact that you took her number makes you a total liar. His hands lift in exasperation.
What was I supposed to do, toss it back to her? Then I'm all over social media as Rye the asshole who was mean to some woman, and you know it.
He leans in, crowding her space.
I mean, are you or are you not my publicist?
Brenna gives him a cool look. As your publicist, I'd advise you to keep your dick in your pants. His smile is dark.
Sounds a lot like jealousy to me, Barry. Barry?
Whip repeats, breaking their silence.
You got a pet name for her?
Both of them freeze, Brenna turning a shade of raspberry pink. I empathize. It sucks how easily we redheads blush. Felix coos in the silence. Brenna smooths her skirt and heads our way, her heels clicking on the marble. Felix Tiberius! My man! She lifts his tiny fist and baps it against her palm. John steps back from the doorway.
Can we take all the drama inside, please?
No drama, Brenna assures. Just dealing with someone's big head.
Which head are you talking about?
Rye says with stage leer.
Because I have two heads, sweetheart, and they're both big.
That's not what I've heard. Brenna sings songs as everyone files into the penthouse.
Where's Sophie?
John asks, cutting off Rye's protests.
Out with her mum.
Scotty makes his way to the Biedermeier sideboard that serves as a bar.
She sends her regrets.
Before John can close the door, the elevator dings again and a pretty woman with silver blue hair steps out. She looks like a 1940s pinup, but is dressed in blue overalls and red chucks and is holding a large tin food container. Freedom! She cries in a very good Braveheart impression, hand held high in victory. From the way Scotty and Felix both beam at her, I'm guessing this is Sophie. John gives her a kiss hello on the cheek.
Thank Christ. I don't want to deal with Scotty being in a mood because you're not here.
Scotty snorts.
For that, I'll still be a moody get to you.
But to Sophie, he smiles.
Darling, your men have missed you.
Felix squawks in agreement. My handsome boys, Sophie coos, smothering them with smoochy kisses. Neither male seems to mind in the least. In fact, they both purr under her care. She turns to John. I know you have dinner covered, so I brought some babinka for dessert. Her words trail off, and her eyes go wide with some sort of internalized shock. Holy hell! I'm becoming my mother. Quick, somebody take this damn food and perform an exorcism. John snickers.
Too late. The damage is done.
Oh, hush your evil mouth. She swats his arm and then turns to me with a smile. Hey, I'm Sophie. I've heard good things about you. Really? It comes out in an embarrassing squeak. Oh, yes. Gabriel says you're driving Jax crazy. She practically beams. Which is a wonderful thing indeed.
Darling,
Scotty interjects smoothly.
Leave Jax be. He'll have a fit and we'll never eat. Watch out, Stills, John murmurs. Apparently I'm to have a fit soon.
At least I know I drive you crazy.
You already knew that, Button.
True. He closes the door and I step close to him. Who is Maddie? The extremely fond look in his eyes kind of makes me want to scream, especially since it's clear he knows I'm jealous.
Maddie, my dear sweet Stella, is our 74-year-old neighbor who kindly lets me into her home now and then when I get lonely for company.
I stare like a stunned deer for a second before my body sags. Oh. He's smug as hell and has every right to be.
I kind of love that jealous little growl you made, though.
I did not growl. I wrinkle my nose when he stares me down. Okay, I might have growled. Maddie is Mrs. Goldman? What is her first name? Madeline? It has to be her, though I can't picture calling her Maddie. John confirms it with a nod.
You've met her?
We had lunch together. She tried to play matchmaker between us.
Really?
He sounds pleased.
Well, that just proves she has great taste.
Don't get a bigger head, John. You still need to fit through doors. Smiling, he touches my wrinkled nose fondly.
I was talking about her taste in you.
Gah, he's going to kill me with his charm. They'll find me in a puddle of lust with only my panties floating in it.
Hey,
Rye calls over to us.
Stop making heart eyes at each other and let's cook. I'm hungry.
John's mouth quirks.
Lesson 1 when it comes to my guys. Rye is an asshat. I heard that. I meant you to.
Shaking his head and silently laughing, John takes my hand and leads me into the kitchen. And that is when I fully realize I'm going to have dinner with 3/4 of Kill John. More importantly, I'm with John's closest friends. Suddenly, I'm nervous.
John. Stella is about to meet the majority of my family. My true family, that is. I have parents, grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Not a single one of them acknowledges me anymore. I'm an embarrassment. First, for being a rocker. Second, for publicly exposing my mental health issues. For them, decorum trumps everything. One does not gyrate on stage, singing songs about fucking. And one definitely does not try to take one's own life in a public manner. Apparently, you do that shit behind closed doors and wait for the family to properly cover it up. My family takes pride in the blueness of their blood and expects every member to behave accordingly. I find this ironic as hell, given that I've met the Queen of England, I've hung out with both young princes, and am generally more familiar with royal palace-sponsored events than any member of my esteemed family. Maybe that's the problem. I succeeded on my own terms. Whatever the case, aside from Killy and Libby, the people I love most in the world, are here now. And so is Stella. While my dick is not a happy camper for being interrupted, and my balls ache something fierce, I'm glad Stella is meeting my mates. Rye plops his ass down on the sofa. I don't smell any food. I forgot to cook, I confess with a wince. I'm notoriously forgetful, and it pisses people off. Whip slaps a hand on my shoulder and gives it a squeeze. You had better things to do. He nods in Stella's direction. I get it, man. I can't even pretend that it wasn't Stella distracting me, but the fact that she flushes cotton candy pink has me elbowing Whip's gut. Knock it off. He takes the hit with a laugh and then heads for the kitchen. Brenna and Sophie follow, and the three of them start rummaging through the fridge, finding the 2 whole chickens I'd bought to roast. Let's get this meal started, Whip says, turning on the oven. Sophie and Scotty look on with Felix as the rest of us make dinner. Stella and I stand by the sink peeling potatoes, our arms brushing now and then. Every time it happens, we slide each other a look, and Stella smiles shyly. It makes me want to kiss her. Every time. I am so aware of this woman, it isn't funny. And smitten. Ridiculously smitten. It's worse, now that I know her taste, how she feels against my mouth, under my hands. She's my new favorite song. I want to play her over and over. With prep done, I take over the bulk of the cooking, mainly because I'm the best at it. Stella laughs as Rye and Whip tell stories about being on the road. And because they're prats, most of the stories revolve around my more embarrassing moments. What about the first Rolling Stone interview? Brenna interjects helpfully. Oh, for fuck's sake. I raise a hand in defeat. Stella's gaze darts around the kitchen island, taking in everyone's evil grins. What happened? She's clearly relishing my pain. Little tart. Brenna is practically giddy as she tells the story. It was Killjohn's first Rolling Stone interview. Big time, right? Stella nods, rapt with anticipation. Jax and the reporter had been flirting the entire time, Whip says as he chops some rosemary. It was disgusting, really. Only because she ignored you, I feel obligated to say. Without pause, he flips me off and continues his story. We're wrapping things up, and Mr. Smooth sidles over to get her number. I shake my head, my face hot. Stella's eyes are wide and deep blue. He struck out? It's comforting to know you find the idea shocking, Button. I deadpan. But no. No, Whip agrees with a snicker. Not exactly. Rye's grinning wide, his eyes forming little blue triangles. He's standing there, oh, so babe, when suddenly he starts bobbing and weaving his head around, with this weird face. At that moment, everyone does the face, lips pinched, nostrils flaring, as though they're sniffing something off. And Stella starts laughing. They all do. I grimace at the memory. Rye is still laughing as he talks. And we're like, what the fuck was that, dude? But Jax plays it off as if nothing happened and tries to talk to her again. Only he starts bobbing around again, Brenna says, doing a fair imitation of me. Fucking hell, I mutter, the echoes of that long-ago embarrassment humming along my skin. What was going on? Stella asks, looking from me to my friends. I don't get to answer. Whip beats me to it. He opens his mouth one last time to speak, when suddenly he sputters and coughs, just fucking gagging. Rye is practically weeping with glee. And the reporter is backing up, looking really regretful she bothered talking to this wingnut, but she asks him if he's okay. Rye wipes his eyes. And Jack says, as one, my traitorous friends all shout out as one. I swallowed a bug. Everyone laughs, and I do too, grudgingly. It had sucked, but it was funny. Fucking Nat had it out for me. It was stalking me the entire interview. Snickering, Stella rests a hand on my forearm, her smile bright, even though it's clear she's fighting not to laugh. Poor baby. Everything in me warms, my attention homing in on where she's touching me. 2 hours ago, I thought she wouldn't want to see me again. I'd been sucked down in a vortex of dark, taunting thoughts. She'd yanked me right back into the light. I want to bend down, fit her lips to mine. I want to haul her into the bedroom and learn the topography of her curvy body. I want my friends to get the hell out of here. I want a lot. Want. Not that my loudmouth friends notice. Rye is still talking. The reporter looks at him like she thinks he's trying to be funny and is failing miserably. But she clearly wants to give him a chance, and she says, "Was that an Overboard quote? It's my favorite movie." Stella bursts out laughing. She did not. Rye nods. Jax goes blank for a second, and then nods, all solemn and serious, and tells her it's his favorite movie as well. That's all it took. Coolness restored. Such is the power of Jax. Brenna deadpans, rolling her eyes. I lay a hand to my chest. What can I say? My bullshit foo is strong. Thankfully, my friends don't mention that I did hook up with the reporter, and the entire time she kept asking me to do Overboard quotes, which was really unfortunate since I never saw the movie. Awkward as hell. I don't regret my past. I don't regret playing fast and loose with sex when I was younger. Overall, I'd enjoyed myself a lot. I'm never going to be St. John, but I now understand why Whip has said goodbye to casual sex. I'd never been myself, never had anything real. Unfortunately, therein lies the crux of my problem. I want sex with Stella. I want her and only her. But there are dangers with getting attached. Becoming dependent on someone is a big fucking no-no. I can't rely on her to bring me out of my dark moods. I've got to do that for myself. And it isn't even an exchange. Stella can offer me so much. What can I offer in return? Orgasms? Sure, that's great, but I'm realistic enough to know she can get that elsewhere. Not that it wouldn't kill me if she did. I have very little privacy, and any woman who takes up with me will have hers invaded just as badly, maybe worse, since far too many shitheads enjoying tearing down the women famous men love. Love. My throat goes dry and tight. Mate, you're about to curdle the gravy, Scotty points out at my elbow. Right. I turn down the heat, add some more stock, and try to focus. He gives me a sidelong look, his lips quirking, and I'm tempted to kick him. But I don't. I finish up with a dogged determination. Despite my best effort, one ear remains attuned to Stella laughing with Sophie and Brenna as they set the table. While Rye and Whip talk my ear off about new beats, I watch her smile and flush with simple enjoyment. I drink my beer and pretend everything is business as usual. But when we sit down for Sunday roast, I seek her out, picking the chair next to hers. My hand finds its way to the soft, smooth nape of her neck. I talk to my friends and play with the silky strands of her red gold hair. Happily, Stella lets me, keeping very still, like she's afraid I'll stop. Not bloody likely. Not when I finally get to touch her the way I've been dying to all along. Right then. Scotty sets his silverware on his empty plate. Brenna and I have been thinking. Oh hell, Whip mutters. Rye's mouth twists in silent agreement. I don't know if they're bemoaning the horror that is Scotty and Brenna's plotting in general, or if it is something more specific, because I'm the one Scotty is staring at. I thought we banned you two from using your Wonder Twin powers, I say, resting my arm along the back of Stella's chair. Brenna's little nose lifts with a sniff. Only when used for evil. Rye snorts. When you're scheming, it's all evil. Quick, Scotty, she says while glaring at Rye. I need to form into a giant water gun. Scotty lets out a long-suffering sigh before turning his laser eyes on me again. I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings. No, you don't, Whip says with cheek. But there's a horde of press camped outside my office. Scotty goes on. I think they should be called a murder, Sophie says, as she bobs little Felix on her arm. You know, like murder of crows? Scotty's lips twitch. Apt comparison, darling. His expression settles back into sternness. A murder of press has settled on Killjohn's proverbial doorstep. Brenna's office is getting hammered with calls. I resist the urge to squirm, and I really don't fucking appreciate that he's bringing this up in front of Stella. But all I show them is a bland smile. Then say no comment and move on. Brenna blows a raspberry. Not gonna fly, Jaxie Bear. This is one of those we need to spin it and fast type deals. Scotty rests his forearm on the table in an attempt to appear casual, when everything about his posture is crisp efficiency. Just this morning I had a woman call to say you slept with her last week, and she's afraid she'll be infected. Bullshit. I haven't touched anyone in months. The words die in the air as I snap my mouth shut. Didn't mean to admit all that. But it's out there, and everyone is looking at me like I have two heads. Well, Brenna says, struggling, that's unexpected, Whip says before coughing, man whore, under his breath. I flip him off, then pin Scotty with a look. The last woman I touched was... I grimace. Ms. STD Panties? Rye supplies. Both Sophie and Brenna flick his ears. Hey! Don't shame her like that, Sophie says. Not with the way you go carousing. Amen, Brenna says. Rye scowls and rubs his ears. Can we stick to Jax's problem? Brenna shoots him a repressive look, but then turns serious. We were thinking that if you were in a relationship. Her gaze darts to Stella. Something serious that conveys you've settled down. I jerk upright, my hand sliding from Stella's chair. Brenna. She ignores my warning. Stella, I know this is a lot to ask. Alarm races up my spine. Hold on one. But would you consider posing as Jax's girlfriend for a couple of weeks? We'd pay well. Are you off your fucking nut? I shout, pushing back from the table. The chair teeters behind me. I just got Stella to forgive me for calling her an escort, and here you are asking her to play girlfriend for hire? I'm so pissed I can barely see straight. Bloody fucking... I am not some broken pot you need to glue back together. You don't fix me. You had no right to trample in here and... John? Stella grabs my hand and squeezes it. From the way she says my name, I'm thinking she's called it a few times. The entire table is silent, my mates staring up at me with varying expressions of discomfort or shock. All but Stella, who gives me a wan smile. It's okay, she says. I know this wasn't your idea. You bet your sweet ass it wasn't, I snap, still shaken, then let out a breath. Button, I'm sorry. She shakes her head. Don't be. They're only trying to help. She's still holding my hand, and I thread my fingers through hers as I sit back down. Stella glances at a grim-faced Scotty and a pissy Brenna. I can do it. No, I cut in, barely keeping my voice level. Absolutely not. Why not? Stella's eyes narrow. You need a girlfriend. I am a professional. We both know that. It's a kick to the cods, honestly, though part of me wants to laugh. After all, I'd tried to hire her less than a week ago. Only I don't particularly find this funny. It hurts. Excuse us for a moment, I say to my friends, my eyes on Stella. I hold on to her hand firmly and lead her out to the terrace. She stomps along behind me, obviously expecting a fight. Just as well, since she's going to get one.
Chapter 17. Stella. John, in a true temper, is a sight. From what I know of him, he's either the easygoing, you-do-you rocker, or, if he's in a mood, a smarmy ass. But this is different. His lean body is practically vibrating, all those ropey muscles pulled tight and standing out against his golden skin as he strides out onto the terrace and rounds on me. Green fire lights his eyes.
What the hell, Stella?
The lack of a nickname feels like a punishment. And how messed up is that? I slide the glass door shut because I'm not having this conversation with his friends listening on. Why are you opposed to this? Not a week ago, you wanted the same thing they're asking of me. High color works over his cheeks.
I admitted that it was a stupid dickhead thing to suggest.
He takes an agitated step in my direction.
What I can't understand is why you'd agree now when it clearly upset you before.
I shrug. You didn't need me before. Now you do.
You're wrong if you think I didn't need you before.
The look in his eyes has my pulse kicking up. But you don't now? Now when you need to be seen with a girlfriend? I don't understand you. How can he not get that I want to help him? Out of all the people in my life, I want to help him most of all. And he won't let me. John rakes a hand over his hair.
I don't want to be another asshole who employs your services.
They aren't assholes, John. It's my job. One that I like. Or used to. Now I'm not so sure. He frowns off into the distance.
Maybe they're not at first, but the ones who want to keep the friendship and the payment?
His gaze collides with mine.
You were right. You deserve more. Don't you forget that.
I'm not forgetting it, I say, throwing up a hand in frustration. You need to be seen steadily with someone. I can do that for you.
Can you?
He snaps, his nostrils flaring. Yes, I snap back. Again, what the hell is your problem? He takes another step.
2 hours ago, I had your tits in my hand and my tongue down your throat.
Classy, John, I cut in, flushing hot.
And it was fucking perfect, he lobs back. The best feeling I've had in so long, I can't remember anything better.
My knees go weak, a breath leaving me in a soft, "Oh."
Yeah. Oh,
he says dryly, his brows lowering over angry eyes.
and there I was thinking, I finally got to taste and touch the girl I can't stop thinking about, and then what happens? She and my well-meaning but pain-in-the-ass friends agree that she should be my fake girlfriend.
He levels me with a look, and I realize this isn't rage he's been showing. It's hurt. Instantly, I feel small and horrible. "Shit," I whisper, staring up at him. His mouth quirks bitterly, but he doesn't say anything. "John," I swallow hard. "I'm sorry." I take a step toward him, but he evades me, giving me his shoulder as he stares out at the city.
Forget it. It isn't a big deal.
"Yes, it fucking is," John whips around.
Yes, it fucking is,
he agrees, striding toward me. Before I can move, he's picking me up with shocking ease, his big hands cupping my butt. Automatically, my legs wrap around his waist, my hands grasping his shoulders. With 2 more steps, he has me up against a wall, his long, firm body pressing against mine.
Was it not real enough for you?
He says against my mouth, our lips barely brushing. My lids flutter. His breath is warm and scented with the wine he drank.
Did you not feel how much I wanted you?
I feel it now, a hard, thick presence nudging my sex. My thighs clench, and he feels that too. A rough sound escapes him, and there's no more talking. His kiss is swift, brutal, desperate, greedy. Our lips press against each other's, shaping, nipping, sucking. His tongue is a smooth, slick glide over mine, a sweep and a plunge, deeper, stroking, taking. It ignites me, makes me groan and whimper, wanting more of it, of him. John rocks against me as our mouths fuck, his hands gripping my ass tighter, and I'm lightheaded, yet too damn heavy with need that I feel weak. When he pulls away, my mouth chases his, my lips swollen and wet, but he ducks his head and sucks my neck, tugging at that sensitive skin.
I don't want fake, Stella.
His mouth touches the crest of my ear.
I don't want to pay for it. I don't want to pretend.
My hands are in his silky, messy hair. My hips grind into that lovely hard cock of his. "You can have whatever you want." I'm panting now, my nipples tight and sore. "Anything." John stills. The tip of his tongue flicks a spot on my neck that has me bucking. He presses a soft chaser kiss there before lifting his head. In the shadows, his eyes gleam.
Be with me. Let's fall together, Button.
Fall. Really fall. I can feel myself doing it. That swift plummet with nothing to hold on to. Nothing to save me. It's scary as hell. From the look in John's eyes, he knows it, fears it too. But he wants it anyway. "You said you weren't going to fall in love." His gaze moves over my face before meeting my eyes.
I walked out on you that night because I knew that if I could fall for anyone, it would be for you.
John rests his forehead against mine and his lids lower.
I've never been in love. The idea of it scares the shit out of me, and I keep telling myself all the reasons we shouldn't be together. But when I'm actually faced with walking away, after what we did on the couch, no.
He shakes his head.
Fuck no. I can't do it. I want to try with you.
I'm already over that ledge. Okay. His body stiffens for a second, and then he smiles. It's like the sun melting through ice, brilliant and hot and lighting me up. In that moment, he is incandescent, and I catch my breath. He steals it from me with a swift, deep kiss I feel in my toes. I whimper, opening my mouth for more. John gives it to me, kissing and kissing like I'm his drug of choice. Then he pulls away with a pained groan.
Shit, you tempt me.
Good, I pant against his neck, nuzzling there. Take me to bed. He leans his cheek on mine, his body shuddering. Can't. My fingers drift down to his chest. God, he has a nice chest. Firm, defined. I want to lick it. Tell your friends to go home and you can. John chuckles, and the vibrations tickle my oversensitive skin. No, babe. With a sigh, he takes a step back and carefully sets me on my feet. I'm wobbly and weak-kneed, but he holds onto my arms, giving me a smile that is part pure, satisfied male heat and part pained regret. We're going to do this right. I'm going to woo you. My fingers curl over his hard biceps. Consider me wooed. He utters a shaky laugh. I meant dates, taking things slow. Given that my sex is wet and throbbing, the thought of slow sounds like torture. Why? His hand comes up to cup my cheek, and the rough edge of his thumb caresses my swollen bottom lip. Call it selfish, but I want the experience of dating, that anticipation of working up to sex while getting to know you better, because you are too important to turn into something as simple as casual sex. I don't want to lose you to that. My heartbeat is in my throat, my chest a hollow ache. He looks at me as if he sees it all, as if he knows exactly how it feels to be alone when surrounded by people. I guess he knows that better than I do. His voice is like warm honey in the dark. It's always been people wanting you to please them. Let me give you something more, something true. John, I don't know who moves first. Maybe we both do. He wraps me in his arms, his hand holding my head to his chest where his heart beats strong. I don't know where this will go or if I'll be any good at it, but I want to be on this road with you. I let out a soft laugh. Oh, you'll be good at it. You already are. We stand there in silence, holding on to each other. My hands find their way under his shirt to his warm skin, and he trembles. Smiling, I press further against him. Okay, but no sex at all? I tilt my head back to meet his eyes. My brain can accept that this is a good idea, but my vag is a little hussy. She's going to be pouting if she's ignored. John bursts out laughing, his chest brushing mine. God, I like you. The awe in his voice has me nudging his side. You don't have to sound so surprised by this. But I am, he says with candor. He rests his chin lightly on my head. The last girl I truly liked was Pippa Hicks in 6th year. Sweet girl. She let me look up a skirt. I snort. Typical. Laughter laces his voice. She also gave me the answers for our maths primer. My smile presses into the wall of his chest as I hide my flaming cheeks. Oh, well, that's a different story entirely. His skin is smooth and warm beneath my fingertips. I like you too. Good. He peers down at me and a grin spreads over his mouth. Don't you worry. I'll pay proper attention to your sweet little kitty. With a yelp, he backs away, evading my pinches and laughing. She may not get the full-service meal at first, but I'll keep her content. I pinch him again, and he keeps laughing, wrapping me up so my arms are trapped between us. His laughter dies down. And we kiss. His gaze lowers to my mouth, all hot and covetous. A lot. A lot, I reply in a daze. His expression is dazed as well. Kissing you has become my favorite thing. My lips are still swollen and sensitive. I am completely down with this plan, but I don't think it will go the way he intends. You ever just make out with a girl before, John? Fool around with no sex? A small wrinkle forms between his brows. No. Why? I grin, my clenched hands opening and pressing into the firm wall of his chest. I'm thinking you're about to be more tempted than you realize. John's eyes light with amusement. I'm not going to cave, Button. We'll see.
Chapter 18. John. I wake up with the lyrics to Suddenly Stella tripping around in my brain. Like most of my best work, the song isn't planned. It simply pops up and takes residence in my mind. I write down several verses while I drink my morning tea. Then I'm headed out to meet my muse. She greets me with a smile, her hair glowing like a sunset around her pretty face. Have you had breakfast? Just a cup of tea. She hooks her arm through mine. Come on then, Englishman in New York. Where are we going today? Today, Stella is showing me a bit of her world. I admit, I'm curious as hell. Sure, we seem to bump into each other at an alarming rate, but I don't know everything she does. I don't know how she views life. I've only ever looked at the world through my own eyes, never cared to do more. Until Stella. Everywhere, she says. It quickly becomes apparent that Stella doesn't simply live in Manhattan, she's a part of it. I've lived on this island on and off my whole life, but I've never inhabited it the way Stella does. First off, everyone knows her. We step into a bagel shop, and two guys behind the counter immediately holler, "Stella!" like a couple of lovelorn Marlon Brandos. She greets them, cheeky as always. Tony, Murray, looking good, boys. Actually, they look like walking adverts for mustache wax or spokesmen for hipster craft beers, the type that tastes of chocolate and acacia berries or some fussy shit. Tony, a muscle-bound Italian with a walrus mustache, serenades her with a truly awful rendition of There She Goes by the Laws, while Stella cringes and laughs. The place is packed, and while we wait our turn, people glance at Stella, clearly wondering who she is. I'm standing right next to her, and not one person looks my way. It's fucking grand. We get to the counter, and the wiry, bushy-bearded Murray asks if she wants the usual. Stella glances at me. You have an order in mind? What's the usual? Her smile is coy. You'll just have to see if you pick that one. Worst case scenario, I'll hate it and find something else to eat later. But considering our eerie similarities in taste, I doubt that. I'll have what you're having. 2, Marco, and coffee. Another glance at me, and I nod. Make that 3 coffees. 3, I murmur as Murray goes off to get her order. How thirsty are you? The third isn't for us, she says, as Tony comes over to talk her ear off. He tells her about his wife, Glory, who's having their second kid any day now. He shakes my hand when Stella introduces me as her friend John, and then he's back to asking her if she liked his recipe for minestrone. Bet it's not as good as my apple cake recipe, Murray says, handing over our order. While Stella grapples with her coffee, I take the bag of food and pay him. She shoots me a repressive look that I meet with a shrug. I was raised to pay for my date. I'm not sure if that's sexist, since I'd do it if I were into dudes as well. They complimented each other, she says diplomatically. Soup for dinner, cake for dessert. They're too busy to chat anymore and wave us goodbye. We can eat this at Union Square Park, she says outside. It's 2 blocks away. You going to tell me what your usual is? She grins wide. An everything bagel with herb cream cheese and smoked sturgeon lox. My stride stutters. Stells, our breath is going to scare people. A light laugh escapes her. Good thing we're supposed to be kissing. I give her the side eye. Kissing was an agreed-upon activity, Stella. Be prepared. I will brave the garlic. At the entrance to Union Square, she stops next to an old guy who's busy covering the sidewalk with chalk art. The guy is good. His image is lush with vivid color. There are some highly detailed reproductions of old masters, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and next to them, a rhinestone-wearing Elvis and a pouty James Dean. The artist looks up and gives Stella a toothy grin. Stargirl! Ramon? Thought you might like a little caffeine. She hands him a cup of coffee. You're an angel, he says before taking a sip. I thought I was Stargirl, she says. All Stargirls are angels, Ramon insists. I'm gonna do your portrait now. I'll come back later and see, she promises. With a nod, we're off again. That guy is good, I tell her. He is. A wrinkle gathers between her brows. But he's in his own world. Sometimes he's lucid, sometimes he's not. He forgets to take care of himself, so people around the neighborhood help him out when they can. Not just people. Stella. You really do look out for everyone, don't you? I admire the hell out of her for it. But she clearly doesn't like the attention. Her frown grows as her cheeks pink. It's not... No one took care of me unless I asked for it, and I remember how that felt. If I see someone who needs help, I just act. I sling my arm around her shoulders and press a kiss to the top of her head. That's what makes you Stargirl. We eat on a bench under the trees. Our bagels are still warm and soft. This is ridiculously good, I say around a mouthful. Garlicky as hell, but good. Her eyes light up, her cheeks stuffed with food that makes her look like a chipmunk. Told you. She swallows, licking an errant dab of cream cheese off her lip, and grins like a kid in summer. I lean over the mess of coffee cups and sandwiches and kiss her. A squeal of protest vibrates against my lips, and I smile, not moving away. John, she protests again, her mouth on mine. I stink. I warned you. I nip her bottom lip, then suckle it. A little garlic isn't going to put me off. She doesn't stink, though. Maybe it's that old adage that people eating the same thing don't notice. Or maybe I just want to kiss her more than anything else. But she simply tastes of Stella, buttery sweet like toffee on my tongue. Her mouth softens, and she leans into me, her fingers gripping my shoulder, tracing the edge of my collar. I feel that touch at the base of my spine. We kiss under the sun, our lips learning each other's. Weirdly, we're both sort of laughing little huffs of breath between kisses. I don't even realize we're swaying until we almost topple. My arm shoots out to brace us, while the other wraps around Stella's shoulder to haul her against me. She snickers, and I press my lips to her smiling mouth one last time. You make me dizzy, Stargirl. Blue eyes shine up at me. That's Star-Lord to you. Don't mess with my Marvel idols, Button. It would be all kinds of wrong to associate you with Peter Quill. Some things are sacred. Stella shakes her head with amusement, but then her attention snags on the surrounding park, and she sits a little straighter. You make me forget where I am. She doesn't blush, but her shoulders hunch a little, like she's trying to make herself smaller, and it hits me that she's embarrassed. Though I really want to, I don't touch her again. You not into public displays of affection? Her mouth quirks. I'm not sure. She shakes her head slightly, biting the corner of her lip. I've never done it before. Have you? Public displays? Yeah. A lot of my sexual encounters were out in the open. Blowjobs in the after-party room, quickies in the hall, group sex in hotel suites. I shift in my seat, the hardwood bench suddenly really fucking uncomfortable. I'm not exactly ashamed of what I've done in the past, but to equate that to what I'm doing with Stella feels all sorts of wrong. She's watching me carefully, and her smile grows crooked. By the expression on your face, I'm guessing you have. I clear my throat. Actually, I haven't. When her brow quirks in disbelief, I hold her eyes with mine. There's never been any affection involved before. Funny how that makes it harder to bear. For both of us, apparently. Because we both look off, each of us suddenly way too interested in what's going on in the park. I take a hasty sip of my coffee. It's a flat white, creamy, and too hot to drink fast. The tip of my tongue smarts in the ensuing silence. Stella takes another bite of her sandwich, then eyes me thoughtfully. I like kissing you. In private or public, it doesn't matter. Warmth spreads over my chest in a slow-moving spill, and I smile. But I draw the line at copping a feel of my boobs. That's private time fun. she finishes, with a blunt practicality that has me laughing. Noted. We finish our food, and then Stella takes me walking down Broadway into Soho. Again, I experience the strange phenomena of not being recognized, and I don't think it's due to me wearing a ball cap low over my brow. It's Stella, who shines like a star. Shop girls know her. Guys selling watches on the corner know her. A man named Amin tosses her an icy bottle of water when we pass his bodega. He won't take any cash for it. Stella, after all, helped him find his missing cat one day. Forget Stargirl. You're the Queen of Manhattan, I say after she takes a drink of her water. Stella snorts. You live someplace long enough, you get to know people. I don't think so. I shake my head, taking in the cinnamon sprinkle of freckles across her nose, the way her penny-bright curls bounce with each step she takes. How can I not write a song about her? She is poetry made flesh and bone. I've lived here on and off my whole life, and I don't know anyone the way you do. You know Sam? Who sells guitars? I don't interact with anyone outside the music business. I glance at her, not wanting to see pity in her eyes, but she simply walks along, her expression thoughtful, and I try to better explain myself. It's not that I don't like people. I meet hundreds of them in any given year. I've just never been particularly able to initiate a conversation. It's a bloody miracle that I couldn't keep from teasing Stella all those times. You're an introvert who's also a rock star. A grin flashes in her eyes. That's it. You come alive during the performance, but when it's over, you want your alone time. I think about it for a second and snort. It's true. God, what a profession for an introvert to pick. Would you choose something else if you could? She sounds genuinely interested. No, I don't even hesitate. I love it. Even with all the pitfalls, I love it with all I have. Our hands find each other's, and I thread my fingers through hers. I miss performing for the fun of it, though, the simple joy of making music. All the guys lost it when I take a slow breath. Anyway, it was like a skip in a record, knocking us all off track. But they got it back. Except for me. Her blue eyes cloud. What do you mean? I'm faking it these days, Stells. I go on that stage and it feels like an echo of me. I experience it as if from far away. Sometimes, I think about those early days, when we'd have to cajole a club owner to let us play, and be damn thankful when one finally agreed. My mouth quirks at old memories. When we were really new, and really terrible, there were times we'd go and play on the sidewalk, just so someone other than our friends could hear us. I was hopeful back then. Music was my air, not the water rising over me. I don't know why I'm unloading on her, only that it feels good to talk to someone outside the band, someone I'm not paying to listen to me. It occurs to me that Stella is the only true connection I've made with someone in my adult life who is solely for me. I don't know whether that's fucked up or we're all living in these isolated social bubbles, but I like it. I look at her now, not finding any pity, just acknowledgement. I want to breathe freely again, Button. Does that make any sense? Her nose wrinkles as she stares off, contemplating. I think at some point we all start feeling that water closing in. We all want that air. You choking too? I ask softly. Absently, she nods. Some days. A gust of wind blows down the avenue, tossing her hair about her face, and I realize we're standing still, while people on the sidewalk rush past, flowing around us as though we are rocks in a river. Stella tucks a lock of hair behind her ear. When's the last time you performed just for the music? When I played for you at Sam's shop. That didn't exactly end well, and we both know it. She hums thoughtfully. I think you need to do it again. Let's go. Wait, where? There's a light in her eyes. She's plotting things. Stella kind of things. She squeezes my hand. You'll see. Last time I heard those words with that tone, Rye got us all drunk and convinced us that it was a great idea to shave our pubes. Stella misses a step, almost stumbling off the curb. I haul her against me, wrapping my arm around her waist. She laughs up at me, the sound short and shocked. All off? Yep. Itched like fuck growing back, I grumble, fighting a smile. I'd blame that one on the ignorance of youth, but it was only 3 years ago. Welcome to the world of women's problems, Stella deadpans. Talk to me after you've tried a Brazilian wax. It's my turn to nearly stumble. Stop gaping like a fish, she says with another laugh. Come on, we've got to get going. Wait, can we talk about your adventures in waxing? Or maybe give me the rundown on what you're doing these days. Sadly, she keeps walking, leaving me to follow. We end up in Battery Park, and when Stella stops near a group of young and ragtag musicians busking, I start to get the idea, and take a huge step back. Nope, no way, Button. Her eyes are wide and innocent. An excellent farce. You don't even know what I'm going to say. I know your evil little mind better than you think. You want me to busk with them, don't you? She blinks, her lips parting in surprise. Okay, you're good. I snort. Like I said, I know you. Hot color washes over her cheeks. Damn, already predictable. Like hell. You surprise me all the time. It gets me hot. She blushes a deeper shade of pink, but then shakes off my sad attempt at distraction and tugs at my sleeve with renewed determination. These kids are here every weekend and never get any money. Because they stink. When she glares, I hold up a hand. Come on, you have ears. They're horrible. No use sugarcoating it. I know they're horrible, but you aren't. And what? I'm supposed to go over there and say, hey, can I borrow your gear and upstage you with my professional licks? I make a face. I'll come off as a complete wanker. Stella's grip on my wrist is firm, as if she thinks I'm going to turn and run. I might. I just might. But it's kind of cute that she thinks she can hold me back. I'll just put her over my shoulder and take her with me. Okay, she says. Maybe it's a stupid idea. Don't agree yet. Hear me out. Wasn't going to say a thing. I lie. If you go over there and offer to play with them, maybe sing a few songs, you have no idea how it will go. I have ideas, I mutter. None of them are good. But you don't know, she says emphatically. It isn't planned like your gigs. It isn't safe. You go over there and you're on your own without a net. I study the teens playing. They're attempting a Linkin Park song. It's painful to hear. They know how to play, just not in a cohesive way. They need guidance, and about 2 years of practice. I have no idea what it's like to be a rock legend, she says in a soft voice. I don't personally understand the pressures you're under, but I do know that some of the best experiences in life happen when you're not playing it safe. When have you not played it safe? I ask, truly curious. She stares at me like I'm dense. With you, John. I swallow hard, and then nod, not knowing what to say. She's struck me dumb. I'm not playing it safe with her either. But I feel like a bit of a shit because part of me knows that, at the very least, she's into me the same way I'm into her. Being with Stella might not be exactly safe ground for me, but it doesn't seem like a risk. Is that how she sees it? Is she terrified? She's waiting to see what I'm going to do, her hand still holding my wrist, the tips of her fingers pressed against my pulse point, surely feeling the agitated beating of my heart. The potential for embarrassment is high. But then, that's the point, isn't it? I'm doing something with music that involves risk. When was the last time I even felt that when performing? Maybe at 18, and not even then, really. I'd been an arrogant bastard, completely assured of my worth and my place in the world. Killian used to say I had enough balls and bravado to haul us out of obscurity. Yet, Killian wouldn't hesitate to do this. He is the more reserved one out of the two of us, but he's never been afraid to fall. Even when at the top, I'd been afraid to fall. For a moment, I can't breathe. My head is hot and too heavy to hold up. Then I exhale, and I'm lighter. Fuck me, I mutter, rubbing the back of my neck where the tension has fled. Stella stares up at me. You gonna do it? Yeah, babe, I am. I give her a swift kiss, then head toward the group, nerves thrumming through my veins, heart kicking against my ribs. I don't know if it's nerves or the anticipation of doing something risky. Maybe both. There are 3 of them, all guys, wearing skinny jeans and tatty trainers. One is taller than me and rail thin, his brown hair falling in his eyes, his beard spotty in places. The other is fairly short, blonde, and already sporting an impressive amount of tats along one arm. Though he's dressed in the most ragged clothes, I know a kid who comes from wealth when I see one. The last kid, the one holding a bass and a death grip, is around my height and sporting an ink-black mohawk. I had the same cut when I was around his age. Was I ever that young? God, I feel old. They all watch me with wide-eyed wonder as I walk up to them. Hey, I'm Jax. Might as well use my known name. In a few minutes, it'll be no use hiding who I am. We know who you are. The blonde one gets out in a rasp. I mean, we can't believe it, but we know. None of them has taken my outstretched hand, and I'm beginning to feel like an ass. But then the guy with the scraggly beard reaches out and clasps my hand. Jamie, that's Joe, he says of the gaping blonde. And that's Naveed. The guy with the mohawk lifts a hand in hello. We're huge fans, Jamie says. I guess that's a relief, I joke. It'd be a little awkward if you just thought I was some nutter. They all stare at me as if I am, in fact, a nutter. I clear my throat, forcing down an uncomfortable wash of heat. I was wondering if you could help me out with something. What's up? Asks Naveed. His hands are fairly shaking, but he quickly slides them into his pockets, and I bite back a smile of approval. Fake it till you make it is a key component in this shitty business. My girl over there, the cute redhead pretending not to look, well, she really wants me to play for her right now. I was wondering. Here! Joe thrusts his guitar in my hands. Go for it! Thanks. I take a better hold of the neck. It's a beat-up Ibanez that cost less than my boots, but has a pretty good sound for close quarters, and if you aren't too worried about nuance. But I kind of thought you guys might like to play with me. I could sing. No, Jamie insists. Please play my guitar too. It will be epic. I'll play with you, Naveed says. He looks slightly gray under his bronze skin, but he hides it well. Me too. Joe is pink in the face as he stands tall and determined, gripping his guitar, an old Strat. All right. I pluck a few strings and wince. This is out of tune, just slightly, but it shows when you play. Jamie winces too. Fuck. I give him a smile of encouragement. It's something a lot of people have to learn to hear. Until then, use a tuner. I adjust the strings until the guitar is tuned to my liking. When I first started, I was always off. Killian used to rip into me for it. At the mention of his name, the guys brighten. He's fucking brilliant, Jamie says. That he is, I agree, missing my friend with an ache that shocks me. I haven't called him in a while. Truth is, I don't want to know when he's coming home because that means Stella will move. I shrug the feeling off and pay attention to the teenagers watching me with dazed eyes. Right then, follow my lead and listen. Listen as you play. When you're starting out, you try to play all on your own. You concentrate only on getting your bit right. But you're in a band. You're part of a team. Make music with me. They all nod, even Jamie, though he'll be sitting out. I go over a few songs, find out what ones they know. I'm not willing to play any of mine. The gig, thinly veiled though it is, will be up immediately if we do. Thankfully, the guys get that and are happy with anything I want to do. We settle on a couple of classics. People know the songs and will be drawn to them. At this point, no one has noticed us. Only Stella, who perches on the top rail of a bench and silently watches, a Mona Lisa smile on her pink lips. I start the opening chords of Nirvana's About a Girl, keeping it nice and slow. The guys join in, hesitant, but holding their own. The second I begin to sing, people slow down. I'm purposely making my voice sound like Kurt's. One, because I don't want to sound exactly like myself right now, but also because he's my idol and always will be. I was a little kid when he died, yet his loss hurts as though I'd known him well. Awareness prickles over my skin with a fine chill. I too might have been gone, might have missed this moment, and I close my eyes for a second. My stomach twists sickly. I'm going to lose it right here and now. This is why I don't enjoy performing the way I used to. This fucking sick, slip-sliding terror of what could have been plagues at me every damn time I get in front of an audience. But it didn't happen. You're here. The sun is shining on your shoulders. The air is filling your lungs. You are here. I'm here. It's just me and the music, the vibration of the strings against my fingers, the stretch of a song in my chest and throat. The song spreads itself out over me, getting comfortable, amping up. I play the solo, and it shivers over me with joy. When I open my eyes again, we're surrounded by onlookers. I'm not sure if they realize who I am. I don't really care. The song ends, and I address the crowd. Hey there, I'm Jax. I'd like to introduce you to a few members of the band. That gets me a few chuckles. People whistle in appreciation. Jamie is filming everything on his phone. The guys give the people hesitant waves, and because I've done a Beatles joke, I start in on Hey Jude. I step back, turning toward the young guys playing with me. They look as though they've hit the lottery, grins wide, eyes slightly dazed, but they're feeding off me, getting it together. I nod and face the crowd. You're going to have to sing along for this. And they do. That's why the song is brilliant. Everyone knows it. Everyone wants to sing it. By the time we're nearly finished, money is spilling out of the open guitar case on the ground, and 2 horse-mounted cops have ridden over to investigate. I'm guessing we're done, but they simply watch, bobbing their heads to the music. Joe gives Jamie a turn on his guitar. In turn, Joe continues filming our performance. We play songs until the audience becomes too big and the cops start to get twitchy. I'm not pushing our luck, and end it. Some people ask for autographs, but most just take pictures. I thank the guys and give them Brenna's PR number. She'll hook you up with some tickets to our next show, I tell them. Thanks, man, Jamie beams. I can't believe we did that, Joe says. He's picking up the money, sorting it. He tries to hand it to me, but I wave him off. No way. This was my pleasure. You guys keep that. Naveed grabs my hand and pumps it. Seriously, thanks. It was fucking cool. We all laugh. Yeah, it was, I agree. And then Stella walks toward me with a wide grin on her face. I might have lost sight of her a time or two, but she'd been with me all the way. A presence in the back of my mind, holding me steady. With 2 strides, I reach her, gathering her up. She whoops in surprise, her legs wrapping around my waist. Well, hello to you too, she says with a smile. You did great. I kiss her hard and quick, then haul her up higher, get her comfortable, as I head out of the park. You gonna carry me all the way? She asks. Yep, or as far as the nearest cab. There's one rolling our way. I flag him with one hand, while I hold Stella up with the other. Then we're going home and making out. A lot. Later, I'll cook you dinner. Her lids lower, as her arms wrap around my damp neck. I can get with that plan. God damn, I like this girl. I like my life when she's in it. I hold on to her a little tighter. Thought you might.
Chapter 19. Stella. As part of his Woo Stella plan, John proposes we continue to introduce each other to something that the other hasn't done before.
You know, take each other out of our comfort zones, kind of like you did with me in the park.
Non-sexually speaking, I ask over the breakfast John takes me to. Breakfast being cereal milk ice cream with cornflakes on top at Milk Bar. I have to give him points for creativity and cheek. He bites his bottom lip before grinning.
You're fixating, Button. I'm not talking about sex.
I'm horny. Sue me. For the past few weeks, John and I have spent our days together doing whatever catches our fancy. Our evenings are spent on the couch, kissing. When I say kissing, I mean just that. No touches below the neck. Just kissing. Soft, slow, wet kisses. Drugging kisses. Frantic kisses. Little pecks between laughing and talking. Suckling kisses. Deep ones that make my back arch and my body shiver. We kiss until my lips are sore and my jaw aches. We kiss until my body is one big, hot throb of want, and a single touch to my clit would set me off. But he never touches me there, and I don't trail my hand down his firm chest to squeeze the cock I know is rock hard. Even when I know he's as primed as I am. Even when he's leaning into me, his big body trembling, his skin damp with sweat. God, those moments get to me more than anything. Seeing John a touch away from coming in his jeans. It's hot as hell knowing how worked up I've gotten him. We're torturing each other, taking it slow this way, but it feels so damn good. And there is something to his mad methods. We are learning each other. He's getting under my skin, becoming necessary. What exactly haven't you done before? I ask him, a rough edge to my voice. John drags a spoonful of ice cream over his tongue, a golden bit of cereal lingering on his lip before he licks it away. Only John could make eating ice cream look carnal without trying.
That's a tough one. I've done a lot. His green eyes glint. But not with you.
My list of exciting experiences is fairly small. He winks at me, his expression cheerful. Today, he's full-on rock star. Vintage Patti Smith t-shirt faded to gray, black jeans that hug his tight thighs and hang low on his lean hips.
You ever ridden a motorcycle, Button?
I pause, spoon halfway to my mouth. Death on two wheels? Nope. John laughs. It's fun. Do you know what happens if you crash? I shudder dramatically. Skin puppet. He leans in and nabs the ice cream on my spoon.
Creamy.
Eat your own. I swat at him and scoop another bite.
But I want your cream,
he says with a wink. It's a good thing you're hot, or I'd be making a gag face right now.
You love it, Stella Button. You know you do.
John rests his chin in his hand and watches me like I'm high entertainment. A thick leather band circles his wrist, drawing my attention to his forearms. I don't think I've ever wanted to stroke the silky skin on the bottom of a man's forearm this much in my life.
I want to take you on a ride on my bike, he says.
Of course you have a motorcycle.
Of course I do, he agrees happily. Many of them. I'll pick a good one for our ride.
I'm not riding a motorcycle through the city. I'll have my eyes closed the whole time or be terrorized by cabs. He blows a soft raspberry.
Ye of little faith. I'm a kick-ass driver, Button. But no, we'll go outside the city, have lunch, ride the highways like our asses are on fire.
Lovely picture. I don't know why I would ever worry. I'm pretending to protest, but excitement fizzes through my blood like soda. John clearly knows I'm into his plan because he rubs his hands together, biting his bottom lip to contain his grin.
This is going to be fun. Let's go on Wednesday. It's supposed to be warm and sunny.
I might be protesting, but his plan sounds wonderful, mainly because it involves being with him. I haven't taken on any new clients and left a message on my phone stating I'm on vacation. A foreign concept for me, but I'm getting used to it. Until I'd stepped away from work, I hadn't realized how much I needed time to just be me and enjoy doing things I like. Okay, I'll let you torment me on a bike. I wave a spoonful of ice cream in his direction. But I get the second half of the day. I have an idea, something of me that I can share with him. I haven't told him about my hobby, haven't told anyone really. It will be exposing myself in a way that feels slightly uncomfortable, but I asked the same of him in the park. I can't do less for him. And I'm fairly certain John hasn't experienced anything like what I'm going to show him.
What are we doing?
He asks as we push back from our seats. Shaking my head, I follow him out the door and into weak sunlight. It's a surprise.
Does it involve nudity? Because I'm down with that.
He waggles his brows, the pink tip of his tongue peeking out between his teeth. You put the kibosh on nudity and nudity-related antics, remember?
I'm beginning to rethink that plan,
he says darkly. Laughing, I nudge his side and am about to respond when a strange sort of clicking, fluttering sound erupts around us. At first, I have no clue what it is, only that John has gone stiff beside me. Then it registers that there's a group of guys aiming cameras our way, all of them shouting, "Jax! That your newest, Jax? How you feeling? She know about your women, Jax?" Shocked, I stand there and stare back at them. All this time, no press has bothered us. I'd half expected it at the park, but nothing. Now they're all over us. I hadn't a clue how it would really be. The noise they create is enough to scramble my brain. John takes out his phone and texts someone as they keep shouting our way. A squeal pierces the air and a new group surges in. Fans. Having never been in a true fan crowd, I don't know what to expect. It's actually sweet. His fans are respectful, some shy, some shaking and crying. He signs autographs and takes a bunch of selfies with them. I'm edged back and move toward the curb to watch him work. My John is gone, replaced by Jax Blackwood of the easy smiles that don't quite reach his eyes and the chuckles that aren't as deep but louder, forced. Not that I think any of his fans notice. No, he has that unique quality of making a person think all his attention is on them, that he can manage it in a crowd that increases from 10 to 20, then 30 is impressive. You work for Jax? A teenage girl beside me asks, her eyes alight with curiosity. She's with a group of friends who have already gotten selfies but linger, taking more pictures of him. No, I'm his friend. A few girls glance at me with wide eyes. How did you get to be friends with Jax? I don't miss the emphasis on you, as though this is a miracle of the highest caliber. Maybe it is. Watching him now, everything we've done before could easily be thought of as a dream, some strange figment of my imagination. I'm his neighbor, I say absently. A ripple goes through the group of girls. Lucky, the girl who asked me says. Where does he live? Another asks. I shake my head and bite back a smile. Sorry, classified. One of them mutters, bitch, under her breath. The others glare, but the girl beside me gives me an overly sweet smile. I get it. I try to keep him to myself for as long as I could, too. Good luck with that, someone stage whispers, and there are a few titters. I don't know what to say. I get their annoyance. I'm withholding information they desperately want, but being the outlet for their disappointment doesn't make me want to linger. I want to get out of here. This is nothing like the happy spectators watching John play in the park. The crowd is stifling, and the urge to turn and walk away is high. But I wouldn't leave John. Guys! One of the girls cuts in. Don't be rude. She gives me a weak smile. Sorry, they're just jealous. She earns some glares, but One of them shakes her head and demurs. We totally are. I mean, it's Jax Blackwood. He's a god. What's he like? Is he a sweetheart? I bet he is. A sexy sweetheart, another adds. That body, when it's all sweaty and moving on stage, I can't even. I cut in before I have to hear more about his body. Having been up close and personal with him on the couch, visions of a shirtless John might make me flush. He's the best man I know. The absolute truth of that statement sinks in among the little group surrounding me, and we all go silent, watching him. At first, I didn't think he noticed where I'd gone, but I quickly realize how wrong I am. The whole time he works, he makes his way closer to me. His awareness is blade sharp. It's clear he knows exactly where everyone is and his position within the crowd. In an impressive move, he turns to shake someone's hand, and suddenly he's at my side again, making it look like casual happenstance. But the way he puts an arm around my waist says it's not. All I want to do is burrow into his solid warmth. I don't, though. Everyone is looking. I toss the group of gaping girls a small wave goodbye, though I know their attention isn't on me. John's palm presses into the small of my back as he moves us toward a glossy black SUV that pulls up. An Asian guy who looks vaguely familiar gets out and opens the back door. I slide right into the soft cocoon of black leather, and John follows me. The solid thud of the door shutting brings blessed silence. The driver jogs around to the front and gets into the SUV. Before I know it, we're smoothly pulling out into traffic as people press forward for one last glimpse. John sits back with a sigh, then turns his gaze on me. You all right? He looks different now, covered in a patina of fame, and I can't get past the rattled feeling that I'm with Jax Blackwood. Countless people would give anything to be in my place right now. The disdain of the girls lays hot and prickly on my skin, and a small voice in my head wonders what I'm doing here. Why me? I'm nothing particularly special. I tell that voice to shut up. I'm fine. He searches my face as if trying to read my thoughts. You've gone all stiff. I just wasn't expecting to be bombarded, or for you to be. My smile is weak. Sometimes I forget who you are. John's warm hand settles over mine and squeezes. You know exactly who I am, and it isn't that guy back there. We're facing each other now, our bodies turned on the backseat bench. Is that why you don't like me calling you Jax? A wrinkle forms between his brows, and he dips his head. I've been Jax for a long time. After I crashed and burned, Jax felt more like, I don't know, a stage name. John was the man beneath it all. Jax couldn't breathe with all the fame pressing down on him. John was just the guy who liked to play guitar and make music. He huffs, a shadow of a laugh. God, that makes me sound seriously confused. I'm not saying I have two different personalities fighting for dominance in my brain or anything. Just that when you call me John, I feel like you're seeing me, not the rock star. You're both. My thumb strokes his knuckles. You're both, and both are wonderful. His eyes close on a sigh. As long as you don't back away because of the fame, though I wouldn't blame you. I won't back away, but this life isn't like anything I'm used to. I might get rattled at times, or starstruck, as embarrassing as that sounds. A smile twitches on his lips. He peers at me through the veil of his lashes. Starstruck? Hey. My cheeks flame. Shut up. John dimples, shaking his head slightly. You're too easy to tease. Which is true. When he speaks again, his voice is light and relaxed. I forgot to introduce you to my sometimes bodyguard. He's still looking at me as he talks, but I glance at the driver who gives me a nod. Meet Bruce Lee. I must have made a sound of surprise because both John and Bruce are grinning. It isn't hard to know why. Bruce Lee looks almost exactly like the kung fu legend. Your parents do that to you on purpose? Bruce chuckles. Total fans without repentance or worry over what their poor boy might endure.
I told him he should embrace the Bruce,
John says.
wear some big sunglasses, get fitted shirts with huge collars, red bell-bottoms, go full-on 70s funk. I wouldn't want to outshine the rock stars,
Bruce quips.
Please do. Sign some autographs and let me rest for a while.
We laugh and joke all the way back to the apartment, but John and I are both clearly rattled and both clearly trying to hide that fact. I think John is embarrassed by his fame. My thoughts are a little more maudlin. I can't help but think this isn't real life. This is a fantasy. No one gets this lucky. Especially not me.
John.
So you have a girlfriend now, eh?
Rye nudges me with his big-ass arm. Because he's built like a tank, a nudge from Rye is more like being whacked by a tree branch. I rub the dull pain on my shoulder and glare at him. Do you have to put a label on it?
I don't,
he says easily.
but she will. Women want to label it, outline the particulars, chart its progress, then set a date. Be prepared for torture, man.
We're driving back from Brooklyn, where Rye has hunted down a 1969 Moog synthesizer that he had to get his hands on, which prompted us to do a version of People Are Strange while testing it out. It makes me miss the hell out of Callihan, because he does a great Jim Morrison impression. His version of Roadhouse Blues took down the house in London last time we toured. I haven't talked to him in so long, it feels wrong, like I'm missing a part of me. I shake it off and cut Rye a look. You know, talk like that makes me think you're afraid of women. He snorts loudly.
Please, I love women. I'm not afraid of them.
I lean back against the seat and glance up at Bruce, who's driving. You hear that? Rye isn't scared of women. Bruce nods. Got it. Not afraid at all.
You two assholes keep patronizing me,
Rye says with a laugh.
See if I care.
Tell me, Ryland. I turn his way. When did you start calling Brenna Barry? He goes bright pink, kind of like the berry in question, which is such a sight. I want to pull out my phone, take a pic, and send it to all the guys.
Fuck off, pretty boy. It was an insult, not a nickname.
I grin. Sounded like a nickname to me, son. Rye's jaw bunches. I'm playing with fire. Long experience tells me how far I can push Rye before he'll tackle me. When we were young punks, we'd often end up pummeling each other, all in good fun. But it didn't mean someone wouldn't walk away with a busted lip or black eye. In my teens, it was a good way to work off steam. At 30, I'm thinking I'll regret it and be popping aspirin for a week. When Rye finally talks, though, his tone is unexpectedly hard and pained.
You guys gotta let this thing between Brenna and me go. She hates my guts, and for good reason. That shit ain't happening, ever.
Silence descends, awkward and thick. Bruce raises the glass divider, leaving me alone with Rye. Outside, horns blare, and the car bumps over the pitted road. I clear my throat and risk a glance. Rye's staring out the window, his body a big bulge of clenched muscles. Why do you think she hates you? Because I don't get that vibe, even though you two are constantly sniping at one another. I assumed it was some sort of perverse foreplay. Even when we were kids, and skinny, knobby-kneed 16-year-old Brenna started hanging around our jam sessions, she and Rye bickered, but they also looked at each other like the other was candy just out of reach. Rye snorts softly.
Maybe at first it was flirting. I'm not gonna lie and pretend I don't think she's hot. Yes, we bicker. Yes, it's fun to get at her sometimes. And maybe she gets some similar sick satisfaction out of bugging me.
He shakes his head slowly, like it weighs a ton.
But the rift is real and nothing I want to talk about.
Hey, you brought it up. He shoots me a glare.
No, I said you guys need to stop expecting something. Because it's a dead horse. I didn't say I wanted to talk about my feelings or whatever.
Mate, I've never seen a guy more in need of talking about his feelings than you. I laugh shortly. You're the poster child for repression. Rye relaxes against the seat, his expression opening once more.
Maybe. But I'd rather we talk about your feelings and shit. You happy, Jaxie?
Chicken. We're pulling up to my apartment. And yes, I am. Because I talk about my feelings and shit. The car stops and I open the door before Bruce can get to it. I've never liked him, or any of our staff, having to open my doors. It's too reminiscent of my childhood, and the way it made me feel isolated, stuck with my prim and proper family, when I'd rather laugh and play like a normal kid. There's a fair bit of irony that, while trying to use my music to get away from everything my family was, I've put myself in a situation where I often need guards and excessive security. I'm just as isolated as I was back then, only now I can choose to live by my own rules. You guys want to come up for a beer? I ask. Surprisingly, I'm okay with being alone right now. Frankly, I'm feeling pretty fucking great in general. I have a date with Stella tomorrow, and the fact that I get to touch her, that I get to spend the whole day with her, simply because we both want to, makes me giddy as a kid waiting on Christmas. But Rye looks like he could use some company, and I'm never leaving my guys to deal with shit on their own when I can offer a hand. Rye brightens. Yeah, sure. I could go for a beer, Bruce says with a shrug. We're halfway to the door when a guy approaches, his gaze locked on me, as if I'm a target. Instantly, Rye and I stiffen. We know how to defend ourselves, but if this guy has a weapon, fighting won't do shit. In my peripheral, I see Bruce stalking close, putting himself between us and the unknown. The guy, a wiry older dude with shaggy reddish-gray hair, halts, his pale blue eyes going wide. I'm not trying to cause trouble, he says, wisely reading the situation. I only wanted to talk to Jax. Then talk, I say, standing at the ready. I could tell the guy to piss off, but it's easy sometimes to let the person speak their piece and say no thanks to whatever they're selling. Unfortunately, this could also be about one of the women I slept with. This guy could be a pissed-off father. Hell. Saw a picture in the tabloids of you with the girl. My back stiffens. I'm often pictured with women. If that's all you're interested in, I suggest you take up another hobby. I start walking, and Rye moves to my left, Bruce taking my other side. They're flanking me, which is nice but unnecessary. Unfortunately, the dude is undaunted. You were carrying her across a puddle. My steps falter. I've only carried one woman, ever. Someone took a picture of that? Fucking hell. There goes my Clark Kent disguise. The thought of Stella's privacy being taken then makes me queasy. Old news, man. That was weeks ago. I wave the man off and start walking again. His raspy voice follows. There was another picture of you two from yesterday. Looked real cozy coming out of Milk Bar. I thought you'd like to know who you're dealing with is all. Stella Gray isn't what she seems. Ice flows through my veins, and I halt, turning to face him. What did you say? Dude shrugs his bony shoulders. She's cute, but she isn't as innocent as she looks. The ice turns to hot steam, a red haze clouding my vision. I'm advancing on him before I even think. Bruce steps in front of me, blocking my path, as Rye's big mitt grabs hold of my elbow. Easy, man, Rye says low and hard. My attention is on the little rat who stares back defiantly. You stay the fuck away from Stella, I grind out, pushing at Bruce's back. My bodyguard is unmovable, though. You want to hound me like some nutter fan, fine, but stay away from my friends. The guy just smiles, and the sight is oddly familiar. Friend, is she? Looked cozier than that. Stella has a way about her, very effective in sneaking under a man's defenses. I surge forward, trying to break past Bruce and Rye. They both hold firm. The guy holds up his hands. Easy now. I'm trying to help you out here. The information I have for purchase might spare you some headaches along the way. Like hell, I spit out. Who the fuck do you think you are? He stares back at me, totally placid. I'm her dad. All the fight goes out of me as I gape back at him. I feel sick. Sick on Stella's behalf. Her dad is trying to shake me down for money. The fucker who abandoned her as a teen, and she hasn't seen since. Get the fuck out of my sight, I say through clenched teeth. Because these guys aren't going to be able to hold me forever, and I really don't give a shit about repercussions if I pummel you into a pulp. Rye's grip on my arm eases. We might even help them, he says in a cold voice. Stella's so-called dad shrugs again. Beating me up won't change the truth. I'm not asking for much. 10 grand should do it. If you change your mind, call me at this number. He tosses a battered card at my feet. You'll thank me later. I stare at the card like it's a bomb, the sick feeling in me growing. Fucking hell, Rye mutters, glaring at the little weasel walking away. That really Stella's dad? They have the same smile, I say dully. Though Stella's never looked like that. Soulless. But the shape and movements are the same, down to the small, oddly placed dimple that appears just below the left corner of their mouths. My heart kicks hard in my chest. That asshole tried to shake me down. Bruce shakes his head. I'll keep an eye out for him. Rye lets out a hard breath. What are you going to do? None of us have picked up the card. I don't want to, but I feel I should at least hold on to it. I run a hand through my hair. Fuck, I don't know. How do I tell Stella that the dad who abandoned her only showed up because he saw a meal ticket in me? Do you think he was telling the truth? Rye asks quietly. I glare at him. He's a fucking con man. I think he'd sell her out on a lie without breaking stride. I squeeze the back of my neck. He's probably talking about her job as a professional friend and wants to twist it into something wrong. A small voice whispers that he might be talking about something else, and shouldn't I at least try to find out what it is? Gritting my teeth, I pick up the card. It's a little bit of nothing, just a small rectangle of paper. Yet somehow it feels like poison against my skin. It isn't even a legit business card. The name and info of an attorney has been crossed out. In blue ink, the name Garrett Gray and a local phone number has been scrawled. On the other side of the card is another number, $10,000. It's underlined twice. Sleazy asshole. My fingers shake with rage as I shove the card in my jeans pocket. I've got to tell Stella about this, but how and when is another matter. I'm going to see if Scotty can find out something about this snake first. A pall has fallen over the day. I ache for Stella. I want to hold her and tell her I'll take care of her from now on. But I barely know how to take care of myself. I don't know what I'll say when I see her tomorrow. But I know it won't be about this. I'm not going to let this deadbeat clown come between us before we've even had a chance to start.
Chapter 20. Stella. I'm nervous, which is rare and slightly ironic given what I have planned for John. But facts are facts, and my tummy flips and flutters as I exit our building and head into the sun. It's probably a bit too warm for my leather jacket, but I'm not about to take it off. And then I stop thinking about anything, really. Because John stands, hands resting low on his lean hips in front of a gleaming motorcycle, and all I can do is stare. He's wearing a leather jacket too, battered and form-fitting. Paired with worn jeans and heavy biker boots, he's something straight out of my fevered teen dreams. My youthful fantasies, however, were pure compared to the sheer potency of John Blackwood. The way he stands, the tilt of his head, even the dark gleam in his green eyes. Pure sex. He has an innate sensuality about him that urges you to touch, to linger. I don't even think he's aware of his appeal. It's simply there, imbued in every inch of him. He's looking up at me, and I feel like candy. That's what John does to me, turns plain and practical Stella Gray into something rich and decadent. I'm no longer wholly myself, but somehow entirely his. Our gazes connect, and he smiles, that firm mouth pulling wide. It's as if his smile is directly attached to a spot low in my belly. The tug is sharp and sweet. It goes straight to my head and makes my steps buoyant. He straightens and meets me halfway.
Look at you, Ms. Stella Button.
I glance down at myself. Is this okay?
Okay.
He smiles softly, his eyes hot.
You're gorgeous. Perfect.
Flatterer. I'm probably beet red.
Truth teller.
He counters, bending down and kissing me with a melting tenderness that makes my knees weak. Damn it. I'm going to dissolve like sugar and a hot butter if he keeps this up. I clutch his forearm just to remain standing. His expression is justifiably smug, but also a little dazed when he lifts his head.
You ready?
I'd rather you kiss me some more, I say, truthfully, and his smile tilts.
Would you then?
His voice is husky in the morning air. I smooth a hand across his chest where the leather is warm and soft. You're pretty good at it. John peers at me through his lowered lids.
Pretty good.
Very good? He's close enough to feel the heat of his body and catch the scent of his skin. Slowly, he reaches out and touches a strand of my hair that's dancing in the breeze.
Tell me, beautiful, are you trying to stall getting on my bike, or are you feeling particularly saucy today?
The damn man reads me too well. I let out a small laugh of resignation. I might be stalling, but you really are tempting. His grin is quick and pleased. Kiss me again. Kiss me forever. I take a deep breath, then another, because one isn't enough to clear my head. Lead on, he chuckles, seeing right through my bravado.
It'll be fun, but if you hate it, tell me and we'll go right home.
I follow him to the motorcycle. I'm not going to hate it. I might scream a lot, though. Pure sweetness shines in his smile as he picks up a helmet and checks the straps. The helmet is midnight blue with stars painted over it, and when he turns it in his hands, I see my name painted in glittery silver across the side. You had a helmet made for me? I ask, gaping at him. It's cheesy and flashy and utterly perfect.
Of course I did.
He ducks his head, peering at my face as he helps me put the helmet on.
You need the proper equipment.
I stand still and let him adjust the straps. Little flutters of pleasure race over me every time his fingers brush my skin. Satisfied, John straightens.
Now, there's a mic in the helmet so we can talk to each other, but I'm going to concentrate on getting us out of the city first.
How very high-tech, I say, the flutters shifting to raw nerves. Given the fact that I love speed, I shouldn't be nervous at all, and maybe it's more that I want to enjoy this with John. I want him to love what I have planned for my part of the day, too. I let all of that go and follow John to the motorcycle. He gives me a wide grin and then puts on his helmet. And I burst out laughing. His helmet is sleek and black, and on the side of it, in glittering gold, are the words, Stella's Ride.
Your chariot,
he says, still grinning and holding out his hand. Impressive. The bike looks like a cross between vintage and new, almost steampunk. The paint is matte black with bronze accents. At this point, I'm more interested in the nicely padded seat. John runs a hand over the edge of it.
This is a limited edition Ducati Italia Scrambler. I have a number of different bikes, dual sport, touring, a few racers.
His lips twitch wryly.
I used to drive an awesome Harley Fat Boy, but I loaned it to Killian and the asshat drove it into Libby's lawn. Poor baby hasn't been the same since.
Isn't that how they met? I vaguely recall reading about Killian and Libby's love affair and how he'd crashed on her lawn.
Yeah.
John shakes his head, but he's clearly amused.
Since he's been a smitten kitten, so I can't begrudge him too much. Well, live and learn. John pats the seat. Let's put this honey to the test, eh? What I didn't realize about riding a motorcycle is that it vibrates. A lot. Right against my crotch. Combine that with pressing up against John's lean, hard body, my arms wrapped around his waist, and I'm more than a little distracted by the time we finally escape Manhattan and head for Long Island. As soon as we're in the clear, John lets the Ducati loose. I squeal and laugh. It's like flying, only with the benefit of being able to hold on to John's warmth. Over the helmet speakers, I hear his voice. Let me know if you're scared or want to pull over, okay, Button? Punch it, rocker boy. He laughs, going faster. I squeeze him for the sheer joy of it. The Ducati eats up the road. John plays music through the helmets, his taste eclectic, but all of it fast-paced for the ride. When Prince's Raspberry Beret comes on, I throw up my hands to feel the air. How you holding up? John asks when we stop at a burger joint a while later. I swallow down a bite of melty cheeseburger before answering. Okay, but I'm beginning to suspect I'll be sore later. His motorcycle might be fast and powerful, but I feel every bump on the road. Intimately. John turns his bar stool to face me, then grabs a few fries. Not to worry, ma'am. Here at John's Bitchin' Rides, we offer a full-service treatment that includes massage in any area you require. It's clear he knows exactly where I'll be hurting and is currently picturing those tender areas. I steal one of his fries. How convenient. We aim to please. He waggles his brows at me. There's a lightness to him now, his clear green eyes bright, his expression open and relaxed. With his easy grin and soft brown hair matted and a little sweaty from the helmet, he's almost boyish and oh so pretty. My brain is crying out, can we keep him? Please. Which is more than a little scary. Life doesn't always work the way we want it to. People leave. People don't love back with the same intensity. Doesn't matter how hard you hold on, if someone wants to go, they'll find a way. And it hurts every time. But with John, I'm afraid he'll eventually go and take the sun with him. Hey, he says softly, cutting into my racing thoughts. When I meet his gaze, he cups my cheeks and leans in. His kiss is slow and easy, but tinged with heat, as though he's pacing himself and enjoying the twist of anticipation. We've been eating burgers and fries, but I don't taste that. I taste him, like honey on my tongue. He's the best damn kisser I've ever met. A little greedy, a little dirty, and all of it sweet. He cups my cheeks like I'm utterly breakable. He moves his mouth over mine like I'm the best thing he's ever felt. When he pulls away, I'm light-headed with want. What was that for? Because I can. A kiss. Because your mouth drives me mad. Another kiss. Because you're so damn pretty I can't stop myself. He pulls back to meet my eyes. The rough edge of his thumb glides along the curve of my jaw. Take your pick. They're all true. You're really good at this wooing thing. You know that? He touches the corner of my mouth like he can't help himself. I didn't, but it's good to hear. We're facing each other, my knees tucked between the V of his thighs, and he hasn't stopped touching me. Little caresses along my neck and shoulders, a gentle tug of my hair. Such simple touches. I feel each one in my heart, between my thighs. It's never been like this for me. I don't get giddy. I don't get attached. I don't fall. I'm doing all of those things with alarming speed, over a guy who is just as ignorant of love as I am. John leans in and nips my earlobe, sending shivers down my spine. All my silent worries fly out the door. It feels too good being here with him to protest. Are you going to tell me where we're going? He asks, his brows rising in expectation. Nope, not until it's obvious. He pouts a little, but then moves to pay the check. The anticipation is surprisingly fun. Yes?
John does a double take as he realizes how his words could be interpreted, and a cheeky grin spreads over his mouth. He's about to answer me when a young guy walks up to him, gait hesitant but shoulders set.
Hey,
The guy halts, clears his throat, and tries again.
you're Jax Blackwood, aren't you?
John sits up straighter on his stool but adopts an easy expression.
I am.
The guy's shoulders relax, then tense again. His gaze darts between me and John.
I wanted to thank you.
A violent blush hits his cheeks, and he glances at me. I slip from my stool. Excuse me, boys, but nature calls. I don't know if John is grateful for my exit or if he'll be annoyed when I get back, but I know he can handle himself, and anyone can see that the guy desperately wants to talk to him alone. I take as much time as I can without it appearing that I'm having some sort of issue. When I get back, they're still talking. John leaning in to tell the guy something. He sets a hand on the guy's shoulder and gives it a squeeze as the younger man nods, his expression tight with emotion. I order a couple of brownies to go and return in time to take their picture with the guy's phone.
Take care, man,
John tells him with a final clasp to his shoulder. The guy gives me a shy smile before ambling off, his step lighter. As for John, his mood is quiet as he takes my hand and leads me out of the diner and to his bike. You okay? I ask when he doesn't say anything.
Yeah, I'm fine.
But he simply holds my helmet in his hands, his expression distant. You can talk to me, you know, I say softly. He takes a breath. When he meets my eyes, his are overly bright.
He was going to do it, you know?
My insides swoop, and everything goes very still. Yes? John bites his bottom lip and looks off.
But then I tried, and he didn't.
The faint hum of the highway cuts the silence between us. I lick my dry lips. What do you mean? John runs a hand through his hair and squeezes the back of his neck.
He plays guitar. I'm his idol, and when I tried, it gutted him, but he said it also comforted him.
John gives me a wry, almost confused look.
The great Jax Blackwood felt the same way he did, and he no longer felt alone. He got help.
John swallows hard and grips the helmet. When he says no more, I step closer and rest my hand on his arm. His voice is a thread.
I never thought.
He shakes his head, and his eyes go dark with emotion.
I never considered them, the fans, that I could help them.
My fingers tighten around his stiff arm. You can. You've been doing it your whole career. He frowns in confusion, and I press on, even though I hate talking about myself. When my dad left me, I was in a bad place for a while.
Babe.
He steps closer, green eyes worried.
I'm sorry.
I shrug, then lean back so I can meet his gaze. What got me through a lot of dark days was listening to the Apathy album. A start of surprise runs through him, and it's my turn to hold on tighter. I listened to your voice, with all that unleashed rage, defiance, and power, and I felt powerful too. For a moment, he just stares at me, his lips parted, clearly at a loss for words, but then his lids lower in a sweep of his long lashes.
I wish I was there for you.
Then you haven't been listening. You were. You're there for so many who need you. I grapple for words. Marvelous. John laughs then, self-deprecating and husky.
You're killing me. You know that.
I can see the unease creeping over his shoulders. For being a famous rock star, John isn't entirely comfortable with praise. He's constantly pushing it off or putting it on to someone else. I get it. I often do the same, and I know I need to back off. I give his jacket a tug. Right. Your part of the day is done. Now it's my turn. John visibly eases and gives me a wide grin.
Bring it, Stella Button.
No backing out? He scoffs.
Please, I never back down.
I'm counting on that. Before he can say anything else, I rise to my toes and kiss him. It's nothing more than a melding of mouths, a little nip and suck of his firm lower lip, but he chases me with his mouth when I move away.
What was that for?
He asks, smiling against my mouth, nuzzling. Because I can, I say. Because your mouth drives me mad. Because you're so damn pretty, I can't stop myself.
Stealing my lines, Button.
As if. Now, stop stalling. God, I'm nervous now. I've never shown anyone this side of me. It's what I'm best at, but until now, it's been a personal escape. John believes he's the only one who doesn't know anything about relationships, but I don't either. Not romantic ones. But if we're going to work, I have to trust in something more than myself. I have to trust in him.
John. The heady combination of true anticipation and uncertain nerves is something I haven't felt in a long time. It used to be my emotional drug of choice in the early days of Kill John. I lived for that sweet spot of feeling, teetering on the edge of greatness and ruin. Back then, there was a chance we'd crash and burn on stage, or we'd rock the house down. I loved the thrill of not knowing. And yet, I did know. I knew I'd go out there and feel alive in a way few people experience, every nerve humming, blood coursing, balls tight, and cock hard. Those moments became my everything, but they started growing far and few between. Then came Stella. What I feel for her isn't exactly the same. It's more grounded. A weird mix of that teetering excitement tempered by unexpected comfort. But today is different. I'm practically jumping in my skin as I follow her instructions to this mystery experience she has set up for me. The land is flat and stretching along the Atlantic. It's a clear day. Overhead, a few small private planes take off from a nearby airport. In my ear, Stella's tinny voice directs me to turn into the airport. Well, that's a surprise. Is she taking me somewhere? Even though I know she'll kick my ass if I protest, I don't like the idea of her paying for a flight. Stella isn't flush with cash, and she shouldn't have to spend her hard-earned dollars on me. But I hold my tongue. This is her part of the day, and I'm going to behave and enjoy the fuck out of it. The airport isn't big. One runway, and a couple of low buildings and hangars. A sign advertising skydiving points the way to one building, and I wonder if that's her game. But Stella points me toward another building and then asks me to stop. Okay, she says, pulling off her helmet. Let's do this. This being Stella walking into an office to log a flight plan and chat with the guys who work there and clearly know her well, all while I stand there gaping in total silence. I'm still gaping as I follow her over to a small, seriously, the thing looks fucking tiny, white plane with one propeller on the nose. I've owned SUVs that were bigger. You're a pilot. My voice sounds embarrassingly shocked. Her cheeks flush as she smooths a hand over the edge of a wing. Yep. And you own this plane? I'm 1/10 owner, she says, with a self-effacing smile. The rest is Hank's. He let me buy in so I don't feel like a total mooch when I want to fly it. There's a fondness in her voice when she speaks of Hank that makes me, well, not jealous exactly, but who is Hank? He's an instructor and owner of the flight school. Back when I was 16, my dad spent the summer here as a mechanic. I was hanging around, and Hank offered to teach me. In exchange, I worked at his wife's bakery down by the shore. It was an easy decision for me. A frown works over her smooth brow. Then my dad cut out as he does when he's tired of something. But Hank kept to our agreement, even though Dad owed him money. That rot bastard cut out on Stella too. I clear my throat, pushing away the fantasy of hunting down her derelict father and kicking his sorry ass. Hank sounds like a good guy. He's golden, she says. I've taken lessons from him for years. You must be close to him. She shrugs and runs a finger over a smudge on the plane's smooth white paint. Hank isn't exactly the type. He's more of the cantankerous, get-off-my-lawn old man with a soft spot for awkward teens with idle hands. We get along fine, but we don't exchange Christmas cards or anything. Yet another person in her life who's kept her at arm's length. If you could see your dad again, would you want to? Her mouth twists like she's tasting something off. Why would you ask? Shit. Tell her. But I can't. Not when she's making a face as if she's seeing a foul ghost because I mentioned her dad. Not when everything about her posture shouts pain and defensiveness. I try to shrug, but my shoulders are too tight. We're talking about Hank, who kind of seems like a father figure. There's a bitter sound to her laugh. Father figures are overrated. I don't need one in Hank. She moves to the tail of the plane. As for my dad? No, I don't want to see him again. It would hurt too much, I think. That or I'd kill him and have to face jail time. A small frown pulls at her soft mouth. And like that, I want to kiss her. So I do. She hums against my mouth, then steps away, her cheeks nicely flushed. You distract me like that, and we'll never fly. Do your thing, Captain. I shove my hands in my pockets. I'll be good. Debatable. Stella has a clipboard and goes over the plane with the same intense inspection I give my guitars before a show. Yeah, I have a roadie take care of them during and put them away after, but I tune my own equipment, and it has to be exact. Seeing Stella put the same care into something is a surprising turn-on. I never thought I'd want to jump a woman from just watching her check the flaps on a plane wing. But there you go. I'm hard and shifting my feet as she pulls out a small glass tube and fills it with gas from the wing. I had them fill the plane up before we came, she tells me. But you still have to check for sediments and make sure it's the right type of gas. Right type? Yeah. She moves closer, holding up the vial to the light. There are different mixes, kind of like the type of gas you pick at the station. We're looking for a pale blue color, not red or clear. God damn, she's sexy. I barely resist pressing my nose into her hair and breathing her in. By the time she finishes her exterior pre-flight inspection, which includes checking out the engine and asking me how much I weigh so she can factor the payload, I'm hard as oak and hot under my collar. But I don't say a word. This is her show, and I'm going to let it play out the way she wants. No distractions. Stella opens the door to the plane and tucks the clipboard away before facing me. Okay, a few things. You might be wondering how a person who has issues with numbers can be a pilot. It hadn't occurred to me, actually. A tiny flicker of self-preservation runs through me, and I glance at the plane. I'm guessing you have it covered. She squints in the sunlight. I've passed medical and have been certified. To counteract any possible mishaps, I write certain things down. I am hyper-vigilant, and I will never, ever put myself or my passengers in danger. If there's even a hint I'm not feeling it, I land. Pride has no business being up there. Slowly, I nod. I believe you. Her answering nod isn't exactly easy, but her shoulders aren't as stiff. That leads me to the second thing. I know I should have asked long ago, but it would have ruined the surprise. Are you comfortable with me taking you up? Are you shitting me? I can't wait to see you fly. Pleasure lights her blue eyes, but she doesn't smile. This isn't going to be like a commercial flight. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Do you get airsick? Tell the truth, because barfing in a small plane won't be fun. No judgment. I snort, but look her straight in the eye. Teflon stomach, babe. Cross my heart. She lets out a relieved breath. Just let me know if you're feeling sick. Believe me, I'm not into getting sick either. I'll tell you. With that, Stella reaches into the tiny back and pulls out 2 thin packs with 4-point harnesses. Flight parachutes, Stella explains. Pretty comfortable, all things considered. Parachutes? I can't deny that I'm a little shocked and a wee bit unnerved. Because it's just us. I certainly don't want to skydive alone. Are you expecting me to jump out of this plane? Her laugh is bright. No jumping, I promise. Then why the parachute? 'Cause I gotta admit, I've been in a small aircraft before, and I've never been asked to wear one of these. I trust you not to crash, honestly. Stella grins wide, her blue eyes crinkling at the corners. Well, thank you, John. I'm relieved. We're putting them on because it's the law if I take a passenger up. Now, will you put on the parachute and stop asking questions? I've never heard of this law, but okay, I'll humor her. Holding my tongue, I put the chute on, not even cracking a joke when she bends near my crotch to help me with the clasps. Did I say Stella was sexy when she checked her plane over? That is nothing. Nothing. Compared to seeing her do her inside pre-flight check. Or when watching her taxi to the runway and talk to the tower to get the okay to take off. I swear I have stars in my eyes by the time she hits the throttle and we hurtle down the runway in this tiny-ass plane with a cockpit so small my shoulder brushes hers. And though I've been in a small plane before, the experience of lifting off with Stella, the ground simply falling away as we swoop up into the blue sky, is breathtaking. She turns and gives me a grin when I laugh. All good? She asks, her voice crackling over our headsets. Beautiful. The Atlantic stretches out wide and dark blue to my right. Manhattan is behind us, while below is the pale strip of the Long Island beaches. We gain altitude before Stella speaks. Okay, about the parachutes. I swear to God, Stells, if you tell me we're bailing, I will tie you down and find a way to fly this thing back myself. She laughs, the sound small in the headsets. You never wanted to skydive? Already done it. She shoots me a surprised look, and I shrug. It was during my thrill-seeking days. Well, at least I know you're not going to freak out on me. But no, that's not what I'm talking about. She turns the plane, the movement graceful and efficient. Here's the thing. I do aerobatics. Like stunts? And I'm getting hard again. Are you shitting me? Her expression is careful, almost worried about my reaction. Yeah, you up for some? Holy hell. My girl has taken me flying and wants to do stunts for me. I grin so wide, the headphones practically fall off. Oh, fuck yes. Her answering grin is filled with giddy glee. We'll start off with a hammerhead, then do a couple of rolls in a loop. Nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy, eh? The corners of her eyes crinkle. I'm tempted to show you crazy, but we're not in the proper aircraft for advanced stuff. This plane is for the basics. I'll take her word for it. No need to tell her I'm as hard as a freaking plank. That I find her so fucking sexy right now, I'm having trouble concentrating. Why the hell did I tell her we'd take it slow? A cool calm settles over Stella, and it is a sight to see. With deft moves, she takes us up into the sky. We're totally vertical and climbing. It's a strange sensation, gravity pressing me into the seat back, nothing but blue sky in my field of vision. Up we go, until it feels like we're slowing. Everything seems to stop. A moment of eerie stillness. The engine is clearly running hard, but it's as if we've stalled. It's kind of terrifying. Yet Stella's concentration is complete, and I feel safe as houses. Then suddenly, the plane pitches to the left, a total 90-degree drop-off, and we're falling, diving straight down. I can't help it. I whoop like I'm on a roller coaster. The ground is rushing toward us, and then it isn't. We're going back up, rolling, ground and sky a blur. My insides are being rearranged, the muscles on my neck strain, and my head feels like a bowling ball. It is fucking brilliant. Stella takes the plane back up towards sky. Up, 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 and over. Her hair is on end. My stomach is in my throat as the plane does a loop. I'm yelling again, laughing, utterly alive in this moment. She levels out, and it takes a minute to get my bearings. My head spins and my blood is pumping. But I'd happily stay up here with Stella and watch her do loop after loop. I take it you like this, Stella says, her voice small and crackling in my headset. Like it? I love it. Me too. Her face glows with happiness as she flies us along the pale strip of beach that makes up Long Island. I feel free up here, literally being away from the world, but confident too. I'm in complete control in my plane. Doing the maneuvers requires perfect precision. I don't have time to focus on anything else, and that's freeing too. I get that. It's how I feel about music. It pulls me into the moment, and there's nothing else. I don't feel like a fuck-up because I know I'm good at it. I glance at her. That probably sounds conceited, huh? No, it sounds like the truth. You are good. False humility is way more annoying and conceited. Her nose wrinkles. Nothing worse than someone pretending they think they aren't good just so you can gush about how good they are. Most musicians I meet know they're good, but still want you to gush. We're arrogant that way. You want me to sing your praises, Blackwood? Tempting. Depends on what you're wearing while doing it, though. Stella snorts. That will have to wait for later. There's a storm moving in faster than the weather had predicted. Dark clouds are on the horizon and coming closer. Let's head back. I watch as Stella does her thing, talking to air traffic control, maneuvering the plane toward the runway. But when we're on final approach, and she gets cleared to land, she turns to me. You want to take us in? What? Me? Yeah, take the yoke. Put your feet on the pedals. She grins at my stunned face. It's okay. You'd be doing this your first time up if this were a lesson. I do what she says, slightly nervous I'm going to kill us, but trusting Stella knows her business. Pedals connect to the rudders, which turn the nose of the plane left and right. The yoke controls the pitch and roll, up and down, side to side. Pull the yoke back a bit. We want the nose up more. Good. Now a little pressure on your left rudder to counteract the wind. Under my clumsy moves, the plane wobbles, then steadies. Stella messes with flaps and throttle, all the while giving me instruction with her smooth voice. My palms sweat, my heart beats faster. Steady, a little back on the yoke, little more. Hold it. Although we're slowing, it still looks as though the ground is rushing up to meet us. Then we're floating for a second, suspended in time. The wheels hit with a small bump and jolt. Stella takes over, braking. And like that, we're taxiing on the runway. It's surreal, the way it feels to be on the ground again. Like we'd been something else entirely up there, and now we're back, slightly changed. Or maybe I'm the one who has changed. I don't feel like the same guy who started the day. I'm altered. Something within me has shifted or cracked. I don't know which, but I know I'm not the same anymore. I keep quiet as Stella parks her plane. I keep quiet as she does her post-flight check and ties everything up. I keep quiet until she turns to me with a wide but slightly wobbly smile on her pretty face. All done. You ready? Yes. Yes, I am. That's when I pounce. Chapter 21. John. Stella's eyes widen, her pink lips parting as I stalk up to her. My legs feel like rubber, and I don't know if it's from being in the plane or because I'm so completely undone by Stella that I can't contain myself. Either way, I'm practically shaking by the time I stand before her, my hands cupping her smooth cheeks, fingers sliding up into the silky strands of her hair. My forehead rests against hers, and for a second I just breathe her in. She carries the scent of her beloved plane, the leather of the jacket she wears, of sweat and sunshine and warm woman. It isn't comforting, her scent. Not by a long shot. I can't call it comforting when she makes my heart pound and my mind race with all the ways I want her. The scent of Stella doesn't comfort. It kicks me into high gear. Stella, I rasp, because my voice isn't all there yet. You're always surprising me, always making me so fucking happy just to be with you. I want to tell her more. Tell her how glad I am that I found her, and the thought of losing her scares the ever-loving shit out of me. But I can't say any of that now. I have to taste her. Her mouth is soft and plush, a sweet peach of a mouth. I groan like a man dying of thirst, and finally tasting the rain as I slide my tongue in her warm, wet heat to get another taste. God, she's delicious. Addictive. Kissing Stella is a full-body experience. She moves with me, her lips surging against mine, her little tongue a slick, sly tease. I feel it at the base of my cock, in heated flutters along my abs, raking up the backs of my thighs. I'm floating, and only she can ground me. My hand finds the smooth satin of her back, where she's slightly damp and warm. The curve of her waist fits my palm perfectly, and I stroke her there, loving the way she shivers, the delicate little squeaks of want she makes in her throat. I know, honey. I want it too. I press closer, sliding my thigh between hers, when a loud voice cuts right through my haze of lust. "We got kids here, Stella," a man says gruffly, "and they didn't come for a show." Stella jerks, as though pinched, and steps back from my embrace, but she leaves a hand on my chest. It's a simple proprietary act that has me biting back a smile, though it probably wouldn't be a great idea to sport a shit-eating grin right now. An older weathered man is glaring at me like he knows exactly where my mind was, and he does not approve. "Hank," Stella says, a little breathlessly, "I didn't see you there." "No doubt, as you were otherwise occupied," Hank says drolly. He might be 50 or 60, it's hard to tell. Deep crinkles fan out from the corners of his eyes and run down the crests of his cheeks. A veritable paragraph of frown lines ripple along the dark brown skin of his forehead. I don't know if they're always around or forming because of his scowl, but I'm betting the former. Stella laughs, her cheeks going pink. "Yes, Hank, I was." He proves no less immune to her smile than I am, and his furrowed brow smooths a little. "Have a good flight?" "An excellent one." A palm glides down my chest and centers over my heart. "This is my friend John." Hank's eyes narrow. "Friend, eh?" "Good friend," Stella amends, completely unfazed and adorably happy. Since Hank is just standing there, glaring a hole through my forehead, I step forward. "Good to meet you." He takes my hand and gives it a death squeeze. But I've played guitar since I was a kid, so my hand is too strong to crush. We end our standoff with Hank letting go and giving me a nod before turning to Stella. "Saw you up there. Your pitch was off by a degree on the hammerhead." Stella's nose wrinkles. "I know." "Stella could compete if she wanted to," Hank says to me, and despite what Stella seems to think about Hank not being the fatherly type, the man is clearly proud of her. "Or be an instructor. Just a matter of getting a license." Stella blushes. Then flying wouldn't be just for me anymore. It would be tied to expectations and work. "If you love it, it isn't work," Hank states. He's right, and he's wrong. I love making music, playing my guitar, and singing. I couldn't wait to dive headlong into being a star. But it has become work. Expectations and the stress of fulfilling endless commitments take a toll. Suddenly, the thing I love isn't pure anymore. It has a life of its own, and it can drain me if I'm not careful. So I get why Stella doesn't want to turn her passion into her work. My hand cups the back of Stella's neck in a silent show of support. But she doesn't need it. Stella shakes her head softly and laughs a little. "That would be a great argument, Hank, if I hadn't heard you complain about students on a daily basis for years." Hank laughs, a wheezy crackling sound, like he doesn't do it very much. "True that, Stella girl." The wind kicks up, rushing along the ground and whipping at the tops of the low-lying trees surrounding the airport. It's getting darker, the sky leaden with grey clouds. Hank glances up, frowning.
You going back to the city?
That was the plan, Stella says. We're not going to make it. Even as I speak, it begins to rain a light sprinkle. It's going to be much worse any second now. I glance down at Stella. We're on a bike. Trust me, you don't want to ride in a rainstorm. She studies the sky. We'll have to hunker down at a restaurant for a while. Do you mind? I don't have any place to be but with you. She pinks at that, but Hank clears his throat, sounding fairly disgusted.
Why don't you come over for dinner? Corinne would love to see you.
Oh, Stella's eyes dart to me, as if she's worried about putting me out. Honestly, I'm probably in for a night of getting the side-eye from Hank, since he hasn't stopped glaring at me since he showed up. But he clearly cares about Stella, and he's obviously important to her. Sounds good to me, I say, just as the skies open up for real.
Stella.
How far away is Hank's house?
John asks over the pinging rain as we get on his bike. Hank has jogged off toward his pickup, and we're preparing to follow. About 5 miles. I don't mind getting a little wet. A boom of thunder has me jumping. John grunts and hands me my helmet.
Riding in a thunderstorm isn't something I want to risk with you. Rain like this isn't going to feel good. Tuck your head against my back.
John starts the bike, and we head out onto the highway behind Hank's truck. Rain pelts us, and I rethink my carefree stance about getting wet. Rain hitting you at 60 miles an hour is not fun. I feel for John, who is taking the brunt of it, and snuggle closer to his back. It gets colder and wetter, and by the time John turns the bike onto Hank's street, I'm shivering. The sight of Hank's green and white 50s split level is a relief. Hank opens his garage and motions for John to park his bike next to the truck. As soon as John turns off his bike, Corinne opens the kitchen door and waves us in.
Come in, come in. You must be freezing.
She beams at me as I walk up.
Hello, baby girl. It's been too long since I've seen you.
Hey, Corinne. I kiss her smooth cheek and draw in the familiar scent of lilac soap. I've missed you too. No matter the time or place, Corinne is always put together. Today, her lips are glossy coral, her steel-gray hair cropped close to her head. Gold bangles jangle on her arm as she pats my shoulder and then smiles over at John.
I see you brought a friend.
John steps into the kitchen hall.
John Blackwood. Thank you for having me, ma'am.
Oh, pish on ma'am. Makes me feel old. Do I look old?
She teases. John's cheeks flush.
Not at all, ma'am.
Call me Corinne, she says,
putting John out of his misery. She leads us into a big, cheery kitchen that they renovated last year with dark wood cabinets and green granite counters. And though I'd never say so to Corinne, a part of me misses the older kitchen with its 80s laminate cabinets, butcher block counters, and gray tile floors. Only because I'd spent so much time here as a teen. The new kitchen is gorgeous and completely Corinne's style, but it doesn't feel like home the way the other one did. Even so, it smells the same, warm and inviting, the scent of pot roast making my mouth water. John and I take off our jackets, and Corinne tisks.
Both your pants are soaked. Let's see what we can do about that.
Despite our protests, Corinne marches us off, John being sent to the guest bath and me to their daughter Lucille's room. Soon, I'm wearing a pair of hot pink yoga pants she left behind when she went off to college. I meet John in the hall and grin. He's wearing Hank's old Air Force Academy sweatpants, and they are a wee bit tight. Sexy, I say, glancing at his bony ankles exposed by the too short pants.
Wait till you see my ass,
he whispers, walking a little down the hall like he's a runway model. The sweats are indeed hugging his ass like a lecher, but he works it. I wolf whistle, and he glances over his shoulder to wink before coming back to me. Despite my fear that he'd hate visiting, he appears relaxed, happy even. But his eyes search mine, and the humor in his fades.
You told me you didn't have any family.
The comment hits me unaware, and I fight to keep my face from betraying me. I don't. My act is paper thin, and we both clearly know it. John leans in, affecting a stage whisper.
I don't know if you've noticed, Button.
He glances down the hall where the kitchen lights glow in welcome, and Corinne and Hank's muted conversation flows.
But I think you do.
It's dim in the hall, but I feel utterly exposed. They have their own child. A weak argument at best, but how can I explain to him that even though I love Corinne and Hank, I cannot emotionally beggar myself by asking to be part of their family? It will feel like pity or charity, because they were there to see me abandoned. I love them, but I can't need them. The silence grows stilted as I shift my feet and grasp for something to say. John watches me for a moment longer, then pulls me into a hug. I stand stiffly in his arms, but he doesn't seem to mind. He places a light kiss on my head.
Let yourself be loved, Stella Button. You deserve it.
He doesn't wait for me to answer, but takes my hand and leads me back to the kitchen. Dinner is served around the kitchen table, and I dig in, surprisingly hungry. Or maybe it's just that it's Corinne's food.
You fly today, Stella?
Corinne asks. I took John up for a ride, I say, between mouthfuls of pot roast and mashed potatoes. Showed him a few tricks. Hank grunts.
Bring any air sickness bags.
Across from me, John bites back a smile. He knows he's being baited. Actually, I say, I think I might have created a convert. John nods.
You have. Shocked the heck out of me, though. I had no idea Stella could do that.
He explains to Corinne, mostly, since Hank still hasn't stopped giving John the gimlet eye, as though he expects John to steal the silverware. Logic tells me it's because he saw John and I mauling each other, but he's not exactly parental toward me, so I don't know why he seems to dislike John.
Stella's a great pilot,
Hank says, all squinty-eyed.
Precise, clear-headed, but able to think outside the box when needed.
It's the most Hank has ever complimented me, and I find myself wanting to sink under the table to hide my blush.
Of course, when she was 16, she just wanted to hurtle through ground school so she could get up there and do endless loops in the sky.
Hank snorts.
If she had her way, she would have looped herself across the Atlantic.
I grin. What a way to go, though. John chuckles.
What was Stella like as a teen? Shorter?
Hank winks at me. Skinnier, I say, ruefully. Corinne touches my shoulder.
She was skin and bones.
A shadow passes over her eyes as her lips tighten a fraction before her expression eases.
But we put some good meat back on those bones.
I realize she's thinking about my dad's distinct lack of parenting, which included forgetting about providing meals, and how often I came here starving for whatever food she'd give me. My dinner sits heavy in my belly, and everything tightens. Am I shoving food in my mouth now because I'm truly hungry, or out of habit? Setting my fork down, I push a smile. Corinne makes the best pies. Please tell me there's pie for dessert.
Lemon meringue,
she laughs softly when I do a little fist pump. John watches, clearly amused.
I can picture teen Stella now. You should come out here more often, Button.
I know I should. I know this every time I visit, but when I leave, it's easier to stay away and not be reminded that I don't have a real family of my own. I shrug lightly. It's hard to do without a car, but I've been saving up for one. Hank helps himself to more of everything.
You should move out here. Save yourself time and money instead of living in that noisy, overpriced city.
Hank,
Corinne says in her low way.
What young woman wants to leave the excitement of Manhattan to come out here?
Hank grunts and shovels a forkful of roasted carrots into his mouth. I sit back and rest my hands on my belly. Actually, I've been thinking about it. John stills, his dark brows lowering in a frown, but he doesn't interrupt. My apartment went condo, and I'm thinking of a career change. I don't know why I'm spilling this to Corinne and Hank, but it feels good to talk to people who know what that apartment meant to me. Maybe I view them as parental influences more than I'd realized. Either way, I've opened my mouth and I have to continue. I'm not saying I've decided anything, but moving closer to the airport has crossed my mind.
Good,
Hank says, setting down his fork.
You want a job at the school? You know it's yours. As soon as you get an instructor certificate,
he adds, as if I didn't know. Thanks, Hank.
You love the city,
John says quietly. There's a look in his eyes, disappointed and a little pissed off, but he's trying not to show it.
I thought you loved your job, too.
I poke at a carrot with my fork. I think my time as a professional friend is coming to a close.
Ridiculous job,
Hank mutters under his breath.
Hank!
Corinne chides, slapping at his arm. Again, I fight the urge to slip under the table. Why, oh why, did I bring this up? Big mouth strikes again. I clear my throat. The fact is, I'll soon need a place to call home. Killian isn't going to be gone forever. John blinks like he forgot I'm not really his neighbor, but just a pet sitter who will soon leave him. The groove between his brows grows, but he doesn't say a word. A heavy silence descends over the table, and I don't miss the look that passes between Hank and Corinne. Corinne puts on a bright smile and turns to John.
Are you working on a new album?
John starts, his fork halting halfway to his mouth.
You know who I am.
Jax Blackwood, Corinne says in her matter-of-fact way.
Hank here is a big fan. Corinne,
Hank hisses. His expression is mortified. I snicker, which earns me a hard glare.
Well, it's true,
Corinne insists, completely unfazed.
He has all your albums.
I swear the table rattles as though kicked. John, smartly, does not smile.
We're between albums at the moment.
There isn't an ounce of smugness in his tone, but I know he's laughing on the inside. I can feel it humming along his skin.
I've been working on a few songs, but they aren't ready for recording.
Hank stares at his plate for a long moment before straightening and meeting John's eyes.
Saw you at Madison Square Garden last summer. I could have done without the gyrating, but your voice has improved.
A glint lights John's eyes.
Oh, has it?
Hank cuts a piece of roast.
More soulful now, less showy.
John blinks, and I can't help it. I finally lose it and laugh. Sorry, I say between snorts, but Hank's a fan. I'm dying.
Shut it, you,
Hank says without much heat. His lips twitch.
I like all sorts of music.
John's lips twitch as well.
I cannot lie. That was pretty much the shock of my year.
After that, Hank drops his grumpy curmudgeon act and starts grilling John on music, which he happily rambles on about. We eat, and Corinne serves up pie, and John is the perfect guest. But I don't miss the way he glances at me when he thinks I'm not looking. He's upset, and trying not to show it.
Chapter 22. John. It's 3 a.m, and the rain pelts the big picture window in Hank and Corinne's den. I focus on this instead of the big-ass bar running under the mattress of the pull-out couch that's digging into my back. I've slept on couches before, wasted and passed out, and sometimes waking up with a woman or two draped over me. This experience is so far removed from any of that, my old self would have never believed it. Old me would have left Stella with Hank and Corinne, and driven back to Manhattan in the rain. Old me was a prat. Old me would have missed out on Stella entirely. I know I wouldn't have bothered to notice all that she is. No, don't think about Stella right now. Better to watch water run in rivulets down the glass than imagine Stella all soft and tucked up in her bed somewhere upstairs. I'm horny as hell. Even though it's uncomfortable, I can get past horny. Horny can be dealt with by Mr. Helping Hand. My hand hasn't been taking care of business this much since my youth, when it felt as though I walked around with a stiffy all day long. What I can't shake is this push to seek Stella out just to be near her. Even though the rain hasn't let up since we got here, I'd wanted to go back to the city so we could be alone. But it soon became clear that wasn't happening. Fucking motorcycle. I should have called a car service. Then there was Corinne and Hank, who asked us to stay over, concerned for their girl's safety. What could I say to that? They obviously mean a lot to Stella. I'd be a total ass to say no. Taking the long hallway to the den in the opposite direction that Stella went tonight physically hurt. My balls and lower abs actually hurt. I'm off balance, and this damn bed is growing less and less comfortable. Cursing, I flop onto my back and stare up at the ceiling. The only sound reaching my ears is the patter of rain and my own heart beating. Fucking hell, she's thinking about moving out here? When Stella had mentioned moving away from Manhattan, it cut the legs out from under me. I've deliberately pushed aside the fact that she's a temporary neighbor who will be gone as soon as Killian and Libby return. I don't even know why I'm shitting over this. I'm hardly in New York for more than a few months at a time. I move around a lot. So where does that leave me and Stella? Why hadn't I thought about this before? You were too busy having fun and wanting her. What the fuck am I doing? My irritated whisper drifts through the darkness, highlighting the fact that I'm alone and talking to myself when I could be in Stella's bed, talking to her, touching her. Except I'm in Hank's house. Hank, who will absolutely cut off my balls if I lay a hand on Stella here. Which I'm not going to do. No, I'm going to be a good boy and keep my dick in my pants, even if it kills me. My hand is clammy when I run it over my face. I don't recognize myself anymore. The guy I used to be would have been in Stella's pants a week ago. Who am I kidding? Jax would have followed Stella right out of that store and seduced her on the spot. Why do I keep thinking about old me? The fact that I even think of my old self as Jax and my current self as John is messed up. Somewhere along the way, I separated myself. I pushed Jax into the shadows with this mad idea that I could put all the blame on him and everything would be fine. Yes, I was out of control and arrogant when I was Jax the rock star. Yes, I'd hit rock bottom when I was Jax. But there isn't Jax and John. It's just me. Stella is right, I'm both. She thinks both sides of me are worthy. Fact is, I felt more like myself, whoever the fuck that may be, today than I have in too long a time. Because I'd been with Stella. She makes me feel alive. Then what the fuck are you doing alone in here, mate? You promised to take things slow, remember? Slow is one thing. You promised you'd give her proper attention. Bad form, Blackwood. You absolutely can't do anything tonight, so shut it. And now I'm arguing with myself. With a snort, I run my hands through my hair. I'm so irritably tense that the second the den door creaks open, my heart skips a beat. Rising on my elbows, I peer into the shadows. Stells? It had better be her. I really don't want to consider anyone else creeping in here, or why they would. A slim form slips out of the gloom. Stella's bright curls are the color of rust in the darkness as she comes up to the side of my bed. Hey, she whispers. What are you doing here? I whisper back. Do you want Hank to neuter me? Her snort is a ghost of sound. He's not going to neuter you. Oh, yes he is. He distinctly said he'd rip my balls off and feed them to me if I laid an untoward hand on you. Untoward? She laughs at me. Why, Mr. Darcy, how gallant of you to protect my honor. I narrow my eyes at her. You know what I mean. Stella inches closer, and the floor creaks loudly. I swear I jump out of my skin. I glance at the door. Thank God she at least had the sense to shut it. In the gloom, her smile is a glint of white teeth. Hank said no such thing. I saw him go straight to his room before you closed the door to the den for the night.
Oh, he said it all right, I mutter. He said it with that death glare he's been giving me.
Trust me, his message was received loud and clear.
Little Miss Detective.
Even if he did, that's ridiculous. I'm a grown woman. Do you have any idea how archaic it is to put us in separate rooms?
Yes, and I agree 100% about you being a woman grown, fully capable of making her own decisions. But I'm a guest in his house, so out you go, love. I make a shooing motion toward the door. Her snort says I'm being ridiculous. Of course, it isn't her ass in danger of being annihilated by an angry ex-combat pilot. I know this because Hank told me stories, being sure to include how he knows guys who can make people disappear. I'm only half certain he was joking.
He's not even my father, for crying out loud.
Tell that to Hank. I hold up a quick hand. In the morning. Her thighs press against the mattress, gleaming white and bare. And oh, fuck me, I can smell the perfume of her skin. She's so close, all I have to do is reach out and slip my hand between her legs. I squeeze my eyes shut. Have a heart, Stells. I'm trying to be good.
I know. It's really annoying.
I husk out a quiet laugh. Go back to bed, you brat. She grins, leaning in a little, her face a pale moon hovering above me.
I can't sleep.
I have something to make you sleep better. No, wait. That's a horrible quip. Women don't want to be put to sleep while you're fucking them, you moron. I run a hand over my eyes and try to clear my thoughts. Why can't you sleep? You feeling okay?
No, I'm lonely. Can I sleep next to you?
Next to me, on top of me, under me, as long as you're with me. Clearing my throat, I find my voice. Stella, we're not having sex.
Did I offer?
I stare up at her, because we both know if she gets into this bed, we aren't keeping our hands off each other. She stares back for a few beats, but then relents with a waggle of her brows that makes me laugh. I don't want her to leave. She'll take all the joy out of the room.
Can I get in or what?
She's all tumbled curls, big pleading eyes and pouty lips. How am I supposed to resist? I'm not sure why I'm even trying. I can worry about dying tomorrow. Grumbling, I scoot over and lift the covers. Stella scrambles in. Instantly, my bed is a better place, filled with her soft, warm, wiggling body. And I do mean wiggling. She reminds me of a puppy as she burrows under the covers and claims a spot as close to me as she can get. I laugh softly and slide an arm under her neck, bringing her head onto my shoulder. Stella rests her hand on my chest and sighs. That's better. Understatement. Smiling, I press my lips to the top of her head. Comfortable? Yes. She wiggles again, and the pull-out couch screeches in protest. Shh. I swear, I'm freaking sweating. Quiet. Stella rolls her eyes.
My God, you're acting like an agitated cat.
I glare down my nose at her. Did you notice the actual swords hanging over our heads right now? Hank has a collection of them, along with a fair number of hunting knives. He made sure to show them to me. Her cheeks plump.
They're only for decoration.
Uh-huh. Sure they are. Tell me, Button, you ever bring a guy over here? Are there bodies buried in the garden?
You're the first, but I'll be sure to tell your story if you don't make it out.
Your concern is touching. Really. Stella softly laughs, a breath of sound that makes my heart trip. Yes, my freaking heart is fluttering over a laugh. I seriously don't recognize myself. And I don't care. You're really going to end the friend service? The words are out of my mouth without forethought. Her fingers tense and press into my chest before relaxing.
I love helping people, making them feel less lonely.
A light breath gusts across my skin.
but it's getting to the point where my job makes me feel lonely. I'm starting to resent it, and that's never good.
What then? You'll be a flight instructor instead?
I don't know.
Her fingers trace an idle pattern on my chest.
I'd have to become certified. The job doesn't pay very well, and it isn't easy getting here from the train station, so I'd definitely have to move out of the city.
I will myself not to tense, but I can feel my muscles stiffening anyway. Stella clearly feels it too. Her palm smooths over my skin.
I don't want to leave the city. It's my home.
She glances up at me.
Is it ridiculous to cling to an area I can't afford just because it's familiar?
Button, you said it yourself. It's your home. More than anyone I know. Why would it be ridiculous to want to stay?
I'm 30 years old, and I haven't got a clue. I just wish I knew what to do with myself. I was always so focused on having fun in the now that I never planned for the what now.
In that way, Stella and I are alike. The future is a dark, nebulous place that I've never wanted to contemplate, mostly because, when I think of it, I see myself alone, irrelevant, and adrift. I tell myself I don't mind being alone. At this point, I've been on my own more than half my life. But after the music stops and the friends are off doing their own thing, all I feel is empty. I've tried to fill that hole with constant partying, hookups, traveling from place to place, but it's still there. I don't want that for Stella either. She's too full of joy and life to feel adrift. If you could have anything you wanted, anything, and money is no object, what would it be? She's silent for a while, clearly thinking the question over. Then she speaks, hesitant, as if the admission costs her.
A home. Something permanent. Something that's mine.
I ache for her. What would it look like? She shifts a little, settling in more comfortably.
In the city, a house on a little street where it's private but close to everything. An older house with character and charm and a rooftop garden to plant tomatoes and flowers, and I can soak in the sun.
I can practically see it. And a wood-burning fireplace, I add. You have to have that so you can curl up and read on cold nights.
Sounds like heaven,
she says with a sigh. I picture her there, in that cozy home, filled with books and flowers and music, filled with the light of Stella. Yes, it does.
I envy you,
she says before I can speak again. Why? I hope she doesn't mean the fame, because that is a double-edged sword.
Are you kidding me? You have this incredible talent, and are at the top of your profession. Do you know how rare that is?
I do. Or I thought I did. Funny thing is, it takes Stella's quiet awe to really hammer that home. Even so, I have to be honest with her. It seems to me that you can have one aspect of your life in perfect order, and the rest can be going up in flames.
You're right,
she says in a small voice.
I'm sorry. I didn't
mean my issues. I husk out a short laugh, though I admit I have my share. But that's the thing. All the people I know in my profession have shit they need to work on. One form of success doesn't guarantee other forms, you know. She turns her face into the crook of my shoulder.
Yes, because this part of my life, right now,
freaking awesome. I'm feeling pretty good right now, I agree. Especially when Stella slides her bare thigh over mine. A thought races into my deviant mind. What if she isn't wearing panties? Like that, my hand starts drifting south, sliding down the gentle slope of her back, seeking the soft curve of her ass. Because I have to know. I have to know. Stella moves into my touch, delicately arching that sweet ass of hers toward my hand. Good girl, Stella is. The best girl.
She's a juicy handful, and I give her a soft, appreciative squeeze as my fingertip traces the line of her panties. Damn. Her panties are soft cotton, which somehow turns me on more than if I'd found her bare or in silk. I can't see them, but in my mind, those little panties are pale pink with a big red heart front and center. It gets me so hot, my entire body clenches tight. She feels it. I know she does because she's turning further toward me, her breasts pushing against my ribs. You're copping a feel, mister. Can't help it. If you're within touching distance, I will get handsy. Tight with anticipation, I turn onto my side, sliding down a little until we're face to face. And the fucking sofa bed from hell screeches in protest. This time, we both freeze, staring at each other with wide eyes as the seconds eke by. An impish smile plays over her lips. I never snuck around with a boy as a teen, but I kind of feel like I'm doing that right now. Truth is, while I don't relish the idea of getting caught by Hank, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But pretending it would be, sneaking around with Stella like we're a pair of naughty teens, is surprising fun. I've never had to fear getting caught. I had no idea how it could make every touch, every breath, mean more. How fucking hot it could get me. With the tip of my finger, I ease back a lock of hair that's fallen over her cheek. I think we were missing out. Her eyes light up, and I know she wants to play. That gets me even hotter. We'll have to make up for that. She strokes the line of my neck, light and drifting, like she doesn't have a destination in mind, but just wants to touch. I mean, this isn't my parents' house, but it could be. If Hank walked in and found me here, my mouth is on hers, relearning the plush, sweet smell of her bottom lip, taking a little sip of her upper lip. I don't even remember moving, or even deciding to kiss her. But I don't stop. I kiss her softly, loving the way it makes her shiver. I kiss her cheek, the curve of her jaw. My hand cups the back of her head as I kiss her neck and then find her mouth again. Her fingers comb through my hair, massaging my scalp. It feels so good, so damn good. I rest my forehead against hers as I toy with the collar of her shirt. Will you be grounded if we're caught, Button? Maybe, she whispers, arching her back just enough to lift her tits up. She's wearing an old Knicks t-shirt. Slowly I trace the K and graze the stiff tip of her nipple. Stella's breath catches. I run my finger back up, teasing. But it teases me too, and I have to bite my lip to keep from groaning, from dropping the game and just taking her. You're so pretty here. My knuckles caress the curve of her breast. Can I see you bare, sweet Stells? Will you give me a peek? I've seen her breasts before. I've had my hands on them, my mouth on them. Fucking heaven. But here, in the dark, in this house that isn't mine or hers, it's different. It's a simple thrill that gets to me more than any full-on sex I've ever had. I don't know what it does for Stella, but she makes a little noise, her body shifting on the bed like she's struggling to keep herself still. Her voice is breathy and innocent, as if she's unsure. Just a peek? Damn, she knows how to play. My dick is so hard it hurts. I won't put a hand on you, I swear. And I won't. If I touch her now, it'll be game over. Give me a little look at those pretty tits, honey. In the dark room, she's illuminated by the greenish streetlight spilling through the window, so I can't tell if she's flushing. But her lids lower as her lips part, and the swells of her breasts lift in an agitated breath. Her hands are clumsy as she reaches down and grabs the hem of her shirt. My balls tighten in anticipation. God, she's sexy, wiggling her hips to get the shirt clear of her ass. Then it's sliding up over those curves. Her panties don't have a heart on them. They're covered in tiny polka dots, I want to touch each one with my tongue. I hold myself still as the soft swell of her little belly and the quarter moon of her navel are exposed. She's a peach, lush and ripe. Stella goes slowly, drawing it out. By the time the plump curves of her lower breasts are exposed, I'm sweating. She pauses there, her eyes meeting mine. The moment holds, expands until I can feel it pressing against my skin. Show me, I rasp, not recognizing my own voice. Stella bites her lower lip, glancing at me from under lowered lids. She's killing me, and she knows it. I love that. With a small sound, she eases the top over her breasts. And there she is, full round tits, capped with tawny nipples that point upward. Freckles dust the expanse of her chest, I know, but they're hidden in the shadows. I want to turn on a light just to see them, but I don't move. My fingers curl tight to keep from reaching out. You're beautiful. You know that? Absolutely gorgeous. Stella stretches, as if luxuriating in the feel of her body being on display, like she's as tight and hot as I am. Hands still clutching her shirt, she gazes back at me, her breasts lifting and falling with each shallow breath she takes. You like me looking at you, sweet Stella? She licks her lower lip. Yeah. Before my eyes, her nipples pucker and harden to rosy buds. My fingers grip the sheet. Look at those pretty nipples getting so stiff. Are they aching, baby? I know she's blushing. I can feel the heat coming off her. When she speaks, it's a crackle of a sound. Yes. Give those honey tips a pinch, I whisper thickly. I love her strangled moan, like I've shocked the hell out of her. She hesitates, and I wonder if I've gone too far. But then her hands ease down over her breasts. I bite back a groan, refusing to even blink. Delicately, she grasps her nipples and squeezes, her head falling back on a gasp. My reaction is visceral, a punch of white-hot heat straight down my dick, and I have to press my hard-on into the bed to ease the ache. God, do that again. She does. Her lashes flutter as she tugs on her tits. So beautiful. You're perfect. My voice gravel in the dark. Her thighs shift against each other, impatient, needy. I watch the action. Are you wet, honey? She bites her bottom lip. Put your hand in your panties and feel how wet you are. Stella exhales in a rush, her body jerking. Oh, God. She doesn't look at me as she reaches down, her eyes close, a knot forming between her brows like she's in pain. When her hand slips under the front of her cotton panties, she gives a little mew of distress. So wet. John, I'm so wet. I nearly lose it right there. For a second, we both just breathe. Stella with her eyes closed and a hand cupped around herself, me watching on, knowing she's the most beautiful sight I've ever seen. Will you let me watch you? I ask her. I want to see you get yourself off. You don't want to touch me? She whispers back, her body trembling. I want to touch you so badly it hurts. I swallow hard, but I promised I would keep my hands to myself. John. She's half laughing, half glaring at me. You're evil. I grin, but it quickly slides away and my voice turns urgent. Show me. Show me how you like it. Show me, so I'll know exactly what to do to you when we get home. Because the second I have her alone in my house, all bets are off. Okay, she says, but you have to show me too. Heat licks down my spine. You want me to come for you? Rain patters against the window as Stella's wide eyes stare back at me. You ever do that before? Jerk off in front of someone? I've had a lot of sex, done a lot of crazy shit, some of it fun, some of it that left me feeling seedy and questioning my choices, but I can answer her honestly. No one has ever asked me to. Usually, women want to do that for me. They jerk me off or suck me dry while telling me repeatedly that they can't believe they're touching Jack's Blackwood's dick. That got old real fast, and I learned to mentally detach myself from my partners. I'm not detached now. If anything, I'm so part of the moment, it's almost too much. Before, I'd have said jerking off or seeing a woman masturbate was just another sex act. Contemplating doing it with Stella, I realize it's not. It takes trust to really open yourself up, lay yourself bare. Suddenly, I feel exactly like the teen I'm pretending to be, because I know fuck all about true intimacy. The back of my neck draws tight. We don't have to, I whisper, if you're uncomfortable. I'm nervous. She gives me a wobbly smile that makes me want to kiss her. I've never done this before, but I want to with you. So much braver than I am. Before I can confess that, she drags her panties down her hips. I stare for too long, my mouth likely hanging open like a panting dog. But then I snap out of it and fumble with my boxer briefs. I'm so hard that my dick snags on the fabric and slaps into my stomach when I free it. Stella giggles. That sound. It bubbles over my skin, trips my heart. I love that sound. I'm smiling back, chuckling low in my chest until I catch sight of her. Panties around her knees, shirt bunched up at her collar, and every glorious lush inch between on display. For me, I want to know if her little patch of hair is red gold too. I'm desperate to find out. Desperate to know all her colors, her flavors, the scent and texture of her skin. I almost ask, beg, to turn on the light, but my voice gets lost, my brain scrambling, when she parts her thighs and slides her hand between them. I like it soft at first. The tips of her fingers glide along the swollen butt of her sex, as her other hand trails over her nipple. A barely there tease that makes me want more. She shifts her hips, chasing her own finger, and I swear to all that's holy, I whimper. Usually, she murmurs, I do this until I feel slick, but I'm so wet now. Jesus. I exhale in a rush. I can hear it. I hear your fingers sliding over that wet pussy. Stella's breath hitches. Her gaze collides with mine, all heat and dazed lust. You're supposed to be doing this with me. Frankly, I'm afraid if I touch my dick now, it will explode. But I did promise. My hand freaking shakes as I lift it to my mouth. Hell, I love the way her eyes go wide when I give my palm a slow lick before I take myself in hand. I'm hot to the touch, and so hard my dick is sore. I give myself a squeeze to ease the pressure before I rasp. I start slow and firm, like I'm pushing into a woman. Stella nods, watching with an avid interest that lights me up. Her thighs part, just a fraction, as if she isn't really aware of doing it, and I almost roll over and sink into her. It would be so easy, so good. But I don't, because she wants this experience, and as worked up as I am, I want it too. What do you think about? She asks in the dark. When you do it. You? I'm stroking faster now, getting into a rhythm. Since that first night, it's only been you. She moans, her head lolling on the pillow. She's working herself faster too, moving her fingers in harsh, sloppy circles, abusing her little kitty. The urge to kiss it all better has me leaning closer. Our breaths mingle as we pant. I'm jacking my dick hard now, the tension in me building. Tell me, she says. Tell me what you imagine. For a second I blank out. I'm going to disappoint her. She'll have expectations. But her eyes are full of desire and trust. She looks at me like I'm the best thing she's ever seen, Me, not the shell or the name. It flays me open and raw. It heightens my awareness of everything. The rumpled sheets around my legs, the sweat trickling down my back, the friction of my hand along my dick, and the sound it makes. My breath soars in and out, drying my mouth. I lick my lips. Truth? The answer is a husk of a sound. Always. I think of watching myself slide into you, imagine sinking into your heat. My voice goes rougher, my balls drawing up tight and sweet. That first push when I take you, knowing that you're letting me. That's it. I think of having you. Finally fucking having you. That's the moment I dream about. She moans, her lips parting weakly. Oh fuck, Stells, please come. Come for me, honey. She does. And she's so damn beautiful. I can't speak. Her lip is caught between her teeth, her thighs clenched around her hand, a silent scream pinching her features. She arches her back, thrusting her tits high, those gorgeous tits. I can't help myself. I swoop down and capture a nipple with my mouth, sucking hard. Stella jolts with a small cry and pushes against me, silently demanding more. I suck her like a man starved. I don't even realize I'm coming until I feel it hot and wet on my hand, hitting my stomach. For a long moment, I slump on her, my mouth open and panting against her trembling breast. I give her a lingering lick that makes her whimper before I roll away, landing on my back with a heavy exhale. We lay there, both of us breathing hard in the silent dark. Rain taps at the windows, the room still, as if nothing happened, as though my world didn't turn over on its head. Stella moves, righting her clothes with clumsy fumbles. I grab a tissue from the box, sitting on the side table, and wipe myself off, aware that she's watching me do it. Weird how I find that sexy too. Wow, she says softly, and I know she isn't talking about my cleaning up. I toss the tissue into the trash can, pull up my boxers, and roll onto my side to face her. She's staring up at the ceiling, her hair mussed. As if feeling my gaze, she turns her head, and a small smile quirks her lips. She doesn't say anything, just looks. Stells. My fingers trace the curve of her jaw, her skin is warm and damp, and I cup her cheek before resting my head on a pillow. She moves my way, cuddling close. She smells of sex and sweat and something freshly sweet. I draw it in, closing my eyes. Why does this feel so good? Just this. I need to find a way to hold on to this feeling, to keep it safe. I have no idea how to do that. It feels essential that I learn. John? Yeah? I toy with her satiny hair, twisting a strand around my finger. If we don't fuck each other's brains out when we get home, I'm going to have to kill you. I stiffen for a second, then burst out laughing, trying to keep it low. She squeezes my side, and I lean further into her. Fuck yeah we are, Button. Like that, I'm counting down the minutes.
Chapter 23. Stella.
I hope you slept well, Jax.
Corinne sets a mug of coffee on the table for him. At my side, Hank grunts and cuts a glare at John. I bite the inside of my mouth. Last night, we'd fallen asleep wrapped up in each other, only to wake with Hank standing over John, giving him the stink eye.
I don't know why I bothered. Yes, ma'am, I did.
John shovels a huge bite of buttery pancake into his mouth, smartly keeping his eyes on his plate, but there's a tiny smile playing on the edges of his lips. Beneath the table, his knee bounces in agitated rhythm. Since we're sitting close, his thigh lightly rubs against mine. The small contact zings along my skin. Memories of what we did drift through my head, making it hard to concentrate on anything. I keep seeing his rippled torso clenching, ropey muscles on his forearms shifting and flexing as he worked his hard cock. God, he has a nice cock. Rounded head, a thick shaft that curves just a little to the right. Heat washes over my skin. Stop thinking about his dick at the table. That is so wrong. Twist it, Stells. Twist it. And foolish. All I can think about now is John pleasuring himself, his plump balls bouncing against his fist with each downstroke, his face tight with concentration and his lips soft with panting. It had been the most glorious thing I'd ever seen. I want to see it again, in full daylight, maybe in slow motion, on repeat. Good God, does Corinne have the heat on or something? I take a hasty sip of coffee and it burns the back of my throat. John's green eyes narrow at the sound of my small gurgle. You okay, Button? No. I'm so horny, my lower belly hurts, and I'm fantasizing about making movies featuring your dick. Weakly, I smile and pick up a piece of perfectly cooked bacon. Great. John's eyes hold mine, and his small smile grows a little devious. I doubt he's having movie-making fantasies, but he's definitely thinking about last night. The pink tip of his tongue sneaks out to catch an errant dot of syrup on his lower lip. It's all I can do not to lick him, too. We need to get out of here. His knee keeps bouncing, a frenetic jostle that's beginning to rattle the table. I set my hand on his thigh, and he instantly stills. His hand covers mine and squeezes. Corinne is still talking. Idle chatter.
I swear, we had so much rain last night. Hank, you better check the basement. You know how that back stairwell tends to flood.
Hank says. Translation, I checked it. Everything is fine, but I want to eat without you pestering me. Corinne's answering, basically means she's on to him and will check the basement herself once breakfast is over. I smile around a mouthful of bacon. A nudge of John's shoulder against mine has me glancing over. He quirks a brow, his eyes darting between Hank and Corinne. He's noticed their interplay, and, like me, he finds it sweet. I have the overwhelming urge to laugh. Not at Corinne and Hank, but out of this weird, dizzying sense of levity, of quiet happiness. I duck my head, letting my hair slide over my warm cheeks to hide my face. John's thumb strokes my palm, the blunt tip slowly circling a certain spot that makes my thighs clench. Just from that, we really need to get out of here. I hate to eat and run. A snort from Hank cuts me off. I purse my lips. But Stevens, the cat I'm looking after, will need to eat. I send a silent apology out to Brenna, who I know John asked to feed the pets this morning, and then flick John's knee when he makes a small gurgle at the back of his throat, trying to swallow down a laugh. Corinne smiles wide.
Of course, honey. I'm so glad we could spend a little time together.
I feel like crap now, but when she pulls me into a hug at the door, she murmurs in my ear,
If I were young and free and had access to a tall glass of milk like your man there, I'd be twitching in my seat too.
A startled laugh escapes me. Love you, Corinne.
And you are loved, baby girl. Remember that.
Despite his grumpiness, Hank gives John a hearty handshake and an open invitation to visit again. Then, we are free. I nearly run to the motorcycle. Not at all dignified, but since John is at my heels ushering me along with a hand to my lower back, I'm guessing we're in the same horny boat. His expression is almost grim as he clicks the clasp on my helmet. Quick warning, he gives me a pained smile. I might cry if there's a lot of traffic. Just get us home, I say, grasping his wrist. He nods, grim again. It's impressive the way he handles the bike. I never feel unsafe as he weaves through traffic at an efficient rate. Even so, it seems to take forever to get home. If I thought an easy ride through the country was difficult, it pales to clinging onto his lean body now with this energy humming between us when clenching my thighs around his simply brings attention to what we left undone. You'd think a massive, mind-blowing, late-night orgasm would take the edge off. But sex doesn't work that way. A little bit of sex is a whole lot of tease. It's like getting only a spoonful of mint chocolate chip and being unable to reach the rest in the bowl right in front of you. I want it all. Now. Damn it all. Does the bike have to vibrate so damn much? Freaking torture device from hell. When John finally pulls up in front of our building, and forget all the bad things I said about the bike because it fits in a tiny space, we're both scrambling off, uncoordinated and unsteady on our feet. John tears off his gloves and helmet as I deal with mine. Then he's grabbing my hand and hustling us up the front stairs.
Inside, he says under his breath. Make it inside.
I don't know whether he's talking to me or himself, but I'm not wasting time to ask. When we get inside, however, we keep calm. Except for holding hands, we don't touch while we wait for the elevator, standing perfectly still, not saying a word. I listen to the slow grind of the elevator moving down the shaft. Each muted ding announcing a floor plucks along my skin. His hand squeezes mine, our fingers threaded so tightly I can feel his pulse. Just a little longer, just a little. I bite my lip as the doors finally open. Inside the elevator, John hits the button for our floor, then his hands find my hips and he shifts me in front of him. The move is firm, proprietary, but also tender, as though touching me is something that should be done with care. It is that combination of greedy yet patient that hitches my breath. His cheek brushes my temple as he leans down.
I'm shaking inside, he says with a helpless laugh. Shaking like a fucking leaf in the breeze.
I know exactly how he feels. The elevator is rising, but I'm the one floating, my head light. My hands snake under his shirt to hook the waistband of his jeans, tug his hips against mine. John grunts low in his throat. He's already hard. For a moment, we simply grind against each other. Then his hand eases between us. He finds the button of my jeans and gives it a tug. My inner thighs clench when he slowly lowers my zipper, the buzz of sound over loud in the little elevator.
I can't wait, he says.
Explanation or statement? I don't know. His hand slides over my belly, under my panties. My thighs part to give him room. He finds my clit with unerring precision. The calloused tip of his talented finger gently circles that slick swell, and I go weak at the knees. My forehead rests on his shoulder as I whimper. His finger slides down just a little to caress my opening.
I want in here so badly, Stells.
He doesn't push in, but simply strokes, a light torture that has me rocking my hips in desperation. John. I want it to be a demand, but it comes out a thready plea. The elevator stops with a thud. John's hand leaves me, and I'm all too aware of how wet I am, cold now without his touch. He tugs me into the hall, all jerky movements and uncoordinated steps. John punches in the code to his door like he's trying to break through the panel. It clicks, and then we're practically falling into the cool quiet of his front hall. There is no more talking, no more waiting. We're kissing each other, and it isn't demanding or frantic. It's consuming, a fall right into the deep end of the ocean. John comes after my mouth like it's his right, his pleasure. I've never been kissed this way. I am the banquet, and he is the hunger. I know we're moving, kissing, soaking each other in, clothes quietly coming off and left where they lie, but my senses are solely on him, the feel of his lips, the tart taste of his tongue. He is soft skin and hard muscle, his grip firm as he guides me along, claiming my mouth, drawing me into his room. It's a dark cave. Black walls, heavy drapes, the only light coming in through the massive grid windows at the far wall. He pulls me right into that light. The heat of it on my skin is almost too much. I'm burning now, inside and out, incandescent with lust for this man standing before me. This beautiful man. He's built in perfect proportions. Wide shoulders, strong arms, hard abs. Unbuttoned jeans hang low on his trim hips, revealing the edge of his boxers and a wispy trail of dark hair. Never in my life have I wanted someone this way. I want to do things to him, bite the tawny nubs of his nipples, suck the sensitive skin on his neck. But I'm rendered immobile by his gaze, absorbed and intense, tender and covetous. With the backs of his fingers, he traces a path along my spine. When he hits the clasp of my bra, he pauses.
I want to see you.
See me, he does. I'm utterly exposed, standing in my bra and panties, the rest of my clothes lost somewhere along the way. I'm not embarrassed. I want to be naked with him, naked and sweaty, but I know what he's used to, and I'm not made that way. It's nothing special, I whisper. I'm just me, a girl like any other. Under lowered lids, he looks at me, his expression solemn.
You're extraordinary.
In that moment, I'd believe anything from him. I lean into his touch, where he's toying with the hooks of my bra. Please, please, just take it off me. I'd tell him, but my voice has fled. He understands the gesture. The bra goes slack, sliding away. Blissful freedom.
There you are,
he says, like he's been missing me. One big, warm hand cups my aching breast. His lips press into the sensitive crook of my neck, and he inhales deeply.
I had plans,
he says, kissing his way down my chest, soft pecks, suckling explorations.
I'd get you home, get you wet, then fuck you.
More slow kisses mapping my freckles, lowering himself to his knees.
Fuck away all this desperation, hard and fast.
Lust washes over me, and I sway into him. He grips my waist, steadying me.
So many plans.
The kiss on the tip of my nipple is so light, I chase his mouth for more, moaning when he complies and suckles.
You're destroying all my plans,
he murmurs against my skin, tongue flicking. My hand smooths over his thick hair. Sorry. But I'm not, and he knows it. His laugh is warm over my damp nipple.
Liar.
The worst, I agree, my voice weak. I want to touch him everywhere. The broad expanse of his shoulders, the taut sweep of his back. In the sunlight, his skin is warm gold, fine and smooth, but he's moving lower, out of my reach.
Now, all I want to do is take my time, savor this.
Big hands frame my hips, his lips skimming along the slope of my belly. With deliberate care, he grasps the edge of my panties and slides them down. They pool at my feet, and I'm bare to him. John just stares, and then sighs contently.
Red.
God, he's right there, nuzzling my sex, breathing me in. My legs tremble. John, you don't have to. I bite my lip hard. Why did I say anything? I'm not even sure, only that I never want to be an obligation. He stills, his grip tightening a fraction, and I swallow thickly, wishing the floor would swallow me up. I brought his past into this, when it's the last thing I want to do. This moment has no space for anything other than the two of us. He has every right to be pissed. Get up and call this off. But he doesn't let me go. Instead, he spreads his fingers wide, his palms pressing hotly to my skin. Green eyes, dark with desire, stare up at me.
I want new memories of this act. I want them with you.
His thumb rubs a red line my panties left.
That okay, Button?
In a haze, I nod. The corners of his eyes crinkle, an illicit gleam entering them.
Good. Now be my girl and part those pretty thighs for me.
Polite and patient John melts away, leaving rough edges and thick demands.
A little wider. Show me that sweet kitty. She needs a proper kiss, poor neglected love.
With one firm hand, he grips my ass. Soft lips graze my inner thigh.
Wider, honey. Let me have a proper look.
He easily lifts my leg and rests it on his shoulder.
That's it.
God, I whisper, held up by him. I'm panting now, intensely aware of how slick I am, how swollen, and he hasn't even touched me there.
So pretty.
He gives me a kiss, languid and open, lips and tongue moving with perfect decadence. I groan, my body clenching, trying to hold in the feeling, the hot, wet glide of his mouth. My fingers thread through his hair, gripping so I don't fall to the floor. John makes a noise in the back of his throat.
God, Stells, you taste so fucking...
He trails off with a shuddering breath that I feel against my skin. There is no finesse, no practiced touches. It is carnal heat, lips and tongue shaping, licking, suckling. It feels so good. I want this every day. Every day. John, please. I don't even know what I'm begging for. More, less, harder, softer. I can't think. My hips rock against his mouth, chasing the sensation, running from it. I'm going to break apart, melt right on his tongue. God, the way he goes at me, pulling back every so often to look at his handiwork, attack from a new angle. He's fucking reveling in this. The utter absorption of his expression, the way his tongue flicks out to lick my opening has me shivering. A gentle suck of my clit, and I come. A low, hot rush of pleasure that leaves me boneless. But it's only an appetizer. My insides pulse, needing something to fill it. I push against him, silently begging. I need it so badly. Please, I say, please. The blunt tip of his finger teases me.
I know, honey, but the first time I get to be inside you, it's going to be with my dick.
He looks up at me, innocent angel, unrepentant devil.
Hold on.
What? I squeal and clutch his head as he wraps his arms around my hips and simply stands. Just freaking stands up with me on his shoulders, lifting me as easily as one of his guitars. He laughs against my sex, the sound muffled and warm as he strides to the bed. Crazy man, I chide with a laugh. Grinning, he tumbles me back onto a cloud of pillows. I lie there, a wanton sprawl of limbs, and watch with growing hunger as he pulls a strip of condoms from his pocket and tosses them on the bed beside me. They don't make a sound when they land, but I feel the impact in my bones, a mental thud that sends a shiver of anticipation over my skin. Holding my gaze, he shucks his jeans and boxers with one impatient push. Jesus, he's gorgeous. All lean grace and hard cock. And he's mine. I'm a lucky girl. That looks painful, I rasp, glancing at the thick erection he's giving a stroke. John's smile is predatory.
It hurts something fierce, Button. You gonna give me some relief?
It's so easy to spread my legs, arch my back, and display myself for him, to give him a soft smile and say, "Come here, then." His eyes narrow as he crawls up the bed and over me, muscles bunch as he hovers, his arms bracketing my body. High color runs along his cheeks and the tops of his broad shoulders.
Anything you don't like, anything you want more of, you tell me, Button.
His lips quirk.
I want this to be good for you.
My hands glide over his shoulders to cup the back of his neck where his skin is hot and damp. The same goes for you. Surprise flashes over his face, and he lets out a short laugh.
Oh, Angel, everything leading up to this has already been better than anything I've ever experienced. You could do your worst, and it would still be my best.
I'm grinning like a loon when I pull him down to me. We exhale as our lips meet, our kiss a bit fumbling. It soon turns feverish, greedy, messy. Oh, fuck, I rasp. Don't wait. I need it. It sets him off. Gone are the careful touches, the slow moves. His big hand grabs my ass, kneading it as he grinds his hard dick against my sex. Our kiss goes deeper, forcing my mouth wide. I clutch his shoulders, my nails digging in as he gropes around for the condom package. As soon as he gets hold of it, he sits back on his heels and tears a condom packet free from the strip. The sight of him, kneeling before me, torso tight and twitching, his dick so hard he has to ease it back from where it slaps against his abs. It's so hot. I don't think. I sit up, my hands sliding over his strong thighs. Before he can utter a word, I take his dick in my mouth, sucking him down deep. Oh, fuck. John's body shakes as he jerks in my mouth. Oh, fucking hell. His hand comes down on my head, fingers tangling in my hair. He's big and hot in my mouth, enough that I feel the stretch in my jaw, enough he'll have to work to get himself inside me. I love the way he tastes, the thick glide of him along my tongue and the way he trembles, thrusts his hips just a little like he can't help himself. Stells. He sounds pained, weak. I love that too. I don't recognize this mindless, needy thing I've become where every touch is a matter of now and more and again. I don't recognize this messy, hot emotion swelling or the way I lose all sense of myself. I'm not mine anymore. I'm his. John's hand in my hair tightens and then eases. I let him lift me up. Our eyes meet, his wide and dazed. I grab the condom from his hand and work it over his length. In a blink, I'm on my back, the breath whooshing from me. John grabs my hips and hauls them up over his thighs. My tits lift high, my back arching as I press my shoulders into the bed to brace myself. The wide crown of his cock notches against my slick opening. It draws all my attention. John leans forward, and that fat head slips just inside, stretching me. His eyes close, a look of near pain flitting across his features. His lips go slack, the space between his brows knitting. Somehow, I know. I know he's thinking about all those times he jacked off, imagining this moment. My body clenches at the thought, and he feels it. His eyes snap open, brilliant green and intense. I spread my thighs wider. His eyes narrow with determination, and he pushes in. He makes me feel every inch, going slow and steady. He pushes until he bottoms out and holds himself there, moving his hips in a slow circle, just enough to make me moan. I'm yours, I say, a bit mindless. Yours. John grips tight to my hips. I know. And then he begins, and I lose my damn mind altogether.
John. She's laid out before me like a buffet. I want to eat every delicious inch. But right now, I can only fuck her. Watch my dick move in and out of her slick, pink clasp with a sense of absolute wonder. She feels so damn good. My heart pounds so damn hard. I can't catch my breath. All I can do is thrust and retreat and thrust, pound into her like a madman. Need as an animal clawing within me, demanding harder, deeper, more. Just fucking more. Sweat slicks my skin, runs down my spine. My ass clenches with each thrust. I feel the tightness in my muscles, the hot burn of exertion. My dick is so swollen, so hard, it's taken over all thought. Stella moans, her head tilted to the side, her lips parted, and her eyes closed like she needs to concentrate on each touch. But that won't do. I need her eyes, those dark blue eyes looking into mine, so I can see a little more of her soul. My hands slide up her sweaty back and grab hold of her shoulders. Red gold hair tumbles and swirls around her face as I haul her up into my lap, have her straddle me as I fuck into her sweet little pussy. Her expression is hot and dazed, but she wraps her arms around my shoulders, pressing her tits into my chest, and moves with me, snapping her hips,
meeting each thrust. She's so damn sexy, completely carnal, and the way she looks at me from under lowered lids, and the way she captures my lips and eats at my mouth, as though all this fucking has her starving. I've never had sex like this before, the give and take. We're communicating here. Earlier, every touch was tempered with tenderness. Now it's hard need. I want to get under her skin, push into her heart. She told me she was mine. She has to know I'm hers too. She fucking owns me now. Stella's fingers tangle in my hair, the grip bringing a bite of pain that spurs me on. So good. She pants into my mouth. So good. I kiss the damp curve of her neck, suck the soft skin where her scent is the strongest. With a grunt, I tumble her back onto the bed and come down on top of her. Stella wraps her legs around my waist. When I grip her thigh and lift it higher, she moans and wiggles closer. Tell me, I say, slowly fucking her into the bed. Tell me what gets you off. Her eyes lock onto mine. I see the surprise in them, like she's never been asked. Truth is, I've never bothered asking either. Selfish. Not with her. Never with her. I want to learn, Stella. Turn her world inside out and upside down. My tits, she blurts out, panting and flushed. Suck my tits and... Oh God, do that again. That move. She groans deeply and pushes up into me. Again. What? My lips wobble on a smile because I'm going to lose it soon. This? I thrust, tilting up at the last second. She mewls, like a horny kitten. Damn, I like that sound. I love that sound. Yes, she says. Yes, more. Yes, ma'am. I'm taller than Stella. We don't line up eye to eye. It isn't easy keeping my rhythm, moving my ass the exact way she likes, while finding a way to suck her swaying tit. But I am a man determined, and the sweet sound she makes, the way she tenses and clutches me, is so fucking worth it. Her pleasure increases mine. I live there, in her world of pleasure and need, in that hot, sweaty place of skin moving against skin, her body gripping mine. Every move feels like heaven, yet not quite enough. I never want to leave here. When she begins to come, her tight clasp milking my dick in rhythmic pulls, it's the biggest high I've ever experienced. I work her through it, revel in the way she arches against me, digs her heels into the bed as her orgasm rolls over her. Flushed, sweaty, grunting, and totally uninhibited, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. John, she says, blinking up at me, wild-eyed. The first time anyone has ever said my real name during sex. And it's Stella calling out to me. I don't know why, but it slices me open on an emotional level I never knew I had. My throat closes up, the air pulling into my lungs burning. I don't know if what I'm feeling can even be called pleasure. It hurts too much. I'm pulled too tight, my skin stretched too thin. But damn, if I don't want to plunge right into it. So I do, thrusting mindlessly, reaching. Stella is all around me, warm skin, rich curves, her hands on my ass, her pussy slick and so damn tight. I meet her blue eyes and call out, God knows what. Sound tears from my throat, but I don't hear it past my pounding ears. I look at Stella and fall into the abyss. I am wrecked.
Chapter 24. Stella.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Rye pops a piece of dragon roll into his mouth and gives John a smug grin as he chews.
Look at you, all calf-eyed and fawning, John snorts. Make up your mind. Am I a calf or a fawn? Both?
John shoots me a glance, makes a face at Rye. We're snuggled up in a corner of a massive private booth eating dinner with his friends. A large cream velvet curtain blocks us off from the rest of the restaurant, and I'm surprisingly grateful. When 3/4 of Kill John decides to go out on the town en masse, people follow. Cameras follow. I've attended red carpet events. One year, I was even lucky enough to go to the Met Gala. I wore a black, off-the-rack sheath and gratefully blended into the background to dress watch. But in all those instances, I was working as a hired companion. My attention had focused on soothing my nervous client, stepping in to engage in small talk when someone got tongue-tied, making a running commentary to entertain. I enjoyed myself, but it was still work. Going out with John as his date while cameras flash and people gawk is entirely different. I find myself feeling territorial, protective. I don't like the idea of people watching and speculating over him. John getting shit from his friends, however, is another matter. They constantly tease each other, but there is a closeness I love to watch and want to be a part of. I don't yet feel like I'm one of them. Maybe I never truly will be, but I'm good at faking it until I'm actually there. I nudge him with my shoulder before reaching out to snag a slice of salmon sashimi with my chopsticks. Feel free to defend yourself at will. Tell him about the awesome sex. This isn't an exaggeration. Sex with John is feasting after a famine. I'm insatiable. We've been together for 3 weeks now. 3 weeks of being unable to keep our hands off each other for more than a few hours at a time. So much sex that, frankly, I am sore in places I've never thought about before. And yet, leaning up against the warmth of his arm, just touching the hard swell of his thigh has me all twitchy and wanting to lure him into a storage closet to have my way with him. I'm faintly flushed and lightheaded with lust as he grins wide and evilly. You are the best girlfriend ever. Girlfriend. The word, so easily uttered, lands like a dart on my tender heart. Which is just silly. It's only a term, but it feels momentous. It feels like acceptance, safety. I don't know what John sees in my expression, but he gives me a big, wet kiss on my cheek, teasing and bolstering me all at once. He steals the last piece of dragon roll out from under Rye.
The thing is, Stills,
he says over Rye's squawk of protest.
I know where all the bodies are buried, so Rye here really doesn't want to mess with me.
Rye blows a raspberry.
I'm so scared. Besides, I know where your skeleton closet is, too. You think I won't show Stella?
John retorts with a smug grin.
Hell, I'm giving her a key.
This surprises me for all of 2 seconds. Then I realize John has never truly tried to hide his flaws from me. He's pushed them in my face, almost daring me to run away. I might find that insulting. Except, in my own bumbling way, I've been daring him to do the same. Except it's not because I want him to go, but to stay.
Fair warning,
John says to me with mock seriousness.
It's kind of dusty in there. I haven't put anything in it for a while, and I'm not one for cleaning.
And me with my dust allergies. I give a dramatic sigh. I guess I'll have to take your word for who you are. John plants another sloppy, laughing kiss on my lips. Rye makes a gagging noise. I think they're adorable, Sophie announces to the table. She's sitting on my other side, a massive Mai Tai in front of her that she's been drinking with the enthusiasm of a mom enjoying a rare baby-free night out.
Of course you do, Rye says with a snort. You think Scotty is adorable.
Scotty lifts a thick brow.
I am adorable.
No one can keep a straight face at that. Sophie's nose wrinkles happily. He really is, she tells me. You should see him when he's watching Buffy. He wears the cutest Spike t-shirt.
Darling,
Scotty cuts in. His thick brows are now lowered over narrowed, icy eyes. and I'm guessing that's his zip your lips or suffer the consequences look. Sophie simply blows him a kiss.
I, for one, am an open book,
Whip states, leaning back to rest his arms along the sides of the booth. At his side is Scotty's assistant, Jules, who rolls her hazel eyes. More like a porno mag. Like me, Jules has a scattering of freckles over her cheeks, but they seem contained to that spot. The rest of her skin appears to be a smooth, freckle-free expanse of sandy brown. I might have been envious of that before, but earlier, John made it his mission to lick all my freckles with slow, lingering strokes, and I've come to appreciate that I have them everywhere. Whip smirks at Jules.
Now, we all know that's not true anymore. I'm all about self-love these days.
He reaches out and tugs one of the tightly coiled, lavender-colored locks that spray around her pretty face. Jules swats his hand away and gives him a cool look. Let me spell this out in simple terms so you'll understand. Do not touch my hair or you will lose a finger. She sniffs in clear disgust. Especially since you've gone and declared your handjob habits.
Hey, I wash.
William, Scotty deadpans.
Jules is the best assistant I have managed to keep. Do not drive her away by sharing your personal proclivities. She's the only assistant you've managed to keep, Whip grumps. Everyone else runs off crying.
This is true. Brenna waves her chopsticks at Scotty. If anyone is to blame for scaring employees, it's Mr. Perfect Pants here. I don't scare easily, Jules adds, but I don't think anyone else is listening.
I make no apologies for owning perfect pants, or suits for that matter. He had a baby barf stain on his lapel the other day,
John stage whispers in my ear.
Very unseemly.
Scotty's eyes narrow on him.
Quiet, you.
Whip scowls at Scotty.
And what's all this proclivities nonsense? Since when did beating the meat or rubbing the bean become a deviant activity?
Beating the meat? John snickers into his beer.
Got a better one,
Whip counters with a brow waggle.
Wanking the willy?
Charming the snake, Sophie offers. Polishing the pearl, Jules says. Tickling my treat, Brenna adds.
I'm becoming uncomfortably aroused,
Rye grumbles, which makes Brenna flush bright pink and hide her face behind the rim of her martini glass. Scotty throws up his hands.
You are all pigs. Might we, just once, have a conversation about something normal, such as the unchecked state of our city's potholes, or, I don't know, perhaps the stock market?
The guys look at him as though he's suggested they put on medieval garb and pillage local villages, but then Rye rubs the stubble on his chin thoughtfully.
I hear beans are down a quarter. Blue beans?
Whip asks solemnly. Rye grins wide.
You know it.
They high-five each other, and Scotty makes a noise of disgust.
Ow, step off your pedestal, Scotty,
Whip protests, laughing lightly.
Everyone does the five-knuckle chuckle.
He looks around the table, his vivid blue eyes imploring.
Anyone going to deny it?
It's clear everyone here does indeed enjoy alone time, but no one says anything, leaving Whip to hang in the wind. And though I'm now completely on the Team John train, Whip's exasperation is adorable. I lean toward him. I do it. All the time. Canoodle my kitty, I mean. There's a beat of intense silence where the background noise of the restaurant swells to the fore and all eyes are on me. Then John bursts out with a short, happy laugh.
Oh, God. You are perfect.
He cups my cheek and gives me a swift but softly melting kiss, his lips smiling as he pulls away.
Don't ever change.
I'm leaning into him, ready to climb onto his lap right here in front of his friends. My fingertips press into the firm muscle on his chest. Keep kissing me like that and you have a deal. The glint in John's eyes tells me we're about 5 minutes from calling for the check and heading out. Soreness be damned. He can ice my boo-boos.
Are you sure you're settled on Jax?
Whip asks, breaking into our little bubble.
Clearly, you and I are both fans of the one-hand band. Not to mention, I'm hotter and way more talented than this guy.
John flips him off.
In your dreams. And from now on, keep your hands where we can see them, dude.
Amen to that, Jules says. Laughing with them, a warm glow of pure happiness flows through me. Happiness and contentment. I've never experienced it this way. I almost don't know what to do with it. Maybe that's why fate chose this moment to topple me. A man slips into the space, somehow evading the guard outside. No one else seems to notice, but I do, and my entire world slows to a crawl. I know this man. I've dreamed about him, held conversations with him in my mind, waited for so long to have just one word of acknowledgement that my inner child fears he's a mirage. Hardened and grown-up me hopes he is. Aside from being older, with a full beard instead of clean-shaven, he appears just the same. Wiry, hardened, faded red hair, and cold blue eyes. He looks right at me, without remorse or hesitation, like it's been a few minutes instead of years. It's that cocksure attitude that kicks me right in the chest and has me sucking in a sharp gasp. At my side, John turns to see what's upset me. I feel him jerk. "Shit," he utters under his breath. Across from us, Rye swivels and goes pale.
Ah, hell.
Their words slowly sink through my numbness. Do they think a fan has broken in? But then I'm rising, pushing past Brenna, who sits at the end of the booth. My head throbs as I walk toward him. My dad grins and opens his arms wide.
Stella, my darling.
I'm one big pulse of pain, and I flinch away, wrapping my arms around myself. My back collides with something hard and warm. John. His hand settles on my shoulder and grips tight. Dad slows, his smile in a tight holding pattern. Vaguely, I'm aware of security hustling over, everyone looking on, and of John holding up a hand to warn them off. They stand down, but they don't leave. And the whole time, I stare at my dad, stuck in this nightmare, because other thoughts start filtering in. He's here where the band is, which means he knows exactly who I am with. The truth falls like an anvil. He's here for money, not me. Chapter 25. Stella. My dad is here. My dad. I can't believe it. Years and years I've tried to come up with the perfect thing to say to him, the exact way I'd react. The scenarios have varied. Sometimes I scream at him, sometimes I cry. During a needy and emotional phase in my life, I'd imagined hugging him and begging him not to leave me again. Now that he's actually here, all I can do is sit in numb silence in the back of John's massive SUV. How we got here is a haze. I know John ushered me and my dad right out of the restaurant. I know I went along, my ears ringing so loudly I couldn't hear a thing anyone said. Now I'm in this car, John sitting in the middle, literally putting a physical block between me and my father. A nice thought, but it doesn't work. Dad leans forward.
So,
Not one word, I cut in sharply. Don't you say one word to me until we get... Fuck, where are we even going?
to my place.
John says for me. His voice is hard, tension riding along his thigh as tight as my own. It comforts me that he's upset on my behalf, but I still feel disoriented and sick.
Fair enough,
Dad says with a shrug, like all of this is no big deal. A tremor works through me, and John leans into my shoulder. He doesn't move to hold my hand, and I appreciate that he isn't giving my dad anything to make note of. It's a nice gesture, but dear old Dad will have already sniffed out my weaknesses and John's within the first few seconds of seeing us together. I remain in my fog until we enter John's apartment. The cool space holds his scent and comforts me on a visceral level. Not bothering to look at my dad, I march to the fridge and pull out a bottle of iced tea. I can feel him watching me as I turn the cap with a snick and gulp down long pulls of cold, biting tea.
Nice place you have here,
Dad says. John's jaw bunches, but he doesn't respond.
Seems to me,
Dad drawls.
you were being a bit cheap by ignoring my initial offer.
Shut up, John snarls. Shut your fucking mouth. Cold washes over me. John? He glances my way and instantly cringes, guilt stamped all over his face. My hands begin to shake.
It was only a bit of insurance, Stella girl,
Dad says, almost sweetly. John's nostrils flare and he looks a second away from exploding.
Leave it be. Why don't you want her to hear?
Dad asks, glancing at me in sympathy. Does he really think this is all somehow brought on by John? That I would fall for his little act? I can only stare back, my eyes smarting.
She is your daughter. Why do you want to hurt her?
John grinds out before looking at me with wide, pained eyes.
Stella.
He tried to get money from you. I cut in, my throat hurting so badly I can barely get the words out. Didn't he? John ducks his head, then rolls his shoulders and faces me.
Yeah. And I didn't tell you. I'm sorry.
Dully, I nod.
It was only business, Docs.
The sound of my father's voice has me hunching. I've wanted to hear it for so long, and now it grates against my skin. Sure it was, I say, still dull, still hurting. I can't quite meet his eyes. It's always business. How much did you try to get?
A mere 10 grand.
He lifts his hands.
A drop in the bucket for the likes of your Mark.
I laugh, but there's no humor in it. My Mark. That's what you think he is. Of course you do. Everyone is a Mark to you. Even me. John takes a step in my direction, his expression twisted with regret, but I hold him off with a glare. If he touches me now, I'll shatter. What was the shakedown? I ask my dad.
It was for your protection, really. Thought he should know about your time as an escort.
At this, John pales, his whole body vibrating like a struck tuning fork. His eyes meet mine, and I see his need to defend me, his absolute outrage.
You've been seen with him enough, Dad says. It's only a matter of time before someone talks. Better if he's prepared. You miserable fuck.
John stalks toward my dad.
You sleazy shit.
John! I snap loud enough to cut through his fury. He halts and looks at me from over his shoulder. Please don't. Hitting him is exactly what he wants you to do.
So let me oblige him,
John grits out.
I can take the fallout.
But I can't. I take a deep breath, then another. Can you, give us a minute. I gesture to my dad. John shifts his stance, his fingers opening and closing, clearly fighting his instincts. It isn't a normal thing for him to hold back. Whether he acknowledges it or not, he is a protector.
Stella.
It's a low plea.
Let me.
Please, I whisper at the end of my strength. He gives a short nod.
I'll be in the other room.
He levels my dad with a hard glare.
If you've done your homework, you already know who my family is. From the cradle on, I've learned how to play dirty. I can end you as easily as snapping my fingers. Hurt her, and I will.
Shocked, I watch John turn heel and stalk into his media room.
I like him,
Dad says in the silence. When I shoot him a look, he quirks a brow.
He's right, you know. His family are the worst kind of crooks, rich and powerful enough to get away with anything.
So maybe you should heed his warning and back off. Dad strolls over to the marble mantel and examines the pastoral oil painting above it.
He won't hurt me. He's too afraid it will hurt you if he does.
Unlike you. I slam down the bottle I've been holding with a death grip. Years you've been gone. Years I've searched for one word of your existence and nothing. He doesn't flinch, doesn't react at all, just stands there, fingering the onyx obelisk that stands on the mantel, and I know he's thinking about stealing it. I move toward him in halting, uncoordinated steps. Years of being alone, having no family, only to have you return not because of me, but because of him. I fling my arm in the direction John left. For money.
I did you a favor,
Dad says without inflection.
You don't need me. Truth is, you thrived once I left.
Not 1 ounce of remorse, I go on. Not even now. He shakes his head.
Never felt remorse. Never felt much of anything, if I'm honest.
His eyes are the exact shape and color of mine, but they're flat. It hits me that I've always thought of them as mirrors, reflecting, never showing any depth. He rubs a finger over his beard.
No, that's not entirely true. I've always been proud of the way you learned so quickly to take care of yourself.
I snort. I had to. You certainly didn't.
As I said, you were better off without me.
And yet here you are. For money. My insides shake so hard I have to wrap my arms around myself and hold on tight. It's an uncomfortably familiar process. I'm always holding myself up.
Just a drop. I'm in a pinch.
Dad moves his attention to a silver box on John's antique coffee table.
It isn't like this guy will miss it.
You'd risk destroying the closest thing I've had to true happiness for a drop of money. An ugly sound gurgles in my throat, and I swallow hard to keep from being sick.
Come on, Stella girl. I taught you to read people better than this. There is no risk. That guy looks at you as if the sun rises and sets by your smile. You were never in danger of losing him, made certain of that before I approached him.
Sweet Jesus, he actually believes he'd been doing right by me. I stare at the man responsible for my existence. I've been wanting to find him for so long, I'd forgotten how it truly felt to be near him. He is an illusion. Always was. Nothing of my dad feels like love or security. I'm hurt and angry, but I have no more love for this man. There is nothing between us, only the pain of finally knowing that I have no family left. I am all alone in this world. I want you to leave, I say through numb lips. He stares at me, assessing all the outcomes and possible responses.
If that's what you want.
Stay away from John and anyone connected to him, or I will call the police, understood? My dad's weathered features draw tight, but he nods.
Understood.
We stand there in silence, neither of us moving. This is the last time I will lay eyes on him, and I find myself relieved. Hurt for what I never had, but it's all tied up in my own feelings of abandonment. When I try to think of missing him or wanting him back, I feel nothing. With a small dip of his chin in acknowledgement, he sets the silver box back on the table. Jesus, when did he pick it up? Straightening, he inclines his head again.
Right. Then I'll be off. Remember what I've taught you. You were alone when you were born, and you'll be alone when you die.
In other words, the only person important in this world is yourself. I'd heard that so many times from him I'd lost count. Bitterness washes over my tongue and down my throat. Goodbye. I want him gone. He has to go before I lose it. There's no final hug, no apology. He simply turns and walks out. As easily as he did the last time.
John. I fucked up. Badly. I forgot to tell Stella about her dad. I forgot. Why do I forget so many things? Important things. Things that will be deeply hurtful to other people when I forget. Why do I do this to people? I run a hand through my hair and pace, cursing myself. This isn't about me. It's about Stella. She's out there with that fucking piece of shit excuse for a father. I thought my parents were cold. This guy is Arctic. A functioning sociopath, if I had to guess. It's clear he has little to no empathy or thought for others. But he can turn on the charm like a switch. All flash, zero substance. I've met people like him all through my career. They chill me to the bone,
The worst thing is, they usually get away with destroying everything in their path, only keeping around people they can successfully use. That Stella had him to rely on growing up, and still glows with such life and light, is a bloody miracle. I know all about being alone in a loveless household, but I've had my mates by my side. I might not have always fully appreciated that, but I do now. True, Stella had Hank and Corinne, but it's clear she never fully leaned on them. God, she's out there hurting. Helplessness plucks at my gut. I glare at the door, wanting to slam it open and throw her dad out on his ass. Stella's voice was rising and falling, indecipherable, but clearly angry. From her dad, I heard nothing. Now it's silent. Why is it so silent? I'm about to say fuck it and go find out when the door opens. Stella stands in the shadow of the hall, her face pale, her blue eyes glassy. He's gone. Are you okay? She has to be. She will be. I'm fine. She doesn't sound fine. She sounds hollow. All the light has been drained out of her pretty face. Baby. I walk slowly. She's holding herself so stiffly. I'm afraid I'll break her if I move too fast. With each step closer, she gets twitchier. Stella licks her lips and blinks rapidly. I want to say something first. Okay. She can say or do anything she wants. I'll take it. When I was 18, my dad came to me with a job. He said it was easy money. All I had to do is hang on the arm of a guy he was working with and make the guy look good. My insides flip, sick dread filling me up. Her eyes shine and a tear slips free, but she ignores it and stares at me unblinking. I should have known, you know? But I was so... She sucks in a shaky breath. I wanted his approval. Button, I whisper. I know. Believe me, I know. I'd lost count of how many times I'd hoped my parents would show any glimmer of interest in my life. Eventually, disappointment wore me down, and it was easier not to care too deeply about anything. A humorless laugh escapes her, and she looks up at the ceiling, blinking to contain her tears. It soon became painfully clear the guy expected me to put out. Hell, he told me my dad promised him I would. Sick fucking fuck. I suck in a sharp breath and blow it out to keep from turning around and hunting him down. Anyway, she says, trying to sound lighter, I got out of there. When I came home, Dad was gone. He left me $2,000. An apology of sorts, I guess. I never saw him again. Until now. It takes 2 steps to reach her. She's cold and stiff when I wrap my arms around her, but she doesn't resist when I nestle her against my chest. I'm so sorry, I say into her silky hair. I'm so sorry, Stella. She trembles, and then sags into my hug, her arms slipping around my waist. When you asked me if I was an escort, I reacted with more anger than I would have because, in a way, for one night, I had been. Shit, Stella. I was a dumbass. I squeeze her tight. We both know that. You think I'd shame you over sex? My pestering was never about the sex. It was just my lame way of wanting to know all about you. Dipping my head, I find the shell of her ear with my lips. I know you, Stells. You're wonderful, perfect, exactly as you are. Her muffled snort sounds dubious. If only everyone felt that way. I hug her with all the tenderness and love I can, curling my body as far as I can over her smaller form, as though I can somehow cover up all her hurts and take them away. I hold her until she becomes warm and soft, her breath slowing. I'll hold her forever, if that's what she wants. My eyes close, and I'm sinking into the feeling of her when her grip on my waist tightens. When did he first show up? Hell. Right before we went flying. Stella jerks in my arms, but doesn't try to leave me. I swallow a hard knot of remorse. At first, I couldn't believe that your dad would actually be such a thoughtless dick. She says it so bluntly, like he didn't just punch a hole through her heart. Do that to you, I say, pained. I should have told you immediately. I know that. But I didn't want to upset you, and we were going out. Shit. I hold on to her, not sure if I'm doing it for her or for myself. It was completely selfish of me. I should have told you. I was going to tell you afterward, but I forgot. She doesn't say a word, which feels somehow worse. She should be yelling at me. But instead she's still leaning against my chest, her fingers tracing the idle patterns on my back. I swallow convulsively. I swear to God, Stells, I didn't mean to forget. Licking my dry lips, I force myself to finish. I saw him walk around, and it all came tumbling back. I can't believe I did that to you. Stella takes a step back and stares up at me without expression. With my thumb, I wipe a silvery trail of tears from her cheek, and she leans into my hand. You have a problem with remembering things, she says. Yeah. It's worse when my mind is cloudy with other things. But that doesn't make it okay. Those clear lake blue eyes, full of hurt and regret, hold mine. I'm guessing you beat yourself up pretty bad for it. When my hand goes stiff, and I try to draw away, she wraps her fingers around my wrist, keeping me there against her cheek. You have a good heart, John. That counts for a lot. Maybe I should be angry, but I can't find it in myself to care. Not when he... She bites her lip hard. He only came back for money. A sob breaks free, and then she crumples in my arms. I gather her up again and hold on as she cries. Stella doesn't weep silently. She is loud, her entire body quaking. This is rage and hurt and despair. I've heard the sound inside my own head, felt this type of pain many times, and it never gets easier. She's struggling to keep it contained, swallowing her cries down in great gulps. I'm so angry, John. It's stuck inside me, and I can't get rid of it. I run my fingers through her sweat-dampened hair. Use me, honey. Take it out on me. This stops her cold. Her face is red and swollen from tears. No, I will never use you. That's not the way it is between us. Her ferocity makes me smile. It's okay. I can handle it. Besides, I want to do this for you. With a sigh, Stella presses her lips to the center of my chest, and her hand slides down my back as if she's taking comfort in touching me. I don't know how to let go. But I do. I grab her hand and squeeze it. Come with me. Chapter 26. John. What is this place? Stella asks as I let her into the massive loft in Soho. She walks around, taking in the open space, the few scattered deep couches, and then sees the stage toward the back. Practice space. I shut the door, and the sound of silence envelops me. The loft has been designed for optimum acoustics. There's a couple of recording booths over there. I point to the glassed-in rooms where our producers will come and work now and then. Cool. She glances up at me with wide blue eyes. What are we doing here? Come on and see. I take her hand in mine. I lead her to the stage where all Killjohn's equipment is set up. You're going to sing some songs? An excited light illuminates her face, and she kind of jumps in place. Yes! I give her a quick smile. No, we're going to do them together. Her happy expression falls. What? We? No. Laughing, she shakes her head. I don't know how to play any instruments. And believe me now, I can't sing. Not even a little. With a hand on the small of her back, I guide her up the stage stairs. Doesn't matter, babe. It's just us. No, really, I can't. As in, I sound like a cat is having sex with a cow. It's scary. I laugh while turning on the mic. That's something I'll never get out of my head. But willing to risk worse. Now stop making excuses. Stella huffs, setting her hands on her hips. How is this supposed to make me feel better? I should be getting a bubble bath, not humiliation on a stage. You're arguing. I deadpan, going for my strat. That's a good start on the road back to Stella normal. A smile tugs at her lips, but she's fighting it. God, you know how to push my buttons. You are my button. I blow her a quick kiss. Stella laughs and flips me off, but she comes over to where I'm tuning my guitar. I think you should just play me a song. I'll do that too. I kiss the tip of her freckled nose. If you're good. Sticking her tongue out at me, she wanders off and flicks a cymbal on Whip's drum kit. A tiny hiss rings out over the room. Go ahead and try them out, I say. She startles like a kid who's been sneaking around and just got caught, and tucks her hand behind her back. Seriously, Stells, Whip won't mind. Shooting a shy glance, she eases onto the low stool and picks up a set of sticks. Whip has stores. She gives the snare a soft tap. I blow a raspberry. Weak. Wail on it, babe. That's what it wants. Stella makes a face, but then rolls her shoulders. Give it your rage, I tell her. She starts off slow, barely making contact, but something in her snaps, and she goes at it with all the wild vigor of Animal from the Muppets. I grin at the spectacle. When she's finished, her hair is mussed and she's panting, but there's a gleam in her eyes. That was fucking awesome. You weren't half bad, I tell her, clapping. It was awful. She brushes a lock of hair back with the tip of a drumstick and smiles. But it was fun to bang the hell out of these drums. I totally get Whip now. He'll be glad to hear that. I wave her over. Now, get in my wheelhouse. We're going to sing. Muttering about cat-cow sex, Stella stomps over, recalcitrant and leery. I nudge her with my shoulder. Come on, it'll be fun. Or you'll run away screaming, she says darkly. Have I told you how much it turns me on when you're grumpy? No, but you're a twisted individual, so I'm not surprised. She rests her head on my biceps and looks up at me through long red lashes. What are we singing? Whenever I want to feel safe or melancholy, I do a Beatles song. If I want to tell the world to go fuck off, I go with Nirvana. Stella watches me. Why those two? My mum barely listened to music, but she loved the Beatles. It reminds me of being a child and seeing her smile. Stella moves closer, lending me her heat. You never talk much about your mom. I shrug. There isn't much to say anymore. I grew up, and she didn't like the man I became. Thing is, I realized I didn't much like the woman she was either, so I shrug again. My family now is one of my choosing, and I'm all right with that. Slowly, she nods. And Nirvana? My smile is easy. Kurt is my idol. He was gone by the time I discovered Nirvana, but I still felt close to him. You have a lot in common, she says softly. Except I survived and he didn't. My hand grips the neck of the Strat hard enough to bite into my skin. Stella kisses the curve of my bicep. I meant the way you both love music, and you don't seem to care about the establishment. Well, I quirk my lips. There is that too. She sets her shoulders straight, and a look of determination fills her eyes. Nirvana, then. It hurts to know she needs to scream at the world right now. I still want to hunt down that asshat of a father and pound him into the pavement, but Stella needs me more. I practice a few chords. The guitar is tuned perfectly now. You know Heart-Shaped Box? Yeah, but not enough to get all the lyrics right. How about the refrain? Her nose wrinkles in concentration. You mean the "Hey, Wayne, I got a new complaint" part? Sure. It's "Hey, wait. but close enough. I play the opening, and she jumps a little when the sound of my guitar rolls rich and strong around the loft. I'll sing the main verses, and we'll both do the refrain. Good? Looking nervous but excited, she nods. I feel myself growing lighter, surer of every move. That's what music does to me. I'm hoping it does something pure for her too. Really bring it. Yell into the mic. It's just for us here. I begin to sing, and Stella squeals, tugging the bottom of my shirt in happiness. Her antics have me laughing through part of the lyrics, which only makes her laugh along too. Nearing the refrain, I smile down at her and wag my brows in encouragement. She takes a deep breath and then lets loose. She wasn't exaggerating. She can't sing. At all. Oh, but the way she gives into the song, a curvy body shaking with energy, is a beautiful sight. I love singing with her, watching her get into it. When I get to the power solo, Stella jumps off the stage and dances around, her arms wide, body spinning. Her joy flows into me and feeds the music. I've had this heady rush many times, performing for thousands and hearing them scream for me. But this is something more. I didn't know those people. They were faceless masses. Stella is my everything. To perform for her is a gift I never knew I wanted or needed. The song ends and blends into another. For the first time, I play her my songs, sing my lyrics, sticking to the fast-paced ones so she can keep dancing. When I get to apathy, she whirls around, singing along off-key and with her entire heart. She's still wearing the blue dress she put on for dinner, and the skirt flows around her thighs, flipping up here and there to show teasing glimpses of her pink panties. I've had bras thrown my way, women flash me at concerts. None of that motivated me as much as hoping to catch another peek of Stella's sweet butt. She sways her hips, those rounded hips. I fell for the moment she stole a kiss and changed my world. When our eyes meet, my fingers trip over the strings, my voice fading. Somehow, we both stop at the same time. Stella's breasts rise and fall with each panting breath. My body hums, sweat slick on my skin. She's flushed pink, dampness making her hair darker along her temples. The tip of her tongue flicks out to lick her lower lip. That's all it takes to make me hard. Not breaking eye contact, I slip the guitar strap over my head and slowly lower my strap to its stand. Stella's gaze goes hot and hazy. Take the shirt off. My abs clench with sweet pain as I reach behind my head and grab a handful of shirt before pulling it off. She sways as if I've made her weak-kneed and agitated. Heat flares over my skin, my breath growing faster. It halts altogether when Stella slips her dress off her shoulders and shimmies it to the floor. Her bra flies free next. I grow low and deep at the sight of those rosy nipples all tight and needy. Her voice is thick with demand. Get over here, Jax Blackwood. In this moment, I am Jax, and he wants to play. Hopping off the stage, I come for her. The satin of her skin slides against my bare chest as I grab hold of her peachy ass and haul her up in my arms. Her mouth is hot and open, her strong thighs clenched around my waist. I feel her kiss behind my knees, around the tip of my cock, which wants in. Everything gets a bit frenzied. We find the sofa, falling back onto the cool leather, Stella's soft body on top of mine. I need her, skin to skin, mouth to mouth. She is air and water and life. I wrap my arms around her slim back and tug her closer, even as she's sliding her tongue deeper, tasting me with impatient licks. Her little silk panties tear under my grip, and I groan at the wet slide of her sex on my lower abs. Stella reaches between us and yanks at the bottom of my jeans. Then I'm lifting my hips, both of us wriggling to get me free. Her mouth, though, I can't leave her juicy mouth. Pure lust shoots hot and wild down my spine as she finally grips my cock. And then she's sinking down, gripping me hot, wet, and tight with her little cunny. I thrust up, bouncing around my hips, and she undulates, working me how she wants, using me for her pleasure. I love it, love the way her sweet tips jiggle and sway, the plump firmness of her ass in my hands. She works me faster and faster, her hips snapping. She arches her back, tilting her head to the side, her eyes closed as she concentrates. I've never seen anything more beautiful. As though she can hear my thoughts, her eyes open and meet mine. Soft lips part as she leans down, wrapping herself around me. I capture those lips and kiss her, like I'm dying. We're moving with disjointed jerks and thrusts, all sensation and no finesse. She feels so good, so slick and hot. I'm not going to last. Are you close? I pant into her mouth. Tell me what you need. But she only moans, her brows furrowing as she grinds on my cock. With a hand that shakes, I fumble in between us and press my thumb on her swollen clit. Hard, just the way she likes it. And she detonates, wailing, her body going loose and helpless. Stella falls into her orgasm, letting it take her, leaving me to handle her body with perfect trust. The sight of her undone, the rhythmic pulse of her clenching around my cock, has me coming so hard I forget where I am, who I am. There is only pleasure and Stella, always Stella. I come back to myself in a daze. Stella lays on me, slick and panting, boneless with her release. It takes all my energy to lift my hand and run it through her hair. If that's what performing for you gets me, I tell her on a rasp, I'll do it every damn day for the rest of our lives. She gives a thready chuckle. Deal. Stella shifts a little, and wetness spreads over my thigh. We both stiffen, and Stella lifts her head. I don't know how to fully read her look. It isn't horrified, but definitely shocked. We forgot a condom, I say quietly. A guilty half-laugh escapes her, even as she flushes deep pink. I didn't even think about it. My smile is wry, and I tuck a lock of hair back from her cheek. I didn't either. I've never done that. Ever. That protection didn't even cross my mind is a definite first. Stella rests her head against my shoulder. Well, we know we're clean. I'm on birth control, so... She trails off. I'm still inside her, my dick slowly going soft. Now that I know I'm not wearing a condom, my dick stirs with renewed interest. It wants to try that again. Slowly. Takes some time to learn her anew. I tell my dick to shut up. Does this mean we can, not use... I trail off. Shit. I'm such a pig. Stella looks up at me, hesitant, but not pissed. At least not yet. Do you want to? We're both tiptoeing around the words, neither of us apparently knowing how to just say it. I've never had this conversation before, never wanted to. It feels significant, though. It's not about the condom. Not really. But the fact that we're discussing how we want to protect ourselves on a more permanent basis. I press my lips to her head. Of course we're permanent. I'm totally gone for Stella. Babe, whatever you want is what we'll do. She wiggles her hip, just enough to make me grunt. There's a smile in her voice. I like this, not having to stop. Fuck, I like it too. Then I'll fuck you without pause from now on, I tease. She laughs, and the sound lightens my world. Feel better now? I ask, more seriously. A sigh leaves her. It's relaxed and slow. Her hands slide up my sides, leaving shivers in their wake. Yes, thank you, John, for taking care of me. My throat thickens. I didn't do much. Blue eyes hold mine. You did everything that matters. We stare at each other. She looks at me with such trust and tenderness that my heart starts to hurt. I want to pull her into me and hide her away from the world, from anything that could ever hurt her. But I know that won't work. We can't protect the ones we love. We can only let them know we'll be there to pick them up when they fall. The silence between us grows. It isn't awkward, but filled with something fragile, yet heavy. Another shift has rearranged our world, another wall crumbling. She turns her head and kisses the crook of my neck, a smile turning coy and teasing. But maybe we should make sure. She doesn't have to say any more. I roll her onto the couch and thrust. Stella's laughter turns into another satisfied sigh. This round, I take my time.
Stella. John takes me home, gives me a bath, curling himself around me as he carefully washes my hair, then takes me to bed. We stay there all the next day, lazing around, indulging in each other. It's a strange thing, being naked all the time, moving through time in a haze of lust and sex. My body feels different now, hypersensitive yet full and soft and languid. I'm aware of every inch of myself, of him. God, his body. It's delicious, solid and tight and warm. I can't stop touching him. I don't need to try. The setting sunlight shafts over the bed in golden bands as he reaches for me again. With self-assured ease, he pulls me under him, his mouth finding mine. He hums in appreciation against my lips as he settles between my thighs. He's my addiction of choice, making me slowly lose all sense of everything else. There is only him. The press of his hard body against mine, the way he moves against me, a slow rock of his lean hips is so good, so decadent, I shiver. His erection feels almost heavy as it slides hot and hard over my sex. It will take so little for him to edge back and thrust in. We both know it. But John studies my face, his eyes taking in every detail. He's so close, I see the faint scar under his eye, another at the lower corner of his lip. Old, faded marks that tell a story of his life. With a soft touch, he eases a lock of hair away from my cheek. John, I wiggle just a bit, press my sore breasts against his hard chest. Slide in. I need it. A small smile lifts the corners of his mouth. No. What do you mean, no? God, I'm so hot, I'm shaking with it now. You heard me. He brushes his lips over mine. A tease. No. The round head of his cock kisses my opening before drifting away, and I arch, tight and shivery. You're killing me. Good. All smugness and rocking hips. Good? I glare up at him, but can't hold it. Not when I'm panting. Not when I'm so empty. You're glad that you are torturing me with sex. He ducks his head and slowly licks my nipple. Proud, even. Sicko. God, do that some more. Shh. His teeth nip my breast. Accept your torture like a good girl, will you? I'm not sure I like you anymore. My fingers slide through his soft hair, playing with the ends as he suckles just enough to let me feel the heat of his tongue. I feel his evil smile. Sure you do. He kisses his way over to the other breast as his cock grinds against my clit. Of course, if you really object, you could push me off and take care of business on your own. It would serve him right if I did. But he's too good, and he knows it. Even so, I grab a handful of his hair and gently tug him up. Green eyes find mine. They're slightly unfocused, slumberous, and I know he's as affected as I am. I'd rather you polish my pearl. I wiggle my brows. Canoodle with my kitty. A laugh trips from his lips, the corners of his eyes crinkling. I love you. He says it so simply, so easily, like it burst forth with utter purity. Yet his body jerks, his eyes going wide. Everything halts, the words hanging between us, this living, breathing thing that takes hold of my heart and grips it tight. He doesn't speak, but looks at me, his gaze darting over my face as if to gauge my reaction. In truth, he appears slightly horrified. We're pressed so tightly together, I feel every frantic thud of his heart. "You didn't mean to say that, did you?" I whisper. "No." The confession is a thread of sound. But I wince as though he'd shouted and duck my head so I don't have to face him. But he reaches out and cups my cheek, gently lifting my chin. Solemn green eyes hold mine. But I do. Heat prickles over my skin. I can't breathe. "You love me?" He doesn't flinch, doesn't blink. "Yeah. For a while now." I try to believe it, but I'm afraid to. "You said you wouldn't fall in love." John's lips curl wryly as his thumb slowly caresses the corner of my mouth. "Stella, Button, the moment you ripped that ice cream out of my hand, you knocked me off balance. All I could do was fall." Hope swells within me, surging up like a warm wave. I touch the crest of his cheek, the edge of his jaw, just to feel him. My throat threatens to close in on me. "I love you too." John sucks in a sharp breath through his nose. His exhale is just as swift, but shaking. "I was kind of hoping you did." His smile is tremulous. "Never been in love." I see the uncertainty in his eyes, the fear. It matches my own. "Me either." His smile grows stronger. "I didn't think it would feel this good." A laugh trips out of him. "Or this terrifying." My answering grin is so wide I feel it in my cheeks. "I thought I was the only one." John hums deep within his throat and ducks his head to kiss his way down my neck. "I'm with you, Button. Whatever happens, I'm always with you." He places a soft kiss on the tip of my nipple before leering up at me. "Now spread those thighs wider and let me fuck you right." So romantic. But I do as he asks. And he does me right.
Chapter 27. John. "Baby." Stella nudges my arm that's curled around her waist, pulling me out of a deep sleep. The door. I'm spooned against her succulent little body so close that we've melded, and I don't want to move. How did I ever sleep without her? My hand cups a full breast, and the bead of her nipple hardens against my palm. You want more?" I give her a squeeze. "I can give you more." "Not more. Door." A grunt leaves me as she wiggles her ass, jostling my dick. "You want back door, babe?" I nudge her with now horny and seriously interested dick. "I'm willing if you are." Her voice lightens with humor. "Someone is knocking on the front door, you perv." The sound of knocking finally registers, and I lift my head to scowl. We've been staying at Killian's place to keep Stephen's company, since the Hellcat refuses to enter my apartment. Stella claims it's because he doesn't like me. I'm no longer buying that since the furball is currently perched on my hip like he's claimed himself king of the bed. His yellow eyes narrow with a look of disdain as another knock rings out. Apparently, he's not amused at being disturbed either. I run a hand over my morning scruff. Who the hell knocks on the door at... A glance at the clock has my frown growing. 9 in the morning. No one I know would visit this early and expect to live. She laughs, all warm and husky from sleep. Her hair is a wild nimbus around her face, and she turns and smiles up at me from her spot on the pillow. "Hey, I'm just the pet sitter. It's probably someone looking for Callihan." Whoever it is, they aren't going to like me. Dislodging the cat, who yowls at his annoyance, I reach for my sweats and haul them on. My dick tense out the front, and with a grimace I tuck it against the waistband. I was about to get some. Stella snorts with amusement. Sure you were, big guy. I grab a shirt as I walk toward the bedroom door, but pause at the threshold to look back. Stella lies twisted in the grey sheet, not bothering to hide her breasts. Those perfect, plump tits, with nipples now perked up like ripe berries. My dick throbs in protest. I empathize. Oh, babe, I'll get some, and give it back with interest, and you'll love it. Her gaze lowers to my hard-on, and she hums low in her throat. Damn, it sounds like a purr. If you get rid of whoever it is fast enough, we can talk about that whole backdoor suggestion. Heat licks up my spine, and I almost crawl back into bed. Gripping the doorframe to keep from doing just that, I give her a look. Have I mentioned today how much I love you? Like, really, really love you? Enough to get on my knees behind you and... She laughs and chucks a pillow my way. Man, ain't it offering up some ass, and look how willing you are to get on your knees. Grinning, I pull on my shirt. You already have me on my knees, Stella Button. Giving me some of that fine ass only sweetens the deal. I blow her a kiss and head to the front door. Truth is, I don't need anything more than what she's given me to be completely content. Then again, the thought of her peach ass. I shake my head and focus. A peek through the keyhole has me pausing. I don't know the guy standing on the other side, but he doesn't look like a stalker fan. More like an accountant. Shorter than me, with dark curly hair, wearing thin gold wire-rimmed glasses. He's also dressed in a bland grey suit on a Sunday, and he's clutching a small jewelry box. Hell, maybe he's one of Stella's clients coming to profess his love for her. I open the door with a little more force than necessary. Can I help you? The man blinks as though he's forgotten why he's here, and I notice his eyes are red and puffy. I'm looking for Jax Blackwood. I believe he lives in one of the penthouses, but I wasn't certain which one. The hell? I'm Jax, I say, glancing at the box in his hand, then back to his face. This is getting weird, and the part of me who has been groomed to be leery of all strangers wants to back away and shut the door. But there's a sadness to the guy that makes me unsure. Behind me, I hear Stella coming down the stairs, and a feeling of protectiveness hits me so hard I nearly jolt. My hackles rise, and I brace my feet, put my body between her and the stranger at the door. The guy doesn't seem to notice her, though, and pulls himself straighter. Oh, good. I'm Leo, Madeline's son. Maddie? I say, as Stella stops at my side. Is she okay? Every pained line of Leo's face tells me she's not. Leo swallows thickly. Mom passed away last week. The room tilts. Stella grips my elbow. I clear my throat. I'm so sorry to hear that. I step back and gesture for him to come in. Leo follows me into the living room and sits at the edge of a chair. Would you like some coffee? Stella asks him. She's pale and shaken, but her attention darts to me, assessing how upset I am. No, thank you. She perches on the arm of the couch, her body leaning into mine. Her hand settles at my nape, holding on lightly. I don't know if the touch is for me or for her, but I appreciate it all the same. Leo pushes his glasses back up the bridge of his nose. Mom spoke highly of you. She said you would make her dinner from time to time. Yeah, sometimes. But not enough. Jesus, when had I last talked to Maddie? I cringe. It had been the night of the blizzard. Then I'd gotten Stella in my sights, and the last thing I thought of doing was visiting my neighbor. Guilt lands in my gut with a resounding thud. Your mom was something special. Leo smiles tightly. Yes, she was. He sets the box on the coffee table and slides it toward me. Mom wanted you to have this. She did? I eye the box, hesitant to open it. That will mean she's really gone. But Leo is waiting. My fingers tremble as I lift the lid. Inside is a vintage men's Rolex wristwatch with a cream face and gold casing. The black leather band is worn thin on the sides from years of use, and I know it belonged to Maddie's husband, Leo's father. With a heavy breath, I set the box back down. Thank you, but I can't take this. It belongs in your family. Leo shakes his head, suddenly adamant. If Mom wanted you to have this, then it belongs with you. His expression turns fond. You know my mother. What she wanted, she got. I laugh, but it's weak and pained. She terrified me half the time. All that determined vitality is gone, just like that. That was Mom for you. He straightens. Please take it with my blessing. How do you know she wanted me to have this? My hands fist on my thighs. Did she speak of me before? Shit, I'm going to lose it. Maddie was a friend. More importantly, she was there for me in a way few were. I felt safe confiding in her because she was apart from all other aspects of my life. And now she's gone. No, Leo says. She left a note. A note? I cut in sharply, something horrible and cold slashing through me. Did she... Tell me she didn't. Jesus, no, she can't. I stand abruptly, moving away from the table. Leo's confused expression suddenly clears. No. It was a heart attack. She went in her sleep while at our vacation house in Boca. I stopped short, relief flooding over me like cool water. You said a note? I'm sorry. I'm not explaining well, he says with a sad smile in Stella's direction, probably because I look like a madman right now. He straightens in his seat. Mom was all about lists. She had books filled with them, from house accounts to future plans. Last year she had a minor heart attack. After that she started lists, cataloging what she wanted to leave to whom and why. He digs in his suit pocket and pulls out a folded paper. I copied this down. He adjusts his glasses and reads, Jax gets the 69 Rolex. He'll like that number, and he needs to know that the one thing we can't hold back is time. I flush hard. Then a laugh breaks free, bittersweet and aching in my chest. Oh hell, I'm going to miss her. I am too. Leo's eyes gloss over before he blinks rapidly and stands. I have to get going. A weird sense of panic skitters over my skin and creeps into my insides. I want him gone. I want to be alone in the quiet of my bed. The level of pain I feel for the loss of a friend I barely saw staggers me. What if this had been Scotty coming to tell me Killian was gone, or Stella? Undiluted terror sucks at my soul so hard my head reels. Unless I go first, that day will eventually come. I'll lose them all. Maddie was right about time. Eventually, everyone's time is up. Sweat trickles down my back as my throat closes. I frown, trying to focus. Leo is talking to me, his voice muffled through the buzzing in my ears. If I could trouble you for one more thing. Do you know of a Stella who lives in the building? Mom didn't have a last name or apartment number. Stella jumps in her seat as if pinched. I'm Stella. Oh. He actually blushes, which doesn't fit his buttoned-up look at all. But how can he not fall under Stella's spell? She's a glowing light on the darkest of nights. He reaches out to shake her hand. How do you do? Mom left something for you as well. What? Shock has her clutching my arm, her eyes round. But we only had lunch together once. Well, Leo says with a wry note, you must have made a big impression. I actually have it in the hall. He gets up, and we follow him to the door. Leo returns with a big red handbag that makes Stella gasp. I thought it might be odd for me to ring the bell while wearing a purse, so... He shrugs with a small laugh and hands the bag to Stella. She takes it with reverence, her hand smoothing over the nubby leather surface. Oh, wow. The Birkin. Stella licks her lips, her eyes tearing up. Just wow. Mom's notation for this one said every woman should have a fabulous handbag, and that this would clash wonderfully with your hair. Leo eyes Stella's bright curls with something close to confusion. I'm not sure what she meant by that. Stella smiles, clearly not offended. But I do, and she was right. She leans in and gives Leo a hug, which he accepts after faltering for a second. A sigh shudders out of him, as though a simple hug is something he's been needing, before he pulls himself together and steps back. When is the funeral? I ask. I don't want to go. I don't want to look death in the face and know it's waiting for everyone I love. But I'll do it for Maddie. Leo's expression falls as he rubs the back of his head and shoots a glance at the door. By Jewish law, we try to bury our dead within 24 hours of death. Right. It's been a week. A week since she's been dead and buried, and I hadn't a clue or thought for her in all that time. Swallowing back the nausea, I say goodbye to Maddie's son. I'm not really following the conversation, though, but simply going through the motions until I can be alone. As soon as Leo is gone, Stella turns to me and hugs me close. I'm so sad, she says. I really liked Mrs. Goldman. Staring into the distance, I rub slow circles over Stella's back. I did too. She nods and a little shudder works over her frame. I'll miss her so much, but I can't help thinking that she's finally with her Jerry. My absent-minded petting halts. Maddie told you about Jerry? At that lunch. She loved him so much. I think it really tore her up that he'd gone where she couldn't follow. Without a doubt, I know Stella is saying this to comfort both me and herself. It is a comfort, imagining Maddie with Jerry. Or it would be if my mind stuck on that. But it twists and turns with cold fear. I think of Maddie's pain. So many years of suffering alone because she lost the one she loved the most. Every time I visited Maddie, I saw the wistfulness in her eyes, noticed the way she turned every conversation back to her beloved husband. How did she do it? How did she go on after her other half had died? I feel sick down to my brittle bones and terrified heart. Everything ends. Love dies. In the end, I'll be alone, and there isn't a thing I can do to stop it. Stella lifts her head to meet my eyes. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. It's a lie, though. The walls are closing in on me, shadows swarming on the edges of my mind. I know those shadows, this feeling. For years, I've tried to repress this fear when it arrives, but I've never been able to fully holster it. And for the first time in a long while, I'm scared, because nothing good ever comes when I lose control. Chapter 28. John. I'm freezing. There's a nasty beast sitting on my chest, digging its claws in deep. Ripping, pushing, relentless. Sweat slides down my skin. Can't stop shivering. Everything is black and spinning. I want to shout out, but I can't speak. I can barely breathe. It's too heavy, too much. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The words circle around the drain, swirling and falling. I can't get them out. I don't want this. I never wanted this. Acid burns my throat, coats the back of my tongue with bitter regret. I never really wanted this, not this. Loneliness is agony. Sobs well up, but there's no strength in me to set them free. And a hand, warm and big on my shoulder. Human, familiar. Jax! Oh shit, Jax! The hand shakes me, arms pull me close. Fuck no! John! John! Killian. He's screaming for me, screaming at me. I can't let him down. I can't hurt him. But it's so hard to open my eyes. I'm tired of everything being so hard. I'm slipping. My eyes snap open with my gasp. Naked and bathed in sweat, I'm in my bed. I suck in several deep breaths, trying to get hold of my panic. Beside me, Stella is warm and soft and sleeping. She looks like peace and happiness. Everything within me yearns to fall back and wrap myself around her, hold on tight and never let go. She'll know you're scared and panicking again. What woman wants that in a man? You should be strong for her. She'll be your new crutch. She can't fix you. Clutching the sides of my head, I try to squeeze the thoughts out, but they keep circling that drain. Always circling. Always there. Can't breathe. Maddie is dead. One day Stella will be dead too. Bile surges up my throat. Scrambling, I rush to the bathroom and barely make it on time. And it feels as though everything I am is being purged. I'm losing myself again. All that's left is an empty hole. I hate this. I hate finding myself on the floor, a shell of what I was. Or maybe that's what I really am. A shell that I'm desperately trying to fill up with something good and pure. But it doesn't work. Not for long. And I'm back to being that empty vessel. I haven't been here, huddled on the bathroom floor, for a while. Not since that dark day. Now I'm back, and I know what caused it. Stella. Loving Stella. I'll fuck it up eventually. One way or another, she'll leave. And there will be no coming back from it. She'll argue that. She'll want to fix me. But she can't. I don't want her to. I don't want her seeing me as broken. God, I need to get away. Go back to how things were. Numb. I need to be numb again.
Stella. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Strange how I know that before I'm fully awake. I feel it in my bones, in the heavy dread that weighs down my insides. Blinking the sleep out of my eyes, I find myself alone in bed, John's side rumpled and empty. In a weird fog, I pull on his discarded t-shirt and my lounge pants. The room is dim, the drapes still drawn, but the clock says it's almost noon. John? He isn't in the bathroom. Babe? My steps shuffle as I head out of the bedroom and into the hall. The loft is quiet. Too quiet. I won't panic. It won't help, and it feels disloyal to worry. I find him in the music room, huddled between a row of guitars. Wearing a pair of sweats and nothing else, he's curled in on himself, his back pressed against the wall. He doesn't look up when I draw near. Baby? I kneel next to him. What's going on? His arm is cold and clammy, and he flinches at my touch. He looks right at me, but his focus is off, like his thoughts have fled elsewhere. John? I rest my hand on his arm. Baby, look at me. His eyes finally meet mine. There's so much pain reflected back at me. Pain and panic. Take a deep breath, I tell him. John simply stares, panting and wide-eyed, and I stroke his arm. For me? Slowly, he draws in a breath, then lets it out. He keeps doing it, slowly, in and out, as I hold on to his hand. Is there anyone you want me to call? I ask when his color returns a little. No. His fingers clench and unclench. There is no one. God, his hair is damp with sweat. He shivers a little before tensing. There's a throw on the armchair, and I grab it to wrap around John's shoulders. He lets me. Then again, he doesn't seem to notice what I'm doing. I don't like this. The tone of his voice is so hollow, he doesn't sound like himself. What don't you like? I ask, softly. His gaze slides away. This, he says through clenched teeth. I don't like this feeling. What are you feeling? No, he shakes his head. I don't like feeling. John, I stroke his arm. You're not making sense. Let me call your doctor. Don't touch me! With a snarl, he shakes off my hand. I can only gape, my heart pounding hard and fast as he glares. Don't patronize me. I'm not. My butt hits the ground as he stands and walks away. I'm just trying to help.
I don't need help, he snaps, pacing. I'm not a project.
I stand too. I never said you were. But something is obviously upsetting you, and I want to—
Help,
he cuts in, dryly. Heat swamps my chest and runs over my cheeks. What's wrong with helping? What would you do if you found me curled up on the floor? Ignore it?
But I wouldn't find you like that.
He runs a hand through his damp hair and then flings his arm wide.
You wouldn't have a panic attack after having a dream.
I might. Depends on the dream. John doesn't reply, but folds in on himself, his body so tense he trembles. Have you gone to see Dr. Allen lately? He snorts. For a second, I don't recognize him. He's too full of anger and disdain. For me.
You know damn well I haven't, he bites out. When I've spent every minute I have with you.
My back snaps straight. Don't you dare imply that not going to therapy is somehow my fault. I would never get in the way of that, ever. John's shoulders sag and he grips the ends of his hair.
I know that. I didn't mean— No, all right. I forgot. But I really don't need to be reminded about how I fucked that up too.
I'm not— I take a breath. Calm. Don't push. Are you okay now? I want to hold him, but don't dare when he's like this. He looks away.
I'm fine.
John.
Fuck it,
he shouts, turning on me with wild eyes.
I'm not fine. I'm fucked up, and there's not a thing you can do about it.
I don't know what to say or do. Horribly, I want to cry, but I can't. Pride won't let me. But he sees right through me. His jaw bunches, and he runs a hand over his face.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done this.
He's glaring a hole through the floorboards and rolling his shoulders like he's mentally trying to shrug something off. I'm starting to fear that I'm what he wants gone. Done what? I ask, not wanting to hear the answer but needing it. John lifts his head then.
This.
He waves a hand between us.
Trying for an us.
Us. Like we're something toxic and wrong. It hits me with the force of a swung bat. I clutch my middle, recoiling. John, don't. He doesn't listen.
I made a mistake. I should have known better.
The room becomes a blur as I blink rapidly, hearing him talk through a haze of rejection.
Do you understand?
He asks, past the buzzing in my ears.
Being with you leaves me wide open. Everything feels like more. I have so much more to lose.
You think I don't understand that? I rasp. You think it wasn't hard for me to let you in? Well, it was. It still is. But I feel more joy, too. He winces.
I do too. But I can't handle the pain, the fear, the thought of losing you, the possibility of answering a knock on the door and finding out it's you who is dead. No,
he blows out a breath, running his hand through his sweaty hair.
I just got to a point where I can cope with day-to-day life. It might not have been all that fun, but I could deal.
A pulse throbs at the base of my throat and pounds in my temples. My fingers shake when I touch that erratic beat along my neck. Oddly, I half expected to find it slick with blood, because John's words keep slicing me open. Don't do this to us. Don't push me away. I wonder if he's truly listening. He keeps pacing with agitated movement. I know he's not in the right headspace, but it doesn't stop the pain. Because, regardless of what he's feeling, his first instinct is to run from me. I cannot chase you, I say woodenly. God, the pain keeps growing. The hurt. I've chased down people who were supposed to love me all my life. I can't do that anymore. A fist of feeling lodges itself behind my breastbone, and I swallow hard. I shouldn't have to. He stops then and looks at me. Looks through me. His expression is set and distant.
That's my point. You shouldn't have to deal with this. With me.
I don't know how to make you see how wrong you are, I whisper.
Because I'm not wrong.
He presses the tips of his fingers against his eyes and takes a deep breath that lifts his chest. I can only watch as he settles down into his conviction and holds on tight. When he looks at me again, all traces of the man who said he loved me is gone.
It's better this way. You deserve someone who can take care of you, and I need to be alone.
Alone. Seems we're both destined to be. So you think it's safer to cut me loose now? Anger rises, thrusting my words out. Then you can just go back to dealing. Is that it? I won't cry. No, I won't cry. John turns his back to me.
I'm sorry, Stella. In time, you'll thank me.
I snort, bitter and so hurt it's choking me, but I don't say anything. There's nothing to say to a man who has made up his mind and can't see a better way. I want to fight him, though. Even now, when he's kicked my feet out from under me and left me bleeding on the inside, I want to fight for him, for us. But I can't be the only person in the ring. And it doesn't matter, because he's already gone. The door quietly shutting is a lash over my skin. I flinch and sink to my knees as the silence settles in. Breathe. Just breathe. But I can't. My chest has collapsed into my heart. Everything hurts. Breathe. My chest hitches as a sob breaks free. No, I won't let it go. I won't cry. Pressing my fist into my sternum, I rise. It takes work, but I pull in one breath, then another. Slowly, so very slowly, the pain turns into numbness. I can feel it spreading through my body, heavy and solid. Stevens lets out a plaintive meow, his silky body sliding around my shins. I don't have the strength to lean down and pet him. Not yet. The apartment is so silent, my ears ring. I should move. Do something. But what? I don't know how to begin again. Dully, I look around, trying to find something that might give me a hint on how to start. Every inch of this place is beautiful. Perfect. Not a single piece of it is mine. I don't belong here. John doesn't want me. Another sob bursts to the surface, and I thump hard on my chest. Enough. But I can't stop thinking about him. Despite all my pain, there had been agony in his eyes. The fact that I can no longer comfort him kills me. He might not want me, but I can't turn my love for him off so easily. He is hurting, and he needs someone. My hand shakes as I pour myself a glass of water and gulp it down. Then I pick up my phone and make the call. When I hear the deep hello on the other end of the line, I almost hang up. But I grit my teeth and talk. Hey, this is Stella, your pet sitter. There's a beat of silence. Then Callihan James talks.
Hey, Stella. Is everything all right?
Tears prickle behind my lids, and I blink them back. Your pets are fine. This is about John. Jax.
Jax? Did something happen?
The strain in his voice is clear.
Is he hurt?
No, I'm sorry I scared you. I clear my throat. No, I'm calling because I want to talk to you about John. I can practically feel him recoiling through the line.
I've heard you two have been hanging out,
he says, slightly strained and definitely guarded.
I don't know what you have to say, but I'm not comfortable talking about...
And I'm not comfortable calling you, I cut in. But that's just too bad because this isn't about your feelings or mine. As far as I can tell, you are the closest thing John has to a brother.
I am,
Callihan says, tightly. Then get your ass home and be here for him. Callihan makes a strangled noise in his throat.
What the fuck is going on?
We broke up, I blurt out, then wince, because that's not what I want to say. From the way Callihan sounds, he clearly thinks I'm calling to whine.
Okay. I think I should stop you right there.
This isn't about me. I'm not trying to gain any points here. It's over. But John needs a friend now. No, I amend. He needs you. Out of all the guys, he needs you here. Callihan is silent for a beat.
You two broke up, but you're worried about him.
My smile is bitter, but he can't see it. I realize I probably sound slightly crazed right now. Callihan grunts. John has been walking on eggshells around you guys for 2 years, and that's not okay, so please just come home. I take a ragged breath. Come home so I can leave knowing he's okay. I can feel the building pressure behind my eyes. Another few minutes and I won't be able to hold it all in. When Callihan finally speaks, his voice is unbearably soft.
Why did you guys break up?
The room before me blurs. I bite the inside of my lip so hard it hurts. Because I wasn't what he needed.
Somehow,
Callihan says.
I doubt that, Stella.
Chapter 29. Stella. I want to go flying. I want to go so badly, a small, childlike whine leaks from my lips. In the cozy cockpit of my plane that smells of metal and heat and AV gas, I will be safe, free. I am competent up there in thin blue of sky and wispy clouds. No one can hurt me up there. Only myself, because flying while this emotional is just asking to die. Besides, Hank would take one look at me and know I'm done in. He'll want to know why, and my pride cannot manage any more battering. So, instead, I'm waiting for the cab I called, dying a little inside with each passing minute. A massive white SUV with tinted windows pulls up in front of me. I recognize Bruce driving, and for a painful, tight moment, I think it must be John in the back of the car. He's come to apologize, to tell me he was wrong. But even as the thought begins to crystallize, I shatter it. I'm not going to hope. The back door opens, and the tiny shards of hope I hadn't crushed turn to dust. Brenna smiles at me, the expression a bit strained, but obviously trying not to be. "Come on, get in," she says, waving me over. Is this an abduction? I'm surprised I can even talk past the lump in my throat. Yes, Brenna says. Of the friendly kind. Since I can't very well take off down the road and keep my floundering dignity, I walk over to the SUV. I can't leave my stuff. Bruce is taking care of it. What? I glance back to see Bruce picking up my bags and striding over to the trunk. You don't have to do that. I have a cab coming.
Already done,
Bruce says with a wink and closes the back. Get in the car, Stella. Brenna grins at me. Don't make me drag you in here. Okay, but fair warning? I bite. Brenna laughs. A little mean. I like it. She scoots back and I get in, shutting the door behind me. Once inside, I find Sophie there as well, sans baby Felix. She gives me a cheery smile as the car pulls out into traffic. So, I say with false bravado, is this some sort of cult indoctrination? Oh, for sure. Sophie reaches over to the built-in bar in front of us. The cult of caring about super hot but boneheaded and sometimes clueless men. It's a blessing and a curse. I snort, but secretly I want to cry. I won't, though. I refuse to. You want an iced tea? Or maybe fruit juice? Honestly, I'd expected her to pull out some champagne, diva style. Then again, Sophie is breastfeeding and nowhere close to being a diva. I sigh and try to let go of the cagey feeling tightening my chest. An iced tea would be good. She hands me a bottle of cold tea, then grabs a pink lemonade. Brenna, on the other hand, reaches over and pulls out a beer. I laugh at the side-eye she gives Sophie. Or we have beer, Sophie says with a sheepish smile. I kind of have my alcohol blinders on these days. Tea is fine, I assure her, taking a long sip. So, what's up with the curbside abduction? I'm taking you home with me, Brenna says. God, a pity pickup. I should have known. Even though my insides are shaking, I force a light tone. You're hot and all, but unfortunately, I don't swing that way. Sophie snorts, but Brenna simply eyes me. That's too bad. You've got the whole good girl just waiting to be corrupted vibe going on. It's a front. I was always corrupted. And then John broke me by making me believe in forever. Brenna laughs, but I have the feeling she knows very well that I'm just trying to make it through each minute. You asked Callihan to come home, and now you're out of one. Where are you staying now? Initially, I'd considered going to Hank and Corinne. I'd quickly squashed the idea. I can't do it. Not again. Call it stupid pride. I don't care. The idea of telling them that John left me and I have no place to go makes me sick to my stomach. If I'm going to be alone in this world, I have to keep walking on my own 2 feet. My fingers tremble as I trace through the condensation beating over the tea bottle. I turn my attention to the traffic we're crawling through. Short-term rental. It's all good. Sophie blows a half-hearted raspberry. A blacklight, Pollock-inspired jizz fest? Stella, no. Brenna half turns in her seat. I'm not going to force you, but I have a great place with a lot of room, and I want you to stay with me. Why? It comes out way too warbled. You're John's friend. His family, really. You don't need me hanging around like a Paul. Jax is my friend, she agrees. And I love him like a brother, but that doesn't mean I can't be your friend too. I was kind of hoping I'd just go somewhere and lick my wounds in private. Sophie touches my knee, her brown eyes wide and pained. I know what it's like to feel alone and heartbroken. It blows. But the worst part is not having a shoulder to cry on. Please let us do that. Brenna is right. We like you. It doesn't have to be about Jax. Except it will be. Right now, he's all I can think about, and it blows. It would be better for both of us if I just got out of his life completely. They're both silent for a moment, and the sounds of car horns and the general buzz of the city seeps in. I turn away from the window and stare blindly down at my hands. I can't even enjoy my city. I see him everywhere in it now. Do you really believe that? Brenna asks, softly. My laugh is bitter. Why shouldn't I? She licks her lips and leans closer. Jax is going through a rough spot right now. I'm not going to make excuses or try to figure out what he's thinking. What I do know is that he's never gotten attached to a woman. He's never tried before you. I know that. My fingers clench around the slippery bottle. I know he tried with me, and it didn't work. My voice cracks and I look away. Some things don't work out no matter how much you want them to. Neither of them says anything, and I'm grateful. We're heading uptown, turning onto Park Avenue where pretty strips of green grass divide the streets and nannies stroll with their charges along sunny sidewalks. Stay with me, Brenna finally says in a gently coaxing voice. We'll hang out. We'll never mention he who also must not be named. We'll just relax and you can regroup, figure out what you want to do. I don't know. I trail off because it does sound nice. I've never had true girlfriends. I've wanted them, wanted someone to just talk to and let off steam. I filled that void with clients and casual acquaintances. Talking to Mrs. Goldman had been easier. She wasn't my age, wasn't looking for close friendship, but now that two nice, funny women are offering something real, I find it hard to give in. I've held myself back for so long, I don't know how to trust. The only person I truly gave that trust to was John, and look where that ended up. A lump rises in my throat. I don't want to be broken and afraid to let go anymore. I don't want to feel alone. Sophie eyes me with caution, clearly worrying I'll bolt. Don't worry about running into Jax. He's planning to leave the country anyway. Her words die in an awkward breath when Brenna outright hisses at her. I want to laugh. Laugh until I cry. Because of course he's leaving. He has that luxury. But my shoulders slump as I rest my head against the seat back. I can't hate him. John is who he is. He needs his space to get his shit together, and frankly, so do I. My smile is probably bitter, but I don't really care. All right, I say to Brenna. I'll stay with you.
Chapter 30. John. Mr. Blackwood, I can't tell you how much this means to have you speak today. Beverly, the woman in charge of the Suicide Prevention Outreach Program, gives me a warm smile that I both welcome and shy away from. I've just hosted a casual hour-long talk with fellow survivors, and I am worn out, but good, unbelievably good. I did the talk to help erase the stigma of silence and to show people that they aren't alone, that even a guy like me, supposedly sitting at the top of the world, has the same hopes and fears. I did it to help others, but in a weird way, found that it helped me too. I'm tired, but lighter. Please call me Jax, and it was my pleasure. Jules accompanied me today, and she arranges another similar meeting for next month while I sign autographs and pose for pictures. I do those things gladly because it's clear it gives people joy to be around me. Weird for me personally, but I've learned to embrace it. That was something she taught me. Truth is, I'm not certain I'd even be here if it weren't for the way she pushed me outside my box and showed me another way to view the world, to get my head out of my ass and let go. Like that, the pain returns. The pain of depression is one thing. Depression is inertia, self-doubt. This is another torture. It is loss and regret. I'm off kilter, cold along the edges of my arms and back. This is a twitchy need to keep moving, to do something, anything, or I'll start to scream. I bottle that up too, and get into the back of the town car that will take me home. The band used to have a motto, no regrets. We'd channel Edith Piaf and regret nothing. We were also kids who had nothing to lose by trying. Funny how the more you care about things, the harder it is to shrug off regrets. I'm living in a sea of that heavy emotion right now. Dove right in the minute I finished flipping out on Stella, and heard the door shut as I left her. I pushed that regret down because, I'm supposed to live in the moment and never look back. I let her go, made plans to get the hell out of town. My bags are packed. My London home is being aired for my arrival. The perfect escape. And I feel like I'm dying. This is what true regret feels like. A death of something you never fully understood, but desperately want to take back. I miss her face, the way her red gold hair bounces when she moves her head. The little freckles that sit on top of her lips like a dare. I miss the sound of her voice, and the bite of her snark. The town car seems to get smaller, go slower. After a few blocks, I ask Bruce to pull over. You dropped me off at my apartment, I tell him, both of us knowing full well that Dad, aka Scotty, will shit if he finds out I'm walking on my own after an event. His reasoning is a crazy could follow me. Having a bodyguard take me, or any of the guys, back to a secure location after being seen in public is one of his things. Bruce wavers for a moment, but then nods. Sure thing. He'll probably follow me at a discreet distance. I don't care, as long as I'm out of this car and walking. Unfortunately, it isn't after I get out that I realize I'm in Union Square. I ignore the spot where I kissed Stella over bagels, but I see her smiling face, hear her laughter over the din of the city. My fingers feel the ghost of her silky penny-bright hair sliding over them. I shove my hands deep into the pockets of my jeans and walk faster. But I can't outpace the ghost of her, of us. And when her face suddenly materializes right under my feet, I almost shout in shock. As it is, I come to a freaked-out halt. I must be hallucinating. But there she is, gazing up at me with those wide lake-blue eyes I know so well. It hits me that I'm looking at a chalk portrait of her. She's larger than life, the whirls and spirals of her red gold hair set with shining stars upon an indigo background. There is a sadness to her expression, a distance, like she doesn't belong to this world. It guts me. Beautiful, isn't she? An older Hispanic man stands by my side, looking down at the pavement. Chalk stains his fingers in smudges of colors that have turned a greenish orange. I search for his name. Ramon, the guy Stella bought coffee. I clear my throat. Yeah, she is. Ramon stares down without expression. Stargirl isn't for this place. This place? His bloodshot eyes meet mine. She doesn't belong here with the rest of us. She's a Stargirl. Stella stares up at me, distant and alone. The idea of her alone breaks my heart. You're wrong, I blurt out. She belongs. Ramon shrugs. You don't belong either. A humorless laugh breaks free. Yeah? Stars belong in the sky. His voice is vague, and he doesn't look my way again as he shuffles off. The hiss of water hitting the pavement has me jumping. It shoots over Stella's face, and she begins to blur. Stop! I don't know why I say it. Stella's already melting, colors swirling into a muddy soup, but the sight unsettles me. Ramon looks at me as though I'm off my nut. Why? It's too pretty to ruin. Lame reason. It's not like I can say I'd wanted to stare at her for a little longer. He shrugs again. It's just chalk. How can you say that? You're an artist. Frankly, I'm offended on his behalf. If anyone called my music just noise, I'd be pissed. He glances at me from the corner of his eye. For a second, I don't think he'll answer. He rubs a spot on the back of his head, making the graying strands stick up wildly. Used to paint on canvas. I'd stare at my work and see the imperfections. Bothered me a lot. Got to where I couldn't paint anymore. I'd fear what could go wrong, where I'd fail. He turns back to hosing down the ground, cleaning Stella away from the concrete. Better this way. I don't hold on. I know what is real now. I don't know what is real anymore. I find myself confessing. Ramon reaches out and gives me a hard pinch, laughing when I glare at him. Now you know. I'm guessing he means the here and now. But I've never been good with focusing on the moment for very long. I'm always looking back or forward, always fucking worrying. Stella helped me focus, but she's gone now. Rubbing the throbbing spot on my arm, I'm torn between laughing and getting the hell home. Thanks. You want a coffee? Because Stella would get him one. She'd make sure he'd eaten too. He shakes his head, visibly retreating into his own world. Got things to do. And then he's kneeling over his box of chalk. I say goodbye, but he doesn't respond. All the way home, that spot on my arm burns. It would be easy to dismiss Ramon's words as ramblings, but I can't shake them. What is real? It sure shit isn't fear. That's an illusion. How many times am I going to let fear take me before I learn? The only time I've ever felt whole, in all my glory and imperfections, was with Stella. But what did I do for her? Did I make her world more real? Better? You took that lonely look out of her eyes and replaced it with light, you ass. But is it enough? Hours later, the question still won't go away. Is it enough? Am I?
Chapter 31. Stella. We're going to the beach, Brenna states with a glare that says resistance is futile. Since I'm huddled up in bed with the covers around my ears, I'm guessing I make a pretty pathetic picture right about now. Sighing, I fling back the quilt and stretch. Fine. Really? She brightens. I was prepared to drag you out of that bed. Is that why you have your sneakers on already? Good traction? Brenna grins wide. That's exactly why. I smile as I stare up at the ceiling. I need to get out. I hate moping. But moping feels so good right now. I could lie here all week if I let myself. So I haul my butt up and head for the shower. When are we going? I ask over my shoulder. As soon as you're ready. Sophie and Libby are coming with us. I have not met Libby. I'm not ashamed to admit I have her album and think she's a fantastic singer. Hopefully, I won't embarrass myself with fangirl fawning. True to Brenna fashion, she's ordered a limo to take us. Laughing at the ostentatious display of luxury, I scramble in and find Sophie and Libby waiting. Libby looks just as she does in pictures. Slim, flowing golden brown hair, wide-open expression, and smiling gray eyes. Apple pie with a bourbon chaser. Her voice is honey thick and laced with a southern drawl. At last we meet. How are Stevens and Han? I ask after we shake hands. Her smile widens. Stevens is holding a grudge, especially against Callihan. We've seen nothing but his tail in the air, ass in our faces since we came back. I laugh at that. He seems the type to make you suffer. I told Callihan to check his pillowcase for revenge pee. Han probably feels the same, but I'm not a fish gal, so I wouldn't know how to spot it. There's something soothing about her manner, and she's soon digging into a hamper she brought along and handing out fried chicken sliders to go with the champagne Sophie is passing around. You sure you're okay with leaving Felix for the weekend? Brenna asks her. Not gonna lie, Sophie says. Mama me is weeping for her baby. But the sleep-deprived, frazzled, I gotta be free is weeping with relief. She shrugs. Gabriel urged me to go and have a break. God, I do love that man. Libby gleams with glee. I remember when I first met Scotty. He scared the shit out of me. Total Iceman. Watching him become a big old marshmallow is highly entertaining. Sophie laughs. Our baby boy broke him good. Brenna leans in. Before we left, I programmed his ringtone to play the Paw Patrol theme song. Sophie squeals with laughter. Paw Patrol? I ask, half laughing at their glee. A kid's show. Brenna waggles her brows. We all snicker. The ride out to the Hamptons speeds by as Libby tells us about her time in Australia. I hadn't bothered to ask where we're staying, but the car takes a turn down a smaller lane near the sea and then stops at a gate. The tires crunch over a gravel drive and a house comes into view. It's a huge, gray shingle-style house, complete with fluffy clouds of hydrangeas fronting the porch. Wow, I say as we come to a stop. Pretty great, isn't it? Libby follows me out of the limo. Who owns it? Brenna starts up the wide center staircase. The boys. It's one of the few properties they bought together as a band. The boys. John. I don't want to stay at his house. It hurts to think of him here, that he'll spend time in this house when I'm out of his life and long gone. But I can hardly say that now or ask to be taken home. Brenna leads us inside and into the living room. I stand there, gaping around at the creamy, white-paneled walls and big, comfy, cream-colored sofas. Everything is soft and restful. The type of place you can dream the day away. You like? Sophie asks, standing at my side. You ever see that movie Something's Gotta Give with Diane Keaton, where she reluctantly falls for smarmy Jack Nicholson while he's convalescing at her spectacular Hamptons house? Libby's mouth falls open. I can't believe I didn't make the connection before. This looks exactly like her house. In other words, my dream beach house. You want to hear the scary bit? Brenna says, wide-eyed herself. Jax was in charge of design. What? Sophie gapes. Mr. English Manor did this? It hurts to hear his name, but I have to face it sooner or later. I speak past the lump in my throat. John has a good eye. Anyone who can successfully blend antiques with a modern loft would have to. Awkward silence swells, and it's clear they're all unsure how to answer. I force a tight laugh. I'm not afraid to say his name, you know. He isn't Beetlejuice or anything. You're right, Sophie links her arm with mine. I still feel bad about cramming him in your face. I didn't think. Brenna cringes. I didn't either. We should have gone to a resort. Warmth spreads through me as the other girls nod. Every day I'm around them, I feel a little more normal, a little less alone. The absence of John is still a gaping wound in my chest, but at least I can walk without hunching over. If it weren't for you guys, I'd be curled up alone on a hard bed feeling sorry for myself. I can't quite look anyone in the eye, but I push on. This means the world to me. They're all staring. God, hide me now. But then Libby hugs me tight. It's hard opening up, isn't it? She whispers in my ear with a tone that tells me she knows exactly how difficult it is. I give a quick nod as she lets me go. And then it's like the whole exchange never happened. They're all happy chatter and showing me to my room. I feel almost normal when we finally end up around the pool. Because it's hot as hell, I take a floating lounger and drift along in the cold water, idly sipping the Mai Tai Brenna fixed for me. Libby floats along at my side. So, you're a professional friend, she asks me. I am, I smile wryly. You know, aside from pet sitting. She laughs softly. How does that work? I mean, are there really that many people looking for a hired friend? The world is filled with lonely people. Most of us forge our friendships in childhood or college. Maybe you make a core group of friends at your first job, but if you miss those friendship milestones, I glance around at them. Or a permanent change in your lifestyle has you drifting apart from your old friends. What then? It happened to me, Libby says. The drifting apart. I spent over a year alone, not talking to anyone before Callihan ended up on my lawn. And what do you do if no one drifts into your life? I say. How do you make new friends? It isn't that easy. When you're older, you're less able to trust new people or let yourself go. I hate making friends, Brenna grumbles, her nose wrinkling. Actively hate it. Most people I meet end up asking for concert tickets or want to meet the guys. Sophie hums in agreement. It feels different with you guys. Safer, I guess, because we aren't looking to get anything from the other. Just companionship. I watch them from my spot at the edge of the pool. I didn't want to get in the car with you because I don't know how to do real friendship. It's like an ill-fitting dress that I'm always trying to tug into place. Brenna's eyes grow soft. But you did. Because you're in, just as we are, Sophie says. In? I shake my head, sadly. I'm not, though. I'm completely out, Sophie scoffs. Even if you never speak to Jax again, you'll still be in. You're one of us now. We don't abandon our friends because our other friend is being a dillweed. I laugh softly, appreciating the sentiment, but I don't want to talk about John. Anyway, I had more customers than you might imagine. But I'm quitting. I trail my fingers through the cold water. It started to take too much out of me, and really, it was never a permanent gig. Libby pushes off from the corner and skims across the pool, her eyes squinting in the sunlight. What are you planning to do now? Panic? Cry? Wall myself up so tight no one gets in again? How long is this going to hurt? I stuff those wild thoughts away with a long sip of fruity cocktail. I honestly don't know. It was stupid of me not to start a career. Here I am at 30, and I might as well be fresh out of college for all the planning I've prepared. I never had a clue either. Callihan got me into singing. Even then, I resisted because I was scared. I love to fly planes, I tell them, but I don't want to do it as a career. If I'm honest, the kind of flying I want to do won't pay for a place in the city. Libby's eyes go wide. What kind of fly do you do? Aerobatics? That's so cool! Will you take me up someday? Sure, I can take anyone who wants to go later this week if you want. Instantly, all of them jump on the chance, with Libby doing a little happy dance in her pool float. Laughing, I make mental notes on how I can organize the flights. I'm surprised John didn't tell you guys about my flying, I say when I'm done planning. Brenna's tone is tentative, knowing full well that the subject of John is a potential minefield. For all his bravado, he's weirdly private. The more he cares about something or someone, the less he talks about it. It isn't exactly a truth bomb. I've known this about him for a while, but she definitely tore open a wound. Everyone looks elsewhere, until Sophie hops into the pool, creating a nice splash over us. She reemerges, her blue hair slicked down over her shoulders. I enjoyed photography, she says, pretending we never veered off topic. But I never settled into something I loved until I started taking pictures of the band. I'm a planner, Brenna says from the bar where she's fixing up another batch of cocktails. That doesn't mean I feel settled or particularly happy all the time. I was happy with John. So damn happy. All the rest of my worries seemed lighter. Now, my world is heavy and dark, and damn it all, I shouldn't be letting a man make me sink this low. Brenna takes a sip from the pitcher, then adds a little more rum. I figure none of us are ever going to feel that every aspect of our life is perfect all at once. John had said much the same. God, he's spread all through my life. I can't produce a thought that doesn't have him in it somehow. I flick the water in irritation and focus on the conversation. I love working with people. I like helping them. I just don't know what to do with that. I want something more concrete. Healthcare and benefits sounds really nice these days. Brenna comes over and gives us all a refill. At this rate, the weekend is going to pass in a drunken blur. Not that I'm complaining. She sits at the edge of the pool and dips her legs in. Kill John sponsors a bunch of charities. So far, Scotty has had interns managing them, but they're more interested in the music side of the business, and too many things have fallen through the cracks. We've been talking about finding someone to organize the promotion. Basically, we need an events coordinator. They'd also be responsible for developing new projects. Her amber eyes meet mine. You could do that. Me? I squeak. I don't have any experience with that. She shrugs. And I didn't have any PR experience when I started. We need someone who will know how to make these functions fun and stress-free for the charities involved. We're not talking stuffy galas, but lifetime experiences, finding ways to raise money while spreading happiness. I know you could do that. The lump in my throat grows. Brenna, it would be wonderful. Horrible. But I can't take a job where I'd eventually be in contact with him. By the way Sophie glares at Brenna and Libby is suddenly way too interested in her drink, I'm guessing they agree. But Brenna holds my gaze. I'm not a total asshole. I know it would be hard and awkward as fuck, but damn it, don't let him rule your life. You want this job, it's yours. Or I'll help you find another one. My smile wobbles as I blink rapidly. You're pretty awesome, Brenna. She grins. Yeah, I am. But seriously, Stella, think about it, okay? You deserve to put yourself first. I can't take the job. I'm not that strong. But she's right. I need to figure out how to make a life without John. He was only in it for a short while anyway. It shouldn't be too hard to go back to how I used to live when Jax Blackwood was just a voice I heard on Pandora every now and then. But I know that's a lie. Regret and sorrow pull me down until I feel like I'm drowning. I'll hide behind smiles and pretend I'm happy like I always do. But this is a death, and I don't know how to get past it.
Chapter 32. John. Back to running. Running is good. The painful burn in my lungs and legs pure, uncomplicated. If I run long enough, my mind goes perfectly blank. I love those times. I live for empty thoughts. The second something unwanted tries to push its way to the surface, I run harder, faster. I can do this. I excel at diversion. But eventually, I have to return home from my run. The sight of that stone staircase leading up to those damn ornately carved wood doors hurts my chest. Entering my code on the number pad hurts my chest. Even the damn sanitized smell of the elevators hurts my chest. She is everywhere, and I can't hide at home, so I stay out running as long as I can. Facts are facts. I can dither no longer. I have to move on. I need out of New York, out of the US. I'll go to England. No, fuck that. I'll go visit Killian in Australia. He's staying in Scotty's house. There's room for me. The raconteur's Steady as She Goes starts thumping through my earbuds. Usually I love this song, but music makes my skin crawl right now. I yank the earbuds out as I turn down the street to home. There's a massive stone pressing down on my chest. I'd worry I'm having a heart attack, but that heinous stone has been there since. Well, I'm not going there. Exhaustion makes my pace wobble, and I nearly stumble by the time I get to the stairs. There's a guy lounging on the stoop, his long legs sprawled in my way. For a weird, hazy second, I think he might be a hallucination. I'm certainly weak enough to be seeing things. But then he looks up and gives me that supercilious smirk I've seen more than half my life. And I know I'm not dreaming. "You look like shit," Killian says. To the point as always. I take the bottle of lemonade he holds out for me and guzzle it down. It's cold and sweet and gives me a chance to get my brain working again. Wiping my mouth with the back of my hand, I take a breath and then another. "You're back." "Obviously." "Ah," he smiles. "You noticed." "Arsehole." I toss the empty bottle his way and he catches, clearly anticipating the move. Killian and I have always known each other on a level that goes deeper than words or action. He is part of me. Or he was. When I tried, it fractured something between us that did not heal well, but thickened and twisted like a keloid scar. Scarred or not, I've missed the guy, and have the weird urge to break down right here. The burn behind my lids is so unexpected, I can't look him in the eye. "I'm going to take a shower." "Yeah, you do." Killian stands and dusts his ass off. "You're ripe." It hits me again that Killian is here, and that means Stella is gone. My hand grips the stone balustrade as my knees go weak and pain punches into me. Maybe I am having a heart attack. It hurts badly enough. "When did you get back?" "When did she leave? Why do you care? You told her to go." "About an hour ago." Killian stares at me, deliberating. "Stella called me." "What?" It comes out as a croak. "She said I should be home." I jog up the stairs. Killian follows in silence. When we get to our floor, he walks into my apartment. "Good God, Jax!" He gapes around. "Did you add more antiques since I've been gone? How the hell did you manage to turn this modern loft into a stuffy English manor?" "Talent. Piss off back to your cold, soulless loft if you don't like it." He laughs low and easy. "I'm going to get you a satin smoking jacket to wear around the house." I don't smoke, but I kind of like the idea of that jacket. I head toward my room, taking a shower now. Killian is still in my living room when I return. He doesn't look pleased, and I'm guessing he's going to give me a lecture about Stella. God knows I deserve one. But frankly, having Killian on my case right now might make me snap. I eye him warily. "It's good to have you back, man, but I'm not in the mood for company right now." He nods, but then plops his ass down next to me on the couch. "It will only take a minute." A dull pounding starts at my temples. Kills, I can't talk about her. Silence follows, and I find myself glancing his way. Worst of it is, he looks sad. "I'm not here to talk about her," he says, thankfully knowing me well enough not to use her name. Killian leans back against the couch, and pinches the bridge of his nose before facing me again. Jax, man, I'm so sorry. What? Sorry? What the hell is he talking about? Sorry for leaving? I wouldn't have met Stella if he hadn't. You're not supposed to think about her. Fuck, I miss her like air. I'm sorry, he says again, his voice as raw as it gets when we've been singing all night. I let you down so fucking badly. I can only stare, my pulse pounding, the urge to get the hell out of the room making me twitch. Killian's bloodshot eyes hold mine. When you tried, I was so... It scared the shit out of me. I wince, looking away. I know. I understand. I really do. I just can't apologize anymore. I'm not asking you to. I'm trying to explain. He swallows convulsively. I was so fucking angry. You didn't confide in me. You didn't tell me what was going on in your head. God damn, I don't want to cry. I don't want to break down. But my sinuses are burning and my throat keeps convulsing. I couldn't, I rasp. I know, he says. I know, man. And the truth is, I was pissed at myself for missing the signs, for leaving you out there alone. Fuck, I'm going to. I press my fingers to my eyes and take a breath. I'm good at hiding it. Don't be sorry. But I am, he cuts in. I reacted like an asshole. I packed up and ran away with my tail between my legs, feeling sorry for myself when I should have been there for you. He did that. He did that. Rage bubbles up so swiftly I can't hold it in. You left me behind! The shout echoes in the rafters. I tried to take my own life and you left, like I was a disease you were afraid you might catch. Tears well in Killian's eyes, and the sight is so foreign to me, it turns my stomach. But the rage, the hurt, won't settle down. I needed you. I needed my best friend, and you fucking left. Killian hauls me into a hug so tight, my air cuts off. The hold hurts. And until he'd hugged me, I hadn't known I'd needed that too. A deep sob hitches his chest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He keeps saying it, barely a whisper, as we huddle together crying. He says it until our shaking dies down. I feel exposed, rubbed raw and open, at least on the surface. Inside, I begin to calm. I'm drained, but it doesn't leave me hollow. It leaves me lighter. Killian's big sweaty hand is on my head, clutching me as he shudders. Shit, man. The first day I faced you again, I hit you. He trails off with a ragged breath. Fuck, that was not okay. My memory of that day is crystal clear. I hadn't seen Killian for a year after my attempt, and suddenly there he was, seething, hurt, afraid, and awkward as hell. I'd understood him perfectly in that moment because I felt the same. Truth is, I'd goaded him to hit me. I'd wanted it, for both of us, because a good hit was simple. A good hit was something we both needed. Despite myself, a smile warbles over my lips. You want to know the crazy thing? I preferred that response to silence. It felt like the real us, the way we used to be when one of us would piss the other off, and we'd settle it with a punch on the mouth before getting back to business. A broken laugh leaves Killian, and he leans back to scrub at his wet cheeks with the heel of his hand. Nobody can piss me off quite like you. Snorting, I wipe my eyes. The feeling is more than mutual. We sit in silence, each of us trying to get it together. You are my brother, he says after a minute. Life without you doesn't fucking work. Guilt washes over me, fresh and burning. I fucked things up, no. His stunned shout snaps between us, and we both flinch. Killian sucks in a breath. No, John, you didn't. Not with this. That's what I'm trying to say. You did nothing wrong. You are the strongest person I know. Don't you ever fucking say this was your fault. He stares at me like he's trying to slice through my skin.
I fucked up. The guys fucked up. We are the ones who let you down. It's no different if you had a broken leg and we let you limp along. A short, humorless laugh escapes me. It's a little different. You can see the broken leg. You can't see what's going on inside my head. Killian shakes his head. Maybe so. But when you tried, it was pretty freaking apparent that you needed help. I'm not going to let you down again. The determination in his voice has me turning to face him, and he stares back unflinching. Whatever you need, John. Whenever you need it. Thing is, I tell him, if it had been you who tried, I would have reacted the same way. I would have been pissed as hell that you didn't come to me. His brows wing up in shock, and I give him a bitter smile. No one reacts perfectly. Don't try to. I'm just over being the elephant in the room. Let it go, man. Treat me like before. I glance his way and smirk. Be the dickhead you used to be, instead of the dickhead holding this shit between us. Killian rubs a hand over his face. I can do that. He sits straighter. I will do that. Good. I clear my throat. And thank you. He knows I'm not only talking about his agreeing to my request. His shoulder presses more firmly into mine. Any time. We sit like that, propping each other up, not saying a word. And though it's hard for me to admit, even to myself, the physical connection and the familiarity of my oldest friend sinks into my bones like a balm. Stella was right. I did need to hear this from Killian. I've been holding so much shit in again, and never realizing it. Stella knew exactly what I needed, and got it for me. Even though I stomped on her heart and cast her aside, she helped me. The pain in my chest becomes bright and ice cold. All the miles I've run are a wasted effort. I can't keep her out of my head or my heart. She comes crashing back in, so hard that I flinch. Where is she? Does she hurt the way I do? Stop thinking about her. Killian eyes me sidelong. A little over 30 hours ago, my pet sitter called to tell me I'd better get my ass home and be there for my best friend. Now you're wearing a look I am way too familiar with because I wore it myself when I cut Libby loose. Talk to me, man. Stella, I croak. I fell in love, freaked out, ended it. Bonehead? He slaps my head for emphasis. I rub the spot, absently, but it's my heart that hurts, not my head. She's better off with someone who isn't messed up. She needs someone dependable. Killian frowns as though smelling something rotten. You're seriously trying to peddle that bullshit? It isn't bullshit. I am unreliable. I'm a fucking mess. And yet she loves you anyway. He levels a hard stare. Don't give me that look. She called me right after you stomped on her heart. She loves you. Damn it, I am freezing. I rub at my shaking chest. I doubt she does anymore. Because it's so easy to turn those feelings off. He snorts. How's it working for you? Not so great. Understatement of my life. Stop running, John. Figuratively and literally. It won't work. With a sigh, I rest my arm over my aching eyes. I know you think I'm talking shit, but I'm serious. I can't go back to Stella and say I'm sorry, only to turn around and do it again when I'm feeling unstable. It isn't fair to her. So that's it? You're just going to let her go? There's a greasy feeling in my throat, and I swallow convulsively. I already did. Killian makes a noise of protest, but he doesn't argue, and I sit there on the couch, wishing it would swallow me up. Finally, he sighs and rises to his feet. If I fall asleep, I'll have jet lag from hell, and Libby is in the Hamptons with Brenna. You're coming out with me and getting some pizza. I don't want to eat. I'll probably choke on it. You're going to nag me if I say no, aren't you? His smile is genuine and kind of evil. I'll just call Whip and Rye.
Whip has been talking about playing charades. You're fucking with me.
You want to take that risk?
No, I really don't. And since I can't get away from them, I stand. Fine, I'll go. Neither of them says another word about Stella. It's as though she never existed. I can see the well-worn road of my old life stretching out before me once more. It isn't happy, but it's a path I know. By the time the night is over, I'm so numb, I'm almost able to ignore the hole in my chest where Stella ought to fill. Almost. Almost isn't going to cut it. I need my life back. Fear tells me one path to walk on. My heart insists on another. I'm going to listen to my heart. It doesn't take me long to call her. As soon as we return from pizza, I pull out my phone. It's a kick in the gut when a mechanical voice tells me her number is no longer in service. Fuck. I disconnect. Killian, who's still hanging out and trying to distract me with video games, grabs 2 beers out of the fridge and walks into the living room and watches me pace. What's your problem? I plop down on the sofa next to him, but ignore my beer. She cut off her phone. Tossing my phone onto the coffee table, I pinched the tense spot between my eyes. Or got a new one. Killian shrugs.
Did you expect anything less? You kicked her to the curb.
Don't sugarcoat it or anything. He smiles wide.
No more patronizing, you remember?
Arsehole. I don't know where she is or how she's getting along. I run a hand through my hair. If she's all right. Stella is a capable woman. She's been taking care of herself for years. I cut him a look. He's not being sarcastic, but it irritates me just the same. I know that. The tightness in my chest increases. I want to be the one taking care of her. Not because she can't, but because I can. That doesn't make any sense, but I don't know how else to explain it. Killian sits next to me, silent and sipping his beer. We've been friends for so long. I know how he sits when he's agitated, ignoring me, or when he's simply waiting for me to figure my shit out. He's going to have a long wait. I blow out a hard breath. Kills, man. How did you do it? With Libby, I mean. He turns his head to meet my eyes. You mean, how did I let her in and keep her there? Yeah, I croak. That. Slowly he nods, his beer bottle dangling between his fingertips. The bottle swings as he gives a dry laugh. Thing is, I didn't let her in. She just ended up there. I met her, and she became a part of me. His dark eyes pin me. It wasn't a matter of letting her in. It was accepting that she was already there, and going with it. My hands curl into fists. Stella was in. She was all the way in, and I was so fucking happy. No, not just happy. I felt peace. I know, Killian says in a low voice. Believe me, I know. I snort, but it's directed at myself. And I still cast her out. His smile is tight and wry. Yeah, well, no one said it was easy accepting that you're all in. A groan leaves me, and I slump into the couch. I did a cowardly lion sprint out the window, and I killed the best thing I've ever had. Pretty much. Killian ducks when I chuck a couch pillow at his head. Seriously, you can shut it with the tough love. He snickers, then grows serious. You fucked up. Everyone does at some point. You want her back? Yes. Just saying the word dislodges something in my chest, and I take what feels like the first real breath I've had since she left. So I say it again, because it's the only true thing in my world now. Yes, I want her. Then nut up and fix the problem. The reality of what I face isn't pretty. I'm not sure I can fix it. Stella doesn't trust easily, less than we do, and I've gone and stomped all over that trust. He gives my shoulder an encouraging slap. You love her, she loves you. The rest is logistics.
Now go get your girl.
Getting my girl is easier said than done. First off, I don't know where the hell she is. Stella learned from her dad how to stay off the grid. If he managed to stay hidden for years, Stella is certainly capable of doing the same. The idea that I might not be able to find her fills me with panic. Imagining a long life ahead of me without knowing where Stella is or never saying another word to her makes me ill. Since I'm clueless, I go to the fount of knowledge in my personal universe. Scotty answers the door on the 5th knock. His hair is sticking up on one side and his tie is askew, being clutched in the merciless grip of a chubby baby fist. Felix gives me a toothy smile, as if to say, "Look who I made, my bitch." My admiration for his game is strong. "Thought you might turn up. Here, take this." Scotty thrusts Felix into my arms. "I've got to piss something awful. Sophie just came back from the Hamptons and is napping off a hangover and—" He stops at that, turns heel, and takes the stairs 2 at a time to the upper floor. "You know, you could just put him in his crib," I call after Scotty. His disembodied voice rings out, "Try it, mate. I dare you." A door slams, and I'm left alone with 20 pounds of drooling baby, who has decided that my eyebrows would be better off detached from my face. "Okay, little dude." I ease his fingers away from my abused flesh. "Let's find you something better to play with." Scotty's Upper West Side brownstone is wide enough that there is a central staircase and rooms on either side. They have a family room set up in the back with a wall of windows overlooking a small garden. Before baby, the place was immaculate. Cream couches, pale silk Obeson rugs, and glass tables. The couches are now charcoal. The rug is still silk, but a crimson Persian, and the tables are all sturdy dark woods. Still nice, but way more sport-friendly. And messy. Toys litter the floor. 4 mugs with various amounts of cold coffee in them are on the table. A few baby blankets are spread out. And there's some weird-looking jungle gym thing that seems to be made out of padded plastic, with stuffed bugs hanging from it. Bizarre. "Here, bud, let's play with this." I set Felix down in front of the dangly bugs. He looks at the sappy bugs, then at me, then back at the bugs. His little chin prunes up. I hear an internal warning alarm blaring, "Danger, danger, abort mission, abort." I jiggle one of the toy bugs. "Fun, yeah?" No, it is not. Tears well in Felix's eyes, and he sucks in a deep breath. It is the scary calm before the storm. His temper breaks with an ungodly wail, his little arms flailing, face bright red. It is horrifying. Okay. I pick him up and start walking around. It's okay. Those bugs are creepy anyway. Felix does his best to blow my eardrums out. Considering I've made a career of dialing the sound up to 11, his vocals are impressive. I'm sorry. I try to jiggle him, like Sophie does, but it's a no-go. Little dude is not having it. His back arches as he screams his fury, and I have to clutch him closer for fear of dropping him. Jesus, I thought I was emotional. What about this little... I look at the grey stuffed thing I've picked up. I have no fucking idea what it is. Monkey? You want your monkey? Grey lumpy monkey goes flying with one indignant swat. Right, monkeys suck. Noted. Felix has murder in his eyes and the freaking lungs of Robert Plant. Scotty strides into the room with a harried expression. You put him down, didn't you? I thought he might want to play. I mean, what the fuck, dude? Scotty takes his son, grabs a pacifier, and holds it up to Felix's mouth. Here's your dummy, love. The little stinker immediately sucks it in, and then rests his head on Scotty's shoulder with a shuddering sigh, like he's just been through a long, hard battle. Clearly, one eye lost. Plug up the hole. I slap my forehead. I should have known. Scotty and Felix shoot me twin glares. My nerves are officially shot, and I swear I need a drink or to run this adrenaline out. Holy hell, mate. How do you even know what to do? Trial by fire. Scotty smiles thinly. Only the strong survive. I take back every dad joke I've made about Scotty. He deserves a medal. Put me down as a thank you but no when it comes to babysitting duty. Scotty snorts. Mate, none of you clowns are getting anywhere near my progeny. He'd end up in leather pants and likely develop an unfortunate attachment to drums. I can't help but smile. That would be kind of cool. I'm going to look into leather baby pants. Maybe have some made. You'll have to ask Whip for the drums. Sophie strolls in, looking tired but amused. Someone set the baby down. I turn and give her a kiss on the cheek. You two have a tiny dictator in your midst. Throw down some tough love and say no once in a while. Sophie and Scotty burst out laughing. They keep laughing until Felix smiles around the edges of his dummy, and Sophie wipes a tear from her eye. Oh, that was good. I needed that. Ha. But I'm smiling too. Can you say that again? Scotty pulls out his phone. I want to record it for future use so the off chance you decide to have kids. That sobers me right up. My future happiness is why I'm here. Maybe later. I grimace. Look, I need to find Stella. The temperature in the room seems to drop a few degrees. Scotty adopts his business face, which is basically a wall of, I know nothing. Sophie's eyes narrow like she's considering pulling Felix's dummy free and sicking him on me. Sorry, Scotty says, but she isn't here. Nice evasion. I step closer. That isn't what I asked. Actually, you didn't ask anything. He's going to play it like that. I smile thinly. Scotty, old boy, would you happen to know the whereabouts of Ms. Stella Gray? He glances at Sophie, who glances at me, then back to Scotty. It's like some bad reenactment of the good, the bad, and the ugly standoff. Hey, I cut in. I'm just trying to find my girl. Your girl? Sophie snorts. You lost the right to call her that when you kicked her out. Sophie? Scotty says softly. She glares at him. He hurt her. God, that gets me. I know it's true, but it still slices through the gut. I need to apologize and try to make it better, Soph. But I can't if I can't find her. Stubborn as hell, Sophie lifts her chin and refuses to talk. I sigh and turn to Scotty. There was a point in my life where I'd laughed at the idea of laying my heart on the line. He was there to witness it. We both knew this well. But I'm not afraid to beg now. I know Scotty sees this in my expression. I don't have to say a word before his shoulders slump and he sighs. His eyes cut to Sophie, who glares. You're not telling him. Darling, he begins. Sophie crosses her arms under her breasts in a huff. So it's bros before hoes, huh? Scotty's lips twitch. I would never call a woman a hoe, and it isn't our place to intervene. Just think, I say, if Scotty's bros hadn't stepped in when we found him unshaven, surrounded by an utter mess, and pitifully moaning over your loss, you would still be in Australia. Her eyes go wide, and a small smile blooms over her face. You were moaning? She asks a disgruntled Scotty. He makes a face. I was not moaning. Whimpering, I correct, earning a glare. But really, I'm doing the guy a favor. Sophie's already across the room and giving him a kiss on the cheek. That's so sweet, sunshine. Glad you think so. Scotty kisses the tip of her nose before telling me, Stella is staying with Brenna. Shit. He agrees. I don't know how you'll get past her. Brenna has become extremely protective of Stella. Still clinging to Scotty, Sophie smirks. You think I'm a hard ass? Good luck with all that. Strangely, the fact that the other women in my life are looking out for Stella makes me happy and grateful. Stella has always wanted friends, a family. I can give her that. I glance at little Felix, who is drooling all over Scotty's shirt and giving me the stink eye. and I shudder. Well, maybe not the full-on family thing just yet. One hurdle at a time. I need to get my act together, and I need to plan this carefully. But I'm willing to do whatever it takes to win back her trust. And it doesn't scare me.
Chapter 33. Stella. I'm not sure what I expected of John. Maybe a text, a phone call, or maybe nothing. But I sure as hell didn't expect a delivery. It comes 3 weeks after our implosion. What the hell? Brenna asks, seeing me lug a big square box into her kitchen after signing for it. I don't know, I say, grabbing scissors out of the catch-all drawer. It's for me, but that's all it says. Her ponytail sways as she hurries over to help. It's gotta be Jack's. I suppress a grimace. We don't know that. How would he even know I'm here? Her brow furrows with a frown. Scotty must have ratted you out. He's the only one of the guys who knows you're here, and he's a total closet romantic. Really? I can't imagine stone-faced Scotty being sentimental. Believe it. Now that he has a family, he wants us all happily settled. And that's a bad thing? I ask, amused at her sour expression. It's an annoying thing. Brenna quirks a brow. Enough about matchmaker Scotty. Do you know anyone else who would have something hand-delivered? Besides, the courier was Darren. He works for us. My money is on Jack's sending this. I stare at the box, hesitant to open it. Whatever John sent isn't small. The box is about 20 inches square. If he sent a human head, Brenna says darkly, I'm going to be really upset. A laugh bursts out of me. What the hell, Bren? You are sick, she shrugs. Got you to smile, didn't I? Stop looking at the box like it's a bomb and open it already. Sneaky cheeks. A couple of slices from the scissor blade to open it, and we both peer in. Well, she says, it's not a head. Nope. Bottles rattle as I pull a 6-pack of beer free from the box. Jax is so fucking weird. A smile threatens, and my lips wobble before I force them flat. It's one of his best qualities. God, I'm going to cry. Over this strange-ass gift of beer. Brenna roots through the box, but it's empty. What the hell does it mean? I honestly have no idea. It's not like I'm a huge beer enthusiast. How could he not leave a note? Brenna scowls at the beer. His first contact, and it's to send random beer? Suppressing a sigh, I put the beer in the fridge. I'm done trying to figure him out. Words are shallow, though. The beer haunts me as I walk away. What the hell is John trying to say? Hey, let's have a few beers and laugh this all away? Sorry, I broke your heart. Have a drink on me. Whatever it is, I find myself getting more and more pissed. It builds as I try to lounge in Brenna's living room, and I end up tossing the copy of Vogue back onto the coffee table with so much force it slides right off and lands with a thump on the floor. You know, Brenna says, not looking up from her magazine, only Rye could annoy someone more than Jax. Be grateful you didn't fall for him. Tell me, I murmur. How much of a pain is it to fall for Rye? She opens her mouth, then pauses to glare at me, clearly expecting a different question from me and caught off guard. Her brows lower. Har. You think I'm into Rye? My lips twitch. Everyone thinks you are into each other. Brenna snorts, her attention suddenly on her ice blue nails. Please. He's an asshole. I get up and go to the fridge for some of John's damn beer. If we're going to talk men, I need a drink. It's cold enough, and Brenna accepts a bottle with a wry look before taking a long sip. Is he, though? I ask, curling back up on the couch. Admittedly, he has a pretty juvenile sense of humor, and he's blunt, but he seems like a nice man. He clearly cares about all of you guys. A disgruntled sound escapes her, then she sighs and rests her head against the soft couch back. He does care. And he is a good guy. He's only an asshole to me. He seems more like he's pulling your ponytail for attention. She slides me a sidelong look. Not to condone such behavior, I amend. Bully boy tactics should die a swift death. Her mouth twists with a smile. Admittedly, I'm just as bad. I know this. It's our personalities, I guess. We're always rubbing each other the wrong way. I wondered if it was some bad blood that never healed. Oh, it's that too, she says with a scowl. Incidents, here and there. Nothing I want to talk about now. I'll be in a mood all day if I do. Fair enough. I pull at the damp label on my beer. I'm brooding enough for both of us. Brenna and the girls pulled me through the worst of it. For the first time in my life, I was the one who had friends force me out of the house, take me to salons for massages and facials. We'd gone to the movies, stayed in and watched movies, indulged in cocktails and ice cream, not mint chocolate chip. That was banned from the house. We'd done every cliched thing we could think of. And it was fun. Well, as fun as something can be while I'm walking around with what feels like a massive hole in my chest. I press my hand to that spot now, surprised my skin isn't ice cold. I'm cold all the time now. Another new and unfortunate development. If this is what love does to a person, love can go suck it. Brenna grabs her phone and answers a few emails before tossing it down and giving me an overly bright smile. We should order pizza to go with this random beer your man sent us. He's not my man anymore, I mumble. The door buzzer stops Brenna from responding. She gives me an excited look that has me flinching inside. Yep, love and hope can definitely suck it. I don't bother turning my head to watch her open the door. Another delivery, she calls from the hall. Seriously? I get up. If he sent me more beer, I'm going over there and dumping it on his fat head. Maybe that's the idea, she frowns at the box. But no, this one is lighter and longer. Together, we open it, Brenna muttering about heads under her breath. Inside, there's another box, this one much nicer. I lift the lid and root through the perfectly folded tissue paper and find a length of pale pink fabric. I take it out and it unfurls. It's a dress, I say, stating the obvious. Hot damn, Brenna runs a reverent finger along the satin. It's Stella McCartney couture. It's a knee-length sheath with a sort of box 40s-style neckline and a cutout back. He bought me a dress? What the ever-loving hell? Maybe it's a message. She doesn't look convinced. Maybe let's have a beer out on the town? With a noise of annoyance, I toss the dress back into the box. Hey, Brenna protests. Don't take it out on the dress. She's innocent in all this. She? I laugh. Well, I'm not referring to dresses as he, she sniffs, lifting her chin. They deserve better than that indignity. I'm still smiling when the door buzzes again. Brenna makes a little squeeing noise, but I hold up a hand. I'm getting this. Irritation has me stomping to the door and flinging it open. Poor Darren, holding a smaller box, gapes at me in all my glaring wrath. Delivery for you, Ms. Gray. This is ridiculous. Take it back and tell him I'm not interested in games. Darren's mouth opens wider as he struggles for words. Thing is, I'll get in trouble if I don't deliver it. Oh, hell. I take the box from him. I'm sorry for yelling. It's Jax who's the pest, not you. The tips of Darren's ears pink. Right. Well, have a good day. Right. I tear into the box. What is it this time? Brenna asks. A necklace? No. I shoot her a bemused glance. A DVD. A streetcar named Desire. She frowns. So, is he trying to ask for a date? My finger runs over the plastic edge of the DVD case. Young Marlon Brando, muscle-bound and handsome. His shirt dirty and torn screams up at me from a small insert picture. A smile tugs at my mouth. Oh, for crying out loud. What? Brenna's eyes dart from the case to my face, her expression eager. What did he do? Putting the DVD down, I stride over to the living room and grab my beer and hold it aloft. The beer is Stella Artois. Her frown smooths out. And the dress is a Stella McCartney. He's sending you Stella things? A snort escapes me as I look at Marlon Brando again. Worse, I think he's calling out to me, you know? Stella! Hey, Stella! She snickers. God, he's so weird. Cute, but weird. My vision blurs and I blink rapidly. Yeah, he is weird and wonderful and damaged. And I love him. I do. But loving someone isn't enough. Clearly, he's trying to reach out and make some sort of amends in his own bumbling fashion. But I don't feel any better. In truth, I feel worse. When the buzzer rings yet again, I just sigh and trudge to the door. Look, this has gone...
Hey, Stella,
John says softly. He stands there, his hair mussed, a white t-shirt stretching over his chest, the short sleeves rolled up over his hard biceps and slouchy worker's pants hang off his narrow hips. After 2 weeks of not seeing him, he takes my breath away, and I can only gape, drink him in. God, he is pretty. He will always be my ideal for sheer sex appeal. And it will always hurt just a little too much to look at him. Were you out here the whole time? I snap, because I can't think of anything else to say. He gives me his crooked smile, the one that crinkles around his eyes and wings up one corner of his expressive mouth. I hate that smile.
Only since Darren delivered the DVD.
Poor Darren. His smile fades.
Yeah, he seemed a little irritated.
You think? I grip the doorknob like a lifeline. Not a word for weeks, then a series of bizarre gifts without a note will do that. John shifts on his feet and eyes me from under his lashes.
You figured it out, though.
I will not smile. Nope. Not going to do it. I bite the corner of my lip. Yes. You've watched that movie, right? He scratches the back of his neck, biting the bottom corner of his lip.
I mean, I've seen the classic Stella shouting bit. Very emotional.
Despite my best effort, a smile struggles to break free. He's shouting for her because he'd hit her in a drunken rage the night before. Later on, he rapes her sister. Color drains out of John's face.
Fuck. Really?
Not the greatest guy to pretend to be. He sighs and slumps against the doorframe.
Fucking hell. Why does pop culture try to make that bit look romantic?
He runs a hand through his hair, mussing it even more. Brown ends stick up wildly as he looks at me with wide green eyes.
I really suck at this.
The soft contrition in his voice weakens me, and it's hard to stiffen my back. But he's finally addressed the sad gorilla in the room, and it rubs against all the raw and weepy parts of me. At what, John?
I was trying to make you laugh, distract you enough that you'd open the door for me.
Well, I admit, I did laugh, though it was more from incredulity, and the door is open, so technically you accomplished what you set out to do.
I did, but it isn't enough.
No. My hand is slick and clammy against the cold steel of the doorknob. What do you want? His gaze moves over my face, taking in every line of pain and wariness.
To talk to you.
It occurs to me that Brenna is somewhere behind me, but a glance back finds the living room empty. I don't want to bring this into her space. Let's go for a walk, I tell John. He gives a tense nod and then waits as I find my shoes and keys. My hands are shaking as I slip on a pair of sunglasses. It's probably a coward's move, but I need to protect myself as much as I can, and John is too good at reading me. He gives me a pained but understanding smile as we head out, both of us silent and staying far enough away from each other so there's no inadvertent contact. All of the ease and the way we'd naturally gravitate closer is gone now. It hurts worse than when I hadn't heard from him at all.
Chapter 34. John. I can't stop looking at Stella. She's rich, hot cocoa after trudging through a blizzard. She's ice-cold beer after a sweltering performance. Every inch of her enthralls me, from the wispy whirls of her glorious sunset hair to the scattered constellation of her freckles. I've spent hours mapping those tiny cinnamon dots, nights curled up on the sofa, sliding my fingers through her silky hair, happy to simply pet her as she told me things that made me laugh. Her jaunty walk has me fighting a smile. Only Stella walks with a stride that is both a determined march and a sensual sway of hips and ass. But she's tense and pinch-lipped, and I know I'm responsible for that. God, I want to see her smile again. I was a jackass for ever thinking my life would be better, safer without her in it. We walk in silence for a while. It's awkward, but I don't mind. I'm simply soaking her in. I guide her to Central Park. We pass a couple sharing a large shake. Memories of seeing her on a friendship date at the Shake Shack fill my head. I should have known I was a goner back then. The very sight of her smiling at another guy had caused my heart to flip within my chest and a knot of pure base envy to surge through my veins. I'd wanted to be that guy sitting across from her. I'd wanted to be the one to earn her happiness. She stops on the Bow Bridge and rests her arms on the balustrade to stare down at the glassy lake. So, I've gone over what I want to say in my head, practiced it on the walk over to Brenna's apartment. Except what comes out of my mouth is not what I'd planned. I don't need you. Stella recoils, as if slapped, and I take a step closer. Wait, that came out wrong. She snorts out a laugh, and then pulls off her sunglasses. Hurt tightens the corners of her eyes. I don't think there's a way to say it that would sound good. I know. Shit. I rake my fingers along my head. I would have been here sooner, because God knows I've missed you, Stells. I've missed you so much. It's like I've lost my hands or my voice. But I had to do something first. I've been going to see Dr. Allen, talking things out and doing a lot of thinking. I came to the conclusion that you can't fix me. Stella stares at me with hard eyes, but she doesn't say a word. I know she's about 10 seconds away from walking. My words rush out, desperate to keep her here. No one can, but for so long, I thought of myself as broken, and I hated that. Licking my dry lips, I force myself to tell her the bare truth. But what I hated more was the idea that others wanted to fix me too. Her expression softens. I never thought you were broken, John. I know, I whisper. Pride is a funny thing, though. Sometimes it refuses to listen to logic. I'd see the cracks in my existence and feel weak. I wanted to be your rock, the one who you could rely on. With a shuddering breath, she turns her head, no longer willing to face me. You were. Until I wasn't. My fists clenched to keep from pulling her close. Not yet. I freaked out and pushed you away. The gentle sweep of her jaw tightens. I know. You told me that's what I was doing, and I didn't listen. I know this too. God, she sounds so distant, so done with me. My cold hands tremble so hard, I have to shove them in my pockets. I know it's not enough, but I'm so sorry. Blinking rapidly, she gazes up at the sky, and the wind tosses strands of her hair into her eyes. I know. Jesus, Stells. I move closer, ducking my head to get her in my line of sight. Stop saying I know and what? She snaps, glaring. What am I supposed to say to make you feel better? I blanch, horrified that she's right. My shoulders slump. I deserve that. That and more. Slowly I reach out and gently tuck back a lock of her hair that's been dangling over her eyes. I need to see those eyes. They hold my world. I love you. The impact of my words makes her visibly flinch, and she looks away, giving me her profile. She seems so small just now, delicate as fine crystal. Which is weird, because Stella has always seemed unstoppable to me. Her strength, her light. She can take on the world and own it. She owns me. I can't stop myself from touching her, the tips of her penny hair, the sweet edge of her jaw. But that isn't enough, is it? No. The word drops like a stone. I've never faced rejection. Stella has only been rejected. I shove my hands back in my pockets and keep talking. The second the words were out of my mouth, I regretted them, wanted to take them back. But I didn't, couldn't. It's hard sometimes, getting out of my own head. John? She takes a deep, unsteady breath, like she's going to speak, but then abruptly stops. Pearly white teeth dig into her bottom lip. When she speaks again, her tone is wary. Why am I here? A lifetime of evasion tells me to charm her. A smile tries to grow on my lips, but I don't let it bloom. I'm nervous as hell, and worried I won't be able to take away her hurt, or to get her to understand. But she deserves straight honesty. I don't need you to fix me, Stella. I need you for everything else. I need your smiles, your laughter. I need you to be my best friend, my lover, my all. I need to take care of you, touch your skin, make you dinner, give you pleasure whenever you're in need. I lean in, emotion clogging my throat. You are the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I'd happily spend the rest of my life trying to be the best thing that has ever happened to you too. My speech ends with the sound of kids laughing in the background and a distant horn blaring. Stella blinks at me, her eyes glassy, her lower lip caught in the snare of her teeth. John. Her voice breaks for a second. That's all I ever wanted. I wanted to take care of you too, not because I thought you were weak or messed up, but because I loved you and wanted to spoil you that way. My heart turns over in my chest, threatens to jump the fuck out of my body. Button. I reach for her, but she takes a step back, holding up her hand. It's hard for me to trust, she says. I've never been able to do that before you. And then you go and... A tear slips free, and she inhales sharply like she's pissed she showed any vulnerability. What's to say you won't do it again? I won't, I say swiftly. Another tear escapes. But how do you know? You panicked, and your first instinct was to cast me aside. How can I take that risk? God, I have no answer. I just know I won't. I might mess up in other ways, but I won't leave her. I can't. But that won't work for Stella. Pressure builds along the backs of my eyes and in the hollow of my chest. I dig my fists deeper into my pockets. I don't know what to say to make you stay. She nods, tears running freely down her smooth cheeks. I don't know if there is anything you can say. We stare at each other, and I feel the space between us growing. Had I hurt before? This is worse. This slices through my skin and crushes my hope. I won't get over the loss of Stella. With another nod, she turns and leaves. Throat closed tight. I watch her walk away. My heart shouts, no, 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 with every step she takes, but I can't move. I don't know if I'm supposed to let her go, give her space, or fight for her, plead. She halts, and my breath stops with her. Slowly she turns around, face red and blotchy from crying. She looks at me with eyes wide and pained. You know, she says brokenly, Maddie told me a story about her husband. She'd rejected him, you see. I shake my head, because I don't see. But she keeps talking. She said he'd call her every night. He'd ask her one question. Was it worth it? Being without him. Stella explains. Was it worth it? She's not talking about Maddie anymore. I clear my throat, but my voice is still a thick rasp. Was it? I know how to be alone, she says. I've done it more than half my life. I can do it again. The burning behind my lids grows hot and itchy. I grind my teeth together, trying to hold it all in. I know you can. You're so strong. Her expression crumples. I'm not. And then she's striding toward me, almost a jog. Before I can say a word, she's knocking into me, stealing my breath. Her arms wrap around my neck. A choked sound escapes me before I clutch her close and bury my face in the silky tumble of her hair. I'm trembling. Tears burn down my cheeks. I can't stop them. Stella holds me up, holds on tight. He asked the wrong question, she says, her voice muffled in the hollow of my chest. What was the right question? I ask into her hair, because I'm not willing to let her go. Stella presses her lips to my chest. Is being with you worth living with the fear of eventually losing you? You won't lose me. You won't. I kiss the damp corner of her eye, just once, because I can't help myself, and taste her tears. I can't promise you perfection. I'm a moody bastard sometimes. I'll have down days. But I tried living without you, and it was the worst feeling of my life. You're part of me, Stella. My fist thumps against my chest, where it still feels hollow and incomplete. You live here, always. She leans back, and then her hands cup my jaw, wiping at my cheeks with her thumbs as I wipe at hers. Perfection is a myth. I'm not remotely perfect. If you love someone, you have to be willing to accept the flaws as well. I was walking away when it hit me that you don't know how to trust either. Yet you're here, wanting to try again. I do. My forehead rests on hers. Is it worth it then? Her smile is tremulous. Hear me well, John Blackwood, because I know how hard it is for you to take a compliment. You talk of my strength? You are the strongest person I've ever known. You are a survivor. Every day you fight for a better life. I am in awe of you. I adore you. I have since the beginning. Fear isn't an easy thing to shake. But for you, I will be right there fighting by your side and never regret a day. I can't speak. I can only haul her close and hold on to her. She hums softly beneath her breath, smoothing circles on my trembling back until I calm. Thank you, I say when I can find my voice, for trusting me, for falling for me. I promise, Stella, I'll always be there to catch you. Her voice washes over me like a song. You already caught me. You did the second you stole my mint chip. A grin breaks out as I sling an arm over her shoulders, and we walk off the bridge. Come on now, Button. We both know you were the thief. I was not. You knew I was going for the mint. And the kiss? She pinks. Ah, well, but I mean, have you seen you? How was I supposed to resist? My laughter rings out over the park, and I pick Stella up, carrying her the way I once did over a puddle. I love you, Stella Gray. She rests her head on my shoulder. I love you too, John Jax Blackwood.
Epilogue. Stella. It's autumn now, my favorite time in New York. It's crisp and cool, the air carrying the occasional scent of roasted chestnuts in the stiff breezes that rush down the avenues. Leaves are burnished orange and gold, but the expansive lawns carpeting Central Park are still emerald green. Not that you can see much of that lawn now. People cover it, an undulating mass of humanity, all facing the stage set up under the fading sky. That crowd starts to chant, calling for Kill John. The chant grows into a roar as John, Killian, Whip, and Rye jog out onto the stage and give them a wave. John slips a guitar over his head and steps up to the mic. God, my man is sexy on stage, all swaggering hip and impish smiles. The olive green t-shirt he wears hugs his lean muscles, and when he grips the mic, his biceps bunch. I swear, half the audience goes wild over that sight, made larger than life on the huge screen set up behind the stage. In that moment, he becomes Jax Blackwood. Jax's smile grows, and someone in the audience screeches her undying love for him. His rich voice echoes over the park.
Hello, New York City!
More screaming. He pauses until it dies down a little.
Tonight is special. Tonight is for the beautiful ones we have lost and for all the beautiful ones who suffer in silence.
A few people whistle, but it's gone so quiet that you can hear the rough emotion in Jax's voice now.
We're raising our voice tonight to let the world know that it no longer has to be silent when it comes to mental health, to let them know that they will be loved.
Tears blur my vision, and I press a hand to my chest. Months in the making, my first project with Kill John was to help put this concert together. Dozens of artists have donated their time to perform, to raise awareness for mental health and suicide prevention. Kill John will go first, mostly singing songs by idols we've all lost. A heavy guitar riff slices through the air as Killian starts to play. Whip and Rye join in. The crowd goes wild. Jax begins to sing Nirvana's Drain You. It isn't sentimental or sweet, but Jax said it was one of Cobain's favorites, so that's what Kill John picked. They don't sound like Nirvana, though. They sound like themselves, perfect in their own way. I dance along, watching my man lean into the mic, all at once tight with power, yet loose with confidence. As soon as the song ends, Killian and Jax start a duet of Soundgarden's Fell on Black Days. I love watching them together. The way they feed off each other and how they'll fall back and give it to Rye or Whip. These guys are a seamless machine, and yet they still have a raw enthusiasm. I know they feel total joy up there, and it's contagious. When they play Apathy and Rush Love, a newer song of theirs, their energy lights up the night. Then Jax, sweaty and now gloriously shirtless, sets down his guitar and adjusts his mic.
You're going to hear a lot of classics tonight. This one is a bit different. It's for someone special to me.
Somehow his eyes meet mine and he gives me a smile, that secret smile that belongs to no one else but me.
For Stella, the resolution of all my fruitless searches.
My heart turns over in my chest, and I blow him a kiss. Killian, though, leans in and laughingly asks,
Are you sure you want to do this? It doesn't always go as expected, man.
Whip drums out a campy da-dum-dum on his drums. The audience laughs. Every Kill John fan knows that Killian once infamously dedicated Prince's Darling Nikki to Libby, not realizing the context of the song wasn't exactly the message he'd wanted to send. Jax smirks at Killian.
Unlike you, I pay attention to the lyrics.
He glances back at me, his heart in his eyes, then turns his attention to the crowd.
I'm hoping you know this song enough to help me out and sing along.
Despite their banter, the band has clearly planned this. Rye moves to a keyboard, and they start as one. It takes a few notes for me to get the song, but when I do, I smile wide, tears welling in my eyes. At my side, Brenna leans close, nudging my shoulder with a happy grin. Jax sings Peter Gabriel's In Your Eyes. His voice is rough with emotion, his gaze mostly on me. The crowd sings with him, thousands of voices lifting up as one. Shivers break out over my skin, and I know in that moment what it means for Jax to be on that stage, how it feeds his soul, and how he gives it back to the world. I sing too, return the words, meaning them with all I am. As soon as they're done, Jax jogs off the stage, waving his thanks to the cheering fans as he goes. He heads straight to me without falter, like he knew exactly where I'd been the whole time. Covered in sweat and glowing with vitality, he smiles, and I fling myself into his arms. I love you. He lifts me off my feet, hugging tight before setting me down.
I love you too, Stella Button.
I'm so proud of you, I say, kissing his cheek, his lips, his chin. He chuckles and holds me close.
That turned you on, didn't it?
Totally, I whisper in his ear, unashamed, loving the way he tenses, then moves his hand down to cup my butt.
When can we go?
Not for hours,
he says with a small groan. But I can wait. For him, I'll wait as long as it takes, for however long he needs. Because he is always worth it. The next day, John ushers me out of the house. He's taking me someplace, but won't tell me where. Not even a little hint, I ask as we ride the elevator down from his loft. I still live with Brenna, but I spend most of my time at John's. Neither of us has talked about moving in together, but it seems to hover in the air, this final, silent barrier between us. I don't even know what's holding me back, only that some small part of me still has a protective wall around it. I think John realizes it, but he never says anything about it. He simply gives all of himself every day. And it makes me feel worse, because I love him more with every day. On the street, John flags a cab and gives him an address in Murray Hill, an area of massive old brownstones with tree-lined streets and clunky brick high-rises looming on the perimeter. I'm not really paying attention, though. All of my being is focused on the man next to me. I feel the warmth of his body and his smooth skin along the whole of my exposed side. His familiar spicy scent teases my nose every so often, making me yearn to lean in and press my face into the crook of his neck. I love that spot on him. I love that I know when I kiss him there, he'll shiver, then grunt low in his chest and pull me closer. The cab stops in front of a big, lacy, wrought iron gate tucked between two brick townhouses. John gives me a small smile and produces a key. Beyond the gate is a long alleyway lined with trees and potted plants.
It's an old mews,
John tells me, opening the gate and stepping back to let me enter. It's a bit like stepping back in time to the 19th century. The sunlit space has an almost hushed air about it. Red brick townhouses with massive arched windows that run along 2 floors make up each side.
It's totally private.
John stops at an inky black door that has ivy climbing up along the side.
Another world tucked inside the city.
Gaslights flank the door, flickering and hissing in the silence. It's beautiful. I have no idea why we're here, but John has a key for this place as well. He takes a deep breath before opening the door, like he has to brace himself, and I have the urge to hold his hand. Inside is filled with light, the walls creamy white plaster with huge onyx-framed windows. The worn wood floors give a slight creak when we walk over them, giving the space a sense of history. The place is empty, and our steps sound hollow beneath the high ceilings.
There are 4 floors,
John says, leading me through a big living room with a black marble fireplace.
A library is over here.
He's pointing out features with the efficiency of a realtor, and I smile. What's with the tour? Are you thinking of buying this place? John stops beside the big arched window and sunlight pours over his tall frame.
Not exactly. Come on, there's more.
He shows me a smaller room lined with walnut wood bookshelves and a big window with diamond panes. As if he can't help himself, he takes my hand. His is warm but slightly damp, and I know he's actually nervous. I give his fingers a gentle squeeze as he leads me to a wide circular staircase made of mellow wood honed to a gentle sheen. Upstairs is another living area and a kitchen. There's a half roof of slanted windows that let in more light. Here, someone has left an old brown leather Chesterfield sofa and a battered wood coffee table. I'm shown a small bedroom tucked toward the back, and then we're going up again to another level that houses 3 big bedrooms and 3 baths. There is a rooftop terrace with a trellis, but the rest is fairly bare. John shoves his hand into his jeans pockets and walks around.
A couple of potted plants and maybe some bougainvillea or wisteria on the trellis, and you'd have your own oasis.
It's more than most people get in the city, I say, neutrally. He's not buying this place, so why is he showing it to me?
True.
He casts a critical eye at one of the pavers and kicks a loose pebble to the side.
But I always thought the character of a place is more important.
Well, of course it is. Honestly, he's acting so oddly, I'm getting unnerved. Taking my hand again, he guides me back down to the living area and then lets me go, only to take up pacing the floorboards. I watch him for a minute, confusion growing within me. You don't like it? Or did you want a second opinion? I glance around. The townhouse is cozy, but bright, and not so big that a person would feel lost in it. There's a sense of permanence about it. It's beautiful. Homey. He eyes me carefully.
I'm glad you think so.
So you are buying it, I counter, not understanding that soft, almost hopeful look in his green eyes. You should. It's perfect. All the privacy you'll ever need, but it feels like a home. John steps away from the window.
I did buy it, but not for me. I bought it for you.
Me? I stare at him. I must have heard that incorrectly. I don't... You bought it for me?
Yeah, you.
The corners of his lips curve slightly.
This house is yours, Button. If you like it, that is.
You... I blow out a breath. You can't buy me a house, John. He lifts his chin, his expression set, determined. It's the same look he wore on that long-ago day when I bumped into him on the stoop and insisted that he was stalking me. The same day I started to fall for him.
But I did. It's yours.
I can't accept a house from you. My voice echoes off the empty walls, sounding slightly panicked and completely shocked. It's too much. It's a freaking house, for Pete's sake. Not just any house. A freaking townhouse in New York City, on a private street. I don't have to be a realtor to know this place probably cost upward of $10 million. $10 million? My head feels light. I flop down on the leather sofa and practice deep breathing. John shrugs as he slowly walks closer.
Stella, I'm a rock star. We're kind of known for our impulsive buys and grand gestures.
Yeah, well, I don't want this gesture, I laugh shortly. And I thought the couture dress you sent me was too much. He smiles then, wide and unrepentant.
You look sexy as hell in that dress.
Well, I can't wear a house. My head is spinning. My God, John, a house? I don't need you to buy me presents. I just want you. You're all I need. His smile falls and he kneels by my side.
Hey, don't freak out.
Kind of hard when you're giving me gifts I can never repay in my lifetime. Gently, he rests his big hand over mine.
The point of a gift is that you don't have to repay it.
John, a house? His lips quirk, and I know he's fighting to keep a straight face.
I understand that to normal people it's an outlandish thing to get someone, but we both know I'm not normal. Not anywhere within the area code of normal.
He squeezes my hand.
I know you don't want me for my money. This isn't about that. I want you to have this house.
But why? For a second, he searches my face as though he's trying to see if I'm kidding or just plain clueless.
Because you have always wanted a home. That's what you told me, remember? A house on a little street where it's private but close to everything. An older house with character and charm and a rooftop garden to plant tomatoes and flowers, and I can soak in the sun.
Oh, God. I did say that.
This,
He stretches an arm out in the direction of the room.
can be your home. You never have to worry about losing it because it's yours outright. I've added all tax payments into the mortgage, which goes directly to me. You're safe now, Stills. Always.
Oh, hell. His hair refuses to lie straight, instead sticking up in wild angles along the top of his head. I smooth my palm over one, and he closes his eyes, blinking slowly, his whole body leaning into the touch. So, I say, none too steadily, does this house come with you in it? He goes completely still. Jade green eyes hold mine, giving nothing away.
No. It's yours. No strings attached.
And if I want you in it? Did I think he was still before? He's frozen now, tense and staring. He licks his lips before speaking.
Then I'll be here with you for as long as you will have me.
I mean, it's a pretty big house. My fingers comb through his hair just for the pleasure of touching him. I couldn't possibly use all this space alone. His body slowly relaxes, leaning toward mine.
I could probably convert one of the rooms into a practice space.
Both of us are speaking lightly, like this is all idle conversation. It's anything but. You could. I trace the shell of his ear, loving the way he shivers. But what if I wanted babies? A light comes into his eyes that I haven't seen before. It is free and bright and beautiful.
Then, Stella Button, it would be an honor to try and help you make those babies.
I can't stop my grin. You'd really want that? Children? Family life? I'm not even sure I want that right now, but I have to know what he's thinking about us, about the future. He doesn't seem daunted. He looks happy, hopeful. John runs his hands up my thighs and holds my hips.
I want everything with you, Stills. Everything and anything. You want kids, we'll have kids. If you don't, then we'll have each other alone. That we are together is what matters.
His grip tightens.
That is my dream. You and me. It's what gives me peace.
Hot tears well in my eyes, and John thumbs them away as they roll down my cheeks. I'm a mess with him. I want that too, I say. Buying me a house is a beautiful, if somewhat shocking gesture. He laughs low and soft, only now appearing the slightest bit chagrined. I lean in closer, touching his jaw. But it's not a home if you aren't with me. John presses his forehead against mine.
I love you, Stella. I don't want to go through this life without you. Please believe that. Please believe that I'll try to do better. I'll try to...
I kiss him quiet. It's a soft kiss, a press of lips to lips, but John groans deep in his throat and takes over, grasping the back of my neck to hold me in place as his mouth opens over mine. I don't think I'll ever get over how good it is to kiss him. The visceral punch I feel through my body still takes my breath. With one last kiss, John cups my cheeks and meets my gaze, his eyes tender and wide.
We're going to be okay.
It isn't a question, but I answer anyway. Of course we are. We're going to be forever. This concludes Fall by Kristen Callihan, narrated by Maxine Mitchell and Nelson Hobbs. Copyright 2018 by Kristen Callihan. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Kristen Callihan, care of Brower Literary and Management, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.